In an old apartment deep within Manhattan's Chinatown, heavy, labored breathing echoed from the bedroom. On the bed lay Song Chao, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, with a sharp cry, he jolted upright. It took a few moments before his bleary eyes gradually regained focus. "Where am I?" Song Chao looked around the unfamiliar room, completely bewildered. He remembered that after working late last night, he had bought some barbecue and beer from a roadside stall, then returned to his rented little apartment to have a midnight snack. Now, as he got out of bed and stepped into the living room, he found it just as unfamiliar, and every bit as chaotic. His face changed dramatically, as if struck by a sudden realization, and he rushed to the bathroom in a panic. The moment he caught sight of himself in the mirror, he froze on the spot, thunderstruck. "This isn't my face. Have I been reborn?" Song Chao scrutinized his reflection in disbelief. Years of reading web novels had prepared him for this moment, and he quickly grasped his predicament. Staring back at him from the mirror was a Chinese youth, about 185 centimeters tall, looking far younger than he remembered. In his previous life, Song Chao had been an ordinary programmer, working long hours ever since graduating from college. In his 30s, he was unremarkable in appearance, with a slight paunch from years of sitting at a desk. He had no property in the big city, and had always been single. "Looks like I've gained back over a decade of youth," Song Chao thought with secret relief. Being young again meant a fresh start, especially when it came to matters of the heart. Romance in youth was so much simpler, unburdened by the practical pressures that came with adulthood and thoughts of marriage. If only one could return to those golden years, the woes of single men would be so much lighter. "But first, I need to figure out this body situation," he reminded himself. "If anyone notices something's off, I might end up as some kind of test subject." Song Chao left the bathroom and began carefully surveying his surroundings. His first impression: the apartment was very old. His second: it was a complete mess, with food wrappers and trash strewn across the living room floor. He returned to the bedroom to search for personal belongings. Though he didn't find an ID card, he did stumble upon a driver's license, an English language license. Did I actually cross over to a foreign country? Staring at the document in disbelief, Song Chao felt his expectations completely overturned. He carefully examined the name field. Chao Song. Western names are written in reverse order. This is still Song Chao. He breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in satisfaction. So the web novels were right. When you cross over, your name stays the same. Lost in thought, Song Chao was suddenly hit by a wave of dizziness, his body swaying uncontrollably. Quickly, he sat back down on the bed, clutching his throbbing head, the veins on his forehead standing out faintly. Outside, the sunlight seemed to twist and distort, as if some invisible force was drawing it toward the bedside. He rubbed his aching temples, struggling to make sense of the unfamiliar memories flooding his mind. Song Chao, Chinese-American, had just turned 18 in 2005. He carefully sorted through the memories belonging to the original owner of this body. A classic transmigrator's backstory. Both parents deceased. His ancestors had emigrated to New York in the 1920s, and now he lived alone in an apartment in Manhattan's Chinatown. Last year, his parents were killed in a car accident on their way home from work. He had to drop out of school, surviving on the insurance payout. No wonder the place was such a mess. As more memories flooded in, Song Chao uncovered even more shocking revelations. Stark Industries. A billionaire playboy who called himself Tony Stark, the Mutant Registration Act, Oscorp, a green accident from a military experiment. His breathing quickened with realization. Wasn't this the Marvel Universe? Song Chao looked around in disbelief. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary office worker. His greatest joy was immersing himself in web novels and superhero movies. The Avengers films had taken the world by storm. He'd watched them countless times and knew the characters and stories inside out. He wondered aloud whether this was the cinematic universe or the comic universe. The comic storylines were notoriously convoluted, and the very presence of mutants here meant it couldn't just be the simple Avengers movie world. Both Professor X and Magneto, the leaders of the mutants, were active in this world. He mused to himself, uncertain whether his favorite Wanda was the superpowered experiment from the movies or Magneto's daughter from the comics. With a sigh, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Since fate had brought him here, he might as well make the best of it. In his past life, he had been alone with few attachments. Now, he was more than 10 years younger and fluent in English to boot. A surprising bonus, maybe an audacious thought flashed through his mind. Maybe he possessed some sort of superpower in this world as well. Driven by curiosity, Song Chao walked to the window and stretched out his palm to the bright sunlight. Instantly, he felt a warm current of energy being continuously absorbed into his body, filling him to the brim with strength, as if he had boundless vitality. Could it be that I have powers like Superman from the DC universe? He recalled that Superman gained all around enhancements: super strength, super speed, super endurance, even the ability to fly, simply by absorbing sunlight. Perhaps this was a special perk from crossing over. At that moment, Song Chao turned to the teacup on his desk and focused his mind, attempting a kind of telekinesis. To his astonishment, the cup began to tremble, then slowly lifted into the air. This must be the mutant power that had already awakened in this body, some form of psychic ability. But could he also read others' thoughts? He took a deep breath, eyes shining with excitement. It seemed his abilities were quite formidable. Not only did he have a mutant psychic control, but also a Superman-like energy absorption. These powers would take time to explore and master. His expression gradually grew serious. More importantly, I needed to consider how to survive in this perilous world. Judging by the nature of mutant abilities, I feared that Professor X's Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters would soon notice my presence. Song Chao stood on the streets of New York's Chinatown, taking in the familiar, yet strangely foreign sights. Around him, the atmosphere here was just like the Chinatowns portrayed in movies all over the world. Red lanterns, Chinese signboards, bustling crowds. That professor, always the voyeur, was never seen without his Cerebro headset, constantly scouring the globe for newly awakened mutants. And here I was, right in Chinatown, so close to a suburban school, he probably wouldn't even need any equipment to sense the ripples of my powers. Song Chao muttered to himself. But should I go there at all? Our philosophies don't really align, as a longtime fan of the X-Men movies. Song Chao was all too familiar with Professor X's ideals, whether it was Professor Charles Xavier's vision of peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants, or Magneto's insistence on mutant supremacy. Both seemed far too idealistic. In fact, almost naive. To him, given a chance to live again, I don't want to lead the mediocre, blind life I had before, just following someone else's plans. Song Chao clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him, a strength many times greater than anything he'd possessed in his previous life. I am myself. This time, I want to live freely, to live boldly, without being anyone's pawn. After a moment's contemplation, Song Chao's expression softened. Still, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters wouldn't be a bad temporary haven. I could use this opportunity to learn where the world is on its timeline and to better understand my own abilities. My potential is immense, but I need time to absorb energy and grow into a true powerhouse in this strange and dangerous Marvel universe. It's wise to keep a low profile for now. That way, I can ensure my safety and lay the groundwork for future plans. A faint smile crept onto Song Chao's lips. Besides, there's Jean Grey, the Phoenix, and Ororo the Storm, two stunning beauties at the school. I used to admire them only on the big screen, but now I have the chance to meet them in person. Missing out would be something I'd truly regret. With that thought, Song Chao made up his mind. He would go to the school to strengthen his powers and at the same time get to know those captivating figures who once moved him as a moviegoer. Meanwhile, in an office at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Jean Grey was engrossed in sorting through some files when all of a sudden Professor X's telepathic voice sounded in her mind. Jean, please go with Ororo to Manhattan's Chinatown and welcome a new companion. Charles, it seems the school is about to welcome another new member, Jean replied in thought. Is Scott coming with us? Yes, Charles responded gently, explaining that their new companion was a young man who had just turned 18 and had lost both parents last year. I believe he needs the comfort and understanding that women like you and Ororo can provide, he said. With a teasing note in his voice, the professor added, after all, teenage boys are always drawn to beautiful women, and Scott just isn't cut out for this assignment. All right then, Jean couldn't help but smile at his words. If Scott knew you said that, he'd probably be secretly annoyed. She paused briefly. I'll go get ready. Meanwhile, Song Chao walked along the streets of Chinatown, nodding and greeting to people as he passed. Although there were many Chinese here, he remembered that the relationships between them were mostly distant, limited to simple exchanges of hello. He wandered into a Chinese restaurant to settle his lunch. After all, being overseas, The food here never quite suits my taste, Song Chao mused to himself as he left the restaurant, picking his teeth. He understood that these restaurants had adapted their cooking to suit local preferences, but he couldn't help but wonder what these immigrants really felt in their hearts when they saw the growing strength of their homeland. Was it envy, jealousy, or resistance? In any case, none of this had anything to do with him. Apart from the older generation who had fled war back in the day, the later immigrants, in his eyes, were either obsessed with the West or had simply grown used to living on a lower rung of society. When Song Chao returned to the entrance of his residence, he saw two strikingly elegant women waiting for him. One wore a flowing red dress and had vibrant red hair. The other was dressed in a black leather jacket, her hair white as snow. "Who are you looking for?" Song Chao asked, though he already had a hunch in his heart. These looks were unmistakable. They had to be Jean Grey, the Phoenix, and Ororo Storm. The two women turned to face him, and Song Chao's eyes lit up. In surprise, it was truly them, and they were even younger and more captivating than their movie counterparts. Delight bubbled up in him. Jean Grey, in particular, exuded the elegance of an intellectual and the allure unique to a mature woman. For a moment, Song Chao was struck speechless, his thoughts drifting. In this life, I've been reborn free of past burdens, and I seem to have powers akin to Superman's. Perhaps I have a chance to get close to Jean, maybe even win her favor away from Cyclops Scott? Hearing Song Chao's question, Jean turned to study him seriously and spoke. "Chao Song, I'm Jean Grey, and this is Aurora Monroe. We're teachers at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. I think you've probably heard of it. Professor Charles discovered your mutant powers have awakened, so he sent us to bring you in. You're one of our mutant family now." Ororo nodded to Song Chao with a warm, friendly smile. Song Chao gave a slight nod in return, his gaze lingering on the two of them. He knew that Jean Grey, the Phoenix, possessed extraordinarily powerful telepathic abilities. Not only could she read others' thoughts and memories, but she could also create illusions, control minds, move objects from a distance, levitate, manipulate matter, generate force fields, fly, and even accelerate molecular motion to trigger explosions. As the Phoenix, after being possessed by the primal Phoenix force of the cosmos, Jean's power had reached a nearly limitless level. She could manipulate matter and energy at the molecular scale, making her one of the most formidable members of the X-Men. Ororo Monroe, codenamed Storm, was once a street urchin who survived by relying on her skills as a thief and pickpocket after her mutant abilities emerged. She was discovered by Charles Xavier, Professor X, who invited her to join the X-Men. She would later become the team's deputy leader. Storm possessed astonishing control over the weather, able to sense and influence any meteorological phenomenon, from gentle breezes and soft rain to blizzards, lightning, and tornadoes. When unleashing her full power, she could even summon solar winds and other cosmic phenomena, and ride the winds to soar through the sky. Besides this, Storm also exhibited extraordinary sensitivity, night vision, and a resistance to telepathic intrusion. At her limit, her might could rival that of Thor, the god of thunder, and she could even annihilate a planet in an instant, though she had yet to fully master such overwhelming strength. Song Chao recalled that at this stage, Jean Grey needed to place her hands near someone's head to read their thoughts. That detail put him a bit more at ease. He wasn't too worried that his innermost thoughts would be uncovered so easily. Besides, he himself possessed telepathic abilities. Even if Professor X was more powerful, there was no way he could probe Song Chao's mind without him noticing. With this in mind, Song Chao relaxed, smiling. He reached out his hand and said, "Hello, I know. You, Jean, may I call you that? You're truly beautiful, and I watched your speech in Congress. It was wonderful, but I am a bit curious. Today was the very first time I sensed I might have special powers, yet the professor already knew. He's not some kind of peeping Tom, is he?" He deliberately joked, knowing Professor X's gentle nature and that Westerners were accustomed to this style of humor. Standing to the side, Ororo rolled her eyes and said, "Charles is nothing like that. If you pay attention to the news, you should know how hard things are for mutants like us, especially for those whose powers are just awakening. Many organizations hunt us down for experiments, so whenever we discover a new mutant, we try to make contact as soon as possible." Song Chao nodded in understanding. As he opened the door, he said, "I get it. I've seen the news reports. Thank you both for coming all this way. Please come in. Sorry my place is a little messy." When Sheen and Aurora walked through the door and saw the state of the living room, They both rolled their eyes at the same time. This is just a little messy. Oh, I hope you. Two lovely ladies can understand the plight of a single man, Song Chao said with an awkward laugh, scratching his head. Not quite. Sheen corrected him with a cheerful smile. You're not a single man. At best, you're a single boy. Song Chao chuckled softly. I'm already 18 in America. It's not uncommon for teenagers to already have children, by the way. If you don't mind me asking, do either of you have a partner? Ororo looked at Song Chao intently. Song Chao, I didn't expect you to be so lively and outgoing. You've completely shattered our impression that Chinese people are always modest and shy, especially considering your current situation. But honestly, I think that's a good thing. Many young people who've just discovered their mutants tend to be either extreme or withdrawn. Song Chao nodded. Please just call me Song Chao. No need to reverse the name order. If that's hard to get used to, just Song or Chao is fine. I'm on my own now, and I want to live with a bit more freedom. I believe my parents, wherever they are, would be glad to see that. As for the issue of being a mutant, I don't think there's anything wrong with having special abilities. It's just another form of evolution. Sheen frowned slightly at his words. You don't mean to say you agree with Magneto, Eric's ideas, do you? You. Song Chao raised his hand to interrupt her. No, it's not like that. I've read about Professor X and Magneto's philosophies in the papers and seen them on TV. I only agree with parts of what each of them believes. I have my own perspective. And by the way, even though I'm only 18, as you probably know, we Chinese tend to learn quickly. I've already taught myself enough physics, math, and biology to earn a college degree. Please don't treat me like a child. I have my own thoughts and judgment. Sheen and Ororo exchanged a glance, then nodded. All right, we can talk more about these things later. For now, pack your things and come with us to the school. The professor's waiting for you. I think Charles will be very interested too. Have a good talk with you. No problem. Just give me a moment. I only need to pack a few clothes, Song Chao replied as he walked toward his bedroom. Once Song Chao had stepped into his room, Ororo turned to Sheen. Do you think this kid is right for our school? He seems very independent-minded, and I get the feeling he doesn't quite agree with Charles's philosophy. The maturity he shows is nothing like someone who's only 18, and the way he carries himself is so different from most mutants, who've just awakened their abilities. There's no fear, no confusion, and no negativity. Sheen thought for a moment, then shook her head. I'm not sure either. Let's have Charles talk to him in person. As long as he doesn't get drawn in by Magneto, we should be fine. Charles said that when his abilities first manifested, they were very powerful, but then suddenly weakened. He predicts this is a high-level ability with room to grow. Ororo nodded in agreement, then suddenly covered her mouth and whispered, well, let Charles have the headache this time. But hey, I think you'd be a good candidate for him too. Jean paused, a puzzled look on her face. Ororo leaned in closer, her voice tinged with laughter. That guy definitely has a soft spot for beauties like you. Ever since you met, his eyes have barely left you. Even now, he keeps sneaking glances your way. Jean gave Ororo a gentle tap and lowered her voice. This young man might end up becoming the next Tony Stark. A real playboy. He's already stolen a few glances at you, especially at. She gestured discreetly to the snowy white skin showing at Storm's neckline. Ororo instinctively shielded her chest with her hand, letting out a soft, disgruntled huff. Just then Song Chao stepped out from the room. Ready? We can go now. Noticing the expressions on the women's faces, he asked, What are you two up to? Why those looks? Both women rolled their eyes in unison and headed straight for the door. Song Chao scratched his head, murmuring under his breath, women. On the outskirts of New York. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Song Chao stood outside the school's gates, carefully studying this unique institution. To ordinary people, it appeared to be just another private school, but to those in the know, it was the renowned stronghold of mutants. The campus sprawled across lush, rolling hills surrounded by greenery and calm waters, the lawns of vibrant green, exuding an air of peace and tranquility. Breathing in the fresh air, Song Chao shook his head and muttered quietly. Who would have thought the professor was secretly a wealthy man? Behind him, Jean and Ororo clearly heard his comment, each giving him a light, friendly tap. Hurry up, Charles is waiting for you, Jean said. Stop gawking, young man. After chatting along the way, the awkwardness between the three had faded considerably. Song Chao shrugged. Let's go. I've been wanting to meet Professor X for a long time, but ladies, I'm an adult now, not a kid. Once more the women rolled their eyes and strode ahead to lead the way. Welcome home, my child, from a distance. Song Chao could see a man wearing custom-made sunglasses, Cyclops, pushing Professor Charles. Xavier in his wheelchair, waiting in front of the main building. A gentle, fatherly smile lit up Charles's face as he regarded Song Chao warmly. Song Chao stepped forward and shook the professor's hand. Professor, I've seen you on TV for years. Never thought I'd awaken mutant powers myself one day. But I'd like to make one thing clear. I know you have telepathic abilities, and I hope you'll respect my personal privacy. I'd rather my thoughts weren't read without my permission. That's not too much to ask, is it? From now on, my child, this will be your home. Charles nodded with a warm smile. Of course. I respect your wishes. You can settle in without worry. I'm delighted that our mutant family has welcomed a new member. There are many students here around your age. I believe you'll get along wonderfully. Looking at the kindly old man before him, Song Chao felt confident that his words were genuine. Charles had always been a man of principle, utterly devoted to the mutant community. While some might call him an idealist, his promises were ones you could trust. Professor Charles Francis Xavier, better known as Professor X, was born into a distinguished family in New York, USA. He possessed extraordinary telepathic and mental control abilities. At just 16, he graduated from Harvard, then went on to earn multiple doctorates in fields such as biology and psychology from Oxford and Columbia. For years, Professor X had dedicated himself to fostering peaceful coexistence between ordinary humans and mutants. With ample resources at his disposal, he founded the Xavier Institute, a unique school designed to teach mutants how to use their powers responsibly and contribute to society. He also assembled the X-Men, a team of mutant superheroes, most of whom were his own students. As the world's most powerful telepath, Professor X could read the thoughts and memories of others without physical contact, and even influence minds and actions. Deep within the Institute, he kept a device known as Cerebro, built with the help of his friend Eric Magneto. With this machine, he could connect to the minds of every person on the planet, mutant or human. In theory, it could even be used to end all human life. Song Chao's gaze lingered on the professor's iconic bald head as his mind raced. If he remembered correctly, the timeline should be around 2005. In 2006, the Dark Phoenix incident would erupt, and Jean would make the ultimate sacrifice. The X-Men movies had a notoriously tangled chronology. There was the older era, the younger era, and time travel twists that changed everything. He'd have to play things by ear. Drawing himself back to the present, Song Chao shook his head and replied to the professor, Sir, I really don't want to attend classes with a bunch of kids. I'm already 18, old enough to be their teacher, not their classmate. If it weren't for family reasons, I might already have certificates in physics, mathematics, and biology. Last year, my school was even preparing to recommend me for an internship at Oscorp or Stark Industries. But in his heart, he thought, go back to being a student? Not a chance. I've spent enough years in classrooms in my previous life. Besides, in this world, countless cosmic threats will eventually descend upon Earth. Knowledge alone won't change fate. I can keep learning, but my first priority must be to develop my own abilities. Thinking of Jean Grey and Ororo, Song Chao became even more determined not to settle for being an ordinary student. He also harbored a few ambitions he couldn't easily confess. He stole a glance at Scott, the silent man in sunglasses standing behind the professor. After listening, Charles smiled and said, All right, child, you make a good point with your knowledge. You really don't need to join the regular classes anymore. However, if you're interested, you could work in a lab with Jean and Henry Philip Hank McCoy. Song Chao nodded, replying, No problem, Professor. I'd be happy to learn hands-on in the lab with them. But this world is truly unfriendly to mutants. I want to develop my mutant abilities, of course, but I also hope to hone my fighting skills along the way. At this, Charles frowned slightly. Child, here at the school, I can keep you all safe. Song Chao shook his head. No, Professor. First, I'm not a child anymore. And second, a flower grown in a greenhouse can't withstand the wind and rain. There's an old saying in China, rely on a mountain, and it may crumble, rely on a river, and it may dry up. Relying on others is never as good as relying on yourself. I appreciate your kindness, but I still want to improve my ability to protect myself. Charles could only nod in agreement. Jean already told me she thinks you're more mature and independent than your peers. I just didn't expect you to be so resolute in your views, Professor. Could you arrange for Ororo to teach me combat? Academically, I'm happy to assist Jean in the lab. I think I'd really enjoy learning from both of them, Song Chao added. No sooner had he finished speaking than he felt a sharp gaze pierce through him. Looking up, he saw it was Cyclops. Cyclops, whose real name was Scott Summers, was a mutant born with the power to fire red optic blasts from his eyes. After being recruited by Professor X to join the X-Men, he long served as their leader thanks to his exceptional abilities, and later succeeded Professor X as the head of the Xavier Institute, eventually becoming a leader to all mutants. Song Chao realized that this man in sunglasses was clearly wary of him, but he pretended not to notice. Privately, he thought sooner or later, I'll be poaching his team anyway. It's not going to be all friendly between us. Before the professor could respond, Jean and Ororo suddenly spoke in unison. I'm not taking him. They were both taken aback, then exchanged glances and burst out laughing. Charles looked at them all. It seems something happened on your way here that I'm not aware of. Professor, they're just teasing you. Actually, Jean and Ororo are happy to help. In fact, they already agreed on the way here, Song Chao said, deliberately twisting the truth. What are you talking about? Who agreed to that? Ororo said, helplessly, reaching out as if to give Song Chao a playful swat. Charles shook his head. I suppose I'm getting old. I can't keep up with the young folks anymore. Sort out among yourselves, child. Come see me tonight. Let's have a proper chat. Now Jean take Song Chao and help him get acquainted with the school grounds. At this, Jean glanced at her boyfriend Scott. Charles, why don't you let Ororo do it instead? Very well, Charles nodded in agreement. Scott shot Song Chao a fierce glare before turning to wheel Charles away. Jean hurried after them. She was already worried that her easily jealous boyfriend might get the wrong idea, which was why she'd insisted on not being the one to show Song Chao around. As Jean walked past Song Chao, he acted on a sudden impulse and lightly brushed his finger against her palm. Jean froze for a moment and turned to look at him. Song Chao blinked, feeling a bit bewildered himself. It was simply that Jean reminded him of a character he'd liked in a film from his past life, and seeing her in person gave him a strange thrill. Especially with her boyfriend just up ahead, Jean glanced at Song Chao, said nothing, and walked away. Ororo came up behind her, voice teasing, Kid, already trying to flirt with girls at your age? You sure have a lot on your mind. Song Chao turned and looked at Ororo, his gaze unintentionally lingering on her graceful curves. Hey, Ororo, that wasn't flirting, it's just a natural appreciation for beautiful things. Admiring beauty is human nature, after all. With a playful smack, Ororo cut his gaze short, instinctively folding her arms across her chest. Come on, let's get you familiar with the school. You little rascal, you're young, but already up to no good. Song Chao followed, still chattering away. This isn't mischief. It's just a normal reaction for someone my age. I'm just appreciating art. That's all. You little scoundrel. And you talk your way out of anything. Looks like plenty of girls here are in for trouble, Ororo said, shaking her head in exasperation. I'll have to admit that's true, Song Chao shrugged. How could I come to this world and not appreciate its beauty? As the ancient said, desire for food and beauty is part of our nature. Humph. You really can spin a whole philosophy out of being a flirt. I'd better warn the girls here to watch out for you, Ororo retorted as they walked. Across campus, Song Chao saw many faces he recognized from the movies. Iceman Bobby, Pyro John, Shadowcat Kitty, and others. There were students of all different ages, from young children to teenagers. The whole school had a special atmosphere, almost like a sanctuary. Is he a mutant too? One of us, passing students, whispered. He must be, or why else would he be here? He's too young to be a staff member. Yeah, the professor just sent Ms. Jean and Ms. Ororo to pick him up today. I wonder what his mutant power is, if it's powerful or not. Guess we'll have to wait and see. All along the way, curious eyes followed Song Chao, students whispering and exchanging glances. Song Chao couldn't help but smile. These children seemed to live in a greenhouse, while the outside world brimmed with hostility and persecution toward mutants. What saddened him most was the ignorance of those teenagers his own age regarding the world beyond these walls. Charles had protected them too well, and that was precisely why Song Chao only partially agreed with Charles's philosophy. After the laughter faded, Song Chao found himself deep in thought. According to the plot of the movie, Stryker was destined to attack Xavier's school this year and abduct Professor X. In the end, Jean would rescue the X-Men, but would sacrifice herself in the process, not truly dying, but returning in 2006 as the Phoenix, turning dark and ultimately killing Charles. Although the professor would later be resurrected, he would then be killed by Logan, Wolverine, none of these were endings Song Chao wished to see. So he resolved to start strengthening himself now. After touring the school with Ororo, Song Chao became familiar with the surroundings. He also learned that Logan the Wolverine was currently away from the school searching for his lost memories. Ms. Ororo, Bobby and John are fighting again. It looks like they're about to get into a real brawl. You'd better come quick. A child suddenly appeared and blurted out. What? We need to get over there right away. Ororo's expression darkened. It was clear she was weary of such incidents. Song, you can explore on your own for a while. I'll go take care of this. Song Chao nodded. Go ahead. Watching Ororo's figure hurry off, Song Chao mused silently. Bobby and John, one wielding ice, the other fire, were natural opposites, destined to clash. The thought made him chuckle to himself. He paused in place for a moment, considering his next move. After a brief hesitation, he turned and headed toward the underground laboratory. When he had passed by earlier with Ororo, he'd learned that Jean Grey was working there. Pushing open the lab door, Song Chao was pleased to find Jean alone. Inside, Beast, Hank, wasn't there, and Ororo hadn't mentioned him. It seemed Hank was currently working at the Mutant Affairs Department. Scott Summers was absent as well. Jean heard the door open, turned, and saw Song Chao. Song, you're just in time. I can run a physical examination for you. No, Jean, I won't be taking any tests. Song Chao refused without hesitation. I won't leave a blood sample, nor do I want my physical data stored in your system. In the world of American comics, all sorts of black technology ran rampant. If you dared leave a blood sample, someone might use it to create your clone, even in the neighboring DC universe. Superman's blood had been used to create Doomsday, a monster even Superman struggled to defeat. In the Marvel Universe, SHIELD, or rather Hydra, possesses advanced alien technology, and figures like General Stryker and Bolivar Trask, the father of the Sentinels, are anything but harmless. To avoid any mishaps, he couldn't afford to take this risk. As for physical data, the security system at Xavier's school was practically a formality. Almost anyone could come and go as they pleased. The school's network was even more vulnerable, riddled with loopholes. Any data uploaded there had likely already been backed up by major corporations or even official agencies. Such negligence stemmed from Professor X's philosophy, which made the school's faction act far too gently. If this were Magneto's territory, no one would dare to come and go so freely. Jean paused at this, puzzled. Why? Because it isn't safe. Seeing the disbelief on Jean's face, Song Chao hesitated. He didn't want to come off as rude or domineering, especially since he had another agenda. Or at the very least, wanted to leave a good impression on this beautiful woman. After a moment's thought, he could only explain helplessly. To tell the truth, your school's database has security flaws. Large corporations and government agencies outside have probably already accessed a lot of information here. Plenty of institutions are conducting dissection research on mutants. Much of the data from your lab is within their reach. I don't understand why your network security is so lax. This is something an old mentor of mine mentioned in passing after helping with some research back when I wasn't part of the mutant community. I just happened to learn a secret. So you see, Jean, there's no way I can agree to a physical examination, and certainly not leave a blood sample. Hearing this, Jean's face darkened immediately. I need to inform Professor Charles about this. You don't have to. Song Chao stopped her as she was about to leave, his hand slipping around her waist almost absent-mindedly. Professor Charles has the world's most powerful telepathy. If he wanted to know something, it would be effortless. He simply chooses to trust humans to avoid sparking conflict. So he pretends not to notice. Jean nodded. Yes, Charles has always hoped for peaceful coexistence with humans. Song Chao pursed his lips and shook his head. Mutant abilities are simply too powerful for human society to accept, or, to put it more accurately, the government wants to control all sources of power and won't allow anything beyond their reach. Jean thought for a moment, then gave a resigned sigh. All right then, you don't have to take the physical exam when I get back. I'll back up the important data onto an isolated device that isn't connected to any network. Song Chao nodded and, turning his head, inhaled softly near Jean's hair. You smell amazing. What kind of shampoo do you use? Only then did Jean realize a hand had found its way around her waist. She immediately brushed it off. Don't get fresh, kid. Watch your hands. Song Chao, shamelessly pretending not to hear, reached out his other hand and stepped closer to Jean with a grin. No, Jean, I just suddenly remembered. I'm still not very good at ballroom dancing. You know, I've always been a top student, so I never had time to learn any social etiquette at school. As a teacher here, shouldn't you be the one to teach me? Jean suddenly pulled away. Go ask Ororo to teach you, she said. Song Chao was pushed aside, but he didn't mind at all. He even deliberately brought his hand to his nose, inhaling deeply and putting on an exaggerated look of delight. Jean rolled her eyes, pushing Song Chao toward the door. Hurry up and leave. If you're not here for a checkup, don't bother me. You're a bit like Tony Stark, imitating his playboy ways at such a young age. Him? No, he's a real womanizer. I just appreciate. Beautiful scenery. That's completely different. Anyway, I'll go now, but didn't you feel anything at all? As Song Chao spoke, he looked straight into Jean's eyes. Feel what? Your body's drawing me in smack. Jean gave him a light slap, still spouting nonsense. It's true, but not in the way you're thinking. Sure, I do like you, and I'm attracted to you. But the pull I'm talking about is the thing inside you. What? Jean froze. Her voice tinged with urgency. How do you know about that? You just have to feel it with your heart, Song Chao replied, stepping forward and gently placing his hand on Jean's cheek. A moment ago, when it held Jean, he was startled to discover he could actually absorb the energy inside her. Jean's mutant power was telepathy, which didn't have a tangible energy form, so what he sensed must have been the phoenix force hidden within her. Jean studied Song Chao's expression, not refusing his touch. She closed her eyes, using her mind to sense the changes within her body. She could feel the phoenix force, long suppressed by Professor Charles, slowly ebbing away, as if it were frightened, being drawn out by Song Chao's touch. Intrigued, Jean allowed herself to experience this sensation, just as she was about to speak, when suddenly, bang! The bedroom door flew open. What are you two doing? Scott stood at the door, face dark with anger, his voice full of accusation. At the same time, in another bedroom at Xavier's school, Arg! A bearded middle-aged man lay on his bed, suddenly roaring as he sat bolt upright, 3 steel claws springing from each hand. Logan glanced around, realizing he'd only been having a nightmare. Where am I? He muttered, slowly getting his bearings. Oh, right, school, I'm home. Once he was fully awake, Logan left his room and headed for Professor Charles's office. On his way, he spotted a young Asian man, Song Chao, and his face immediately darkened. Song Chao, however, greeted him with a friendly smile. Hey, Logan, another nightmare, huh? You've been back for half a month now. Still not used to it? With the professor here, this place is as safe as it gets. He gave Logan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Kid, stay away from Jean from now on. Logan brushed Song Chao's hand away, looking thoroughly disgruntled. He couldn't lay a finger on this kid, yet he still had to compete with him for Jean's attention. Jean already has Scott as her boyfriend, and even Logan feels the situation is complicated. But during the few months he was gone, yet another young man had shown up, wanting to get involved. Song Chao shrugged. Logan, there's an old saying in our country. A gentle, graceful lady is the perfect match for a worthy gentleman. You get what I mean? Besides, Scott is Jean's official boyfriend right now, so both of us are just newcomers in this story. Don't say the elder brother isn't giving way to younger. With that, he hugged his books to his chest and walked outside. Logan, also known as Wolverine, was born James Howlett in Alberta, Canada in 1832. Logan is his birth father's surname. When he was a child, after witnessing his biological father kill his adoptive father, his mutant abilities began to emerge. He possessed slowed aging and an extraordinary healing factor and could extend bone claws from his hands. Later, he was captured by William Stryker and subjected to the Weapon X program, where adamantium was bonded to his entire skeleton. His bone claws were replaced by indestructible steel ones. This was how Logan truly became Wolverine. Song Chao realized that with Logan's return, the school was on the brink of crisis. Stryker's night raid was imminent, and Mystique might have already infiltrated the school, slipping poison into Professor X's brainwave amplifier. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Song Chao walked out to the school lawn and lay down. While absorbing solar energy, he continued to study and train, wasting no time. He began to consider whether in the future he should reach out to some scientists, especially those who appeared as villains in the Spider-Man movies. Each of them was an expert in their field and master of unique, cutting-edge technology. Wolverine watched Song Chao walk away, shaking his head helplessly before heading into the professor's office. Inside, Jean Ororo and Scott were already there, standing by the window and gazing out at Song Chao on the lawn. Charles, Jean, you're here too. Hey, Ororo. In 4 eyes, Logan greeted them. At the sound of that nickname, Scott's face darkened, a flicker of red light flashing behind his glasses. Jean looked at the two men, exasperated by their tense standoff. Ororo chuckled softly from the side. Do you two have to butt heads every time you meet? Scott's expression grew stormy. Logan, stay away from Jean. She's my girlfriend. A gentle, graceful lady is the perfect match for a worthy gentleman, Logan replied, utterly unfazed. What does that mean? Ororo asked curiously. Logan shrugged. I'm not exactly sure. I just ran into Song in the hallway, and he told me it's an old Chinese saying. I thought it sounded interesting, and it rolls off the tongue. Given his knowledge and eloquence, I trust he knows what he's talking about. Scott's face grew even darker, and he muttered under his breath, damn it. Jean frowned when she heard that. Scott, there are children all over this school. Watch your language. No cursing. Jean's Song isn't an ordinary child. No regular kid would act the way he does. Scott explained helplessly to Jean. Off to the side, Ororo remarked with a knowing smile. So, what started as a love triangle has now become a quadrangle. Scott's expression grew even more strained as he glanced at Ororo through his special glasses. Ever since Song arrived at the school, he hasn't just been attentive to Jean. He's also been keeping an eye on you. Classic playboy behavior. You should be careful, Ororo shrugged. Song just lacks experience. He's going through adolescence. This is all normal for boys his age. If you ask me, what he's really missing is a mother's love. There isn't a single peer in the school like him, Scott said in a low voice. His relationship with the other students is distant. He doesn't like being around them. Charles watched their debate with a look of resignation. As their professor, he thought of them all as his own children. Even when it came to matters of the heart, it wasn't really his place to interfere. That's enough, Scott. He's still young. What he needs is guidance. And considering his parents passed away not long ago, he's all alone now. Maybe you're right. Maybe he really does need more care from us. Jean, over the past 6 months, what do you think are the true characteristics of Song's mutant ability? Charles asked, turning to her. Ororo nodded in agreement. Yes, Song doesn't trust the school security system. He refuses medical examinations and has no desire to show off his powers. We still have no idea what his mutant ability actually is. The other kids ask me about it all the time. They're very curious about their new classmate. Logan, listening to all this, felt puzzled. When he'd left the school, Song hadn't arrived yet. And now, after being back for 2 weeks, he was surprised to learn that Song had never undergone an examination. He remembered how back in the day, Jean had made sure he'd had a full battery of tests. So he asked, why doesn't Song trust the school? Why won't he agree to a physical? Jean sighed and explained. Song is of Chinese descent and an outstanding student in his freshman year. The school recommended him for internships at major corporations like Oscorp and Stark Industries. He got along well with his professors, and from them, he learned that all these big companies have access to our lab's mutant data. That's why he flatly refuses to let anyone record his information. Wolverine's face darkened as he looked around at the others. Seeing their only slightly troubled expressions, he realized they'd known about this for a while. So what now? He asked. We've already deleted all the sensitive information from our electronic system and switched to keeping paper records. Jean replied. Logan shrugged, his expression unreadable. Jean pushed Professor Xavier's wheelchair over to the window. Looking out at the lawn, she could just make out the place where Song was lying. The sunlight seemed to shine especially bright there. Charles, do you remember Sebastian Shaw? Jean asked suddenly. Charles's head snapped up. Jean, are you suggesting that Song's awakened ability is something like Shaw's energy absorption? I'm still getting to know him. There are similarities, but also clear differences, Jean said as she gazed out the window. Ororo's curiosity was piqued. In what ways specifically? She asked at first glance. It's true that Song can absorb energy, Jean replied. Then she turned to her boyfriend, Scott. Do you remember what happened in the lab on Song's very first day at the school? Scott had already lost count of how many times his expression had darkened today. Ever since Song had arrived 6 months ago, he'd scowled more often than he had in the rest of his life combined. Hearing Jean bring up the past, he could only respond in a low voice. How could I forget? If you hadn't stopped me, I would have taught him a lesson right then and there. Imagine coming to the school and immediately getting handsy with a teacher, touching your face. Humph. Jean knew her boyfriend's jealous streak all too well and shook her head. No, Scott. He wasn't taking advantage of me. I've explained this before, though you didn't believe me at the time. He was letting me experience his power. When his hand touched my face, I could feel the Phoenix Force, which Professor Xavier sealed inside me, being drawn away. Song was absorbing it. What? Several voices exclaimed in surprise. Charles looked grave. Song can absorb the power sealed by the Phoenix. The Phoenix Force is as old as the universe itself, born at the dawn of all things. Its chaos and immortality. Eternal, yet ever-changing. a true child of the cosmos. Jean nodded solemnly and spoke in a low voice. It reminds me of the Black King, Sebastian Shaw. I've never encountered him personally, but from your detailed descriptions, Professor, I believe Song is far more powerful, at the very least. Shaw can't absorb solar particles, whereas Song seems able to. At her words, everyone instinctively turned to look out the window. Recognition dawned on Ororo's face. So that's why the boy's always lying outside in the sun during the day since he arrived. I thought he just didn't like crowds or didn't want to socialize with the others. If that's the case, Song's ability is at least level 5, perhaps even Omega level, someone speculated. Jean shook her head. It's too early to draw any conclusions. The crucial issue is we have no idea where the upper limit of his absorption lies. Also, while Song doesn't show much outwardly, his psychic abilities are also extremely strong. Wolverine looked astonished after hearing this. The kid's powers are impressive, and he's good at hiding them, too. Charles spoke in a measured tone. Let's not forget he's still just a child, orphaned, lacking any sense of security. We should try to understand him. Jean, is there anything else you haven't told us? Jean nodded. Though Song's powers are similar to Shaw's, they're much more versatile. He can absorb different types of energy and use them to strengthen himself. Shaw can only passively absorb and release energy, but Song can use what he absorbs to enhance his own body. Although we haven't conducted any formal tests, based on my observations over the past 6 months, Song's physical strength is at least several tons, far beyond the limits of any ordinary human. The fingerprints on the barbells in the school gym were made by Song himself 3 months ago when he squeezed them barehanded. Upon hearing this, Scott suddenly turned to Jean and asked in an anxious voice, "He did that? No wonder I couldn't find out who damaged the equipment, no matter how hard I investigated at the time." Jean nodded to confirm, "Yes, and his speed is increasing rapidly too. During the last school trip, I was in charge of the group. Professor wasn't with us that night. I kept my telepathy active and noticed that Song left for less than 20 minutes before returning, carrying a bag. The next day, I saw that the bag was filled with old clothes, probably things from his past. The place we traveled to is at least 200 or 300 kilometers from his home in Chinatown, Manhattan, and yet he managed to go there and back in under 20 minutes. Everyone turned at once to stare out the window at Song Chow, who was lying leisurely on the lawn, reading a book. Ororo looked stricken. Is there anything else we should know? This little rascal is really good at hiding things. Jean smiled faintly. That's about it. His energy absorption ability can enhance his strength, speed, and healing. I once saw him accidentally cut his finger while peeling an apple, and the wound healed almost instantly, although his regenerative powers aren't quite on Logan's level yet. We don't know what his upper limits are. If he keeps improving, surpassing Logan isn't out of the question. Logan shook his head helplessly. This kid's only had his powers for half a year, and he's already this strong. No wonder he's got the guts to compete with me for you. Scott felt as though he'd taken blow after blow that morning. His face grew even darker as he glared at Logan. Having Song around these past 6 months had already been a major headache, and now with Logan back, things had only gotten worse. Logan pretended not to notice Scott's reaction. After all, Scott was still Jean's official boyfriend. He turned to the professor and asked Charles, "You have the strongest telepathy here. Didn't you notice anything at all about him while he's been at the school?" Charles nodded. "I did notice that his psychic powers have been growing. His progress over 6 months far outpaces what I achieved at his age. What I didn't expect was that telepathy is only his secondary ability. Logan Song has a mind of his own. He doesn't like others prying into his thoughts. I've had some in-depth conversations with him, and this young man's perspective is truly extraordinary. I always have the feeling that he knows far more than he lets on. He simply chooses to keep it to himself. Moreover, he is remarkably diligent. Whether he's training in combat techniques, studying in Jean's laboratory, or developing his mutant abilities on his own, he never needs anyone to supervise or push him. My impression is that he is driven by an urgent need to improve himself in every possible way. We've spoken about the accidental death of his parents as well. I didn't sense any resentment in him, nor does he seem to have any obvious enemies. With the strength he currently possesses, he is more than qualified to join the X-Men. I asked him about this, but he refused outright, leaving no room for discussion. Ororo, who had been listening quietly, interjected at this point. "That's right. While Song and I were training in combat, we chatted about this topic. He told me he wants to forge his own path. He agrees with some of your ideas, Charles, but he disagrees with your tendency to compromise too much." At the same time, he despises Magneto's reckless violence, believing it only further ruins Mutants' reputation. Yet he also admires Magneto's determination to fight for the rise of mutant kind. Song believes that for mutants to rise, a certain degree of force is necessary, but they cannot rely solely on violence. In his eyes, Charles and Eric represent two extremes within mutant society, each balancing the other, and only through this balance can mutants survive among humans. As for himself, Song hopes to carve out a third path for mutants. That's why, Charles, you've never been able to recruit him into the X-Men. Song sees this place merely as a temporary refuge. Oh, and there was one time, during a break in training, when Song, half awake, mumbled something in his sleep. I am inevitable. I am inevitable. Charles repeated the phrase, his face stricken with shock. He turned to look at Ororo. Ororo paused, then realized what Charles meant and nodded in confirmation. Yes, I remember it clearly. That's exactly what he said. Why, Charles? Logan and the others also looked at Charles in confusion, unable to understand why those words shook him so deeply. Charles repeated the words under his breath, lost in thought for a long moment before finally returning to himself. Ororo, from now on, please forget that phrase and never speak it again. The same goes for all of you. Keep it in your hearts. Charles spoke with grave seriousness. Jean nodded. Charles, what on earth is going on? Charles gazed out the window at the figures standing on the lawn, his voice heavy. I just have an indescribable feeling. Somehow, I sense that this phrase must not be. Spoken lightly, it may mean nothing for ordinary people, but for someone with powers, uttering those words could bring unimaginable peril to the world. I don't know why I feel this way. Hearing this, Jean exchanged glances with Logan and the others. They all silently vowed to remember Charles's warning and never speak the phrase again. The group watched Song Chao on the grass outside, each with a grave expression, lost deep in thought. Meanwhile, Song Chao lay on the lawn, a book in his hands. But his mind was preoccupied with that phrase. I am inevitable. So I once said those words. Clearly the movies from my previous life left a profound mark on me. Am I fate itself destined like Thanos? It seems we were always meant to meet. As Song Chao felt the continuous surge of energy strengthening his body, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Living a second life. I ought to be more confident if I still cowered and hesitated like before. I might as well end it all. In this Marvel world, though I never read the comics, the films have certainly shaped my thinking. I rather admired that purple titan, a director of cosmic family planning, so to speak. Song Chao mused to himself. With my current abilities, meeting him is only a matter of time. To confront him in a dream, uttering those very words, feels fitting. Charles and Jean have only sensed that I've awakened a second mutant power, psychic abilities. Yet they have no idea that my powers are fundamentally different from theirs. Song Chao's psychic abilities not only touch the soul, but can also silently radiate outward, fueled by the energies he absorbs, escaping even the notice of other telepaths. By harnessing solar particles, he could easily eavesdrop on Charles and the others' conversations. This method, however, still has its range limitations and would need to be developed further as his powers grow. Over the past 6 months, Song Chao's life at Xavier School had been anything but idle. As someone with an adult soul, he fully understood the importance of security and had been diligently honing his abilities. Once he realized his potential far surpassed expectations, dreams of becoming a scientist were quietly abandoned. Old study habits were hard to shake, but now his focus was squarely on developing and strengthening his powers. Jean and Charles's assessment of Song Chao's abilities was in fact less than half of his true potential. Sebastian Shaw could only absorb energy from the Earth, whereas solar particles and the Phoenix Force were beyond his reach. Even Superman from the neighboring DC universe was limited to absorbing solar particles. Yet Song Chao possessed the powers of both, and more. He could even absorb the Phoenix Force. It seemed that all of Superman's gifts, super speed, super strength, superhuman toughness, and rapid healing, were his as well, perhaps even greater, for his sources of energy were not limited to sunlight alone. At present, he might still fall short of Superman, but if his powers had no upper limit, surpassing him would be effortless. When that day comes, I truly want to see, between Thanos and me, whose strength will be supreme. A faint red gleam flickered in Song Chao's eyes as he pondered these things in silence. As for the ability of flight, although I haven't truly soared across the vast sky yet. My experience of floating around my bedroom has already confirmed this power. In this respect, I've indeed inherited Superman Clark's abilities. When it comes to energy absorption, I'm not sure if I could absorb the energy of the Infinity Stones. I remember that Captain Marvel gained her powers from the Space Stone, which is why her abilities are similar to Superman's in the DC universe. Although in the movies, Captain Marvel doesn't shoot beams from her eyes like Superman, her eyes do glow. Superman's are red, while hers are more whitish. On Earth, the Time Stone already exists in the mind. Stone will appear in the future. I'm not certain whether Scarlet Witch Wanda's powers, as shown in the movies, truly originated from the Mind Stone, or if her origins follow the comic book version. Additionally, the ether will soon appear on Earth as well. If I could absorb the energy radiated by the Space Stone, perhaps I could master teleportation. Since teleportation is essentially an application of spatial energy, it seems I'll need to find an opportunity to get close to the Tesseract in the future. If all else fails, I might just have to borrow it from SHLD for a while. It used to be called HYD Array, but now it's SHLD again as someone with special abilities who has crossed into this world. I can't keep hiding in the shadows forever. And as for the Ancient One, that so-called Sorcerer Supreme and Guardian of Earth, with these thoughts swirling in his mind, Song Chao felt the warm energy continuously flow into his body, and he slowly drifted off to sleep. Boss Song, wake up! It's dinner time. Song Chao opened his eyes and saw the Human Torch John, nudging him awake. He glanced up at the sky. Night had already fallen. The professor and the others were well aware of Song Chao's habits, ever since he'd refused to join them for lunch a few times. They generally didn't disturb him at midday. Only at dinner would they send someone to call him. All right, John, let's go. Song Chao nodded at the Human Torch. John was the only follower Song Chao had taken on in the past 6 months. Anyone who's seen the X-Men movies would recognize this character. John is a mutant who worships violence. Fire is a naturally fierce element, and its wildness is mirrored in his hot-tempered nature. His future path, betraying Professor Charles and joining Magneto's Brotherhood, reveals his true character. But Song Chao didn't mind. He understood he would eventually forge his own unique path. Having experienced life's ups and downs, he would neither naively compromise like Charles, nor resort to terror like Magneto, whose actions have already made him the world's most wanted terrorist. That hardly seems worth the cost. Developing his own power base was the only logical choice. After all, one cannot achieve greatness alone. Besides, the exhausting early-to-rise and late-to-rest life he had in his previous incarnation was more than enough. He would never repeat that in this life. There was no way he'd handle everything personally again. Thinking of this, Song Chao couldn't help but complain inwardly. In so many of those transmigration stories he'd read before, the protagonist clearly possessed foresight about the new world and all sorts of superhuman powers, yet still insisted on living a hectic life. What was even more ridiculous was that they didn't know how to attract true talent, and instead were easily manipulated by others, some lured by beauty, others swayed by wealth. If a transmigrator already possessed extraordinary abilities, how could they possibly lack women or money? Yet for these trivial comforts, they willingly became someone else's puppet. It was simply baffling. To call such behavior cheap would be an understatement. People like that would probably have already emigrated. If they existed in the real world, at present, there weren't many capable people in the school. Only a few of the new generation were worth paying attention to. Iceman Bobby, Shadowcat Kitty, Pyro John, and Colossus. The others were still too green. Still aside from Pyro, the rest would eventually join the X-Men. Now that Song Chao was living at the school, part of him didn't want to poach talent from Professor Charles. And besides, the others' beliefs didn't quite align with his, though he was rather tempted by Bobby's Omega-level potential. As for Pyro John, his current potential was only at level 3, and no one could say for sure how he'd develop in the future. Perhaps, under Song Chao's guidance, John's limits could be pushed even further. Anything was possible. After spending a month at the school, Pyro had once tried to challenge Song Chao, only to be soundly defeated. Since then, John had gradually gravitated toward him, and in less than 2 months had become a devoted follower. Even his thinking had quietly started to change under Song Chao's subtle influence. It seemed, on the revolutionary path. He was not alone after all. Song Chao shook his head with a wry smile, lost in thought. Entering the dining hall, Song Chao saw that everyone was already seated. He motioned for Pyro to join the students' area, while he himself boldly slipped into the seat between Jean and Ororo. This maneuver earned him a pair of exasperated looks from the two women, but they still made room for him. Across the table, Cyclops Scott and Wolverine Logan glared at him fiercely. But Song Chao simply feigned ignorance, thick-skinned as ever. Seeing this, Professor Charles could only sigh and announce helplessly, "All right, everyone's here. Let's eat." Song Chao flashed a smile at Charles. "Charles, I'm practically starving to death." Then he raised his brows teasingly at the people across from him. Ororo gave his shoulder a gentle pat, her tone resigned. "Behave yourself." Song Chao shrugged. "Anything for you, darling." Jean, sitting nearby, was busy calming Scott down. Logan shot a glance over, then turned to Song Chao and said, "Song, let's have a match someday." But as Song Chao dug into his steak, he completely misinterpreted Logan's challenge, thinking he was referring to competing for Jean's affection. He replied with a slur, "Logan, you may have lived far longer than I have, but when it comes to winning over women, you'll never be a match for me." "Damn it, I was talking about combat skills, not women," Wolverine muttered under his breath, lowering his voice so the students wouldn't overhear. Jean gave Song Chao a gentle tap. "Eat your meal properly and stop stirring trouble." "All right, I'll listen to you, Jean." "You know I always do," Song Chao answered obediently. Jean rolled her eyes at him, and just that single glance made Song Chao's heart skip a beat. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder she'd been his goddess in his previous life. Though she was playing the same character as in the movies, in person she was far more beautiful and captivating than anything on screen. "So, does that mean you don't listen to Ororo anymore?" Jean asked on purpose. Song Chao suddenly felt a chill beside him and hurried to explain. "How could that be? I listen to both you and Ororo equally." Ororo shook her head in exasperation. "Enough with the smooth talk. Just eat." Charles watched the scene unfold, a helpless smile on his face, but deep down he was pleased. Although Song's ideals didn't always align with his own, he could see the kindness in this young man's heart. Only Scott and Logan seemed less than happy, stabbing their forks into their steaks with a series of crisp clinks, as if the steaks were stand-ins for Song Chao. But with the professor present, they had no choice but to swallow their frustration. Song Chao pretended not to notice their displeasure, joking with Jean on his left and bantering with Ororo on his right. With his youth, thick-skinned wealth of knowledge, and a knack for getting along with women, far better than Scott or Logan, Song Chao had flourished over the past 6 months. His relationships with Jean and Ororo had grown rapidly, and from time to time, he even managed to enjoy a few small perks. After everyone finished their meal, Charles led them back to his office. Yesterday, the president was attacked in the White House. Thankfully, he wasn't seriously hurt. According to reports, the assassin was a mutant. The White House is already called, hoping we can identify the attacker. Charles said gravely, "Scott, you'll accompany me to visit Eric in prison tomorrow, Jean. You and Ororo will head to Boston to track down the mutant who tried to assassinate the president. I've confirmed he's hiding in a church somewhere in Boston, but I can't pinpoint the exact location." Logan and Song, "You'll remain at the school to protect the students. Song, you may be young, but your insight, composure, and strength give me great confidence." Song Chao nodded. "No problem, Charles. I'll keep the school safe." Yet deep down he knew that the plot of X-Men 2 was reaching its dramatic climax. The next day, Charles took Scott to visit Magneto, while Jean and Ororo set off for Boston in the school stealth jet. As for Song Chao, he lay on the lawn, as usual, basking in the sun, awaiting the storm he knew was about to arrive. In truth, his psychic powers had already enveloped the entire school, extending even beyond its grounds. According to the plot of the movie, today Mystique, Raven will transform herself and infiltrate the school, slipping poison into Professor X's cerebro amplifier. Later that night, she will go to rescue Magneto, Eric. Meanwhile, General Stryker from the military will order his men to launch a surprise attack on the school. Around noon, Song Chao suddenly sat up, turned, and walked into the house, heading straight for the entrance of Professor X's private laboratory. He closed his eyes and stood there, motionless. Time ticked by slowly. After 5 minutes, a gentle sound of footsteps approached, drawing nearer until they stopped. Song Chao opened his eyes and gazed at the woman before him, who had taken on the appearance of Kitty Pryde, also known as Shadowcat. "Raven, why disguise yourself as someone else?" Mystique realized she had been exposed. As she spoke, she shifted back into her original blue form. She had snuck into the school disguised as one of the students, and Song Chao, having noticed something was off, had deliberately waited for her here. So you're Song Chao, huh? I didn't expect you to see through me. I tried to find you half a year ago, but Charles got to you first. Song Chao nodded in acknowledgement. I believe you did look for me. He studied the blue-skinned raven carefully, then sincerely remarked, truly a gift from the Creator, very beautiful. Absolutely stunning. In his previous life, Song Chao had always admired Jennifer Lawrence, the actress who played Mystique, so it was only natural that he felt a fondness for Raven, whose features, aside from the blue skin, were nearly identical to hers. Raven was momentarily taken aback, then shot back. You're so young, and yet you already know how to appreciate women. After a brief pause, she added, I thought you'd see me as a monster. Song Chao was at a loss for words, puzzled by the self-perception of mutants in this world. He thought to himself, if you'd lived in my era, with its open-mindedness, you wouldn't worry about such things. Back then, even romances between humans and ghosts, or humans and serpents, were nothing unusual. No, I'm not that young at my age. Many people already have several children, and I really do think you're beautiful. Look at you. Such allure, a perfect masterpiece, Song Chao said, as he stepped closer, gently touching the scales on Raven's arm in admiration. Raven retreated a step, testing him, and said, What a little rascal you are. Will you let me through? Song Chao shook his head. No, I have my principles, Raven. Even if I don't fully agree with the professor's ideals, he's treated me well. And this school has given me warmth. I can't let you destroy that. Mystique's expression darkened. In a flash, she lashed out, with a whip-like kick aimed at Song Chao's neck. To Song Chao, her movements were far too slow. He could have easily dodged, but he simply couldn't be bothered. Damn it! Raven, who had just shown a hint of pleasure, instantly scowled, rubbing her calf and cursing under her breath. Her whip kick landed on target, but her opponent remained completely unscathed instead. It was her own leg that felt the pain. What kind of monster are you? She demanded. Song Chao stood his ground and shook his head, his gaze never leaving her. Mystique Raven stepped closer, her voice laced with temptation. If you let me pass, I'll be yours. Song Chao let out a soft laugh, slipping an arm around Raven and gently lifting her chin with his other hand. I won't let you through, but I know you're here to rescue Magneto. Eric, I won't sabotage your plan. Isn't that fair? Raven's eyes widened in shock. How do you know all this? With a mischievous grin, Song Chao seized the moment to plant a light kiss on her lips, then released her. Should I just say I saw in the movies? Never mind. Go on before I change my mind. You know you can't beat me. Be careful, or I might just keep you here as my pet. He half joked, his tone playful. To be honest, you fascinate me. Raven lingered, acutely aware of the dangerous aura emanating from the young man before her. Even as he stood motionless, his strength was undeniable. Realizing her mission had failed, she turned away without hesitation. I'll remember you, Song. I regret not finding you sooner. If only I'd come 6 months earlier. I never imagined you'd grow so powerful in such a short time. With those words, she departed. As her footsteps faded into the distance, Song Chao murmured to himself, Even if you'd found me earlier, I never would have joined the Brotherhood. We were never meant to walk the same path. Song Chao waited a moment before stepping outside, spotting Pyro, John, waiting for him on the lawn. He had already contacted John telepathically, instructing him to wait there. Sit down, Song Chao gestured. What's going on, boss? Why all the secrecy? John asked, barely able to contain his curiosity. How many times have I told you? You need to calm down and act with composure. How are you going to help me accomplish anything big if you're always in such a hurry? Song Chao shot Pyro a stern look. John instinctively shrank back. I know, I'll work on it, I promise. Ever since Song Chao had disciplined him a few times, John now regarded him with a mix of awe and apprehension, and could only mutter his assurances. Song Chao sighed, knowing that fire was in John's nature and not easily changed. All he could do was keep a closer watch on him. How's your pyrokinesis coming along? Can you generate fire on your own yet? Still can't, boss. I have to rely on outside sources, but my control's gotten way better. Near or far, big or small, I can handle it, John said, gesturing excitedly. Not wanting to let Pyro get too cocky, Song Chao deliberately poured some cold water on him. You and Bobby are always at odds. If you can't generate your own fire and have to rely on tools, Bobby's just going to leave you further behind. You'll never catch up. Though Song Chao knew how difficult it was to alter a mutant's innate abilities, and he didn't have the resources for research right now. For the time being, all he could do was push John to keep training harder. The moment John heard Bobby's name, his excitement vanished, and his expression turned serious. "Don't worry, boss. I'll work twice as hard. No matter what, I'll surpass that bastard Bobby." Song Chao couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking, "You want to surpass him. Omega level Iceman, you're nowhere near his league." Still, he encouraged him, "Keep it up. I believe you can do it." There's an old Chinese saying, "Where there's a will, there's a way." The fireman, heartened by these words, nodded earnestly. "I called you here for two reasons," Song Chao continued. "First, I wanted to check in on how you've been doing, make sure you haven't been slacking off. Second, I need to warn you to stay sharp tonight and tomorrow night. There might be some action." "What?" The fireman jumped up in surprise at this. Song Chao frowned and made a low sound of assent. Realizing he had overreacted, the fireman quickly sat back down. "Boss, I was just surprised with the professor here. Who would dare cause trouble at the school?" Song Chao was taken aback, his brows knitting together in thought. Something didn't feel right. That's right, he had already stopped Mystique, so the professor shouldn't have been poisoned. So when exactly did the sneak attack happen? He quickly rifled through the movie's plot in his mind. That's it. The sequence was off in his memory. Damn it. Song Chao spun around and hurried back inside, his voice echoing from a distance. "John, wait for me here." As he recalled the film's events, Song Chao finally understood. Professor X had been drugged and abducted when he went to visit Eric, and only after that did the poisoning incident occur. He'd mixed up the timeline. Now all he could do was pray the professor hadn't entered the prison yet. Washington. Plastic prison. This was where the world's most infamous terrorist, Magneto, Eric Lyncher, was being held. Not a single magnetic object could be found in the entire facility. It was designed solely for Eric. Cyclops, Scott, pushed Professor X's wheelchair as they slowly entered. A guard stepped forward, requesting that all magnetic objects be surrendered. Scott was about to protest, but the professor raised his hand, signaling him to comply. "All right, you may go in," the guard said once the items were collected. Scott nodded and pushed Professor X onward. Just a few steps and the confiscated cell phone suddenly rang. Scott glanced at the professor, who nodded, signaling him to answer it. "What call? Are you going in or not? If not, get out of here," a guard barked rudely. A flash of red glimmered in Scott's eyes as he fought to keep his temper in check, but Professor X quickly raised his hand. "Scott." Cyclops swallowed his anger and picked up the phone. Seeing it was the number for the professor's office. "Scott, it's Song, where are you now?" Came Song Chao's voice over the line, though Scott wasn't fond of Song Chao. Now wasn't the time for conflict. "The professor and I just got into the prison. We're about to go see Magneto." Song Chao was overjoyed. They hadn't gone too far inside yet. Thank goodness, he had no desire to see the movie's tragedy play out once more. "Please tell the professor that Wolverine, Logan, has just been in a car accident outside the prison, and you need to go deal with it immediately. Call me back only after you arrive outside the prison. Don't ask questions, just do as I say." Right now, at once, Scott bristled at this little guy daring to order him around. The leader of the X-Men. For a moment, he had no intention of obeying, but then he thought, didn't the professor assign Wolverine to guard the school? How could Logan possibly be in Washington? Something was definitely off. Scott turned to the professor and said, "Charles, Logan has been in a car accident on the street just outside the prison. Song just called asking us to head over there right away." Charles's eyes flickered thoughtfully. He nodded slowly. "Very well, let's go take care of Logan first, and then we'll come back to see Eric." As he spoke, he watched the prison guards closely and noticed that a few of them seemed uneasy. Instantly, his instincts kicked in, and he became wary. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Xavier School, Song Chao was pacing anxiously, waiting. Suddenly, the desk phone rang. "Hello? Professor, is that you? Are you all right?" Song Chao asked urgently. "My child, I'm fine. Your call came just in time. Did you discover something?" Charles replied, "Yes, Charles. Stryker has already bribed people inside the prison. They're planning to drug you." "Thank goodness you're safe. My child, how? Did you know?" "Hey, Charles, don't treat me like a kid. Everyone has their secrets, and I don't like others prying into mine." "All right, child, I trust you, Professor you. And Scott need to come back as soon as possible. But be careful. Keep a low profile. I suspect Stryker might try to raid the school tonight." Charles exclaimed in surprise. "Don't worry, Professor. I'll protect the school. You know my abilities. The mutant suppressant drugs don't affect me as much as they do the others. Child, take care of yourself. I'm counting on you to look after the school. We'll get back as soon as we can." Charles turned to the anxious Scott and quickly filled him in. Scott, make arrangements for us to return as soon as possible, but we must keep our movements discreet. Scott asked worriedly. What about the school? Don't worry, Logan and Song are both there. It should be fine. Song's abilities are far stronger than we ever imagined. Night fell, and Xavier's school for gifted youngsters was wrapped in quiet. The children were all fast asleep. Song, did you need something? Logan asked, pushing open the door. Song Chow, who had been sipping a soda with John the Pyro, turned around. He nodded. Logan, there may be a fight tonight. We need to be ready. He glanced at John. John, you need to learn that growing up comes with a price. You'll have to get your hands dirty sooner or later. These experiences are unavoidable in the future. A look of eager anticipation lit up John's face. Song Chow knew that this young man was not the type to be afraid on the battlefield. He nodded in satisfaction. Tonight he had planned to broaden Fireman's horizons, and at the same time, Song Chow himself had never truly seen blood or taken a life. He was curious about his own reaction to killing for the first time. Logan, upon hearing this, frowned deeply, his entire presence emanating the aura of a wild beast. What's going on? He demanded. Song Chow waved his hand dismissively. It's hard to explain the details right now. You two go hide outside and wait for my signal, he added with anticipation. I'm also eager to find out just how strong I've become. With those words, he clasped his hands together, and instantly the air around him erupted with a thunderous shockwave. Logan and Fireman exchanged a look of disbelief, completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. To be able to send tremors through the air with nothing but a fist, such power defied imagination. Stand by outside and wait for my signal, Song Chow instructed. If there really is a night attack, I'll take the lead. You two guard the entrance. Don't let anyone disturb the children's rest, Logan nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. I'm curious to see just how far your abilities have come. John, too, agreed with a spark of excitement in his eyes. The night passed quietly. From a distance came the faint rumble of helicopter blades. Song Chow recognized the sound and sent a telepathic message. They're here. Hidden in the grass outside the door, Logan and John heard Song Chow's voice echo in their minds, and their expressions grew tense at once. Logan flexed his hands, and 6 gleaming adamantium claws sprang forth. John, meanwhile, readied his lighter. Song Chow slowly rose into the air, surveying from above as American Special Forces crept under the cover of darkness, stealthily infiltrating the school grounds. 260 of them, Song Chow calculated silently. No wonder in the movie, only Wolverine managed to escape with a handful of others. With so many enemies and bullets laced with suppressant drugs for mutant powers, it's no surprise the other children were all captured. Now, it was his turn to act his first kill. He could hardly wait. Song Chow whispered to himself, then suddenly accelerated, diving down, and, crashing to one knee right at the center of the Special Forces formation, a violent shockwave burst forth, flinging dozens of soldiers in every direction. Blood streamed from their mouths and noses. Most were gravely injured, if not dead. Enemy attack. Open fire! Shouted one of the soldiers, scrambling to his feet after being knocked down by the blast. A volley of plastic-tipped rounds shot towards Song Chow. With a simple squeeze of his hand, all the bullets froze in midair, as if time itself had stopped. So this is what it feels like, Song Chow murmured, a slight smile on his lips, satisfied at finally living out a dream from his previous life. He remembered the unforgettable scenes from the movies. Magneto, with a mere gesture, sending enemies flying, a sweep of his hand forcing a line of cars to retreat. The sheer elegance and power of it all. Their abilities may have been different, but the effect was strikingly similar. With a wave of his hand, Song Chow sent all the frozen bullets hurtling back at his enemies. Take cover, he's got telepathic powers, shouted one of the enemy officers. You sure talk a lot. In a flash, Song Chow appeared before the small-time gang leader and seized him by the throat. The man looked vaguely familiar, probably some minor character from movie, but Song Chow couldn't be bothered to think too hard about it. He tightened his grip, snapping the man's neck with a single motion, then tossed the body aside and turned to attack the other enemies. It seems killing doesn't make me uncomfortable at all. Good, Song Chow thought to himself, then pressed on with the fight, issuing orders to his companions at the same time. Logan, stay where you are, John. Come over and get your hands dirty. Just be careful. The pyro surged forward, brimming with excitement, while Logan could only resign himself to standing guard at the door. The gunfire had already roused the children in the school. Logan had to calm them down and make sure no enemies slipped inside. When John finally arrived at the battle scene, he saw that most of the enemies were already dead, their corpses twisted and mangled in ways too horrific to describe. The metallic tang of blood filled the air, making John's stomach churn and his face go pale, burn it all. Song Chao's command rang out, clear and unyielding. At the sound of his voice, John sprang into action, his hands moving almost of their own accord as jets of flame shot forth. The figures caught in the blaze wailed in agony, writhing and thrashing on the ground as they were consumed by fire. Strangely, the nausea that had gripped John began to fade away. Watching John's performance, Song Chao nodded in satisfaction. Definitely a natural-born brute. He was made for this kind of work, yet for all the destruction, Song Chao felt rather dissatisfied with the battle. This was overkill. His abilities had grown too quickly, and the enemies were simply too weak. There was no way to truly gauge his current level of power. He would have to wait for a more worthy challenge. Glancing around at the bodies of military personnel strewn across the floor, Song Chao pondered for a moment, then decided to dispose of the evidence. The U.S. military would surely know who was responsible, but as there was no conclusive proof, both sides would have to let the matter slide. After all, both the White House and the military were deeply wary of Professor X's abilities. The professor's mind had long since been classified by the Defense Department as the most destructive weapon on Earth. Song Chao sprang into action, making several trips back and forth to carry the bodies dozens of kilometers away. Then he brought John along to torch everything, erasing all traces of what had happened. Once the job was done, Song Chao returned to the school with John and addressed the children gathered in the hallway. Time to go back to bed, everyone. Everything's fine now. Watching John stride excitedly toward Bobby, eager to regale him with tales of their exploits, Song Chao could only turn away and head over to Logan. Though Song Chao's body was that of a child, his mind carried over 30 years of experience from his previous life. There was no way he'd act as childish as the others. Logan, the danger's past. You can rest easy tonight. I'll stand guard. And unless something unexpected happens, the professor should be back by dawn at the latest. Logan looked Song Chao up and down, then gave his shoulder an approving pat. Good job, kid. Well done. Then, turning to the children who still refused to go to bed, he put on his best gruff act and barked, "All right, you lot. Back to bed now. Anyone who dares to disobey will have to answer to me." Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Pentagon at the White House, several high-ranking military officers sat at the table, their faces ashen with anger. The Secretary of Defense was in a towering rage. "Damn it. A bunch of idiots. You were utterly routed by a group of kids. If the public finds out, you can all pack your bags and get out." He roared, "Get General Stryker on the line immediately now, at once. Drag him here to explain himself." Deep beneath Alkali Lake in British Columbia, Canada, General Stryker was engrossed in reviewing data from mutant experiments. Deathstrike approached him and said quietly, "General, the Defense Department is calling. They demand that you come at once." To explain the situation, Stryker's expression remained calm and unchanged. As the military's most ruthless hardliner on mutants, and the one who understood them best, convincing the Defense Department's fools would be child's play for him. He knew his own position was secure. The White House needed him as the blade thrust into the mutant community, and until the final moment, they wouldn't dare sacrifice him. They needed him at the front lines. "Prepare the jet," Stryker said, rising and striding out. It was time to advance the Sentinel program. The men who died last. Night meant nothing to him. Elsewhere in New York, in a quiet room, Magneto, recently rescued, fixed his gaze on Mystique, his tone grave. "Raven, tell me in detail what happened when you encountered Song." At the same time, on an upper floor of the Triskelion in Washington, D.C., come in and toned a bald man with dark skin, dressed in all black and wearing an eye patch. Hill entered facing the one-eyed commander, Director Fury. "There was a battle last night at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Satellite surveillance shows several hundred American soldiers took part in the operation." Fury looked up at his deputy, Maria Hill, and asked, "What was the outcome?" "According to preliminary reports, a large number of burned remains were found today, several dozen kilometers from the school. The assumption is total annihilation. Yesterday, Professor X visited Washington to see Magneto and had just returned to the school. Meanwhile, Magneto successfully broke out of prison last night." Fury frowned. "Damn. How are so many things happening at once? Is there any connection between Magneto's escape and Charles?" "Initial investigation suggests there's no link." "Do we know what happened during the fight at the school?" So far, we only have a general outline. At the time, Professor X and Cyclops were in Washington, while Jean Grey and Storm were on mission in Boston. The school was mainly under Wolverine's charge, along with a mutant Professor X admitted 6 months ago. Oh, what's the story? Should we be concerned about this newcomer? Very much so. Song, Chinese American. Her parents died when she was 17-inch. She awakened her mutant abilities at 18. Back then, her powers were assessed at level 4 or 5. We arrived too late. 6 months ago, Professor X had already sent someone to bring her into the school. 19 years old. He has stayed at school all his life and never ventured outside. According to the investigation, he has outstanding academic performance, and his knowledge level is high enough to earn the school's recommendation for internships at top laboratories and major corporations. If he hadn't awakened his mutant abilities, he would likely already be an intern somewhere by now. Hill continued her report. The current information is insufficient. He has always kept a low profile at school and rarely displayed his mutant powers, so his specific abilities are unclear. However, as a top student, both the monitoring and analysis departments speculate that his abilities must be developing rapidly and cannot be evaluated by the standards of an ordinary freshman mutant. This time, hundreds of heavily armed soldiers launched a night raid on the school, only to be completely wiped out. While not a single student was harmed, there's no way Wolverine could have accomplished that alone. Moreover, the bodies were transported dozens of kilometers away in the dead of night and burned to ashes, a method that does not match Professor X's usual style. The analysis department believes it was most likely someone unfamiliar to us, and they further suspect it was this freshman mutant named Song. Target assessment. Highly dangerous personality traits undetermined. Fury nodded, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. After a moment's reflection, he said, "Notify Coulson to come here." Hill nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. "Come in. Director, you asked for me?" Phil Coulson entered. Respectful as always, with a heavy thud, a stack of files landed on the desk. "Take a look at this," Fury said curtly. After reading the documents carefully, Coulson looked up at Fury, waiting for further instructions. "What do you make of it?" Fury asked. "Director, the information is incomplete at this stage. It's difficult to draw any definite conclusions," Coulson replied. Fury nodded. "The reason I called you here is to have you conduct a thorough investigation. Hundreds of people have disappeared, and all on-site evidence has been wiped clean. This isn't Professor X's usual way of doing things. I need you to confirm whether he was involved. At the same time, assess the personality traits of those responsible. This method is more reminiscent of Magneto's approach." "Understood. I'll wrap up my current tasks and head to New York today. Take a direct flight." "Time is of the essence." "No problem. I'll get ready right away." "Go on. And remember to upgrade the secrecy level to Category 8. "Yes, sir." Boston, a certain church, late at night. After searching for hours on end, Jean Grey and Ororo finally pinpointed the hiding place of the mutant who tried to assassinate the president. The moment they set foot in the church, a ghostly whisper echoed through the empty hall. "Get out. I'm the servant of the devil. I am the devil's offspring." Jean smiled faintly and turned to Ororo. "So he has the power of teleportation." No wonder the professor couldn't pinpoint his location. She then faced the seemingly empty church and raised her voice. "We're here to help you, not to hurt you. Can we have a proper conversation, my fellow mutant?" A hesitant reply echoed from the darkness. "Are you mutants too? You're not here to arrest me. Would you be willing to come out and meet us?" Jean asked gently. After a long silence, Jean closed her eyes and let her telepathic powers flow. "Found you," she murmured softly, reaching out with her hand. Guided by her psychic energy, a blue figure with a tail was slowly lowered from the rafters of the chapel. The blue mutant's voice trembled. "Please don't hurt me. I truly don't want to kill anyone." "What's your name?" Jean asked. "My name is Kurt Wagner." "Wagner. Please believe us. We're your kin. We won't harm you. We just don't understand. Why did you try to assassinate the president?" Wagner answered in confusion. "I can't remember clearly. I only recall earning a living as a clown at a circus in Berlin. Then suddenly there were gunshots everywhere. I was terrified. After that, I somehow found myself at the White House hearing people shout, 'Protect the president.'" "Berlin?" Jean and Ororo exchanged a meaningful glance. "Let us take you to see the professor, Wagner asked, puzzled. "Yes, Professor Xavier. He sees every mutant as his own child." "You'll like it there, Wagner. Don't worry." Xavier's school for gifted youngster Scott pushed Charles's wheelchair through the school gates, eyes carefully taking in the traces of recent battle across the campus. Though the area had been tidied up, signs of chaos still lingered. Thankfully, there was no blood. Charles nodded in relief, confirming that no one had been seriously hurt. Spotting Logan standing at the entrance, Charles immediately called out with concern. "Logan, are the children all right?" "Professor, the students are all safe," Logan replied with certainty, stepping forward to take the wheelchair from Scott and escort Charles inside. As they walked, Logan added, "Come with me. I'll give you a full report." Entering the building, Charles was quickly surrounded by children eagerly calling his name. He nodded and smiled, his kindly expression swiftly calming the crowd. "Children, I'm sorry I wasn't here to protect you," Charles said earnestly. "It's not your fault, Professor. We're all fine." Song was incredible. He single-handedly sent those invaders packing. "How do you know that?" "John told me." Charles smiled gently. "Children, go on to your study hall now. We'll meet in the dining hall later." "Yes, Professor." Only then did the children disperse. In Professor Xavier's office, Charles sat with a furrowed brow, listening intently to Wolverine's account. Song killed all the soldiers. Charles asked, concern threading his voice. Wolverine's gaze was steady. "Yes, Charles, but don't be too hard on the kid." Charles shook his head. "I'm not here to blame Song Logan. I'm just worried he might lose his way, afraid he'll repeat Eric's mistakes." Scott nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the thought of killing hundreds of people without hesitation is troubling. He did it to protect the children and the school," Logan said. Looking at Scott and countering his concern, Scott was about to respond when the sound of an airplane landing drifted in from outside. "Jean's back," he said, immediately turning to greet his girlfriend. Logan smirked, clamped a cigar between his teeth, and lit up. Moments later, four people entered the office together. "Charles, this is Nightcrawler Wagner. He used to perform with the Berlin circus Ororo," announced as she walked in. "He doesn't remember why he ended up at the White House." Charles offered a kindly smile and beckoned to Wagner. "You're home now, child. You're safe here. Don't be afraid. Come, let me take a look at you." Wagner hesitated, glancing around at his surroundings, then approached cautiously. "Close your eyes, child. Let me help you find out what happened," Charles said, placing a gentle hand on Wagner's head. After a while, Charles lowered his hand, and after a moment's thought, he said, "It was Jason." Jean raised her eyebrows. "Jason? That poor boy of Stryker's?" "Yes. Someone has tampered with Wagner's memories. Besides us, only Jason and Song possess such abilities, and last night Stryker did send people to attack the school." Jean and Ororo exclaimed in unison, anxiety etched across their faces. "Don't worry, the children are all safe, Scott," and Logan reassured Jean almost at the same time. Seeing this, Ororo let out a breath of relief, though she rolled her eyes at the two men. "So, what exactly happened?" Ororo asked, reluctantly. Wolverine recounted the events of the previous night in detail once again. "Where's Song now?" Jean asked. "That kid stayed up the second half of the night, said he could sense everything within 100 miles. Better than me, apparently. Humph, we've never had a real contest. Who knows who's actually better?" Logan grumbled, unwilling to concede. "Anyway, he's catching up on sleep now. I'll go check on him," Jean said. Ororo had been about to suggest the same thing, but hearing Jean speak first, she hesitated and held her tongue. Scott wanted to stop Jean, but didn't raise his hand. He only stared after her, a dazed look in his eyes. Jean gently pushed open the door to the upstairs bedroom and saw Song Chao fast asleep on the bed. She quietly closed the door behind her, walked to the bedside, and sat down, studying the young face that still bore traces of boyish innocence. She thought to herself, this person who seems so young kills with such decisiveness. Hundreds of enemies fell at his hands in the blink of an eye. Unable to resist, she reached out, wanting to touch his face. "Caught you," Song Chao suddenly spoke. "Ah!" Jean gasped in surprise, and in the next instant, she was pulled down onto the bed. In truth, Song Chao had woken the moment Jean entered. Since arriving in this world, he had never let down his guard. Not once had anyone entered his room without his notice. He only pretended to be asleep when he saw it was Jean. Just as her hand was about to touch him, he grabbed it in one swift motion, pulling her onto the bed and into his arms. "Don't move. Let me hold you for a while," Song Chao murmured, burying his face in the red strands of Jean's hair. Jean struggled for a moment, but couldn't break free. She gave him a gentle swat. "Behave yourself," she said, but then made no further attempt to escape. Song Chao held her quietly and whispered, "Jean, you smell wonderful." Jean replied indifferently, "You probably think all girls smell nice. Should I go ask Ororo what she thinks?" Song Chow was suddenly a loss for words. This was the sort of awkward predicament that often befell someone a bit too affectionate. You little rascal. You're pressing against me. Get up. Chin broke free abruptly and stood up. Song Chow gave an embarrassed smile. Well, that's just a normal reaction when a man's just woken up. You know how it is. Chin gave him an exasperated look and walked toward the door. Come on, get up. I'd love to let you rest a bit longer, but there are a few cars outside the school. Looks like government people. We should see what's going on. All right, don't worry. It's nothing serious. I'll handle it, Song Chow replied. In truth, he had already sensed the visitors outside. After a quick wash, Song Chow headed downstairs to Charles's office. Pushing the door open, he found several strangers in black suits in the room. Song, this is Agent Coulson from SHIELD, Charles said, introducing him as Song Chow entered. Song Chow nodded in greeting and walked into the room. Beside Charles, Logan, Ororo, Scott, and Chin, there were 4 people in black uniforms. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. Someone Song Chow recognized. Agent Coulson from SHIELD. Hello, Mr. Song. I'm Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. The man introduced himself. Song Chow recognized him immediately. Philip J. Coulson, a lifelong fan of superheroes, especially Captain America. As an adult, he dedicated himself to studying and tracking individuals with superhuman abilities, even creating a database of metahumans. He first joined the U.S. Army Rangers before transferring to SHIELD as a Level 8 agent. He was one of Director Nick Fury's most trusted aides, renowned for his organizational and operational skills. In this world brimming with superheroes, though he was an ordinary man, his role was anything but minor. Song Chow had been appointed as the Supreme Commander of SHIELD as Special Forces. He stepped forward and shook the man's outstretched hand. Nice to meet you, Coulson. You can just call me Song. Understood, Mr. Song, Coulson replied. Song Chow studied the familiar face and the thinning hairline, then suddenly asked, what was the name of your agency again? Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Coulson answered, Strategic Homeland. What and Logistics Division? Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Homeland, what Defense, what Logistics Bureau? Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Coulson repeated the name over and over, his face full of helplessness. Those around couldn't help but smile at the scene. Ororo, unable to watch any longer, stepped forward and gave Song Chow a gentle pat on the shoulder. Enough with the nonsense. Seeing Ororo approach, Song Chow smoothly slipped an arm around her waist. Ororo, I missed you so much. It's only been a day, but I felt like I was dying without you. Ororo brushed his hand off her waist and rolled her eyes. Miss me after just one day? Really? We have an old saying in China. Song Chow grinned mischievously. A single day apart feels like 3 years, so just one day feels as long as 3 autumns. Way too long, we have guests. Try to act serious, Ororo reminded him. All right, Song Chow replied obediently. Coulson quietly took note of these details. As a Level 8 SHIELD agent, observing others and assessing their personalities had become second nature to him. To be honest, I find the name of our agency too long as well. I've already reported it to my superiors and suggested a change, Coulson said with a sigh. How about SHL? Song Chow suggested. Half joking, Coulson silently mouthed the word to himself. SHL. Not bad. Much better than the original. And it rolls off the tongue. I'll bring that up with my superiors. Hey, pal, if you really end up using my suggestion, don't forget to send me the royalty check, Song Chow joked. No problem, Coulson replied, playing along. So, Agent Coulson, whatever bureau you're from, what exactly is the purpose of your visit? Song Chow asked with a mock seriousness. Though inwardly he knew exactly why SHIELD was here, our Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau operates under the International Security Council. We're a special agency handling all sorts of global anomalies, Coulson explained. Last night, there was a fierce gunfight near your school, and today we discovered a large amount of human ashes several dozen kilometers from Xavier's school. Song Chow nodded. We did hear the commotion from last night's gunfight, but we don't know the details. We had to stay and look after the children at the school, so we didn't go outside to check. It's Song Chow's answer. Charles glanced at him, but said nothing. The others remained silent as well. Coulson observed the group and realized he wouldn't get any substantial information today. He nodded, rising to his feet. All right then, if any of you remember anything relevant, please contact me anytime. Here's my card. My number's on it. and I'm available around the clock. He handed over his business card, then headed toward the door, planning to return to the bureau and discuss the next steps with his colleagues. Take care, Agent Coulson, Song Chao said politely, walking him to the door. After returning to the office, Song Chao knew that Charles and the others were bound to have questions for him. Sure enough, everyone was waiting for him. He walked over and sat down, then said to Logan, "Give me a cigar. You're too young for that. Why are you even thinking about smoking?" Jean immediately stopped Logan, fixing Song Chao with a stern look. "All right, you're the boss." Song Chao shrugged helplessly. In his previous life, he had been addicted to smoking, and now it was truly hard to bear. Charles maneuvered his wheelchair over to Song Chao, his eyes meeting his. "Child, you killed many people last night. With your abilities, you could have subdued those men without taking their lives." Rubbing his face, Song Chao wasn't surprised. He'd long expected the compassionate Professor Charles to bring up this matter. "Charles, I understand where you're coming from, but I made my own choice. Everyone must answer for their actions. They were just soldiers following orders," Charles countered. "So what?" Song Chao's tone was resolute. "They're adults. Before they act, they should consider the consequences. If Logan and I hadn't been there last night, and they'd come in and killed these children, would that be excused just because they were following orders?" Charles sighed. "Actions like yours will only deepen the conflict. This is Wagner. He was mind-controlled into attempting to assassinate the president. Right now, public opinion outside is turning against mutants. In times like these, we should act with restraint." "No, Charles, you're too gentle." Song Chao shook his head. "That's exactly why the White House calls on you when they need help and pushes us down when they don't. Do you know how many mutants the military's Weapon X program has carved up?" Charles grew stern. "Are you trying to spark a war between mutants and humans?" "No, I won't be as radical as Magneto, Eric, but I won't be as soft as you either. Endless patience only makes the government see us as weak and easy to bully." Song Chao stood up. "Charles, you won't change my mind. I have my own beliefs. I don't fully agree with you or with Magneto. My position is unshakable. That's why when you invited me to join the X-Men last time, I refused without hesitation, even though there are people I care about here." As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully at Jean and Ororo. Jean and Ororo seemed as if they wanted to say something, but in the end they stayed silent. Scott was about to speak, but Charles waved him down and turned to Song Chao. "Child, are you really leaving after all?" Song Chao was quiet for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, Charles, I'm grateful for all you've done for me, but sooner or later I'll leave, and I'll take John with me, but not yet. The school is still in crisis. John, he's leaving with you too?" Charles sounded surprised. "Yes, Charles, it's admirable that you treat your students like your own children, but it also makes you overprotective. As I see it, right now only John still shows some potential, although the Iceman Bobby actually has far greater talent than John. Unfortunately, under your educational approach, his gifts haven't been fully realized." Song Chao shook his head. He understood the professor's good intentions, but simply couldn't agree with his teaching methods. "Does John agree with your philosophy? Have you ever discussed this with him?" "Yes, we have. The power of fire flows in John's veins. Even without my influence, he could never stay in school forever if I don't take him away. Sooner or later he'll follow in Magneto's footsteps. I'm certain of that." Song Chao said this, recalling the very scene that had already played out in the movies. "Professor, you're too gentle, always reacting instead of taking initiative. You hope mutants and humans will live together in peace. But look at reality. Black people have been fighting for equal rights for hundreds of years, yet they're still at the bottom of society, still face all kinds of discrimination. The same goes for other minority groups. Even if the world eventually achieves racial equality, that would only be because they're all ordinary humans without the differences that come with superpowers, and Magneto wants mutants to rule the world. Of course, that would draw the combined resistance of every government on the planet. He'll never succeed." Charles gazed at Song Chao and asked calmly, "So what do you plan to do?" Song Chao pondered for a moment and replied, "A stick in one hand, a carrot in the other. Killing is never the way to solve problems, but showing no strength at all is also a mistake. It only makes people think we're weak and easy to bully. Every human carries the X gene. It's just that most can't activate its power. Mutants are destined to be a minority of the global population. So while I agree with Magneto's tough stance, I scoff at his dream of mutants ruling the world. It's simply not realistic. There are only a few million mutants now, maybe tens of millions in the future. How could we possibly rule billions of ordinary humans? No one would ever accept that." Charles nodded in agreement. Song Chao glanced at him. preparing to voice even sharper opinions. Charles, I agree with your desire for peaceful coexistence with humans. Mutants and humans are inseparable. Mutants come from humans, and unless humanity goes extinct, mutants will keep appearing, but I can't agree with your endlessly gentle approach. The upper echelons of the American government will never allow mutants to truly rise. They can't accept people with superpowers standing above them. They both fear and envy such abilities. They want to turn mutants into obedient dogs to make us bite their enemies. And when we're no longer useful, they'll treat us as lab rats to study our powers. I've revised the text you provided, keeping the core plot and character dynamics intact, while making the expression clearer and more coherent. Mutants must raise their own voices. We cannot simply seek to please everyone. The world has never been a place where you can count on the goodwill of others, especially not for an entire people. Professor, in doing this, you're actually causing harm to our kind in a roundabout way. Charles opened his mouth to argue, but Song Chao raised a hand, signaling him to stop. Charles, there's no need to try convincing me anymore. You won't succeed. All I ask is that in the future, you don't obey the government and turn against me. Seeing that others wanted to interject, Song Chao added, there's nothing more to be said about this. The topic ends here for now. I won't be leaving the school. What you should be thinking about is how to rescue our imprisoned comrades. Stryker's Weapon X facility is holding a great number of mutants. Worthington Company is also keeping many of our people locked up, and they have a child who can suppress mutant abilities. The so-called cure was developed from that child. There are far too many forces unfriendly to mutants. Stop worrying about my decision and focus on how to save our own. After hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on Song Chao. Charles nodded and said, I've long known you harbor many secrets, and I won't pry. What do you think we should do now? Ever since he'd heard the words, I am destiny, Charles had decided not to probe Song Chao's secrets any further. Now hearing about the rescue mission, he chose to ask directly. Let's go to Stryker's base first. As for Worthington Company, Magneto won't let them off easily. We can wait for the right moment to act. Song Chao considered the direction of the story as he replied. Do you know where the base is? Ororo asked urgently. Song Chao didn't answer directly. Instead, he glanced at Logan and smiled. Logan sighed, exasperated. Why are you looking at me? You know where it is, don't you, old man? How would I know? Song Chao replied. Where were you wandering before you came back this time? You mean that dam in Canada? Logan asked. Song Chao nodded in confirmation. That's right. Stryker's secret base is beneath that dam. It's heavily guarded by soldiers and researchers, and there are many mutant children imprisoned there. Charles turned to Scott. Scott, gather the X-Men and call Hank back. Get ready to move out. As Scott was about to agree, Song Chao gestured for him to wait. Hold on, Professor. There's no need to call Hank back. We have enough people as it is. Besides, Jean should stay at the school to keep watch. Jean stood up. Why can't I go? Song Chao thought to himself. Of course, it's because I'm worried you'll lose control. Even though my presence should keep that from happening, there's always the inertia of the storyline. If you don't come, we'll avoid any potential risks. If something goes wrong, it'll either be you in danger or the rest of us in trouble. But he didn't voice these thoughts. Instead, he replied, Hey, Jean, the school needs someone to stay behind. The military isn't the only group interested in mutants right now. You're more than capable of protecting the school by yourself. And we can't risk leaving our base exposed. Jean saw right through Song Chao's excuse. She turned to Charles, waiting quietly for his decision. Charles's gaze drifted between Jean and Song Chao. After a brief moment of thought, his eyes flickered as if he'd come to some realization. You're right, the school does need people to stay behind. Jean, you'll remain here, Ororo, Logan, Scott, Song. We five will go. All right, Professor, but I think it's safer if we leave at night, Song Chao added. Then it's settled. Prepare yourselves and meet tonight before we set out. Everyone agreed, their voices overlapping. All right, no problem. Okay, sounds good. Song Chao had barely returned to his room and hadn't even filled his glass with water when the door swung open behind him. Why aren't you letting me join you? Jean asked, fixing him with a serious stare. With a sigh, Song Chao set down his glass, walked over, and gently pulled Jean into the room. He closed the door and pressed her softly against it. He meant to explain, but her beauty caught him off guard. Unable to resist, he leaned in and kissed her. Jean froze at first, then tried to pull away, but against Song Chao's powers, her resistance was feeble. Before long, she relaxed, her arms wrapping instinctively around his neck, returning his kiss with passion. You still haven't answered my question, she pressed, blocking his lips with her hand during a brief pause for breath. Seeing that she wasn't angry about his boldness, Song Chao smiled. It seemed the past 6 months had made a difference. Perhaps the Phoenix Force was already influencing her. My dear, it's safer for you to stay here. I can help you keep the Phoenix Force in check, but right now, you shouldn't be exposed to any shocks. I can't let you take any risks. Not even the smallest one. Jean was quiet for a moment before she replied, all right, lately my connection with the Phoenix Force has grown smoother. Whenever you touch me and absorb its energy, I can feel its fear. That means we should spend more time together and help you merge with the Phoenix Force, Song Chao said with a gentle smile. One day, you'll have complete control over it. With that, he kissed Jean. Again, she struggled briefly, then gave in. Deep down, she knew the Phoenix Force within her was a ticking time bomb. Charles could only seal it away temporarily. It would break free sooner or later. In the past 2 years, the situation had grown more dire. Luckily, Song Chao's presence had brought hope. Each time the Phoenix Force ebbed away, Jean felt a longing to become one with it, and she carefully followed this urge to communicate with it. With a sharp smack, Jean pushed away the increasingly audacious Song Chao. You're not behaving, she chided, her mind no longer on her inner conversation with the Phoenix. Song Chao rubbed his nose and grinned. I couldn't help myself, Jean. You're just too beautiful. Jean shot him a glance, her voice gentle as she reminded him, get some rest. You'll need your strength tonight to help rescue our compatriots. Please be careful. She stroked his cheek tenderly. Song Chao nodded in agreement. Jean rose up on tiptoe and pressed a kiss to his cheek, then turned and walked away, lying in bed. Song Chao felt a surge of secret satisfaction. It seemed that as long as he seized the right moment, there was no problem he couldn't overcome. Jean headed downstairs, and at the turn of the stairwell, ran into Scott. Instantly, her expression dimmed, and a wave of guilt rose in her chest. After all, Scott was her official boyfriend. Jean, Scott called out with delight as he saw his girlfriend striding toward her. Scott, she replied, deftly sidestepping his outstretched arm that sought to embrace her. A student's asked for my help. I need to check on them. She paused, her eyes softening. Be careful tonight. With that excuse, she quickly slipped away, not daring to linger. Scott watched Jean's hurried retreat, a cloud of gloom settling over his eyes. He knew perfectly well she'd just been with Song Chao. Washington, HALD headquarters, Director Song Chao refuses to acknowledge anything about last night, Coulson reported. He claims he was taking care of students and won't reveal any details. What's your assessment, Coulson? Fury fixed his one-eyed gaze on the man considered his most promising successor. Coulson shrugged. Director, we have no surveillance set up around Xavier's school, nor are we able to. The satellite images from last night are too blurry to make out any faces. He's clearly highly intelligent, and we don't currently have grounds for a deeper investigation. What's your impression of this song? Fury pressed. Our contact with him has been limited, but my initial observation is that he's particularly attractive to women. His relationships with Storm, Ororo, and Jean Grey at the school are all rather ambiguous. Notably, Jean is supposed to be Cyclops' girlfriend. Coulson continued. Song chooses his words with extreme care, and his expressions are hard to read. He reminds me of those Wall Street elites. High intellect, high emotional intelligence. Beneath his youthful appearance is a mature, steady mind. We'll need further contact to make a better judgment. Is that so? Fury tapped the edge of his desk, deep in thought. After a moment, he said, gather the files and get them to Natasha. Tell her to make contact as soon as an opportunity arises. Understood? I'll take care of it, Coulson replied, knowing full well that the legendary Black Widow Natasha Romanoff would have no trouble with such a task. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her skills far surpassed his own. She was one of SHLD's only 3 level 10 agents. The other 2 were Director Nick Fury himself and Clint Barton, Hawkeye. After reading through the file Coulson handed her, Natasha set it down with a spark of interest in her eyes. So, this young Asian guy already knows how to play the playboy like Stark? Not even the teachers at the school are off limits. Interesting. Let me know when there's a chance. I'm quite curious about this handsome young man. As she spoke, she ran her tongue lightly over her lips. Coulson pretended not to notice her expression. All right, I'll let you know when the time comes. I have something else to take care of, so I'll be off. With that, he hurriedly turned and left. He knew better than to cross Black Widow. It was best to get away as quickly as possible. Behind him, Natasha shook her head with a soft chuckle. As night fell over Xavier's school, Deep underground, Professor. We're ready to depart. Song Chao approached, leading John the Firestarter. Scott immediately glared at them in anger. John, what are you doing here? I called him, Song Chao replied. He needs to broaden his horizons. If he's going to follow me in the future, these experiences are indispensable. Don't worry, Scott. I'll keep an eye on him. Seeing John shrink back timidly, Song Chao had no choice but to step forward and take responsibility. Charles stopped Scott, who was about to protest further. That's enough, Scott. Perhaps I've been too protective of these children. John, my boy, since you've made up your mind, I hope you'll take good care of yourself out there. Hearing that the professor hadn't refused him, John nodded vigorously, excitement shining in his eyes. Let's go. This is my first time on a plane like this. I hear Hank invented it, Song Chao said. Looking over the aircraft with barely concealed excitement. On Earth, it was about as high-tech as planes got, Charles nodded. Hank's knowledge is among the best in the world. It's a pity his talents are wasted in a school, Song Chao commented offhandedly. The words had barely left his lips when the atmosphere grew tense and awkward. Sensing the uncomfortable silence, Song Chao quickly changed the subject. So, Logan, how about you take the lead later? With your build, you're perfect for soaking up hits and charging ahead. Logan gave Song Chao a look that said he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No problem. I'll show you how your Uncle Wolf tears it up on the battlefield. Gazing at Logan's weathered face, Song Chao suddenly asked, Logan, is there any Hollywood actress you like? What's that supposed to mean? Logan asked, puzzled. I'm planning to open a film company in Hollywood down the line. When that happens, I can introduce you to a ton of actresses. Take your pick, you'd better give up on Jean, though. Song Chao chuckled, but suddenly felt a sharp gaze directed at him. Looking up, he saw Cyclops Scott, who was piloting the plane, turn a glare at him. Damn it. Scott, eyes front, keep flying. If anything happens, we're all done for, Song Chao shouted nervously. John snickered on the side, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Song Chao's voice echoed in his mind. Scram, kid, this is grown-up talk. Don't eavesdrop. John was about to protest when a cry of surprise rang out. It turned out to be Ororo pinching Song Chao's waist. She then shot John a warning look, and all he could do was sulk off to the back of the plane, squatting down to draw circles on the floor in misery. Charles and Logan exchanged helpless smiles. Sometimes being young really is an advantage, this kind of banter. Logan could never hold it against Song Chao. But if Scott had said the same thing, Logan would have lost his temper long ago. Song Chao adjusted his expression and said seriously, Professor, I truly believe Hank's talents don't lie in social skills, but in invention and creation. Give it a few years and you'll see the results. Charles paused and nodded silently as if deep in thought. We've arrived at Alkali Lake. Scott's voice broke the silence. Song, can you find the exit? Charles asked. Song Chao understood that the professor was testing how far his psychic abilities had developed. He nodded, closed his eyes, and after a moment, opened them again, saying, I found it, Ororo. You stay on the plane and make sure no one escapes. Your powers are somewhat limited underground. With those words, he took the lead and walked off the plane. All Ororo could do was nod helplessly and stay behind to guard the aircraft. When we move out, I'll go first. Logan, you follow behind me and protect the professor. John, your job is to push the professor's wheelchair. Scott, you cover our rear. Song Chao instructed as they walked. Seeing Logan about to object, Song raised a hand to stop him. Logan, even though you're practically unkillable, at best you're just a target. No matter what bullets they use, even those specially designed to suppress mutant abilities, they can't hurt me. Even if I just stand here, their attacks can't break through my defense. We need to act quickly and finish this before anything unexpected happens. Turning to John, the young man known as Pyro, Song Chao continued his lesson. John, remember from now on, when you act, be decisive and efficient. Villains so often fail because they talk too much and hesitate. They had only just entered the base when the alarm blared. Song Chao turned to John and Scott with a stern look. Be quick and show no mercy. Don't hold back. Logan had already extended his adamantium claws. John's face was alight with anticipation, while Scott had his hand at the ready beside his visor, poised for action. Professor Charles's lips parted, as if he was about to speak, but in the end, he remained silent, just as they turned a corner. They were met by a hail of machine gun fire from a dozen guns. Song Chao didn't even bother to use his psychic powers. He simply let the bullets strike him and bounce away harmlessly. To him, the impact felt no stronger than a child's punch. Suddenly, he accelerated, rushing forward. In only 5 seconds, a dozen bodies lay on the ground. each with a broken neck. Charles and the others had just caught up. And before the professor could say a word, Song Chao spoke first. Logan, you all protect the professor and go rescue those children. I'm going after Stryker. I can sense he's about to destroy the database. No sooner had he finished speaking than Song Chao vanished from sight in a blur of superhuman speed, racing towards Stryker's laboratory. He had deliberately left Charles no chance to object, and indeed Stryker was already erasing the data. Record Song Chao was determined to obtain, especially one of the world's most precious treasures, adamantium. Not only does Stryker have finished products, but he also possesses complete technical documentation. He absolutely cannot be allowed to destroy it. When the base alarm sounded, Stryker spotted Professor X and his team on the surveillance monitors. He immediately turned and gave the order, delete all backup files, take what you can destroy, anything you can't carry, move. He had barely finished speaking when a thunderous crash shook the lab. The alloy doors were blasted off their hinges, crushing several guards standing nearby. Looks like I made it just in time, William. Stryker, your time is up. Song Chao appeared in the doorway, sweeping his gaze around the laboratory. Seeing that the data had not yet been destroyed, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief and spoke with a leisurely calm. Suddenly, he spun around, driving his elbow sharply backward. With a heavy thud, an Asian woman dressed in black was struck and sent flying against the wall. Song Chao sped to her side, delivering a flurry of punches to her head, knocking her out cold. He studied the woman carefully. Based on his memories from the movies, he recognized her as Yuriko Oyama. Her mind altered by Stryker. Her entire skeleton was laced with adamantium, just like Wolverine's, granting her immortality and, in some ways, even greater combat skills than Logan. A new secretary to add to my collection. Song Chao mused with satisfaction, feeling that this operation had been remarkably fruitful. He thought to himself that once they returned, all it would take was a bit of memory alteration to ensure her absolute loyalty. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a series of gunshots. Bullets hurtled toward Song Chao, but froze in midair, suspended just before reaching him. Without needing to look back, Song Chao knew. It was Stryker who had fired. Having seen the films, he remembered that Stryker's handgun used adamantium bullets. He had remained vigilant, never allowing the bullets to hit him directly. Still so stubborn to the end, Song Chao said in a cold voice. He strode forward, seized Stryker, and twisted his arm until it broke. Without waiting for a scream, he knocked him unconscious with a single blow. Song Chao thought that once they were outside, he could hand Stryker over to Logan. Let Wolverine have his revenge. As Song Chao exited the lab, he saw Professor X waiting outside with a group of young mutants. You sure know how to make an entrance, Logan remarked, half joking as he took in the scene. Can't argue with that, Song Chao replied, hefting a metal tank, the very one in which Logan had once undergone his adamantium bonding. The tank still contained several tons of residual adamantium. With Deathstrike and Stryker's body sprawled atop it, Song Chao had already backed up all of the lab's data, now safely in his possession. So Logan's teasing didn't bother him at all. Inwardly, he was thrilled by the sheer scale of his haul. He dropped Stryker onto the ground and addressed the group. This is William Stryker. He's dissected over 1,000 mutants in this laboratory. I've backed up all the detailed records. I'll show them to you when we get back. As for how to deal with this man, I'll leave that up to you. He turned to Logan. Wolverine, look at him. Can you remember the past? Here's a hint. It was he who gave you your metal skeleton. With that, Song Chao turned and walked toward the exit. Logan fixed his gaze on Stryker lying on the ground, and a torrent of memories began flashing through his mind. Just as Song Chao stepped out of the dam, the sound of a wolf's howl echoed from behind him. He knew Logan had recovered his memories, and Stryker was likely on his way to hell by now. Shaking his head, Song Chao boarded the X-Jet waiting outside. He noticed Ororo's anxious glance. After a brief exchange, he assured her that everything had been perfectly resolved. Song Chao set down his gear and drew Deathstrike to his side, resting his hand gently on her head and closing his eyes, altering. Someone's memories was something Song Chao had never attempted before, so he proceeded with utmost caution, experimenting little by little. Fortunately, Deathstrike's immortality made her the ideal test subject. After much effort, he finally succeeded in making Deathstrike recognize him as her master. When he opened his eyes, he found everyone already aboard, and the jet had long since taken off. Clearly, he'd spent quite some time modifying her memories. "How are you feeling, Logan?" Song Chao asked. Logan's expression gradually softened. "I'm all right. Thank you, kid. But as for Jean, I'm not giving up. Haven't you already got Ororo?" Song Chao teased, grinning. "Come on, Wolverine. You don't stand a chance." Logan shot him a look. "I want both the fish and the bear's paw," Song Chao said, glancing at Ororo with a smile. Ororo could only roll her eyes. After 6 months, she'd grown used to Song Chao's shameless antics and had long since given up trying to reform him. Logan glanced at Deathstrike, hesitating to speak. It was only then that Song Chao caught on. He took the initiative to explain. "Logan, don't overthink it. Her real name is Yuriko Oyama. Lady Deathstrike. Like you, Stryker altered her memories and fused her with adamantium. Isn't following me better than following Stryker? I won't enslave her. I just need her help. I plan to start a company soon, and I can't handle everything myself, so she'll be my secretary and help run the business. I only adjusted her loyalty. Not her free will." Then with deliberate emphasis, Song Chao added, "And by the way, I'm not interested in her that way. If you like her, I can play matchmaker. Just don't fight me for Jean." Logan rolled his eyes, refusing to rise to Song Chao's teasing. The entire journey, Song Chao kept ribbing Wolverine. "Really, won't you reconsider? Yuriko Oyama is just like you, immortal body of adamantium, even his claws, though not as thick as yours. Don't you want to give her a chance?" Hounded by Song Chao's endless banter, Logan finally escaped to the front of the jet to chat with his rival Scott. Seeing this, Song Chao gave a satisfied smile and turned to the Human Torch, John. "How do you feel?" "I'm great, boss. I love this kind of thrilling life," John answered excitedly, his face brimming with enthusiasm. Song Chao nodded, his expression growing serious. "In the next couple of days, I'll go back to Chinatown to deal with my properties. After that, I plan to send you to a professional training center. You're still not able to produce flames that will inside your body. If you run into a strong enemy that could put you at a disadvantage, I want someone to train you in crisis response, hand-to-hand combat, and firearms. That way, you'll have a much better chance of surviving when things get dangerous. Do you understand?" John listened intently, his own expression turning solemn as he nodded vigorously. "Got it, boss. I'll work hard. Don't worry, I'll take a bullet for you in the future." Ouch! Before he could finish, Song Chao gave him a smack on the head. "I'm not spending money to turn you into a human shield for me. The real meat shields are people like her." He pointed to Deathstrike, who was lying on the ground. "Immortals like her and Logan are the true definition of a human shield. What I need from you is to learn more skills and help me with my work in the future." Just then, Deathstrike regained consciousness. After a moment of confusion, she walked over to Song Chao and spoke softly. "Master." Song Chao waved his hand dismissively. "For now on, call me boss. For now, stay at the school and protect the children here. In about 2 years, I'll be founding a company, and then you'll serve as my secretary to help oversee its operations." "Understood," Deathstrike replied curtly, then fell silent. Song Chao didn't mind. He knew this was the result of Stryker's brainwashing. Up ahead, Logan overheard himself being called a meat shield again and, resigned, fished out a cigar and stuck it between his teeth. Professor Charles observed all of this quietly, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation as he soothed the rescued children. He understood that it was only a matter of time before Song Chao left the school to pursue his own path. The return trip ended swiftly, and soon the plane landed in the school's underground hangar. Stepping out of the cabin, Song Chao saw Jean waiting outside and knew she had been worried the whole time. He flashed her an okay gesture and smiled, signaling that everything had gone smoothly. Jean was about to step forward to speak, but she caught sight of a group of timid children trailing behind. She brushed past Song Chao's shoulder without a word and went straight to greet the children. Song Chao could only shrug and turn around. "I'll leave the kids to you all to handle. And look after Deathstrike as well. I gotta get some rest." With that, he headed for his room. After taking a shower and coming out, Song Chao found Ororo sitting on the edge of the bed. Seeing him, she asked, "Are you really going to sell your house and leave the school in the future?" Song Chao walked over and pulled her into an embrace. "Ororo, the professor and I have always seen things differently. Sooner or later, I need to go out and find my own path. That house is no longer inhabited. It's no longer a home. It will be better to sell it and do something useful with the proceeds. But you will always be my family." Ororo nodded, leaning against Song Chao's chest, and whispered softly, "Stay with me tonight, will you?" Song Chao looked down at her. Though she didn't say more, he understood her feelings, so he didn't press further. Instead, he gently picked her up and laid her on the bed. By the time the sun was high in the sky the next day, Song Chao finally woke up, thinking back to the beautiful memories of the previous night. He couldn't help but smile foolishly, reaching over and feeling the cold emptiness beside him. He realized that Ororo, shy as she was, must have left before dawn to avoid being seen by the students. After getting up and washing, Song Chao went downstairs to have lunch. As he walked down the hallway, he ran into Jean. He was just about to greet her when her expression changed, and she turned on her heel and hurried away. Scratching his head, Song Chao guessed that she must have overheard last night's commotion. He thought to himself that he'd need to explain things to her properly next time. After lunch, Song Chao took the Lady Death to Chinatown to handle the matter of the house. Watching her drive Professor X's car, Song Chao wondered if he should get a driver's license of his own. He couldn't always rely on others. Meanwhile, somewhere else a communication was underway. Natasha, are you in New York? Carlson, what's going on? Yes, I'm in New York. Song has left the school and is heading toward downtown New York. It's likely he'll go to his home in Chinatown. Be ready. Understood. Just a reminder. Last night, the military striker went missing. Intelligence shows that the secret base in Colombia was destroyed, and the target's confidentiality level has now been raised to level 9. Received loud and clear. Song Chao had no idea that anyone was keeping tabs on him. But even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared much. The power of S.H.L.D., or rather Hydra, was vast, but with his current abilities, they barely registered as a threat if it came to a showdown. He wouldn't hesitate to put them in their place. Upon arriving in Chinatown, Song Chao contacted a real estate agency and asked them to list the house for sale as soon as possible. He wasn't too concerned about the price. He then took the agent to the house to inspect it, complete the photography, and handle the necessary paperwork. He signed the contract and received 30% of the house price as a deposit from the agency. The entire process took only an hour. With business concluded, Song Chao asked where the nearest car dealership was. He was ready to buy a car. The deposit was more than enough to purchase a good vehicle in the United States. After browsing for a while, I finally decided on a Hummer at a price of $150,000. It was a real bargain. I had the dealership help me get a driver's license and mail it to the school. Once the plates were on and I was ready to drive back to campus, my phone suddenly rang. It was the real estate agent, informing me that someone wanted to view my house in Chinatown. Such efficiency was truly impressive with no choice. I turned the car around and headed back to Chinatown. Just as I arrived at the old house, I saw aside from the agent a woman waiting as well. She had orange hair, a shapely and pert figure, and from the side, it was easy to notice her ample curves. When she turned around, I couldn't help but freeze in place. Mr. Song, sorry to trouble you again. The agent stepped forward to introduce us. This is Miss Natalie. She's very interested in your property. Hello, Mr. Song. She greeted me politely. Hello. Taylor, right? I replied, though inside I was utterly stunned. That face, those features. She was the spitting image of Scarlett Johansson. Wasn't this the famous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff? It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. had set their sights on me. Well, I have nothing to hide. I'm curious to see what brings them here. In my previous life, Scarlett Johansson's beauty was the stuff of legend, the goddess idolized by millions. Even superstar athletes joked about wanting to drink her bathwater. Unlike her comic book counterpart, the film version of Black Widow was never promiscuous. She shared only a hint of romance with the Hulk. And though she had a special bond with Hawkeye, it was rooted in deep friendship. After all, Barton had a wife and children. It's unlikely they ever crossed that line, a woman like this. I certainly wouldn't mind a chance to get a bit closer. Come on in, I said to the agent. Here's the key. Next time, I only want to come by to collect my payment. No problem. We'll do our best to sell it quickly, Mr. Song. You can count on us, the agent assured me. Natasha followed me into the house, and I could feel her carefully sizing me up. Miss Natalie, may I ask why you're interested in buying a place here in Chinatown? I asked, feigning casual curiosity. These old houses hardly seem like a fit for someone as stunning as you. I'm chasing my Hollywood dream, she replied, idly twirling her hair and deliberately walking ahead of me, her hips swaying ever so slightly. Money's tight these days, so I have to consider older properties like this. As an elite S.H.L.D. agent, Natasha was skilled at using her charms while quietly observing her target's every move, but I had already activated my telepathy, so I was keenly aware of her subtle maneuvers. I intentionally let my gaze linger on her figure, pretending to be entranced. Natasha seemed pleased with my reaction, nodding to herself. She probably thought I was just another man dazzled by her beauty. During the negotiations that followed, she actually managed to knock 15% off the asking price. I could only sigh and sign the contract in resignation. No wonder she was the top agent. Even at haggling, she was a professional. I was completely outmatched. Thank you for being so generous with the price. I was wondering, could I take you out to dinner to show my gratitude? Natasha stepped up to me, looking up with a shy, almost bashful expression. Overwhelmed, I nodded eagerly, unable to disguise my delight. Natasha chuckled inwardly, then pointed to the side and asked, "And this is?" "Oh, she's my driver and assistant. She can wait for me in the car." I explained hastily. "All right then, let's go." Natasha slipped her arm through mine, leaning in just enough for her touch to send a subtle thrill through me. Song Chao was not to be outdone. He moved his arms slightly in response to her touch, and as they exchanged gestures, a subtle air of intimacy gradually thickened between them. After dinner, Song Chao had hoped to take things further, but his efforts came to nothing. On the way back to campus, he mulled things over privately. The Black Widow is as shrewd as they say. In the end, it really was just a meal. He hadn't gained any advantage. In fact, he'd even offered a 15% discount off the apartment price. Looks like I'll have to find a way to make up for that loss another time. Natasha watched Song Chao's car disappear into the distance. Once she reached a spot beyond the surveillance camera's reach, she pulled out her phone. "Chief, I've made contact with the target. It's not the right time to discuss anything further, but I can confirm he's definitely lecherous, yes. I'll wait for the right opportunity. I've already obtained his phone number." "Understood." After hanging up, Natasha paused to reflect, making sure she hadn't revealed any flaws during her interaction with the target. Satisfied, she turned and melted into the shadows. Meanwhile, Song Chao had just left the city limits and was entering the outskirts, still some distance from the school, when he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Eric Lyncher, Song Chao stepped out of the car and stopped, eyeing the two figures standing before his headlights. Death Woman quickly got out as well, joining him in a defensive stance, but Song Chao gestured for her to relax. "Chao Song, my fellow mutant," said Magneto, walking forward and studying Song Chao intently. "Ever since Raven mentioned you, I've wanted to meet you." Song Chao replied with a smile. "It's truly an honor to have the world's foremost mutant leader, Magneto, remember me." He turned to look at Mystique, now transformed into the likeness of Jennifer Lawrence, and opened his arms wide. "Dearest Raven, you've been thinking about me so much. Now that we're finally face to face, aren't you going to give me a hug?" Raven, with her big cousin look, rolled her eyes, as if, "Who's been thinking about you, you little flirt?" "Oh, but I've been thinking about you, Raven, especially the taste of your lips." Song Chao teased deliberately. "You." Raven's expression changed instantly, and she glanced reflexively at Magneto. Song Chao understood perfectly well. Since leaving Professor X, Raven had always followed Eric, the two of them now a couple. Yet Eric was getting on in years, and for him, the survival of mutants would always come first. Song Chao's words were meant to test their reactions. "Eric, I hope you don't mind." Song Chao looked at Magneto. A gentle smile appeared on Magneto's face. "My child, I'm already old, and the survival of our kind is what matters most. For our race's future, I am willing to sacrifice my status, my life, and everything I have." "Raven, I'm sorry." He looked at Raven, then turned to Song Chao. Song Chao nodded, his expression turning grave. Eric Lyncher. This Magneto was the epitome of a nationalist. Through the film, Song Chao had already learned that for the future of the mutant race, Eric truly cared nothing for status, nor even for his own life. Although their philosophies and paths diverged, Song Chao still respected and admired this man, who could rightly be called a champion of his people. "Eric, I believe you," Song Chao said. "Sincerely, I believe you truly are willing to risk your life and your position for the sake of the mutants' future." Eric nodded in satisfaction, thinking he had successfully won Song Chao over. Speaking gently, he asked, "Child, will you join our family, united in our struggle for the future of mutant kind?" As he spoke, he extended his hand. Song Chao shook his head. "No, Eric, I believe in your sincerity, but that doesn't mean I want to join you. Your methods are simply too extreme." Eric's voice grew cold and low. "Do you then agree with Charles's weakness? Letting the government use him like a dog still, dreaming of peaceful coexistence." He withdrew his hand. Raven, standing nearby, watched the two men in silence. Song Chao shook his head again. After a moment's thought, he said, "Eric, let's drive into the woods nearby. Talking by the side of the highway attracts too much attention, and I have no desire to wake up tomorrow and see myself on the front page, labeled as the world's #1 terrorist accomplice. Faced with this, the two across from him fell silent. In a clearing among the trees, Song Chao paced slowly, searching for the right words. Although he couldn't entirely agree with Magneto's methods, there was much about the man he admired. What's more, Eric commanded a formidable following. Letting him fall as he did in the original story would be a waste. If the Brotherhood could be brought under his own banner, their strength could truly be put to use. After all, as a prophet, Song Chao possessed knowledge of the future, an unparalleled advantage. Someone like Eric could be sent to mine resources from the ocean floor. Song Chao recalled the endless debates online about who is the richest in the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark or Black Panther. In DC, the title went to Bruce Wayne Batman, but in Song Chao's view, with Magneto's unrivaled mastery over magnetism, he ought to be the wealthiest of them all. Undersea gold mines were within reach, and the world's oceans would be his personal treasury. The thought made Song Chao smile inwardly. Moreover, Mystique, Raven, was a master of espionage, and Azazel surpassed all other mutants in long-distance travel. Eric and Raven watched Song Chao pace, patiently waiting for him to speak. Eric, your reputation as the world's #1 terrorist means you can never truly secure a future for your people. Besides, you are not young, since your plan to turn all humanity into mutants ended in failure. You have little time left. Relying solely on terror will lead nowhere, if it weren't for Charles taking the path of moderation and balancing you at opposite poles. The situation for mutants today would be far more dire. Seeing that Eric was about to speak, Song Chao raised his hand, signaling him to be patient. I don't fully agree with Charles's ideals, so rest assured. Though I won't join you, it's only a matter of time before I leave the school as well. Charles already knows how I feel, and he can't persuade me to change my mind. At this point, Song Chao reached out and made a gripping gesture toward Eric. Suddenly, Magneto found himself seized by an invisible force and slowly lifted into the air. Eric, let's have a little match. I'd like to see just how far my abilities have come. With that, Song Chao released his hold, and Eric gently floated back to the ground. Telepathic control. How interesting. Eric marveled at the strange sensation of losing control over his body. As you wish, young man. He stretched out his hand, and several steel ball bearings sprang from his palm, shooting straight toward Song Chao. Let's see if you can break through my defenses. As the marbles hurtled toward him, Song Chao simply shook his head. Instead of dodging, he allowed them to strike him directly. He wanted to test the true extent of his powers. Well, I hadn't expected your abilities to go beyond the mind. It seems you're quite remarkable in other ways as well. Eric stared in amazement as Song Chao stood his ground, unfazed, the projectiles leaving him completely unharmed. Song Chao, satisfied with his progress, nodded slightly, ending this brief display of power. Then he began his earnest persuasion. Mutants are born from humanity. Every human carries the X gene, though in most, it remains dormant. The proportion of people who awaken as mutants is minuscule, and that's not likely to change. Your plan to have mutants rule over humanity is destined to fail. Our only hope lies in integrating into human society as members of the global family, finding our place within that community. Only then can we gain true influence and fundamentally change the fate of mutant kind. Song Chao stepped closer to Magneto, clenching his left fist. Your violent methods are like my left hand, representing the stick. Then he clenched his right fist. Whereas Charles's vision of peaceful coexistence is like my right hand, the carrot. Anyone who rejects me or seeks to harm me will have to answer for their actions, but unlike you, I won't declare open war. I'll make sure those in power are well aware of me, and that they fear my strength. Meanwhile, the ordinary people will only see my kindness. As long as someone recognizes what I stand for, and has a good heart, they'll find help from me. But I won't be blindly selfless like Charles. I've already set a comprehensive plan in motion, and in about 2 years, it will officially begin. Song Chao rose slowly into the air, spreading his arms as if to embrace the entire sky. I am the true future of the mutant race. Eric, you and Charles, decades of your efforts have proven only one thing. You are both utter failures, do you understand? Death knelt on one knee, bowing her head in deep respect. All is as you command, my king. Mystique Raven stared up in shock at Song Chao floating overhead, then turned to look at Magneto. Eric's expression was wounded. He took a few steps back, leaning against a car, his spirit deflated. Have Charles and I wasted all these years? For nothing, he thought, no. Unwilling to accept defeat, Eric let out a low, guttural growl. Seeing that the moment was right, Song Chao flew down to stand before Eric, extending his hand. Eric, this isn't your fault or Charles's. It's just that you haven't kept up with the times. Your thinking is stuck in the era you were born into. Look at the world now. Everyone has a smartphone. If something major happens in the Eastern Hemisphere, people in the West know about it within 10 minutes. Earlier, you invited me to join you, and I refused. Now, I'm inviting you, formally. Only I can lead mutants to rise swiftly. Only I can harness mutant power to its fullest. Not like you hiding everyone away on a little island wasting their talents. Your methods are too old-fashioned, too inefficient. Join me, and in 5 years I'll show you real hope. Magneto gazed at the hand outstretched before him, then at this young man so full of confidence in his eyes. Song Chao was still just a boy, yet he reminded Eric of his own younger self. The man who, out of conviction, once took Raven away, brimming with the same bold confidence. I want to talk to Charles first, Eric said after a moment's thought. Even if I don't join you in the end, I won't stand in your way, and I'll help however I can. Song Chao nodded, understanding you shouldn't push too hard. Very well, let's go together, just in time for dinner. Logan, Jean, Scott, Ororo. Old friends are here. Come with me to greet them at the door. Charles sensed the presence of his two longtime friends and spoke to the others at the academy, leading them toward the entrance. Eric, my old friend, Charles greeted as they arrived. You've just broken out of prison, and you came straight here. What a surprise! You didn't even bring your helmet this time. Charles glanced at Magneto, then turned to Raven with a complex look in his eyes. Raven. Welcome home. Raven's gaze was equally complicated as she looked at Charles's aged face. Memories surfaced of the little boy she'd met decades ago in the kitchen, the one who'd never minded her appearance. All she could do was nod, her expression hard to read. Charles, I'm only here for dinner. No need for the helmet. What's the matter? Am I not welcome? Eric joked lightly. Come in. The children are waiting for dinner, Charles replied, noticing Song Chao at Eric's side, and realizing there was something important to discuss. He nodded and gestured for them all to enter. After dinner, Song Chao turned to Charles and said, Professor, you all go ahead and chat. I'm going to rest for a bit. Returning to his room, he lay down and began thinking about his plans for the future, checking if there was anything he needed to revise or add. Sensing that Jean had already come back to the bedroom, he slipped over quietly, making no sound at all. Who's there? Hearing the door open, Jean turned around and asked. With a mischievous chuckle, Song Chao poked his head in. Hey, Jean, it's me. What are you doing here? Jean's tone was less than friendly. I'm here to help with your treatment, Song Chao replied. Undeterred, he moved forward and wrapped his arms around Jean, pulling her onto the bed with him, holding her tightly so she couldn't break free. He said softly, relax. Jean, tonight, I'm just going to hold you while you sleep. That'll make the treatment work even better. Clearly, he was getting bolder by the day. Why don't you go cuddle with Ororo instead? Jean shot back, her words tinged with jealousy. Sensing her jealousy, Song Chao had no intention of leaving. Ororo's not going anywhere, and neither are you, Jean, you little rascal. What are you trying to pull? This isn't ancient times, you know, Jean protested, twisting his arm in mock annoyance. Hey, who knows what the future holds? Let's just sleep. I just want to hold you, darling. Song Chao buried his face next to Jean's ear and whispered. The night passed in peaceful silence. In the morning, Song Chao woke up and gazed at Jean's sleeping face. He bent down and gave her a gentle kiss, then carefully slipped out of bed. He had to leave quickly while there weren't many people around. If a student saw him, he wouldn't care, but Jean would be mortified, and he'd be the one in trouble. Just as he closed the door behind him and turned to leave, Scott appeared from around the corner. Damn it, Song, you bastard. In the early morning at Xavier's school, the place was abuzz with chatter. Hey, did you hear the news? Hear what? Mr. Scott was chasing Song all over the place this morning. Nearly blasted him with his laser eyes, so that's why there's so much damage in the hallways. I heard it was because of Ms. Jean. Huh. Why? Oh, come on, isn't it obvious? It's got to be jealousy. Love turns sour, a love triangle, huh? Word is, it's actually a love quadrangle, with Logan thrown in, yikes, and Professor X's office. Everyone except for Beast Hank was present, including Magneto and Mystique. Song and Scott stood on opposite sides, glaring daggers at each other. Charles felt groggy, and his head ached. These were all his children, after all, and he didn't quite know what to say. Off to the side, Mystique tried to stifle a laugh. Little Casanova, she teased. Eric, meanwhile, wore a look of camaraderie, as if he'd seen it all before. Jean tugged on Scott's sleeve. Scott, nothing happened. Song was just helping me suppress the Phoenix Force. Nothing happened, sure. I just held you in my arms and slept with you all night, Song said, deliberately fanning the flames. Shut up. Jean and Ororo snapped in unison. Song could only shrug, feigning innocence. Wolverine Logan looked thunderous, his face set like stone. He strode over and grabbed Song's shoulder with a grip that threatened to crush bone. Damn, punk, I ought to take a swipe at you. Hey, Logan, I told you before. I'll keep my word. Which Hollywood actress do you fancy? Heck, if you like more than one. I'll invest in a film company and line your bed with all your favorites, Song replied, shaking his shoulder free. And don't give me a massage. Your hands are too weak. I'd rather have a woman do it. No sooner had he finished than a sharp pain shot through his waist. Glancing down, he realized Ororo had snuck up and pinched him hard. He quickly offered Storm a sheepish, ingratiating grin, trying to win her over. Ororo could only sigh and let go, exasperated with this shameless behavior. Raven observed the scene and shook her head. Such a flirt, and already so skilled at it for someone so young. Don't go stirring up trouble, Raven, Song replied, rolling his eyes. He knew Mystique loved to provoke. Unless you want to join in, I actually like you with all those scales you. Raven was caught off guard. She hadn't expected Song to say something so bold, especially with everyone watching. Her irritation flared, but just as he finished speaking, Song's joy turned to misery. A fresh pinch landed on his waist, and he could feel Jean's lethal glare boring into him. He bowed his head, feigning submission. All right, that's enough. Quiet, everyone, Charles said, raising a hand. As his voice fell, the room gradually settled into silence. Last night, I had a long talk with Eric. We reminisced about our youth fighting side by side, about how we eventually went our separate ways, and about Song. I could feel that we've grown old. Perhaps it's time to entrust the future of mutants to your generation. Professor Jean Scott Logan and Ororo, unaware of the details, called out to him in unison. Charles waved a hand, then continued describing in detail Song Chow's philosophy and recounting what he had said to his old friend Eric. Turning to his students, he asked, Song hasn't been at the school for long, but you all know him. I want to hear your thoughts. Do you believe the future of mutants can be realized in his hands? Scott opened his mouth as if to speak, but Charles looked at him intently. Scott, you're the future leader of the X-Men. I have high hopes for you. Think carefully before you answer. Don't let your feelings cloud your judgment. His words were a gentle warning, alluding to Jean, worried Scott might let emotions get the better of him. Scott hesitated, then fell silent. Jean and Ororo exchanged a glance, but said nothing. It was Logan who finally broke the silence. Professor, I don't know what the future holds, but I do think you're too soft on the government. He glanced at Magneto, and Eric's not the answer either. He's too extreme. He shrugged, slightly annoyed. Song may be young, but he's got a good head on his shoulders. He managed to beat both Jean and me, 2 against 1. Can't say I like it, but maybe he deserves a shot. Scott's face darkened further. Frustrated, he turned and strode away. Professor, I think I need to travel, clear my head, see the world. His words drifted back as he left. Jean moved as if to stop him, but Charles just waved her off. Let it go, Jean. Matters of the heart are best left to time. Let Scott have some space to cool off. He turned to Jean and Ororo. What do you think? Eric has already decided to implement some of Song's ideas to see how they work. If there's real hope, Eric's willing to let go of the Brotherhood. Jean glanced at Ororo, then nodded. Professor, times are changing. Song is a well-educated young man. His thinking keeps up with the era. We can give him a chance and see what happens. Ororo nodded as well. Charles looked around at everyone in the room, then turned to Song. My child, you have earned our trust. Tell me, are you truly worthy of carrying the burden of mutant kind? Song Chow's expression grew solemn. He stepped to the center of the room, turned, and looked each of them in the eye. He nodded, clenched his right fist, and declared in a deep, steady voice, I am inevitable. Magneto's face stiffened, and for a moment he was lost in thought. Then, turning to his old friend, he sighed, Charles, is this why you, that stubborn old mule, are agreeing with me this time? Charles's expression was grave as he nodded. I don't know whether this will lead us to fortune or disaster. When everyone had finally calmed down, Charles exchanged a look with Eric and asked, now, tell us your plan. Song Chow began to pace. nodding and then shaking his head as he spoke. Charles, Eric, my original plan didn't include you too. I had intended to rise to power in 2 years in 2008. There's an opportunity then, and I'm determined to seize it. He noticed Eric wanted to speak, and anticipating his question, waved his hand. Eric, don't ask about my secrets. Charles shook his head at Eric, who understood immediately and fell silent. Watching Song Chao pace back and forth in deep thought, the room grew quiet, everyone waiting patiently. Song Chao was recalling the Marvel storyline in his mind. Now that both the X-Men and the Brotherhood had joined forces, it was clear he had to abandon his previous plans. After all, he now had both resources and allies. His old plan relied on himself alone. First earning money, then recruiting talent. With a new situation, he could move everything up by 2 years, so his strategy had to change. Noticing the cigar dangling from Logan's lips, he casually snatched it away. It was his first smoke. In this life, and he'd been craving it for ages, Logan's mouth hung open in surprise, but he said nothing, unwilling to interrupt Song Chao's thoughts, and simply fished out another cigar for himself. When Song Chao finished the cigar, he finally spoke. I've thought it through. With the plan change, there may be some loose ends. The government fears mutant powers, while ordinary people just want a better life. So, we need to win over the people at the bottom first. As for those in power, we can't count on them in the short term. But a crisis is coming to Earth, and when that time arrives, it will be our moment. The moment when mutants rise and claim our rightful place on this planet. Don't ask me how I know what's coming. I'll only say this once. Remember my words and never speak of them again. This world is far more complex than you realize. Though they didn't fully understand, everyone felt a chill at his words and nodded in agreement. Eric, how much funding does your Brotherhood have? Song Chao asked Magneto. Originally, I was planning to use an opportunity in 2 years to raise the initial capital. Magneto nodded. Don't worry, funding is no issue. We have at least $8 to $10 billion at our disposal. Song Chao nodded, considering for a moment. Charles, you and your people should remain at the school and continue searching for new mutants around the globe. However, any outstanding combat talents you find should be sent to Eric for training. Charles thought it over and nodded in agreement. Eric, in the short term, you'll still need to be at the forefront. I need you to remain the sword of the mutants. Eric understood, of course, for the future of our kind. I'll do whatever it takes. The first thing we need to do in the near future, Eric, is for you to go back and gather the Brotherhood's combat-capable members. I want only the elites soon. I'll disguise myself and hide among you to launch a surprise attack on the Worthington Corporation. What's wrong with that company? The others asked in confusion. You see the news every day, the so-called mutant cure that's being produced by this company. It's made from the blood of a mutant child named Jimmy. Jimmy's power is that any mutant who gets close to him loses their abilities and becomes an ordinary person. Once they move away, their powers return immediately. Mystique shot up from her seat, alarmed. How do you know all this so clearly? The Brotherhood has been trying to track down the company developing it. But we haven't found anything yet, Raven, Eric said, frowning and fixing. Mystique with a stern look. Raven immediately realized she'd overstepped and sat back down. Song Chao waved his hand, not dwelling on it, and continued, once we've dealt with this, the next 2 years will be my time to establish a company and recruit top scientists. I already have a list of the talent I need, and I'll have to visit each one in turn. These 2 years will be a period of silence for us mutants. In 2 years, the real curtain will rise in this world. By then, even aliens will be making their appearance. Let's do our best, damn. What? Aliens? Everyone in the room stared at Song Chao with incredulous expressions. He nodded. Once we leave this room, there's no need to mention any of this for the next few years. Everyone nodded in agreement, all well aware that Song Chao was hiding a great secret, but none of them pressed further. Oh, right, Professor. And Eric, I wanted to ask, is the White Queen Emma still alive? Suddenly, Song Chao thought of the perfect mutant leader with management skills and spoke up. Emma, the White Queen. Charles and Eric exchanged glances. I remember she was captured. She should have been taken to some lab for experimentation. I'll find time to look for her and see if she's still alive. Why are you looking for her? Jean and Ororo asked in unison. Song Chao walked over, putting his arms around both of them, and explained with a smile, don't overthink it. Emma is the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. Not only does she have her diamond form, but her psychic abilities can control minds. What I value most, though, is her management. Talent. I won't be able to keep an eye on my company all the time, so I need someone I can trust. Besides, the Hellfire Club members are all from the upper echelons of society. For my future plans and for the future of mutants, this is crucial." Hearing this, Charles said, "Then I'll head to the secret room now and use the Cerebro amplifier to search for her." Song Chao nodded. "Thank you, Professor. All for our kind," Eric said, standing up and pushing his old friend out of the room. Song Chao glanced at Eric, and suddenly a memory flashed through his mind. A beautiful woman in a striking red dress. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Eric, do you have a pair of twin children?" "The Scarlet Witch." Eric turned to look at Song Chao, considered for a moment, then nodded. "You really do know, kid," he said, as if he had already expected it. Song Chao realized it was his own air of mystery that had given him away, and he grinned with satisfaction. That was the advantage of being a prophet. "Wanda Maximoff? Pietro Maximoff?" Mystique's expression was hard to read as she spoke, her tone oddly intrigued. "That's right. Eric broke out of prison just a few days ago, and only then did he learn about these two children. They've only been brought back into the Brotherhood for less than a week. Yet you seem to know everything, though the others didn't ask outright." All their eyes were fixed intently on Song Chao. With a helpless sigh, he touched his nose and said, "Eric, why not? Bring them here to the school. It won't be safe for them with you much longer. Try to keep only combat personnel on your end. In the future, my company can take care of the non-combatants. It'll take about 6 years before we can formally integrate your fighters into my security group." At the mention of 6 years, everyone's eyes flickered, but no one spoke up. Instead, they each began to ponder in silence. Eric nodded at this. After all, these were his own children. "I'll have Raven bring them over right away." Song Chao nodded in return. "Once you're back, Raven, gather the elite fighters and have them spread out near North End Corporation in Los Angeles, ready to move at a moment's notice. Once everyone's assembled, we'll strike immediately. Better to act fast than let things drag on and risk complications. SHLD has already started keeping tabs on me." SHLD? It stands for the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. In short, HIELD. It falls under the UN Security Council, a behemoth of an organization. They have branches in most countries around the world, except for the ancient Eastern nation, where they wouldn't dare interfere. Here, in America, every city has a branch. Just counting their agents, there are more than 100,000, not to mention the admin staff and researchers. Hearing the number of agents, everyone was startled. Charles, who was familiar with the organization, nodded and advised, "You'll need to be careful with your actions from now on." "Don't worry, Professor. They'll only be active for a few more years at best. The world's changing, so there won't be anything to worry about," Song Chao replied dismissively. After all, while SHLD had manpower, their top operatives, Natasha and Barton, were merely at the peak of human ability. They were no real threat. They might be effective against ordinary people, but against superhumans they wouldn't stand a chance. "Oh, by the way, Raven, when you go back, transfer the Brotherhood's funds over. I'm registering a company today, and I'm planning to make some big headlines. Just wait and see what kind of headlines. I need to step out into the spotlight for a change. Charles and Eric aren't suited for it, so the world needs to get to know me first. I'm going to create an opportunity 2 years from now." Everyone fell silent, accustomed to not prying further. Raven turned and left to announce the gathering, bringing along the Scarlet Witch and her brother. Eric wheeled Charles toward the underground laboratory. Logan, seeing everyone else with something to do, looked a bit lost. At that moment, Song Chao glanced at him. "Logan, why don't you go back with Raven? She's the perfect spy. But her combat skills are just average." Logan considered. If for a moment, nodded, and caught up with her. After all, there was nothing for him to do at the school anyway. Surveying the room and finding only Jean and Ororo left, Song Chao strode over, slipped an arm around their waists, and teased, "Ladies, why don't you keep your husband company for a bit?" A chorus of protests rang out, mingled with feigned outrage. "Who's your wife? Did you say, ladies? And your husband?" Two delicate hands pinched his waist mercilessly, but in the end resistance was no match for his shameless persistence. He pulled them both half in jest, half in earnest onto the bed. The three lay together, murmuring softly, sharing idle conversation. With a beautiful woman on either side, Song Chao felt as if he were in paradise. Sheer perfection. Time slipped by, and before they knew it, it was lunchtime. The trio finally emerged from the bedroom and made their way to the cafeteria. Song Chao couldn't help but muse a little smugly that no matter how old they are, women in love are always the same. In the cafeteria, they spotted the professor, who handed Song Chao a slip of paper. Emma's alive. She escaped the lab and is now in Europe. Here's her number. Song Chao nodded, accepting the note. I'll contact her after lunch, he said. Ororo, let's take a walk downtown afterward. I'll take care of some business and create a little sensation. Both women nodded in agreement. Emma, the famous White Queen. I've heard so much about you. My name's Song Chao, but you can call me Song. We haven't met, but you'll know me soon enough. Keep an eye on the big news coming out of New York, and you'll understand. I hope you'll come to New York to help me then. After lunch, Song Chao found himself with some free time. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number from the paper, speaking to Emma on the other end. No, I'm not like Sebastian Shaw dreaming of global nuclear war. I'm not a terrorist like Magneto, and I'm certainly not a self-deceiver like Professor X. You managed to escape long ago, so you must know the situation mutants are in. You also know what Magneto and the Professor have been up to. All these years, have you wondered why they're both standing behind me now? That's why I'm waiting for you. I don't think you'll regret it, Emma. Your mutant powers aren't really what I'm after. They don't impress me much. What I value is your management ability. You'll be the future CEO of my company, and I'm quite interested in your Hellfire Club, too. I look forward to meeting you. Song Chao hung up, thinking that Emma would probably accept. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left her number with Charles. Just then his phone rang. Hello, Raven. The money came through? 8.7 billion. That's enough. Don't touch those assets that are hard to cash out for now. I don't need that much money in the next couple of years. All right, you all come back safely. When Song saw the incoming text message showing 8.7 billion had arrived, he couldn't help but feel smug. Turning to Jean and Ororo, he announced with a grin, ladies, let's go. Your husband is taking you shopping today. Ha. Jean glanced at Song's childish, triumphant expression. She exchanged a helpless look with Ororo before following along behind him. Raven hung up the phone. Let's go, it's done. Let's head back to Professor X's school first. Logan nodded and got up to leave. A pretty young woman dressed in red sidled up to Raven, curiosity shining in her eyes. Raven, was that call from Song? The one who asked you to call us? How does he know about us? What does he look like? Is he handsome? How tall is he? She fired off questions one after another, her excitement barely contained. Nearby, a silver-haired teenager shot her a disgruntled look. Enough, Wanda. That guy doesn't look like a good person at all. You better be careful. I'll be keeping my eye on him. Humph. Pietro was the quintessential overprotective brother, always suspecting anyone who showed interest in his sister. Pietro, you haven't even met him yet, so stop talking nonsense. Anyone who can make Eric that old stick-in-the-mud listen must be pretty impressive, the 15-year-old Scarlet witch said with longing in her eyes. She and her brother had grown up without a father after their mother died of illness. They were found and taken in by Magneto at 15. Naturally, she wasn't particularly fond of the old man. Pietro grumbled under his breath, knowing he couldn't out-argue Wanda, who was born 12 minutes after him. Since their mother died, Pietro, only 12 at the time, had done everything to protect his sister. Even as a child, Wanda had developed early and looked like a girl of 16 or 17-inch, attracting unwanted attention from lecherous men. Pietro had always shielded her fiercely. Now at 15, Wanda was more developed than most adult women, which only made Pietro's protective tendencies even more pronounced. He suspected everyone. All the way, the constant chatter made Pietro feel gloomy about the future. He sighed inwardly, weighed down by a sense of melancholy. In Times Square, New York, Song Chao and the Lady of Death found themselves laden with shopping bags trailing behind the two curvy women up ahead, both wearing expressions of resigned exhaustion. To think that someone like me, blessed with superhuman stamina, could end up tired after a few hours of shopping. Song Chao found it hard to believe he could only admit that shopping was his natural nemesis. Having too many women could really be a headache. In the city, he found an agency registered a company, rented an entire floor of an office building arranged for renovation, put up signage and contacted radio stations and newspapers. The agency handled everything efficiently, and the whole process cost $60 million. In just half an hour, everything was settled. All that was left was to wait for tomorrow's news, taking Jean and Ororo on a shopping spree in Times Square. After 3 hours, Song Chao and the Lady of Death were covered in shopping bags, while the two women were still brimming with enthusiasm, their energy seemingly endless. But thinking it over, Scott and Jean had grown up in Xavier's school since childhood. They didn't receive salaries and seldom went out, while Ororo had been a thief in her youth, living in poverty and remaining single to this day. So he could understand their situation. Song Chao could only steady his mind and continue to accompany them. Having taken such advantage, he wanted to have both beauties in his arms. So he had to bear it and focus on pleasing them. It wasn't until dusk settled in and the professor called to ask if they'd be coming back for dinner that the two women were finally satisfied and agreed to return to the city. In the back seat of the Hummer, Old Master Song felt a secret sense of pride. Clearly, he had a knack for managing his ladies. As soon as they entered the school gates and stepped out of the car, a young girl came running over. "Are you the Song who defeated Eric?" "Hello. I'm Wanda Maximoff." Song Chao took Wanda's small hand and didn't let go, smiling as he said, "I know who you are. You're really beautiful. Thank goodness you didn't take after Magneto. How old are you, little girl?" "I'm not a little girl. I'm already 15, Wanda protested. Let go, a figure suddenly appeared, prying Song Chao's hand away and placing himself protectively in front of Wanda. Song Chao noticed the other's silver hair. "You must be Pietro Maximoff. Hello? I'm not interested in pleasantries. Don't get any funny ideas about my sister." Holding her hand and not letting go, Pietro snorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Hearing this, Wanda gave Pietro a swat, her face quickly turning crimson. "I just couldn't help myself. She's developed so well, ouch." Song Chao had barely finished speaking before he felt two hands suddenly grab his waist. Although with his current physical condition, he couldn't really feel any pain, he still pretended to be hurt, worried the two jealous women might overreact. "Let me introduce you. These two are teachers at the school, Jean Grey and Ororo. Monroe. They're also my girlfriends," Song Chao said, pulling both women close as he introduced them to the Maximoff siblings. "What? They're both your girlfriends? Is this still the Middle Ages or something?" Pietro and Wanda exclaimed in unison, staring at him as if he were some kind of oddity. Wanda's gaze lingered on Jean and Ororo, her eyes sparkling with approval. She nodded to herself, grinning foolishly as if lost in thought. "Wanda, do you see now? He's a bad man. A playboy. You'd better stay away from him in the future," Pietro said, recovering from his shock and turning to lecture his sister. "Pietro are only 12 minutes older than me. My business is none of yours," the rebellious young girl retorted. "Enough chatting. Come in and eat," came the professor's voice in their minds. Song Chao took the lead, calling out, "Let's go, the professor's urging us to have dinner. After walking around all day, I'm starving and exhausted." Wanda perked up. "You went shopping? Sure, let's eat first. We'll talk later. Umbrella Corporation after dinner." Wanda clung to Song Chao, eager to hear how he'd managed to deal with Magneto. But Song Chao brushed her off and sent her off to play. He knew the professor and the others were still waiting for him. As soon as he stepped into the professor's office, it was just as he expected. Magneto and the others were all there. Seeing Song Chao enter, Magneto was the first to speak. "Kid, in 2 days, the Brotherhood's elite will be in place. There aren't many, just a little over 30 people. That's more than enough," Song Chao replied with a nod. "The government's assigned troops are only using plastic guns, loaded with plastic bullets, laced with drugs that suppress mutant abilities. They're trying to block your magnetic powers, but they can't stop my telepathy. Honestly, we don't need that many people. It's just that I can't be the one in the spotlight. And with too few people, it's hard for me to stay hidden. When the time comes, I'll need you to take center stage." "Oh, and what's your plan?" Magneto asked. "Narrated Corporation is on a small island next to the city. I need you to move an entire bridge across the river and connect it to the island. That will be a real spectacle. One that will keep the government cautious for years and make things much easier for my plans later." Eric nodded in agreement. "No problem. I'm already public enemy #1. Making myself a little scarier doesn't bother me." The others chuckled at this. Charles looked at his old friend and said, "Eric, try not to kill anyone. How can anything be accomplished without bloodshed?" "You're still as soft and merciful as ever, Charles." Before Charles could respond, Song Chao picked up the thread. "Eric, there's no need for killing this time. All we need is to destroy the entire island and bring Jimmy back. That's why I want you to move the bridge. Killing people only stirs up public resentment and protests, but something like moving a bridge will send shockwaves. Its impact on the public will be much greater." Magneto thought it over. "Your plan's better, kid. Charles and I are getting old. Standing here beside you, I really do feel like we're falling behind the times." Charles nodded in agreement as well. "Hey, don't say that. As long as I'm here, there's hope for our future. I'm counting on you both to be the foundation for all mutants. The future of our kind still needs your support." Seeing the mood sink a little, Song Chao quickly tried to reassure the two elders. Even the old general still has his uses. They just need something to look forward to. The elderly fear idleness most of all. It only makes aging come faster. Charles and Eric exchanged a glance and nodded. Kid, we'll have your back. Don't worry. By the way, how did things go for you today? What's this big news you mentioned? Hey, just wait for tomorrow's papers and the TV. You'll see for yourselves. All right. Then, get some rest. We'll see how you make your splash tomorrow. Song Chao nodded and left the office to look for Jean and Ororo, only to see Wanda coming over with Pietro. Hey, Wanda, are you getting used to the school? Want me to show you around? Sure. No way. Wanda had barely agreed when Pietro instinctively objected, but Wanda ignored her brother, took Song Chao by the arm, and walked off with him. Pietro glanced around and decided he'd better keep up. He had to be on guard in case someone suddenly turned into a wolf. Washington Tri-Wing Building. Come in, Natasha. Take a look at this. The one-eyed, bald man handed over a file. Natasha took it and read, Umbrella. Director, are you asking me to go undercover? Yes, at the moment, this person isn't within our control, and we have very little information. We must keep them under surveillance. Sharon Carter is about to graduate. Bring her along this time. Consider it her long-term graduation assessment. Understood. Song Chao spent half an hour coaxing the two kids before finally getting them to leave. He hurried off to find Jean. With Scott off on one of his wandering escapades, this was his chance to win Jean over. He opened the door, closed it behind him, hurriedly took off his clothes, and leapt onto the bed. Everything happened in a flash. Hey, what are you doing? Jean exclaimed. The big bad wolf has arrived, he teased. The night passed quietly. By the time sunlight streamed in through the window, Song Chao woke to find Jean looking at him. He leaned in and kissed her. How are you feeling? How much control do you have now? I'm almost there. Maybe in 10 days or 2 weeks at most, I'll have complete control. Jean understood exactly what he meant and nodded firmly. That's good. I'll only feel at ease when you have complete control. Otherwise, it's like living with a ticking time bomb. It looks like we'll have to do this a few more times. What do you think you're going, little lamb? Oh, stop it. It's almost noon. Get up. Or what if the student find out? Fine, I'll get up. After washing up, Song Chao took Jean toward the professor's office. Before they even entered, the sound of a news broadcast reached their ears. Umbrella Corporation. This is CBS reporting. Today, we discovered that every newspaper and major TV station across the country is advertising for a company called Umbrella Security. What kind of company is this Umbrella really? Follow us to find out. NBC News here. Umbrella Security has just made a public announcement. Due to a shortage of staff, they're only accepting security service contracts, starting at a minimum of $100 million. Prices for specific cases and exclusive rights are all subject to the company's discretion. If you need security on the moon, they can make it happen. Song Chao pushed open the door and saw Logan, Charles, Raven, Eric, Wanda, Pietro, and Ororo all gathered. Wanda held the remote. No wonder the channel kept switching to different reports. ABC News. Where did Umbrella Security come from? Our team has tracked down the company, located on the 3rd floor of a building right across from Stark Industries. According to our investigation, the company was only registered yesterday. Let's take a look inside. An ABC anchorwoman led her cameraman through the doors of Umbrella. At reception sat a striking woman with deep red hair and a generous C-cup figure. Hello, is this the Umbrella Security Company? Song Chao looked at the young woman at the front desk, feeling speechless inside. Isn't this Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow? Looks like SHLD really has their eye on me. I only asked the agency to arrange someone yesterday, but it turns out SHLD arranged it themselves. Hello, this is the Umbrella Security Company. I'm Natalie, the company's receptionist. How may I assist you? Natasha stood up and greeted him with a smile. To anyone unfamiliar, she really did look just like a front desk receptionist. Is she someone you hired? Wanda asked. She already knew that Song Chao owned the company. Jean and Ororo both looked over in confusion. They had been with him all day yesterday and didn't recall seeing such a beautiful woman. Feeling uneasy about someone's behavior, they made a mental note to interrogate him later that night. Seeing everyone turn a look at him, Song Chao quickly waved his hands. No, I was with Jean and Ororo yesterday. I just contacted the agency. They handled everything. I didn't get involved. I only left my number in case anyone needed security services and call me. Honestly, I wasn't planning to do much with this shell company yet. It's not the right time. I still need to keep a low profile and develop slowly. Jean and Ororo rolled their eyes at him. Wanda blinked, then glanced down her chest. Still need to develop, huh? On the TV, Natasha maintained a professional smile. At Umbrella Security Company, we currently She launched into a promotional spiel. The host asked, "So, have you received any orders yet?" "Not yet. When you get your first client, could you let us know?" "Our station is willing to pay for the scoop." Natasha blinked thoughtfully. "I'll have to ask my boss." "One moment, please." 20 seconds later, Song Chao's phone rang. He didn't answer right away, frowning as he reflected on the host's question. "Maybe I'm being too cautious. I do need to watch out for the Ancient One until I'm stronger. But I haven't done anything yet. Maybe this could work." He answered the call and listened for a moment. "All right, agree to it." After hanging up, Song Chao looked at Magneto and thought for a moment. "Eric, withdraw your people." Everyone in the room turned to him, waiting for an explanation. Song Chao waved it off, took out his phone, and started dialing. "Emma, a whole morning has passed. That should be enough time for the news to reach Europe, right?" "Yes, I need you to come to New York today. Set up the Umbrella Corporation immediately and organize divisions for biotechnology, technology, arms, and so on. Don't worry, I've already identified the talent we need. The only issue is that we'll have to visit each of them in person to invite them on board. I'll give you the list. Today, your job is to form the company. Then try to visit these people and see if you can persuade them to join us. If it doesn't work out right away, we'll find another way." "All right, listen carefully and take note. Some of the addresses aren't clear yet. When you arrive, I'll have Eric's Brotherhood assist you. Reed Richards, the genius scientist from Columbia University, famous across America. He won't be easy to recruit, but his brilliance is beyond question. In fact, he might be the greatest mind on Earth. Remember his name? Otto Gunther Octavius, scientist at Oscorp. An expert in mechanics, neuroscience, and nuclear physics. Curtis Kurt Connors, a leading expert in biology. He's missing an arm and also works at Oscorp. Put him at the very top of our list. Umbrella's main focus is biotech right now, and Connors is deeply invested in research, driven by his desire to heal himself. Imagine in the future. When someone's injured, a single spray heals the wound in seconds. For those who've lost limbs, one injection and their arms or legs regrow. It's not just about the money. The key is that this could transform public perception of mutants. Money is secondary. What's important is advancing our cause. That's why. Connors is our top priority. We must recruit him and support him fully. Whatever resources he needs, we provide, no questions asked. The professor and the others listened with complex, excited expressions, struggling to contain their urge to speak as Song Chao continued his call. Victor Von Doom, another genius from Columbia, and Reed Richards' school rival. By now, he may have already struck out on his own and started his own company. We'll know more once you're here to investigate. Bruce Banner, the famous Hulk, 7 doctorate degrees. No less impressive than Tony Stark. Perhaps even more so. Right now, he's hiding from military. If we find him, we can offer him protection. Hank Pym, a biochemist and physicist. He's the inventor of the renowned Pym particles, though he was ousted from his own company by a student. Track him down first, and we'll figure out the rest. In Siberia, there's a father and son. Anton Vanko and his son Ivan Vanko. Years ago, Anton was exiled by Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, and sent to the desolate wilds of Siberia. Find these two. They have something I need. That's all for now. Each one is top tier. Even finding just one of them is a huge win. When you get back, I'll arrange for Hank McCoy the Beast to be the first to enter the company's cutting-edge laboratory. He's one of our own, a genius in both mechanical invention and genetic biology. All right, send me Eric's information. Okay, I'll have Charles apologize to you together with me. Understood? We'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, Song Chao noticed everyone looking his way. He paused for a moment, considering his next words. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. In the office of Professor X at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, a group of 9 people was gathered. Song Chao, still holding his phone, met their gazes and turned to Charles and Eric first. You all heard it. From now on, Emma will be the chief CEO of my Umbrella Corporation. I hope you can let go of the past, both of you. Charles waved his hand dismissively. No need to say more. We're prepared to apologize to Emma. Eric followed suit. For the future of mutant kind, I would give up my life if I had to. An apology is nothing in comparison. And to be honest, it was me and Charles who caused Emma to be captured and experimented on in the first place. Wanda, who had been listening intently, finally chimed in. Song, you're really something. You know so much. How did you find out about all those scientists, Song Chao? Wave her off with a look of mock annoyance. Kid, why are you so nosy? You. Wanda shot to her feet, puffing out her chest in indignation. Who are you calling a kid? Song Chao's gaze was drawn. And he couldn't help but mutter, "Well, you're not so little anymore." With a sharp clap, Pietro sprang up to block Song Chao's view, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Wanda, realizing what she'd done, blushed furiously and ducked behind Pietro. Everyone saw that Song Chao had deliberately changed the subject, but no one called him out on it. Suddenly, Raven spoke up. "Song, earlier you mentioned pulling back your people. What's the story there?" All eyes were on him again. Song Chao took a moment to think before replying. "My original plan was pretty cautious. I intended to wait another 2 years before stepping into the spotlight, but the news just now made me reconsider. Maybe it's time to move up the timeline and take action sooner, which is why I called Emma to come and set up the corporation as soon as possible. All right, here's what we'll do, Gene. Transfer $1 billion from my account to Eric. Eric, go home. Tonight, tomorrow, call the security company's front desk and put in a request for me. Take down the North End Corporation and rescue the mutant child, Jimmy. Offer a bounty of $1 billion. The company receptionist is actually a SHILD agent. The $1 billion transaction will trigger a security protocol. Just keep this in mind for now. Don't spread it around. It might come in handy later." "What? An agent?" Everyone exclaimed in shock. Song Chao waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's enough to know the basics. That way, when we clear them out, we won't accidentally put someone in charge who doesn't know what's really going on." Everyone nodded in agreement. "When the time comes, I'll quote a price of $1 billion. You'll transfer the money to the company account. And tomorrow night, I'll make sure Northenden's official unveiling is destroyed." Eric mulled it over for a moment and nodded. "That'll work, but for now on you'll have to operate in the public eye. It was only a matter of time. I'm well aware of what I'm getting into," Song Chao replied, unconcerned. "Raven, you're coming back with me." "Pietro, look after your sister," Eric said as he stood up, prompting everyone else to rise and see them off. The next morning at Umbrella Security Company, the phone at reception rang shrilly. Natasha picked up. "Hello, Umbrella Security at your service. This is Eric Lyncher. I require your company's security services." "Eric Lyncher. Magneto. All right, could you tell me the specifics so I can report to the boss for pricing?" "Understood. Please hold on a moment." Natasha hung up and, after a moment's thought, dialed Song Chao. "Boss, Magneto Eric is requesting our security services to deal with mutant suppressant drugs and to rescue hostages. $1 billion. "Got it. Understood, Mr. Eric. This is Natasha. The boss says the job is accepted for $1 billion. If you agree, please transfer the funds to our company account now. Once the payment is received, I'll send you the boss's contact information. You can then discuss the details directly." "All right." Natasha headed into the restroom and quickly dialed SHIELD's secure internal line. "Director, it's Natasha. Magneto just called requesting the security company to handle the mutant cure and rescue hostages." Song quoted him $1 billion. Judging by Magneto's tone, he might agree. "We're waiting to see if the funds come through." "Yes, I'll keep you updated if anything changes at Triskelion Tower." Nick Fury erupted in a fit of rage. "Damn it. Son of a, always causing trouble. Coulson, keep a close eye on the Brotherhood. Move now." Half an hour later, Natasha's phone rang. Seeing Song Chao's name, she felt a jolt of anxiety. Something was definitely about to happen. "Natalie, notify the media. We're taking this job." "Yes, boss. I'll handle it right away." Natasha hung up and immediately headed back to the restroom. "Director Song has accepted the job. Now he wants me to notify the media. Damn it." "I hear you." Fury hung up. Natasha was speechless. 12 noon. "This is ABC News. Yesterday, the sensational Umbrella Security Company has accepted a new job today. A sky-high security contract worth $1 billion. This is CBS reporting. It's rumored that the client is none other than the world's most notorious terrorist, Magneto." Eric Lyncher. This is CNN reporting. Magneto has declared in an interview that the mutant suppressant cure was developed from mutant child. He insists that their mutant kin must be rescued, and that unscrupulous corporations can no longer be allowed to harm mutants. This is NBC bringing you the latest. Umbrella Corporation has issued a statement declaring the cure to be cruel and calling for its destruction. Using mutants' bodies to create a cure is unacceptable. The company says they will fulfill their orders today. Stay tuned for updates at the White House, the Pentagon, and the SHIELD Triskelion headquarters. Chaos reigned as heated discussions erupted everywhere. Out on the city streets, crowds of people were engrossed in conversation about this very topic online. It was front-page news everywhere. Debates raged on, and the impact continued to snowball. Within 10 minutes, the news had swept across the globe, with every nation awaiting more details. At 2:10 in the afternoon, the Los Angeles Seaside Bridge was packed with people. Every local TV station, newspaper, and online platform had mobilized, setting up cameras to broadcast live. This is NBC Los Angeles, bringing you live coverage. ABC Los Angeles here. At 1:30 we received word that the small island beneath the bridge is said to be the site where Northinden Corporation developed the mutant suppressant drug, CNN reporting. We can see an organized military presence at the gates of Northinden Corporation's island facility. Officially, Northinden is just a private biotech company. So why are U.S. soldiers guarding the entrance? Has the military been involved? Are the White House and the Pentagon implicated in the development of this cure for mutants? American reporters, bold as ever, spoke their minds without restraint. The public frenzy was so intense that live viewership soared by the millions every second. Around 2 billion people were watching worldwide, and in 10 minutes' time, that number was likely to surpass 3 billion. Inside the White House, the president watched the live broadcast, chaos erupting all around. "Damn it. Get the head of the military in here now," he barked. The Secretary of Defense, sitting nearby, sat stone-faced, silent and grim. Meanwhile, another round of exasperated shouting echoed through the SHILD Triskelion in the Northinden Corporation's executive office. An uneasy silence hung in the air. After a long pause, the president spoke in a low, grave voice. "It's over. Delete all company files. Maybe that way we can protect our families. As for us..." While the senior staff sitting below him could only remain silent before nodding in resignation. At this point, there was no escape. All they could do was sever the past and hope to save their loved ones. There was no hope left for themselves. Off the coast of Oakland, San Francisco, a yacht floated on the water. Song Chow stood at the bow with Eric, both eyes on a laptop, streaming the live broadcast. "Eric, it's almost time. I should make my appearance now," Song Chow said. "Safety first," Eric replied, watching as Song Chow rose into the air and flew toward Los Angeles. On the bridge outside, the Northinden Company in Los Angeles at 2:23 in the afternoon. They're coming. Hurry, film the sky." After anxiously waiting for dozens of minutes, the crowd finally caught sight of the main attraction. Chaos erupted, and a cacophony of voices filled the air. "I can't see clearly. It's moving too fast. Even slowed down, you can't make out what it looks like." A streak of light shot downward at incredible speed and crashed with a thunderous impact right at the center of Northinden's island. Dust billowed everywhere. The whole island seemed to tremble from the shockwave. The American soldiers stationed at the gate were instantly lifted off their feet and thrown aside. There was a sharp, rattling crash, interspersed with the anguished cries of people. Moments later, as the dust settled and the cameras could finally capture the scene, it became clear that more than half of the Northinden Company's building had collapsed. A window flew outwards. Through it, a man, his face obscured, only his body visible, was seen soaring into the air, perched on his right shoulder. Sat a bald child of a few years old, arms tightly wrapped around the man's neck, his face hidden. As they slowly drifted northward, people shouted back and forth to each other. "Did anyone get a clear shot?" "No. I only caught the kid's face. Doesn't anyone have a good picture?" Regretful voices echoed again and again through the crowd. Inside the White House office, "Find out who he is immediately. I want this man's full dossier." At the Triskelion, Nick Fury dialed his top agent. "Natasha, you've had the most contact. Do you think that's him?" "Director, I'm certain it's Song." "Damn it. Raise the confidentiality level to 10. You and Sharon Carter report directly to me." "Yes, sir." At Xavier's school principal's office, Wanda leapt up with glee. "Yes. Amazing Song. So cool." Pietro rolled his eyes and couldn't even be bothered to respond. Jean and Ororo both broke into broad smiles. Charles's face was full of gentle pride, filled with comfort at the thought that someone was carrying on the path he himself had not been able to walk. He wondered, though, when Scott would finally see the light. Across nations, thunderous reactions erupted. Meetings were held in one institution after another, while the public could talk of nothing else. At precisely 3 p.m., NBC News reporting. Just now, Umbrella Corporation released a shocking statement. CNN brings you this. "Take a look at these bloody photos. See the children who have been dissected." ABC reporting. "All these children who were dissected are mutant kids." Umbrella claims that many more had already been destroyed by Northinden. And, according to what we've learned, many research institutions, companies, and even government agencies were involved. Umbrella's announcement states that according to the research done by these shameful and inhumane organizations, every human carries the X gene. Some more apparent, some more dormant. Most people will never activate these genes in their lifetime. Mutants and humans are meant to coexist, and there should be no discrimination. After all, one day your child might awaken the X gene, only to be kidnapped and dissected. When these images surfaced, a wave of outrage erupted from various government departments, corporations, and research institutions. The world was in an uproar. People everywhere organized protest marches condemning the treatment of mutant children. The White House's reputation was utterly ruined on the global stage. With no other options, the president ordered the Department of Defense to take action. The Defense Department, in turn, pushed forward a high-ranking general from the military to take the fall. Meeting on a yacht off the coast of Oakland, San Francisco, Eric. "I'll leave Jimmy on your island for now," Song Chao said as he landed on the yacht and set Jimmy down. "No problem. Your display was impressive. Right now, there are marches all over for mutant children protesting the government's abuse and persecution. You've done more for them than Charles or I ever have," Eric replied, his voice deep and filled with satisfaction as he patted Song Chao on the shoulder. "Jimmy, my child, you're going home now. You're safe." Eric knelt down and gently ruffled Jimmy's hair, speaking softly. In that moment, he sensed the magnetic field within him dissipate. He looked up at Song Chao. "If you're within a meter of him, the X gene vanishes. I had to use my psychic abilities as a barrier just to keep it intact, but the energy faded so quickly I almost didn't make it here," Song Chao explained calmly. The truth was his psychic powers failed in Jimmy's presence. He had to rely on his own physical strength to fly here. That at least was not affected by the X gene mutation. "We'll keep him with you for now. Once the attention dies down, the professor can bring him to the school," Song Chao said. Eric nodded. "I'm leaving now, Eric. I need to go see Emma," Song Chao said. And with that, he took off, shooting toward New York at breakneck speed. Eric lowered his gaze. "Let's go home." Jimmy, inside an unmarked office building in New York. "Emma, I finally get to meet you," Song Chao said, surveying the stunningly beautiful woman before him. Emma studied the man who had shaken the world in just a few days. His face was youthful, but his actions were shrewd and decisive. He seemed to have his finger on the pulse of every major event. Just yesterday, she'd heard him mention several names over the phone. Today, after looking them up, she discovered most were world-class scientists, many still unknown or just emerging. "Song, it's an honor meeting you. I feel hopeful for the future of mutants," Emma said politely. Song Chao waved his hand. "Emma, I'm not one for formalities. No need for that. You're even more beautiful than I imagined." Emma smiled with a hint of mischief. "Is this my boss harassing a subordinate?" Song Chao shrugged. "I can't help myself. I've always been a bit of a flirt, especially with beautiful things. No wonder." "Storm, Ororo, warned me to keep my distance from you during our last call." "What? When did you two talk?" Song Chao asked, his gaze lingering unabashedly on Emma's half-exposed, alluring neckline. Emma looked at the man before her, noticing the expression on his face. She knew right away. This was a man who made no secret of his lustful nature. According to Ororo, he'd even flirted with Cyclops' girlfriend, and judging by the rumor mill, his relationship with Ororo herself was hardly straightforward. But as the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, Emma was no simple character herself. Soon the office filled with the sounds of bodies colliding. When everything finally quieted down, the streetlights outside were already glowing against the dusk. "What a perfect enchantress you are," Song Chao sighed, running his hand along Emma's body in admiration. Emma shot him a glare, rising to dress herself, still not satisfied. "If you want to keep going, be my guest. I just hope you can explain yourself to Jean and Ororo when you get back." Song Chao sprang up and started getting dressed as well, which made Emma so exasperated she strode over and pinched him. He pulled her into his arms and stole a quick kiss. "Emma, we have all the time in the world ahead of us. There's no need to rush." Emma composed herself and asked seriously, "What's your plan for the company?" "So far, you've only managed to win over Otto Gunther Octavius. The rest are still undecided." Song Chao considered for a moment. "If we're aiming to build a true conglomerate, we might as well do it right from the start. We need our own headquarters building." At this, Emma frowned. "That'll take a lot more money. Right now, you only have a few billion." "Not nearly enough," Song Chao nodded in agreement. "True, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'll figure something out in the next couple of days. For now, I'm afraid you'll have to make do with this place. He paused, then pulled out his phone. Professor, let Jean and Ororo know. I'll be home a bit later, yes? I got business to handle here, all right? Thank you. What happened? Emma asked. I've thought it over. I'd rather handle it. Now then wait any longer, Song Chao replied, giving Emma's generous curves a playful pat. Get dressed and come with me. Downstairs, Lady Deathstrike was waiting in the car. Once they climbed in, Song Chao sat in the back with Emma in his arms. Head to Fist Tower, he instructed. Lady Deathstrike nodded and started the engine. Song Chao rubbed his temples and turned to Emma. Have you spoken with Professor Curtis Kurt Connors yet? Emma nodded. I have, but at the moment Professor Connors isn't ready to leave Oscorp. Keep negotiating, Song Chao said. If that fails, use your powers to persuade him. Our initial plan for the company is to break into the market with biotech, earn a reputation among the people at the bottom. If our limb regeneration technology works, we can open doors to the military too. That's how mutants will secure their place. Emma understood and nodded. I'll focus on Professor Connors these next couple of days. If he still refuses, I'll handle it myself. Good, Song Chao replied. Noticing that the car had already pulled up to the curb, he gazed out at the building across the street. Closing his eyes, he sensed the presence of a large figure on the 18th floor. Based on his memory, it could only be Kingpin. Kingpin's real name was Wilson Grant Fisk. New York's, perhaps even America's, most powerful crime lord. His mind was as sharp as a razor, his intelligence soaring far above the ordinary. More than 90% of his body was pure muscle, giving him astounding strength. He could punch straight through a wall with his bare hands. On top of that, he was a world-class martial artist, possessing the peak of human combat ability on par with the Punisher. He gave an order to Lady Death, Yuriko, drive the car around to the back of the building and find a spot away from the cameras. On the 18th floor, the room was shrouded in darkness. Kingpin sat in a custom-made chair, deep in thought. It was his habit, always planning 3 steps ahead. Suddenly, with a sharp click, the light snapped on. Kingpin tensed. Who's there? He barked, springing to his feet. He saw a man and a woman appear in the room. Before he could question them, the sound of the door opening echoed from outside. In a blur, for playing cards whistled through the air toward them. The 2 intruders were Song Chao and Emma. Seeing the cards, Song Chao instantly realized that outside the door was Kingpin's top henchman, Bullseye. Reaching out, Song Chao caught the flying cards in his hand, stopping them cold, and they clattered harmlessly to the floor. Bullseye himself floated in, as if suspended in midair, only to be met by Song Chao's fist crashing into the back of his head. Bullseye's eyes rolled back in defeat, and he slumped into unconsciousness. Kingpin watched stunned. In mere seconds, his most trusted lieutenant, the infamous Bullseye of the Underworld, hadn't even gotten a chance to strike before being knocked out cold. Instinctively, Kingpin reached for his cane, but before he could touch it, the cane flew across the room into Song Chao's grasp. Realizing the vast gulf in their abilities, Kingpin abandoned any thought of resistance. Who are you, friend? He asked warily. Song Chao nodded. As expected of the legendary Kingpin, the Emperor of New York's underworld, your composure is impressive. He glanced at the cane in his hand, then tossed it back. This cane shoots lasers and smoke bombs. Very impressive. You have quite the taste. Kingpin saw that his secret had been discovered with just a single glance. He became even more cautious. May I ask, who are you? If I have offended you, or if there's anything I can help you with, please let me know. Song Chao shook his head. Wilson Grant Fisk. Kingpin's eyes narrowed, a dangerous light flashing within them. He hadn't expected this man to know his real name. Since he'd become the king of the underworld, everyone who'd known him before had been eliminated. Studying the man before him, Kingpin's expression shifted as he recalled the sensational news story from that afternoon, the one featuring a man in this very outfit. Umbrella Security Company. Song Chao smiled. That's right, you finally figured it out. What can I do for you? Kingpin asked, since you know who I am. You must have seen the news earlier today. I saved a child for $1 billion. So, tell me, how much do you think the life of the illustrious Kingpin is worth? Kingpin was taken aback. He hadn't expected this man to be so direct, robbing him to his face, so brazen and shameless. But the man was a superhuman, and his top henchman had been taken out in an instant. Confronting him head-on wasn't an option for now. He needed to play this carefully. After a moment's thought, he asked, Umbrella Security Company has made its name known worldwide. Why don't you lay your cards on the table? What exactly are you here for? He responded with a question of his own. Song Chao paced back and forth, stroking his chin. Since you're being so straightforward, I'll let you choose. I'm planning to set up the headquarters for Umbrella Group, and I need a tower. Would you rather contribute cash, or do you have a suitable build-in offer? Kingpin considered this for a moment before replying, do you have any specific requirement for the location? Buying land and constructing a skyscraper in Manhattan was prohibitively expensive, and as long as his own life wasn't at stake, Kingpin wasn't eager to shell out that much. He remembered he owned quite a few buildings, so he decided to ask. That's not an issue, Song Chao responded after some thought. But the place needs to be big. My company is going to be huge in the future. In reality, nowhere in New York was truly safe. It was all the same no matter the district. Kingpin raised his head after considering this. Are you familiar with Hell's Kitchen? Song Chao shook his head. Not familiar. But I know of it. It's known as the dark side of New York. Kingpin explained. Dozens of gangs, big and small, operate there. I own 4 adjoining buildings in that area, plus several dozen residential houses nearby. If you connect everything, I doubt there's another property in the world that covers more ground. The only catch is that the buildings aren't tall, just a little over 10 stories each. The question is, would you be interested? Kingpin looked at him. Song Chao turned to inquire, Emma, what do you think? Emma considered for a moment, then said to Kingpin, show me on the map. Kingpin nodded and did as she asked. After Emma glanced at the map, she nodded. It'll do. Song Chao nodded as well. All right, Wilson, take me there for a look. He casually slapped Bullseye awake. Bullseye, coming to and unsure of the situation, dared not make a move and obediently followed them downstairs. A short while later, as Song Chao walked through Hell's Kitchen, he found himself surrounded by the constant crack of gunfire. Prostitutes on the corners, vagrants, the lost, and the desperate. Violent muggings. Scenes he took in with complete understanding. Looking at the 4 connected 10-story buildings and the dozens of surrounding townhouses, he nodded in approval. Wilson, tear down all the surrounding houses and build townhouses in their place. Renovate these for buildings as a whole, and dig 3 basement levels beneath them. How soon can you get it done? Kingpin thought for a moment. If we work around the clock, day and night, the fastest would be about a month. Hearing this, Song Chao could only nod helplessly, thinking of the infrastructure wizard's back in his homeland. Back there, a month would be enough to fill in an entire island. Feeling quite dissatisfied with the Americans' efficiency, but unable to do anything about it, he patted Kingpin on the shoulder. You've done well. You know how to play by the rules. I'll take over in a month. Since you've been so cooperative, I'll give you a chance. If you ever find yourself facing a life or death crisis, come to me. I'll save your life. Kingpin's face lit up with a broad smile when he heard this, feeling that trading several buildings away had been worth it after witnessing the afternoon's live stream. Combined with the earlier display in his office, he knew without a doubt how powerful the man before him truly was. Even as he returned to his office, a smirk still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Fantastic Four. Fist Tower. Kingpin's office. Bullseye watched his boss, noting how that satisfied smile hadn't left his face since he returned. Remembering how he himself had been instantly defeated earlier, frustration gnawed at him, and he couldn't help but ask, Boss, just who is that guy? Kingpin waved a hand, looking seriously at his most trusted confidant. As the top lieutenant of the Underworld Emperor, Bullseye possessed a preternatural gift for throwing. He could hurl any object with uncanny precision. His record included slashing throats with playing cards, spitting out his own teeth to pierce a foe's skull, tossing a paper airplane onto a distant rooftop, and killing a man by flicking a toothpick through a window from 100 yards away. His abilities were no less impressive than those of Daredevil or the Punisher, the so-called civilian heroes. Kingpin didn't want to see him throw his life away out of anger. Bullseye, you've been with me for years. Just remember this favor. If you ever find yourself in mortal danger, even if the threat comes from the White House, the military, or the Department of Defense, no one will be able to kill me. So as my right hand, I don't want you dying needlessly. Don't provoke an opponent so far above your level. Bullseye fell silent at those words. He was bloodthirsty, and his temperament was twisted, but he was no fool. He knew Kingpin's temperament, unyielding even when top tycoons or government officials had come to pressure him. Kingpin had never truly bowed, only cooperated on the surface. This time, it was clear they'd met a true heavyweight. Outside Fist Tower, Song Chao and Emma got into the car. Emma, we'll move in here in a month, but once the company grows, we'll have to build a world-class headquarters in the heart of the city. You'll have to put up with some inconvenience these next couple of years, no problem. I'll take this month to build connections with everyone on your list. If anything comes up, just let me know. Tomorrow I'll ask Eric to send some people over to protect you. That's not necessary. The White Queen is a force to be reckoned with, you know. Even so, you still have to listen to me. I may not have much to offer you, but as long as you're with me, I'll make sure you're safe. Emma smiled and replied, shouldn't you be heading back? Watch out, or Jean and Ororo might get jealous. Song Chao glanced at the time. The Death Woman. Hilton Hotel. Not going back tonight. Emma, I'll be staying with you. Emma shot him a glare. Who's taking advantage of whom? Honestly, you little rascal. Song Chao wrapped his arm around her waist. You little vixen. Tonight you'll see how this old monk deals with you. The night passed without further words. Aren't you going back? Emma asked. I'll stay and have dinner with you. Then I'll pay a visit to Columbia's super genius scientist, Reed Richards. Reed Richards? He's working on a space project these days, asking everyone for funding and support, even in such a tough situation. He hasn't joined any other organizations. From what I've heard, one of the scientists you mentioned on your genius list ended up backing him. Victor. Emma perked up, recalling her earlier attempts at recruiting. She hesitated, then continued. Song Chao shrugged. Victor Von Doom. Doom Industries, right? I know. Honestly, I expected Reed Richards would be a hard sell. What I didn't expect was that his rival, or maybe even his romantic rival, Doom, would invest in him so soon. Did they mention when their project is set to launch? I heard they've rented a NASA spaceship. They're supposed to head out within the next week. A week? Song Chao muttered to himself in surprise. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Looks like the Fantastic Four are about to make their debut. It was during this very mission that Reed Richards, North America's greatest scientific genius, would lead his team into the heart of a cosmic storm aboard a spacecraft. There he would gather vital data, hoping to unravel the secrets of human genetics and use that knowledge to benefit all of humanity. Because the government had slashed their budget to the bone, the mission was nearly canceled, until Reed reluctantly accepted the conditional support of his old college rival, billionaire Dr. Victor Von Doom, president of Doom Industries. With Doom's help, Reed was able to proceed with the mission, joined by his friend Ben, his ex-girlfriend Susan, her younger brother Johnny, and even his rival Doom. However, during the flight, Reed realized he had miscalculated the speed of the cosmic storm. In an instant, the spacecraft was engulfed by a violent wave of cosmic radiation. The powerful rays radically altered the DNA of the crew, forever changing their lives. When the team returned to Earth, they gradually discovered the extraordinary changes in their bodies. Reed found that he could stretch and reshape his body into any form he could imagine, like living putty. Henceforth, he became known as Mr. Fantastic. His girlfriend, Susan Storm, developed the power of invisibility and could create powerful force fields, earning the name Invisible Woman. Susan's younger brother, Johnny Storm, gained the ability to control fire, to engulf himself in flames and launch blazing attacks. He became the Human Torch. Ben Grimm's body transformed, his muscles swelling into hulking orange rock, granting him immense strength. He was given his new name, The Thing. In this way, the four individuals with superhuman abilities formed a superhero team called the Fantastic Four. They quickly became popular in America, frequently appearing on television interviews and talk shows. Meanwhile, the president of Doom Corporation, who had accompanied them on their journey, wasn't nearly as fortunate. Victor Von Doom was struck by cosmic radiation at a glance, causing his body to mutate. Moreover, his investment in the experiment led to his company's shareholders panicking and selling off their shares, resulting in bankruptcy. Thus, the infamous supervillain Dr. Doom was born. Thinking about all this, Song Chao's old habit kicked in. He pondered carefully, considering if there was any advantage he could gain from this situation, and whether it was worth getting involved. Reed Richards wasn't easy to win over, seeing how he desperately sought help from everyone for his experiment but still refused to join any major corporation. Song Chao felt the odds were slim. As for Ben Grimm, The Thing, he was utterly loyal to Reed and could be dismissed outright. Next came the siblings Susan and Johnny. Johnny was a playboy, but with Song Chao already surrounded by beautiful women, he had no concerns there. So another pass. As for Susan, although she had broken up with Reed at this point, feelings still lingered between them. Damn it, Song Chao muttered, realizing that out of the Fantastic Four, not a single one was a suitable target. That left Dr. Doom. Victor Von Doom wasn't ruling over the small Eastern European country of Latveria, which meant this was the movie version of Dr. Doom, not the comic version who could rival Thanos as a supervillain. Cooperation was possible, All he had to do was swoop in and acquire the company when Doom Corporation's Wall Street shareholders dumped their shares after the failed experiment. The only problem was money. He could ask Magneto to go underwater and gather gold, but considering Magneto's age and Wanda's feelings, he felt awkward sending an old man diving for treasure. Although Song Chao still held a large quantity of synthetic adamantium he'd brought back from the William Stryker facility, he could sell it if needed. Still, going through all that trouble for a movie version Dr. Doom hardly seemed worthwhile. With a mutant race under his command and veterans like Magneto, Professor X, and Emma Frost backing him, he wasn't exactly desperate for Dr. Doom's firepower. As for scientists, he could slowly recruit others. After a moment's thought, he decided to let it go. "Forget it, Emma. I'll finish dinner with you. Then head back to the school. As for Reed, just send someone to place an order. Tell him to develop a strong artificial intelligence within a month. If that's too much, tell him the minimum is a weak AI. Just make sure it's delivered in a month." "That's going to be difficult. He's heading to space in a week. We might be better off finding someone else." "No, not just anyone can develop AI. As far as I know, only 2 people are capable. One is Tony Stark. Offer Reed $10 million. That should do the trick. He's penniless. If he refuses, approach Ben, his public face and unofficial ambassador. $100 million would be enough for what I mentioned. Among geniuses, there are flamboyant playboys like Tony, and naturally, there are people like Reed who aren't much for words. Just throw in a few supercomputers with faster processing speeds for him. For a genius like Reed, a basic AI and a few supercomputers. 10 days should be about enough. A month later, when we move into Hell's Kitchen, we'll need AI to manage several buildings, especially the labs. These will be company secrets in the future. Apart from the researchers, only you and I will have access. No one else is authorized. Once we open for business, I'll assign a team of elite mutants as security. SHIELD already has their eyes on me. The security company I just launched? Both receptionists are SHIELD agents, so with the addition of some non-combat specialists among the mutants, it'll be easier for you to keep track of who in the company is a spy or a mole. After saying all this, Song Chao paused, realizing there wasn't much else to add. With a sharp smack on Emma's shapely rear, he concluded, "Let's stick to this plan. Now get up and eat. It's already noon." "Oh," Emma yelped. "You rascal," she grumbled. After half an hour of playful dawdling, Song Chao finally helped Emma get dressed. By the time they finished their meal, it was already midday. It was hard to say whether it counted as breakfast or lunch. Back at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters on the outskirts of town, Song Chao had just stepped out of the car when he saw Wanda playing with a group of children. "Big brother, come play with us?" Wanda's eyes lit up when she spotted Song Chao, and she hurried over, her voice sweet as honey. Behind her, Pietro followed, his face thunderous. Watching Wanda's enticing curves bounce as she ran, Song Chao couldn't help but touch his nose and sigh to himself. They really are getting bigger. What a pity she's too young. With 2 beauties already at the school, it's not exactly convenient to make a move. Besides, she's Magneto's daughter, and he's been so supportive. Even though he's not around much, it wouldn't feel right to do anything now. After all, Magneto and Charles have their own complicated friendship. Charles wouldn't just sit back and watch, so I'd better keep my distance for now. At least for a few more years. He let out a resigned sigh. Osborn Group. "Wanda, did you miss Big Brother?" Song Chao said with a smile. "Humph, pervert. Stay away from my sister." As expected, the overprotective brother Pietro Maximoff immediately pulled Wanda behind him, glaring at Song Chao. Wanda pouted in protest, trying to wriggle free, though her magical powers would one day surpass Pietro's by far. At this age, she still had to rely on her physical strength, and for now, that meant being kept in check by her brother. Amused, Song Chao watched the scene unfold. "Pietro, you should focus on studying with Wanda. I've heard you've been goofing off since you came to the school, always causing trouble in class. Don't lead your sister astray. I'm counting on Wanda to help me out in the future." All right, I'll help you, big brother." Before Pietro could react, Wanda wriggled out from under his arm and eagerly answered for herself. With a gentle chuckle, Song Chao reached out and patted Wanda's head. "Then you have to study hard and keep practicing your magic. Big brother will be waiting for you to come help me one day." Wanda nodded her little head eagerly, responding with a string of "mmm, I will." "Give me a break," Pietro muttered under his breath, quickly stepping forward. "You're the one always out fooling around instead of going back to school. How do you have a nerd to lecture us?" he challenged, deliberately trying to provoke. Seeing how Pietro was always looking for a fight, and recalling. How? Even if he wasn't Magneto's son in the movies, he still ended up being shot and killed as Quicksilver, Song Chao, decided it was time to put this troublesome kid in his place. He walked over, used his psychic power to freeze Pietro in place, then tousled his hair into a wild mess. Pietro, unable to move and forced to take it, glared with eyes full of fury. I hardly ever go out. Unless there's something urgent. I'm always training, Song Chao said calmly. It's just that things have been a bit busier lately, but at most in another month, I'll be dedicating myself entirely to training. You probably won't see me for a year or two after that. What? Big brother, where are you going? Wanda clung to Song Chao's arm, asking anxiously. Song Chao bent down, lowering his voice on purpose, so only Wanda could hear, but just loud enough that Pietro nearby could catch it too. I'll tell you, but it has to be our little secret. Now look up. What do you see? He glanced at the sun. The sun? Wanda looked up, then covered her mouth in surprise and whispered near Song Chao's ear, Big brother, are you going to sun a train? That's so scary. Won't you get vaporized? Song Chao shook his head. No, that's why you need to work hard. Don't let the gap between us grow even wider by the time I come back, little one. He reached out to gently ruffle Wanda's hair, his tone warm and affectionate. All right, I need to go see the professor. Okay, Wanda said softly as he walked into the principal's office. He saw Jean was there too. Jean, you're here as well? How did things go yesterday? She asked. Of course it went well. Do you know who you're talking to? Song Chao replied with a playful confidence. Jean turned and headed for the door, tossing over her shoulder, him back for just a day, and already flirting with little girls at the entrance. You're dead meat tonight. Her words drifted through the air as she left, leaving Song Chao to sigh inwardly. Looks like the Phoenix is planning to wring me dry tonight. I wonder if my old back can handle it, he thought with some trepidation. Charles. Song Chao greeted as he sank onto the sofa, rubbing his face. Charles wheeled himself over, gazing at Song Chao with gentle concern. My boy, did things not go well? You look troubled. Song Chao shook his head, then nodded. Professor, I've settled the company's address. We'll take over and open for business in a month. I've decided after that month I'll head to the sun to train. I may not be back for 2 years. Is it so urgent? Don't put too much pressure on yourself, son. We're all behind you. Charles, there are many things I can't explain in detail, so I definitely have to go to the Solar Star train, but I'm worried something might go wrong if I disappear from the company for the next 2 years. Since recruiting people hasn't been very smooth so far, I've only managed to bring in one expert in neuromechanical nuclear physics. My child, as for how you plan to carry out your mission, Eric and I are getting old and may not have many ideas to offer. But our strength is still here. If there's anything we can help with, just let us know. Don't worry, Charles gently assured. Professor, once the company opens, it's bound to attract attention from all sorts of organizations and the government. At that point, all kinds of schemes, spies, and undercover agents will emerge one after another. If I'm gone, security will become a real problem. I've already decided to borrow some Brotherhood members as security guards and add a few people with special abilities, even if they're not fighters, to fill out the company's lower ranks, but I don't know them well. And as for Johnny the Human Torch, he'll definitely need to go too. But he's only trained at the military base for a month. He's still young and hasn't earned much respect yet. I'd like to have Logan lead the team, but right now Scott is still wandering outside. And if Logan goes too, plus I'm going to disappear for 2 years, the school's strength will be weakened. That worries me. I confessed. Charles smiled reassuringly. My child, you worry too much. You're overthinking things. With Jean, Ororo, and myself, we have enough to protect the school. When Scott comes to his senses, he'll return. This is his home, after all, plus Bobby, Colossus, and Kitty. These young ones, I'll have Ororo focus on training them too. I thought for a moment and nodded, then, after a pause, called out, Nightcrawler, come to Charles. Without a sound, Nightcrawler instantly appeared. Hi, Charles, I wasn't trespassing. Song just called out to me in my mind. He explained, don't be nervous, my child. Charles said, comforting him. I studied Nightcrawler for a moment and nodded. Kurt, how are you with teleporting while carrying someone else? I asked, Mr. Song, honestly, I'm not very good at it yet. I haven't really tried, and I'm a little afraid to. Nightcrawler replied, hesitating, his worry clear on his face. Seeing how timid Nightcrawler was, I couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. If Azazel were here, this wouldn't be an issue at all. Unfortunately, Azazel has vanished, perhaps gone to hell, or maybe taken out in a lab somewhere. There's been no news of him. Kurt, go find Jean and Ororo, and tell them it's for me. Have them train you in carrying people when you teleport. You've got 1 week. I'll need you within that time. I believe you won't let us down, I said, stepping forward and giving Kurt's shoulder a firm, encouraging pat, my tone deliberately serious. Nightcrawler glanced up at me nervously, not daring to say much. Yes, I understand, Professor. I'll be going now. He teleported away to report to Jean and Ororo. Song Chao was certain that the two women, upon hearing his words, would arrange a detailed training regimen for Nightcrawler, and it would be an intensive short-term program. Watching Nightcrawler Wagner vanish in a blink, Charles turned to Song Chao and asked, "Child, do you have another plan in mind?" Song Chao nodded, but first inquired Charles, "When will Hank return? The temporary mutant agency no longer needs him. I hope he can be back at the school within 2 days." "I need him." Charles nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll notify Hank and have him return within 2 days." "Good," Song Chao replied. "Professor, the company will open in a month, and after that I'll be disappearing for 2 years. I have to get everything arranged within this window. I called Emma here on short notice. None of this was planned, so a lot of arrangements are behind schedule. If I'm away from the company, I'm worried that when I come back, it won't be able to keep up with me." In the office of Professor Xavier at the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, facing Professor X, Song Chao spoke in a low voice. "I think I have to personally invite 2 top-tier talents. One of them is Dr. Curtis Kurt Connors, a biological expert at Osborne. He's my first candidate for our initial product line during my 2-year absence. So he's a must-have, but things aren't clear yet. I've asked Emma to intervene if necessary. But you know that world-class talent relies on that 1% spark of inspiration. If we control him too tightly, I fear he'll turn from a genius into a mediocrity. And then there's Dr. Bruce Banner, the one the military is making such a fuss about trying to capture. The Hulk, Dr. Banner, holds 7 doctorates. He's no less impressive than the playboy Tony Stark. Is there anything I can do to help?" Charles asked gently. Song Chao smiled awkwardly and nodded. "Yes, Professor. The Hulk has been on the run ever since the military turned him into an experiment. I'm still not sure how well Dr. Banner can control his emotions. And you know the Hulk's destructive power is off the charts. If he were to lose control at the company, it would be a catastrophe. Worse, if it became public. The military would be a direct threat to us. I'm torn. Should I trouble you, Professor, to use Cerebro to help locate Dr. Banner? As for Dr. Connors, Umbrella absolutely needs him, but right now he's under contract with Osborne, and I don't want to antagonize them. In fact, I hope to use Osborne to accelerate Umbrella's development. Professor, do you know of any abandoned subway stations or train cars beneath New York?" Charles nodded thoughtfully. "I do know a few, after all. When I was growing up, the trains were just starting to appear, but I can't say for certain about any specific locations. So you want me to go to the lab and use human eyes to confirm it?" Song Chao nodded. "Yes, Charles, I know you're reluctant to control humans, but we're running out of time. Otherwise, I could have the Brotherhood or Raven investigate slowly. New York is big, yet small at the same time." Charles nodded in understanding. "Child, it's only borrowing human eyes to observe some things, after all. It's not as if we're killing them or doing anything evil for the sake of our kind. I'm willing to do it. Go get some rest, child. I see you called Hank back in a hurry. Seems you need him for this as well. I'll give you the exact train car location within 2 days. As for Dr. Banner, I'll keep an eye on where he's gone aground after this matter is settled." Charles watched Song Chao with a deep, thoughtful gaze. Song Chao understood. He could only nod in response, leaving the room in silence, and returned to his bedroom to lie down. He had no interest in seeking out Jean or Ororo to flirt. His mind was preoccupied with other matters, planning every detail with care. Lost in thought, he drifted off to sleep without realizing it. He felt the door open and saw Jean and Ororo coming in. "Hey, darling, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ororo spoke first, her face full of concern. Ever since Song Chao returned today, he hadn't sought her out, nor Jean, so she and Jean came together to check on him. Jean stayed silent, but her eyes were filled with worry. Song Chao stood up and put his arms around them both, their foreheads touching intimately. He spoke softly. "Nothing's wrong. I was just thinking things over. I've decided that after the company launches in a month, I'll go to Solaris for training. I might be gone for 2 years, and you may not see me for a while." "What? You've made up your mind?" "Yes, because Song Chao suddenly decided to leave Earth for training in a month." Jean and Ororo didn't press him for answers that night. Thus, he narrowly escaped another round of questioning for his previous late nights and the lingering scent of perfume. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after waking up, Song Chao happily tagged along behind the 2 women, wandering all through the school. He watched them teach the children, visit the lab, and train Nightcrawler Wagner. Every now and then their eyes would meet and they'd exchange a gentle smile, sharing a special kind of happiness. But good times never last. On the afternoon of the third day after his return, while Song Chao was watching Wagner struggle through a training session, he heard Professor X's voice. In his mind, "Child, come to my office. The person you've been waiting for has arrived." Song Chao knew it was time to get busy again. "Hank McCoy. You can call me Hank Chao Song. Just call me Song Hank. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time." Inside the headmaster's office, Song Chao finally met the scientist of the mutant race. He sized up the man before him. Glasses perched on his nose, a shy, honest expression on his face. Perhaps appearances are indeed deceiving. Hank McCoy, his full name is Henry Philip McCoy, and he hails from Dundee, Illinois. His father, Norton McCoy, once worked at a nuclear power plant and bravely resolved a nuclear leak crisis. Afterward, he married his beloved Eleanor, and perhaps due to the effects of radiation, their son Hank displayed unusual traits from birth. He was exceptionally strong, and his hands and feet were remarkably large. As Hank grew, his physical strength only increased, and his intellect developed rapidly as well. He excelled in school and became a celebrated football star around this time. The idea of mutants was gaining traction, and some envious individuals began to suspect Hank was one of them, harboring resentment toward him. Before long, a gang of criminals kidnapped Hank's parents, forcing him to use his abilities for their benefit. Professor X intervened, confirming that Hank was indeed a mutant and persuading him to attend Xavier's school, where he joined the X-Men within the X-Men. Hank was codenamed Beast. When transformed, his body was covered in blue fur, and he possessed superhuman strength, endurance, and speed. His legs were extraordinarily powerful. He could easily scale a 15-foot wall or other obstacles, and from a standing position leap 25 feet in a single bound. He could run at nearly 40 miles an hour while maintaining a steady pace. His large hands and feet, along with his blue fur, granted him the ability to lift over a ton with ease, climb brick walls effortlessly, and even battle atop tightropes. He also had the ability to secrete pheromones to attract the opposite sex. Beast's hands and feet were tipped with sharp claws, and his night vision rivaled that of a cat. He even had a mild healing factor, allowing him to recover quickly from injuries and minor illnesses like the common cold. Yet none of these traits were what Song Chao valued most. What he needed from Hank was this. Henry Philip Hank McCoy possessed a genius-level intellect, with deep expertise in evolutionary biology, genetics, and biochemistry. He was well-versed in other scientific fields as well, and designed advanced equipment and weaponry for the X-Men. The invisible jet hidden beneath the Xavier Institute was Hank's solo creation, a genius inventor overlooked by much of the Marvel world. Song, I've heard so much about you. I knew who you were the moment you arrived at the school. I just didn't expect you'd be the one to bring Charles and Magneto together and set aside their differences. Umbrella has certainly made waves recently. If it weren't for my work, I would have come back to meet you long ago. Hank McCoy sized up Song Chao, the young man before him who was barely an adult. "Hi, Jean. Hi, Ororo." It's been a while. He greeted the two women who had come along with Song Chao. He started to step forward for a hug, but Song Chao quickly pulled him back. "Hey, Hank, let's skip the hug." Song Chao spoke with a dark expression. Hank looked at Song Chao, then glanced at the two women snickering and patted his forehead. "Oh, poor Cyclops. I heard Scott went off wandering, but I never figured out what happened. Song, the new leader of the mutants. My hat's off to you." Hank gave a thumbs up, his face full of envy. "Not a big deal, just third best in the world," Song Chao boasted, hugging the two women, only to be met with a sneak attack as both of them jabbed him in the waist with their fingers. Charles watched the playful banter among the young people with a gentle smile. It was only then that he spoke. "Children, I've already located a few of the places you mentioned. I'll send them to you now." He activated his telepathic powers, imprinting in Song Chao's mind the locations of several abandoned subway cars beneath New York, just as Song had described. "Is there anything you need help with?" Hank asked. Song Chao nodded. "Yes, absolutely. Hank, actually, the reason the professor called you back in such a hurry was at my request." He patted Hank, Beast, on the shoulder and looked him in the eye. "I need that brilliant mind of yours, but it can wait just a bit. There's something I need to pick up first. Wagner." Song Chao called out telepathically to Nightcrawler. "Yes, sir? You called for me?" In an instant, Nightcrawler appeared and asked, awaiting orders. "How far can you teleport with passengers these days, Wagner?" Song Chao asked kindly. Looking at Nightcrawler, Wagner glanced around at everyone in the room, hesitating. Well, I'm still not that practiced. Right now, maybe only a few dozen kilometers, but I'm working hard to improve. Song Chao glanced at Ororo, who nodded, confirming Wagner was telling the truth. That's workable. Keep practicing, and you'll get better for now. It's enough. We just need to make a trip into the city. He clapped Nightcrawler on the shoulder, reassuring the timid and self-conscious young man, then put an arm around him. Come on. Today I'm treating you to a big meal in the city. He turned to the professor, Charles. Fill Hank in on the plan, so he's not left in the dark. Then to Hank he added, I'm off to pick something up. I'll need your help tonight, brother. Hank nodded in understanding. Jean Ororo, are you two coming along? Song Chao asked. Jean thought for a moment. Let's go together next time. There's important work to do now, and I need to focus on integrating the Phoenix Force. Ororo shook her head as well. All right then. We'll see you later. Song Chao left with Nightcrawler and got into the car. He turned to Deathstrike. Eureka! Take us to the XX Chinese restaurant downtown. Deathstrike nodded and started the engine. Song Chao took out his phone. Emma, dinner tonight at XX Chinese restaurant, my treat. I'm on my way now. Mapo tofu, braised bear ribs, that one and that one. Twice cooked pork and steamed XX. That's enough with these 8 dishes. What would you like to drink? In the hotel's private dining room, Song Chao finished ordering, then looked at Emma and the deaf lady to ask. As for Nightcrawler, was inconvenient to bring along and was still crouched in the car. Emma glanced at the menu. Let's try some baijiu, she suggested. All right, let's go with that for now, Song Chao replied, and dismissed the waiter. You have something on your mind, don't you? Emma looked at Song Chao and asked in a tone that brooked no denial. There's no hiding anything from the White Queen, Song Chao joked. In a bit. I need to pick up something important before I meet with Norman Osborn of Oscorp. And while I'm at it, I want to pull Connors closer to the company. Oh, you have a plan? Are you going to handle it yourself? Emma was curious. Song Chao nodded with certainty. Yes, I have to do it personally. Time is running short. I've decided that once the company launches, I'll head to Solaris for my cultivation. So, Emma, I need to get everything in order before I leave. If you have a thorough plan, that's best. I'll keep a close eye on the company, Emma promised. Once all the dishes had been served, Song Chao called out. Wagner, hidden in the car in the underground garage. Nightcrawler heard the call. In a flash, he vanished from the car and instantly appeared in the private room. Sir, he greeted. Song Chao introduced him. This is Nightcrawler Wagner. He can teleport instantly. Though compared to Azazel, the Red Devil from your old Hellfire Club days, he's still lacking. He then turned to Emma. And this is the White Queen from the Hellfire Club, who will soon be the chief CEO of Umbrella Corporation. Wagner, if Emma ever needs your help in the future, do your best to assist her. Yes, sir, Wagner replied. Emma studied Nightcrawler thoughtfully. This child, could he be Azazel's offspring? Song Chao shook his head. Who knows? For now, let's not worry about that. You and Eureka start eating first. I have to go retrieve something. He sent a few addresses to Nightcrawler, then placed his hand on Wagner's shoulder. Let's go. We'll check them one by one. Once we're finished, I'll treat you to some Chinese food, Wagner. With a sudden whoosh, both of them vanished from the room. Not bad. We found on the second try, Song Chao remarked as he surveyed the old, shadowy train car. It was clearly a relic from decades past. And though the surroundings were pitch dark to Nightcrawler with his night vision and Song Chao with his psychic senses, it was no different from daylight. Wait here for me, he instructed Wagner. No wonder the Marvel world is teeming with black technology, Song Chao mused. Taking in the interior, ever since a certain couple had fled, at least 10 years ago, this ancient train car had stood abandoned. Yet the computer was still running, the lights were on, and the refrigeration unit was working nonstop. Truly, in a world of advanced technology, the impossible became routine. He copied all the data, took the serum, and grabbed a vial of blood as well. Forget about the rest. Let's save it for some little rascal. A moment later, they emerged. Let's head back for dinner. In the blink of an eye, they were back in the private room. Emma looked up and asked, Did you get it? Song Chao sat down and nodded. I got it. Just wait for Connors to join the company. Come on, eat up. It won't taste good if it gets cold. I haven't had authentic food from home in a long time. I wonder if it's still the real deal. Wagner, you sit down and eat too. When you're finished, wait in the car, so no one spots you. Seeing the Blue Devil standing there awkwardly, Song Chao invited him to join. Yes, sir, we'll leave it at that for now. Over an hour later, the car arrived at the school. Song Chao got out and turned around. Eureka, Wagner. You two go rest first. He said this, then walked toward the lab. Inside, he found Charles, Jean, Hank, and Ororo all there. Why aren't you all resting? What are you doing here? Jean shot Song Chao a look. What do you think? He laughed, walked over to give Jean a peck, then put his arm around Ororo and kissed her too, which sparked around a playful scuffling. It's nothing, don't worry so much. Since you're all here, where's Logan? I haven't seen him for days. Charles spoke up. He took a group from the Brotherhood to the military training base you acquired. He's training them along with John. All right then, Song Chao replied, sounding pleased. Uncle Wolf is really working hard. Huh. Then he turned and reached out to the expectant Hank. Hank, here's your assignment for the next few days. Hank stepped forward and took the serum. What's this? Spider serum. Norman Osborn ex-Academy Laboratory Spider serum. Is it similar to the Super Soldier serum? Hank asked casually as he fiddled with some equipment. Song Chao nodded. It's similar, but the focus is different. He handed over a storage card. Here's all the detailed data on the spider serum. By the way, this batch has already been specifically matched with someone's genes, so I need you to see if you could separate that out. Beast Hank took the card and plugged it into the computer. So, it's a custom job? What a waste. Well, let's just say it's a complicated story. Let's not get into it now. I need you to study it as soon as possible. The faster, the better. I need it to trade with Norman Osborn at Oscorp. Song Chao explained. Hank scrolled through the files on the screen. Wow, what a brilliant idea. Pure genius. Who came up with this? I'd love to meet them. A genius. Maybe, but he's been dead for years. And to be honest, I never liked him. How should I put it? Maybe you could say he was selfish. Song Chao shook his head with a hint of disdain. Hank, recalling the custom genes in the spider serum, nodded thoughtfully in response. Take your time studying it. Call me when you're done. With those words, Song Chao walked out without waiting for Hank's reply. Since Song would soon be leaving to focus on his cultivation, his nights lately had been spent in the delightful company of one dragon and two phoenixes. Life couldn't be better. For several days in a row, Song Chao was so content that he hardly thought of anything else. During the day, he basked in the sun on the grass, teased little Wanda, deliberately provoked the quick-tempered Pietro, and, at night, was surrounded by the soft warmth of lovely companions. Truly a king neglecting his duties. But good times never last. A few afternoons later. This is for you. I've already removed the genetic material. But at the moment, we don't have the ingredients to prepare the serum, Hank said, seeking out Song Chao and handing him a vial of spider serum. Taking it, Song Chao replied, no rush. Once the company's renovations are done and the lab is fully equipped, this will be a small matter. You might end up stationed at the company for the long term. By the way, with the genes removed, can we actually use this serum? It's hard to say. The experiments haven't started yet. There's still a lot to verify. After all, I'm not the inventor, even if I do have detailed notes, Hank replied after a moment's thought. All right, there's no hurry. We'll take it slow, Song Chao said. Eureka, get the car ready for tonight. We're heading out. Charles asked, are we going to the Osborn Group? Yes, it's time to take the next step, but we're not going to the Osborn Group. We're heading straight to Norman Osborn's home. Night fell outside the Osborn family residence. Damn, he really is a busy man. It's already 11, and he's just getting home. I've been waiting for hours. Looks like his time is running out, which means my chances are getting better, Song Chao thought as he sat in the car with Emma, watching vehicles pull into the estate. If things worked out, and they'd be dealing with each other frequently in the future, Emma, as CEO, would naturally need to be involved. So he'd brought her along. Norman Osborn, exhausted, got out of the car and made his way into the living room. He pulled off his gloves, his hands trembling as he poured himself a glass of water. The symptoms were getting worse, putting him in an even fouler mood. Sir, you have visitors, came the housekeeper's voice over the intercom. Who is it? They say they're from Umbrella Corporation. Norman frowned, thinking for a moment. Umbrella? Must be that security company that's been advertising everywhere lately. What would a security company want with me? After a moment's hesitation, he said, let them in. Song Chao entered the grand Osborn mansion with Emma, glancing around appreciatively. The decor is impressive. Facing the weary, gloomy-looking middle-aged man before him, Song Chao extended his hand. Good evening. Sorry to intrude. I'm Song Chao, but you can just call me Song. Norman regarded the young man before him, shook his hand, and replied, Norman Osborn, Umbrella Security, right? I'm familiar with your company, but I don't see any business between us. What brings you here? Norman's tone was blunt and unwelcoming. Song Chao just waved his hand dismissively. No. Since you say I'm from a security company, of course I'm here to save you. Norman's face darkened at these words. Are you here to make jokes? If there's nothing else, please leave. Song Chao smiled, walked over to the sofa and sat down. He looked up and said, your family's genetic disease won't hold off much longer. Your days are numbered, Norman. Stop forcing yourself. Who are you? How do you know that? Norman was startled, his eyes wide. Song Chao straightened his collar. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm the founder of Umbrella Security. This is Emma Grace Frost, the company's future CEO. As for the security company, that's just a cover I use to get by in this world. Norman glanced at the two of them and managed to calm himself. I don't care who you are or what company you claim to represent, or how you know what you do. You say you're here to save me. How exactly? Song Chao gestured to Emma. She reached in her bag and took out a vial filled with a green substance, placing it on the coffee table in front of them. What's this? Norman asked. Spider serum, Song Chao replied. Watching Norman's expression closely, Norman stood up and examined the serum carefully. How do you have this? All information on it was destroyed a decade ago, and no finished product was ever left behind. That's not something you need to know, Song Chao said, refusing to explain. All you need to understand is that it's real. How do I know it's genuine? I can give you a drop to test. I don't imagine your home is lacking a laboratory. Is it? A short while later, Norman returned to the living room, his expression a mix of joy and disbelief. He looked at the two of them and said, It's real. So what are your terms? Song Chao nodded. 2 conditions plus 1 request. In a month, my company will open for business. I want Oscorp to publicly announce an all-encompassing partnership with Umbrella. Norman nodded in agreement. That could be arranged. The first condition, Dr. Curtis Kurt Connor's laboratory. Oscorp will hand it over to us. His current research data will be shared between both parties. And while we're at it, the remaining samples of the super soldier serum as well. Impossible. I don't know how you're aware of all this, but that's out of the question. Norman refused. Nothing is impossible. If you won't think of yourself, at least think of your son, Harry Osborn. As long as this family disease remains untreated, your descendants are in danger. I know even more than you think. I know the disease is manifesting earlier with each generation. If my guess is right, your son, Harry, will start suffering its effects just as he comes of age. Norman's face twisted with anger and a trace of sorrow. At last he nodded. Fine, I accept. What else? Song Chao's expression was calm. Oscorp shares, 40%. Norman shot to his feet in a flash. Impossible. I don't even hold 40% myself. The rest of the shares are split among the major conglomerates for other individuals and the military. Hearing this, Song Chao paused to think. So how much can you actually offer? Or, put it this way, if I provide you with financial backing and security, how many more shares can you acquire from the other shareholders? Let's be clear, if it's not enough, I won't agree. At the Osborn family mansion in the Grand Hall, Norman Osborn sat across from Song Chao and Emma. For the sake of his son Harry, Norman had to swallow his frustration and consider carefully. If we use a mix of pressure and incentives, I might be able to get just over 10% from a few of the minor shareholders. After that, I can transfer a few more points to you for my own stake to make it a full 20%. But in return, I want shares in your company. Song Chao considered this. 20% is acceptable, but a direct share swap is out of the question. At most, I can offer you shares in Umbrella Security Company. Norman scoffed. That company of yours caused quite a stir when it launched, but the background was exposed long ago. If I recall, its registered capital was just 1 million. What good are shares in a company like that? No, I'm not giving you shares in the security company so you can make money from them. What I'm offering is a guarantee. There are things in this world you can't buy with money. For example, if you fall ill, all the money in the world can't necessarily cure you, and if the military or the White House decides to target you, unless you flee to Africa or change your citizenship to some distant country, you're at their mercy. What I can promise is that even if the White House or the military comes after you, I'll make sure your family stays alive. And by the way, if our partnership goes through any new research from Dr. Connors regarding your family's hereditary illness, our company will share all developments with you. After all, as strategic partners, we don't want the president of Oscorp dropping dead on us. Song Chao spoke with conviction. That's my offer. Norman thought it over. His family always came first. He nodded, agreed. Let's work together. I just hope if it ever comes to it, your capabilities can truly protect me. Good. To a successful partnership. Don't worry, Norman. You'll be my company's first official partner. For the sake of reputation, if nothing else, I'll see to your safety. And from now on, anything you need, you can speak with Emma here. Song Chao nodded to Norman, and Emma nodded in return. Now that we've reached an agreement, can you tell me how you got hold of the serum? Norman pressed, unable to let it go. I mean, back then, it was Richard Parker who stole the spider serum, wasn't it? So you do know in the beginning. For the sake of curing the hereditary disease, I ignored the company's development and poured all our funds into Richard Parker, letting him conduct his research. But in the end, after he succeeded, he refused to let the results be used for military purposes. He deleted all the data and ran off with the serum, Norman said angrily. Song Chao nodded and replied, I know all about that. With a cold laugh and a sneer, he continued, and I also know that Richard Parker and his wife, Mary Parker, were both CIA agents. Not only that, but in order to sell the serum for a high price, he contacted another intelligence organization. Unfortunately for them, that organization was already rotten to the core. Its members had already been corrupted. That faction made their move first, trying to seize the research, and sent people to eliminate the Parkers. What a pair of insatiably greedy fools. Serves them right then. So they were spies all along. Always claiming they didn't want to see their invention used for the military. What a pair of hypocrites. If they hadn't died already, I would have dealt with their son myself, Norman said, still fuming. Song Chao replied, honestly, seeing how much you'd lost, and yet you hadn't gotten rid of their son was the reason I approached you for a partnership. Now that we've reached an agreement, we'll take our leave. As for Professor Connor's laboratory, tomorrow I'll send both research and security staff over to take charge. For now, we'll stay at the Osborne Group. There's about a month left. No, just over 20 days, until our company's renovations are finished and we can move in, said Norman, standing up and nodding. He gestured at the spider serum on the table, hesitating for a moment. Song Chao said casually, Emma, leave the detailed documentation as well. At his words, Emma took out the comprehensive research data on the violent spider serum and placed it on the table. Norman looked at him in surprise. You're so trusting. Aren't you worried I'll go back on my word once I have this? Song Chao laughed heartily. No, not at all. Let me officially introduce you, Norman, as my first partner in this endeavor. This is our company's chief CEO, Emma Grace Frost, formerly the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, and me. I am the new leader of the mutant race. Norman stared in disbelief. The Hellfire Club. I know them, Professor X and Magneto. Song Chao smiled. They now stand behind me. Both the Brotherhood and Xavier School are under my command. So, Norman, do you really think I need to worry about you betraying me? If you ever try, I won't even need to deal with you personally. Well then, I believe we'll make excellent partners. I trust you can guarantee my family's safety, Norman said, finally convinced. A wise decision. You won't regret it, Norman. Collect your shares as soon as possible, and on the day our company opens, we'll sign the official contract. I'll even grant you 20% of our security company. So goodbye, Norman. Tonight, you'll finally be able to sleep soundly. Goodbye. It was a pleasure meeting you tonight. I believe I'll finally be able to get a good night's sleep. It's been years since I've felt this relaxed. Norman stood up to see his guests off, his tone polite and his face beaming. With a smile, no need to see us out. Take care. In the car, Emma asked, do you really trust he won't go back on his word? Song Chao shook his head. It's perfectly normal for businessmen to change their minds. It's not that I trust him. I trust myself. He has a family, and he knows the consequences of betraying us are more than he can bear. So don't worry, Emma. Tomorrow, I'll have Hank and Logan take a team to meet you. You'll lead them to Oscorp, and keep a close eye on Professor Connors. Don't give him any chance to back out, understood? Oh, there's one more thing in Oscorp's electrical department. There's an electrician named Max Dillon. He's timid and insecure, works hard without complaint, and gets bullied all the time. His boss makes him work overtime without extra pay, even takes credit for his inventions. He never dares to resist. Tomorrow, when you take the team to Oscorp, pay attention to him. Make contact. Emma sounded puzzled. You even know about someone so insignificant. Does he have any special abilities? At the moment, he has nothing, but in the future, well, who knows? Song Chao chuckled. Anyway, don't ask too much. Just remember to get in touch with him. He has no friends and is full of self-doubt. Show him a little kindness, and he'd give you his life. Tell him I admire him and invite him to join Umbrella. I want to see him at our grand opening, as you wish, my king. Your command will be carried out, Emma replied with a sultry smile. You little minx, trying to tempt me. Let's see how a humble monk like me deals with you. Eureka, I won't be coming home tonight. This monk has to go slay some demons. Oh, is that so? I just hope your powers are strong enough. Don't get yourself devoured by a demon. Song Chao took a deep breath. When demons are fighting, it's best for mortals to keep their distance. But that's another story for another time. The night passed without incident. The Punisher, Hell's Kitchen. Manhattan, New York. The next day, after waking up, Song Chao joined Emma for lunch. Watching her lead the team to Oscorp, he found himself with nothing to do. Since it was still early, he decided to check on the company renovations in Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen, officially known as Clinton and sometimes called Midtown West, is a neighborhood on the west side of Manhattan, New York City. It's roughly a rectangular area bordered north and south by 59th and 34th Streets, reaching east to 8th Avenue and west to the Hudson River. In earlier days, Hell's Kitchen was infamous as one of Manhattan's most notorious slums, home mainly to Irish immigrant laborers. It was known for its chaotic and run-down living conditions, fierce ethnic conflicts, and high crime rates. Even now, Hell's Kitchen is still famous for its slum reputation and for breeding countless criminals and mob bosses. In fact, 70% of New York's gangs are concentrated here. Song Chow stepped out of the car and stood beside it, surveying the company's 4 high-rise buildings under renovation, each over a dozen stories tall, as well as the dozens of townhouses under construction. Nearby, he pondered the origins of the name Hell's Kitchen. Mr. Song, long time no see. 3 armored, customized vehicles rolled up and came to a stop next to Song Chow. From one of them, a man weighing over 300 pounds climbed out and greeted him with enthusiasm. "Wilson, you're quick to get the news," Song Chow replied with a smile and a nod. It was obvious that Kingpin had gotten word of Song Chow's arrival and had rushed over with his men. After all, Umbrella was a powerful ally. For him these days, sooner or later, life in the underworld leads to trouble, which was why Kingpin maintained the public persona of a listed entrepreneur and philanthropist. "I heard you were coming to inspect, Mr. Song. How could I dare be negligent? I'm curious, are you satisfied with the progress on the construction?" Kingpin asked, handing over a cigar with a beaming smile. After all, the renovation company was one of his subsidiaries. It's barely acceptable, but to be honest, I don't like this pace. Far too slow, by the way. "Build the entrance to the 3-level basement between those 2 central buildings," Song Chow replied, shaking his head before continuing. "When it's done, hang the umbrella sign on top of all 4 towers, and on those 2 in the middle, put up the signs for the biotech and security companies." "Understood," Kingpin nodded, knowing this was all for the sake of laboratory security and confidentiality. "And another thing, across the road, right opposite the company buildings, clear out this whole area as soon as possible. Get Emma to handle the demolition fees. I need this block converted into an above-ground parking lot for Umbrella," Song Chow added, scanning the surroundings and feeling that the scene still wasn't grand enough. "Isn't that a bit wasteful?" Kingpin glanced around and asked cautiously. "Hey, Wilson, there's no end to chasing money. You've got to be bold in your actions," Song Chow replied, putting on airs. Kingpin was about to say something when his top lieutenant, Bullseye, came over and quietly reported, "Boss, the Punisher just hit our warehouse at the docks. Killed over a dozen of our men and torched millions in goods." At this, Kingpin's eyes flashed with murderous intent, his presence instantly radiating the aura of an underworld emperor. "Take a team and deal with it at once. He's gotten away from us every time these past 6 months, but now he's finally dared to show himself in broad daylight. This time he won't escape. Not even with wings. Bring out the heavy firepower if you have to. I want him dead or his body. You lead the squad yourself, Bullseye." "Don't let me down." "Understood, boss." Bullseye nodded and turned to leave. "Wilson, looks like you've got trouble," Song Chow remarked. With his sharp ears, he could have caught sounds from Times Square if he wanted, so he'd naturally heard everything. The Punisher? Of course he'd heard of him. "It's nothing. Just a fly buzzing around from time to time," Kingpin replied with a grin. Feigning indifference, Song Chow didn't call him out. "Need my help?" "The infamous Punisher. I'd like to meet him myself. If I can win him over, it'd be perfect. Our company's security team could use a military expert." Song Chow was already scheming. Kingpin hadn't expected Song Chow to set his sights on his arch-nemesis. He wanted to say no, but was afraid of offending Song Chow, so he hesitated. Song Chow just shook his head and strode toward the car first. "Let's go. Tell Bullseye to keep tracking him, but not to make a move just yet. If you start a firefight in broad daylight, you'll probably have to spend a fortune just to smooth things over with the authorities. Not worth it." As the overweight Kingpin climbed in beside him, his face a little ashen, Song Chow patted his shoulder. "Wilson, you really know the ropes. Don't worry if the Punisher is cooperative. Everything will be fine. If not, I'll leave him to you. I'm no saint, and I don't judge your criminal empire. You know I'm Chinese, so no matter how many Americans your drugs, gambling, and prostitution ruin, it's none of my concern." He laughed. Kingpin's eyes lit up at that. "Then I'll be counting on you in the future, Mr. Song. If you ever need anything done off the books, just say the word." He was hinting that any dirty work could be handled by him. Song Chow nodded in satisfaction, his opinion of the Underworld Emperor rising yet another notch. "Rest assured, Wilson. Think about it. a Chinese, an underclass minority here in America, and a mutant at that. Runs a company. There'll be no shortage of times when I'll need your help. Trouble will find us often. My hands are destined to be stained with blood if I'm to secure my position. Song Chao clenched his fists and looked at Kingpin with a savage grin. Kingpin thought it over and realized it was true. He'd killed or indirectly caused the deaths of far more people than Song Chao ever had. But his white skin would always give him an advantage in this country. The car stopped in front of an old apartment building. Bullseye hurried over to open the door. "Mr. Song, boss, the Punisher is in room 302 on the 3rd floor. All right, Wilson, come upstairs with me," Song Chao said, nodding as he got out of the car, and led Kingpin upstairs. They stopped at the door to room 302. "Looks like he already knows I'm here," Song Chao remarked. With that, Kingpin stepped forward and smashed the door open with a single punch, striding in first. Gunshots rang out. Kingpin was about to dodge, but realized the bullets had frozen in midair. He knew the man behind him had intervened and relaxed. Looking at the scarred middle-aged man before him, he said, "Punisher." The man stood motionless, gun raised, lips trembling, but no sound coming out. Song Chao approached, sizing him up. "Frank Castle, the Punisher of Hell's Kitchen." Well, the telekinetic force withdrew, and Frank regained his freedom. He dared not make any sudden moves, lowering his pistol and fixing his gaze on the young Asian man before him. It was this man who had just manipulated the bullets and incidentally taken control of Frank's own body, rendering him immobile. Frank knew he was outmatched. He spoke up, asking, "Who are you?" Kingpin stepped forward and introduced himself. "This is the president of Umbrella Corporation. You can address him as Mr. Song. As for me, you've probably heard my name. I'm Kingpin." Frank's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Kingpin. "The Emperor of New York's underworld. I never thought you'd finally dare to reveal yourself. Umbrella? That security company that caused such a stir a while back? I don't recall ever crossing you, Mr. Song." He turned to Song Chao, eyes wary and full of suspicion. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated room in Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen, Song Chao settled into a worn-out sofa. He lit a cigar, took a slow drag, and looked at Frank seated across from him. "Relax," he said. "The Punisher. Real name Frank Castle." Song Chao continued, "A former captain in the United States Marine Corps. Your outstanding and powerful performance during your service earned you the Medal of Honor, the Navy Cross, 3 Silver Stars for Purple Hearts, and the Presidential Medal of Freedom. After Vietnam, you served as a training instructor. One day, while having a picnic in the park with your wife and children, you witnessed a mob execution. In retaliation, your entire family was gunned down on the spot. You barely survived. After your recovery, you used your intelligence network to find your family's killers and try to bring them to justice. But the mob slipped through the cracks of the law, exploiting every loophole, losing all faith in the justice system. You resolved to avenge your family in your own way. Since then, you've shown no mercy to criminals of any kind. Tell me, did I get that right, Frank?" The Punisher, Frank Castle, stared at Song Chao, his face etched with shock and disbelief. "Who are you? How do you know all this?" Song Chao simply shook his head. "There's a lot I know. In fact, there's very little in this world I also know you have no superpowers of your own, but you're a master of both solo and team special operations tactics. You received rigorous training in the Marine Corps, combat, hand-to-hand fighting, marksmanship, underwater operations, interrogation, intelligence gathering, the works. You're proficient with all kinds of firearms, though your favorite is the ballistic knife, a weapon that serves as both a dagger and, when needed, can fire its blade with lethal force at targets within 10 meters. You're an unconventional warfare expert and military technology specialist, and you're also well-versed in emergency medicine and battlefield first aid." Kingpin listened, his face a storm of suspicion and uncertainty. He couldn't understand how Song Chao, who was clearly hearing about the Punisher for the first time, seemed to know so much, far more than even Frank's old nemesis ever knew. As for Frank Castle, the Punisher, he slumped into his seat in defeat. "Who are you really? What do you want? Just say it straight," he demanded. Song Chao took a slow drag from his cigar, his eyes fixed on the ruined man before him. "Frank, you've been prowling Hell's Kitchen for years. You must have noticed that building under renovation over there. That's about to become the headquarters of my company, Umbrella Corporation. I do have some talented people at my disposal, but none with proper military skills. And a legitimate company can't rely entirely on mutants for security. So I'm offering you the position of head of security for Umbrella. You'll oversee the safety of the entire group. As Frank opened his mouth to respond, Song Chao raised a hand to stop him. Don't rush. Let me finish before you refuse. First, I can tell you the real culprit behind your family's murder. Frank's eyes widened. You mean someone is actually behind it? Who was it? Song Chao didn't answer him directly. Second, if you accept, you're free to keep doing what you do best in Hell's Kitchen. I don't care how many scumbags you take down, as long as you don't target Wilson's. Ah, that's Kingpin's business now. And don't speak just yet. There are too many gangs in America. You'll never run out of targets. If you want to go on a crusade, you can take it to other cities. Besides, with Kingpin cleaning up New York's underworld, things will be far less chaotic than before. Frank glanced from Song Chao to Kingpin, mulling it over for a long while. Maybe you're right. Gangs are everywhere in America, in every city. Even the smallest towns. Tell me then, who is really behind my family's murder? I'll agree to be your security chief, but I'm not giving up my war on crime. I'll even work with Kingpin if I have to. Song Chao exchanged a satisfied look with Kingpin and nodded. It was your own superior who betrayed you. Work with Kingpin to find him. You can do whatever you want with him once you do. Rising to his feet, Song Chao headed for the door. At the threshold, he turned back to address the Punisher. Frank, from this moment on, you're one of my people. Kingpin will take you to the new office. Start recruiting some veterans. Get the best you can find. The more skilled, the better. Money's no object. Someone will bring you the funds this afternoon. And one more thing. Even if you killed the President of the United States, I could still protect you. But I don't tolerate disobedience. I don't want my business being leaked from your lips. And I don't like people who can't make up their minds. Otherwise, I'll show you that sometimes being alive can be far more painful than death. Years of military service had made Frank both wary and patriotic. He quickly asked, are you planning a rebellion? Song Chao curled his lips. No. What's the point of rebelling in this society? I just don't like it when others try to take what's mine. My things belong to me alone. I could choose to give them away, but no one, whether it's a person, an organization, or the government, should even think about taking them from me by force. Understand? Otherwise, I'll make sure they realize that no matter who they are or what position they hold, they're never truly safe. Frank could only nod, realizing this man was a hardliner and not someone to confront head-on. He replied, all right, from now on, you're my boss. I'll make sure the company's assets are well protected. Song Chao nodded in satisfaction and took the lead downstairs. As he descended, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses walked toward him, tapping the ground here and there with his cane. It was clear the man was blind. Matt, what brings you here? Frank called out quickly upon spotting the man. Hearing this, Song Chao paused, turned around, and examined the newcomer with interest. So this was the famed daredevil Matt Murdock, the champion of the underprivileged in the Defenders League. Frank, something urgent came up at the law firm. My partner isn't around, so I need your help to escort me to a victim's house. Matt, the blind man in sunglasses, said, oh sure, wait just a moment. Let me see my guest out. And I'll be right with you, Frank replied, glancing at Song Chao for approval. Song Chao didn't say much, just nodded and continued on his way downstairs. The legendary daredevil, he thought, but what a bleeding heart. Committed to never taking a life. If he saw me killing someone, he'd definitely try to stop me. Song Chao found this attitude distasteful and paid it no mind. He'd never consider recruiting someone like that. Such a person would inevitably betray him and ruin his plans, so it was best to keep a respectful distance. Frank, who were those people? Matt asked, recognizing Frank's footsteps. Matt had heard a lot of people gathering downstairs and hurried over out of concern. Though he was blind, the loss of his sight had sharpened his other senses. He could hear footsteps and even the beating of people's hearts from afar. But when two people had entered Frank's place earlier, he hadn't been able to hear what happened next, which worried him enough to rush over with an excuse. Frank, known as the Punisher, glanced at his friend and, recalling Song Chao's earlier threats, dared not tell the full truth. Owe them? For now on, they're my bosses. I've just agreed to become the head of security for their company. What kind of company? Matt inquired. You'll find out soon enough, Frank replied. It won't be long. Frank said nothing. Matt could tell that Frank was not telling the truth, but chose not to press him further at that moment. He heard the footsteps of two people approaching from across the street. He could only hear the heartbeat of the one behind, which told him that this person was at least his equal. Someone like that walking in the rear could only mean that the person in front was even more formidable. Yet what troubled him was that he couldn't hear the heartbeat of the one ahead at all. This both puzzled him and sent a chill down his spine, filling him with doubt. Meanwhile, Song Chao sat in the car, pondering over the information he had gathered about Daredevil. Daredevil, whose real name is Matthew Michael Murdoch, was abandoned by his mother as a child and raised by his father Jack. Murdoch, a boxer known as Battling Jack. Growing up, Matt quickly realized the importance of rules to restrain human behavior and resolved to study law. Jack Murdoch, having seen the darkest sides of society, was determined that his son would not follow in his footsteps. He constantly encouraged Matt to work hard at his studies, hoping Matt would receive a good education, rise above their circumstances, and never have to rely on his fists to make a living. But Jack's prime years were long past, and he had to keep fighting in the ring to support his son. Born into such a troubled environment, Matt studied diligently. But as a poor child, he was often bullied at school. He quietly buried his grievances and anger, enduring everything in silence, all the while secretly training himself. The mysterious mentor known as Stick had been observing this young man all along. One day, Matt saw a truck loaded with chemicals careening toward a blind man. Without hesitation, he rushed to save him, but in doing so was struck by the truck's radioactive cargo, which left him blind. Strangely, his other four senses became extraordinarily heightened. Stick then revealed himself, teaching Matt how to use his enhanced senses and martial arts to become a remarkable warrior. Despite these changes, Matt never gave up his studies. He was accepted into Columbia University, where he excelled in law. During this time, Jack, driven by necessity, agreed to fight in a match for a crime boss. On the eve of Matt's graduation, he and his best friend Foggy went to watch Jack fight. That night, Jack defied the mob's orders to throw the match and emerged victorious. For this act of defiance, Jack paid the ultimate price, murdered by the mob after the fight. From then on, Matt lived a double life. By day, he was a lawyer. By night, he donned the mask and became Daredevil, dispensing justice and fighting crime in Hell's Kitchen, New York. Unfortunately, Matt is burdened with a heart of compassion. His strict code forbids killing, and he cannot walk the same path as those who do. In fact, in the original story, even among his fellow defenders, he would prevent others from taking a life. Whenever he found out, it would always turn into a lecture, and if words didn't work, it could even escalate into a fight. The two of them had already fallen out more than once or twice. From beginning to end, Song Chao never intended to associate with people like that. They were the stuff of legends, the kind who dig pits for others and only trap their own kind. He picked up the phone and called Emma, asking her to get in touch with Frank. After all, since the Punisher was going to be the company's new head of security under Emma's supervision, she needed to be informed. At the same time, he wanted Frank to go to the training center at the military base and find Uncle Wolf and firemen. Back in the day, this training base was funded by Song Chao himself. He'd sold his property in Chinatown to help John the fireman get professional training. Unlike Bobby the Iceman, who could generate cold from within, firemen had to rely on a lighter to spark his flames. That in itself was a bit ridiculous. Later, when Song Chao came into money, he simply bought out the entire military training base to serve as the company's exclusive training ground. In the end, it was just a matter of having more money than he knew what to do with, so with a wave of his hand, he bought it. Thinking of this, Song Chao realized he hadn't seen Fireman, his very first follower, in a long time. Eureka, let's head to the training base. He decided to pay a visit lest his old comrade started to feel neglected. It was also a good chance to check in on Uncle Wolf. Ever since Uncle Wolf lost to him in the competition for Gene, he'd kept a low profile. When Song Chao later asked him to join the base, he'd accepted without a word. Sighing inwardly, Song Chao thought, I really need to start a film company soon. Hollywood has no shortage of starlets to introduce to Uncle Wolf. I do have a caring side. After all, Uncle Wolf, it's been a while when he arrived at the training base and saw both Uncle Wolf and firemen there to greet him. Song Chao immediately gave Logan a comforting bear hug. Logan, the Wolverine, deliberately gave Song Chao a few hearty thumps on the back, the kind that really make you feel it. Song Chao, secretly pleased that Gene was now with him, acted innocent and turned to fireman. John, you've really matured. John the fireman was visibly excited. Boss, you finally came to see me. Song Chao clapped John on the shoulder. Kid, keep up the hard work. The company's future security rests on your shoulders. Yes, sir, John replied with conviction. Logan shook his head at Song Chao's smooth way, with words unable to hide his exasperation. What brings you here today? Logan, this is my company's training base too. Of course, I have to check in. Plus, I want to see how the recruit from the Brotherhood are shaping up. I don't want any troublemakers on my team. Leading the way, Song Chao walked into the base. At first, they were a handful, but after a few lessons from me, they've all straightened out. They're much more disciplined now, Logan said, giving John a sidelong glance. He added, "This kid's been doing especially well lately. He's already outperformed." "The other's a really hard worker." Fireman grinned gratefully at Logan's words. Song Chao smiled and pulled John in for a friendly headlock, tousling his hair, a gesture full of warmth and camaraderie. It was clear that Song Chao had become quite skilled at winning people's hearts these days. "Logan, John, this afternoon a man named Frank Castle will be coming to the base. He's the head of security for Future Corporation in Hell's Kitchen. He's known as the Punisher, although he doesn't have any superhuman powers. His physical abilities are at the very peak of what a human can achieve. Don't underestimate him." Seeing the defiant look on John's face, he gave him a light smack. "He's in charge of external affairs, recruiting top talent from among ordinary humans. You two are responsible for internal matters. One handles the inside, one the outside. The company will have no shortage of enemies in the future. Mutants, Chinese Americans. These are all people from the underbelly of this grim American society. Don't let your guard down, John." John, hearing the boss speak this way, could only nod in agreement. Frank is a retired officer from the military special forces. He's an expert in all kinds of firearms, as well as combat, hand-to-hand fighting, marksmanship, underwater operations, interrogation, intelligence gathering. You name it. The Punisher is a seasoned, unconventional warfare specialist and a military hardware expert. He's also well-versed in standard medical procedures and battlefield emergency care. At this point, Song Chao paused and looked at John. "Do you understand, John? In this world, never underestimate anyone. If it's just the two of you, he could come up with 10,000 ways to take you down, even though you're a mutant with superhuman abilities." Logan, who had been listening by the side, nodded in agreement as he heard how skilled and experienced the Punisher was. "He's quite a talent. No wonder you want him as the company's head of security." Seeing both the boss and Logan speak so highly of Frank, John put away his arrogance and nodded. "I get it." Umbrella Military Training Base. Killian Song Chao took a walk around, chatted at length with the people sent by the Brotherhood, and once he felt everything was in order, he prepared to leave. "Uncle Wolf, even though you have an immortal body and adamantium bones, I still hope you'll train with Frank when he arrives. Brush up on your firearm skills too. You can't always just rely on being unkillable and charging headfirst. Being a target isn't a good thing, and more often than not, it only complicates things." Before getting in the car, Song Chao glanced at Wolverine Logan and shared a few heartfelt words. Anyone who's seen the Wolverine or X-Men movies knows Logan's fighting style is reckless and straightforward. He just powers through everything. But even against regular people, he still gets shot up. And while he can kill his enemies, always being a bullet magnet isn't the answer. Logan wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, he replied, "All right, kid, I get it. You're right. I should practice. Getting hit by regular bullets still hurts. When Frank arrives, I'll check him out. If he's really as good as you say, I'll train with him." Both hand-to-hand and with firearms, John, standing nearby, quickly nodded as well to show that he would work hard at his studies too. Song Chao looked at them and said, "All right, that puts my mind at ease. Once the company opens, I'll be leaving Earth and might not be back for another 2 years. Only a few people know about this. While I'm away, pay extra attention to the company's security. Frank will be in charge of things outside the company, but you two are the ones I trust most. Take good care of the laboratory. It's the company's most important place." Logan nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. When you come back, the company will be safe and sound, waiting for you. That's settled then. John, do your best." Song Chao encouraged the young man known as Fireman. "But don't forget to keep improving your own abilities. The goal is for you to be able to rely on yourself one day." "I understand, boss. I won't forget," John replied with certainty. Back at Xavier's school, Song Chao walked into the professor's office. "Professor, welcome back, my child. Was everything smooth?" Charles asked. "Yes. Everything went well. I've secured 20% of the shares in the Osborne Group," Song Chao replied, then sat down on the couch, recounting the details to Charles as he lay back and rubbed his face. "You've worked hard, my child. The burden of all mutants rests on your young shoulders," Charles said, wheeling over and looking at Song Chao with concern. "Hey, Charles, it's nothing really. Besides, I chose to shoulder this burden myself. It's just that the plans keep changing so quickly, and time is tight. So many things have to be crammed into this 1 month, and I worry I'll forget something important. Something I'll regret 2 years from now when I get back. For the future of mutants, I have to build up my own company for myself and for the ones I love. I have to leave the world ahead. If you're too weak, You won't stand a chance. That's why I go over everything in my mind every day, making sure I haven't forgotten anything crucial. Charles listened and said, I know there are things you can't say out loud, things you have to keep to yourself. I won't press you, child. Just remember, if there's ever anything we can help with, Eric and I will always be behind you. Song Chao nodded, lost in thought as he leaned back on the sofa. Charles, seeing this, didn't disturb him and quietly returned to his book. The office fell silent, a profound stillness that said more than words ever could. Song Chao carefully recalled the plot lines he remembered from his previous life. After a while, he took out his phone and dialed Emma. Emma, how's the situation with the Osborn group? Oh, that's good. I just wanted to check in. By the way, have you found Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko, the father and son I mentioned to you last time? Still nothing? Well, Siberia is such a vast and sparsely populated place, and it's part of the Red Empire. It's a tough assignment for you. I suppose there isn't much time left anyway, so there's no rush. As long as we find it within the next 2 years, that'll be fine. I have 2 names for you right now. Cast a wide net and look into them for me. I need their information as soon as possible. Yes, I'm waiting for it right now. One is Aldrich Killian. While you're at it, check out it. I am Advanced Idea Mechanics. The other is a biologist named Maya Hansen. All right, do it as quickly as you can. That's all for now. After finishing his call, Song Chao set his phone down, falling silent as he mulled over the plot. The more urgent things get, the easier it is to forget important matters or people. Last time, he'd completely overlooked these 2 villains from the Iron Man films. Not to mention the infamous extremist virus. That was something worth coveting. Even someone as ordinary as Pepper could become superpowered, radiating fire from her whole body. In the end, she was more formidable than most mutants. Naturally, Song Chao was envious. He might not have a use for it himself. But with a company as large as his and so many people under him, there would surely be opportunities. Better to be overly cautious than to let anything slip through his fingers. Now that he remembered, he couldn't help but dwell on it. Time slipped quietly by. Night fell, suddenly. Song Chao's phone began to ring. Hello? Emma, how did it go? Oh, so Advanced Idea Mechanics was founded by Killian himself? All right, got it. No need to rush. Since he's already set up his company, once ours opens, you can take your time getting in contact with him. And Maya Hansen, she's at AIM as well. Looks like we're a step behind. No matter, here's what we'll do with AIM. If we can acquire the company, that's best. If not, invest and secure a stake. If neither of those options works, then keep a close eye on their research results. Also, Maya Hansen and Killian aren't completely on the same page. There's a chance we could win her over. Yes, there's no immediate need to push. I know what their research will lead to. Even though development is already underway, it won't be fully realized within 2 years, so there's nothing to worry about. We have enough time. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. All right, go have your dinner. There's nothing that needs to be done right now. Okay, Song Chao hung up and began to reflect. Professor Connors, Professor Otto, plus Hank. They still didn't have quite enough top-tier researchers. Jean could be counted as a scientist, but she wasn't the mainstream and couldn't be considered top-level. Magneto Eric could be counted as half of one, but he was also a bit of a dabbler. Best not to count him either. He thought about it. With 4 company buildings, he really ought to gather at least 4 top scientists. Who else could he find? Pym Particles, he'd set that aside for now, the Fantastic Four. They'd just been in the news at noon, with Ben the Thing saving people on the bridge. The Fantastic Four had already made their debut and were now famous across North America. So that was a dead end. The Hulk, that one still held some promise. He sat up and looked at Professor Charles. Charles, what about Dr. Bruce Banner? Have you managed to find out where he's hiding these days? Charles shook his head. My boy, I've been searching all along, but the world is a vast place, and with billions of people, finding a single human who isn't a mutant is quite a challenge. Song Chao nodded, pondering the timeline. Where could the Hulk be hiding now? Probably in the slums, and speaking English too. Right, Charles, check Mexico and Brazil, especially the slums. Dr. Banner is likely in one of those 2 places. Charles, hearing this and knowing Song Chao's secret, didn't question further. All right, my boy, with a rough location, it'll be much easier to pinpoint him. I'll have the exact address for you by tonight. Come on, let's go eat with the others, Charles invited. All right, Song Chao replied. At the X-Academy cafeteria, Song Chao, as usual, teased little Wanda during the meal, and took the chance to rile up Pietro as well. Lately, Song Chao had developed a habit. Whenever he had nothing to do, he'd mentor Wanda a bit and bully Pietro for fun. The next morning, waking up to find that Jean and Ororo were already gone, likely off to teach the children, he washed up and stepped out of his room. only to hear Charles calling for him. He immediately guessed there must be news about Bruce Banner. The professor probably hadn't wanted to disturb him the night before. At this, Song Chao wondered if the old man Charles might have been eavesdropping, but then shook his head. Charles was devoted to his own love. He'd never do something like that. With a chuckle, Song Chao amused himself with the thought. "Charles, have you found Dr. Banner?" he asked as he entered the principal's office. Charles put down his book. "Yes, my boy. Bruce Banner is in the slums of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil." As he spoke, he activated his telepathy, transmitting a 3D image of the exact location to Song Chao's mind. "Looks like another powerhouse will soon join our company," Song Chao said. Excitement in his voice, Charles, ever the realist, poured a little cold water. On the moment, General Ross from the military has been relentlessly hunting for Dr. Banner. Have you thought about the consequences? And if the Hulk is unleashed at the company, the destruction would be catastrophic. The professor was visibly worried. Song Chao nodded. "I know, Charles. I've considered all of that. Charles, Dr. Banner and the Hulk are two separate souls. I believe my plan is to bring Nightcrawler with me, sneak over quietly, and bring Dr. Banner back to the school without drawing attention. I'd like you to teach him how to control the Hulk within. Once the company launches, he can stay in the lab and avoid going out. I'll have Emma keep a constant watch on him. Her psychic abilities should be able to keep the newborn Hulk under control. If the Brotherhood has any mutants involved, I'll volunteer to assist Dr. Banner, remaining vigilant at all times. That's all I can think of for now, Charles. Do you have anything to add?" Song Chao looked up at the professor as he spoke. Charles pondered for a moment. "You've considered things quite thoroughly, my child. I don't have a safer solution to offer. But if you're determined to bring this person back. Still, if you go to Brazil to find Bruce Banner, what will you do if he transforms into the Hulk? The military will surely catch wind of it." Song Chao nodded. "All right, I'll proceed as planned. Don't worry, Charles, my psychic powers are not weak. If worst comes to worst, I'll just give up on him." After a moment's thought, he pulled out his phone. "Wilson, I need you to check if anyone's private jet is flying to Rio de Janeiro today. If not, I want you to arrange one for me. Remember, don't make a fuss. Just handle it as usual. Let me know when you have an answer." Charles quietly continued, reading, long accustomed to Song Chao's way of doing things and never prying further. A moment later, Song Chao's phone rang. "Hello, Wilson. How is it? No flights? You arranged one. Good. 4:30 this afternoon, Kennedy International Airport in New York, Northwest Side. Bombardier Global 7500, tail number PBWL 750066. Got it. And you didn't let anything slip, right? You told them to pick up cargo in Brazil and return by midnight. All right, I understand. Don't worry about anything else. No need to inform them further. Just do as you said. I'll handle the rest. Also, have a car with tinted windows ready for me in your company's underground parking lot at 2 o'clock. That's all for now." He hung up. Standing, Song Chao walked behind Charles and began pushing his wheelchair. "Let's go, Charles. It's time for lunch." Kennedy International Airport parking lot. After lunch, Song Chao let Jean and Ororo know, and then set out for the city with Death Lady and Nightcrawler. Upon arriving at the underground garage of Fist Tower, they found Bullseye already, waiting with a different car. Without delay, they headed straight for Kennedy International Airport. In the airport parking lot, seeing that it was already past where Song Chao sat in the car prepared by Kingpin, closed his eyes and reached out psychically to locate the private global jet. Sensing that everyone had arrived, he projected a thought into Nightcrawler's mind. "Wagner, let's go. Take me over there, Eureka. There's food ready in the car. Wait here until I return after midnight." Once Song Chao finished giving instructions, Nightcrawler grabbed his arm, and in a blink they appeared on the sofa inside the private jet. Before anyone aboard noticed their presence, Song Chao immediately unleashed his psychic power, clouding their perception and making them ignore the corner of the cabin where the sofa sat. While everything else proceeded as usual, having discovered just how useful psychic power can be, it's a shame that Charles, such a powerhouse, went to waste. I couldn't help but grumble about the professor for a moment as night fell. I finally arrived in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Using the same method, I took control of a taxi, and Nightcrawler teleported inside with me. We headed straight for the favelas of Rio. I closed my eyes and scanned the area with my mind. I saw Banner sitting in a shabby room, hunched over a battered wooden table, gnawing on a piece of cheap bread, his eyes fixed on an old black-and-white TV from the 80s. I also became aware of several unusual individuals within a 3-kilometer radius. I knew at once. These were SHIELD agents sent by Nick Fury to keep an eye on Banner. Nodding to myself, I realized bringing Nightcrawler had been the right decision. I'd long suspected the one-eyed director wouldn't let a powerhouse like Banner slip through his fingers. He was probably already hatching plans for the Avengers. Wagner, I've got the address. Teleport us there. Once we arrive, no matter what happens, stay silent, and don't make any sudden moves. I warned Nightcrawler sternly, wary of provoking Banner into transforming into the Hulk, inside a rented room in the favela. Bruce Banner absent-mindedly chewed on his cheap bread, eyes drifting over the black and white TV, though his mind was far away. Once a scholar with 7 doctoral degrees, he was now forced to live in hiding, working long, grueling shifts capping beer bottles in a grimy factory, 12 hours a day, for a pittance, barely enough to keep him in the cheapest bread, renting a shabby room in the slums, and unable even to save for some worn-out clothes. It was a pitiful state, one that words could scarcely describe. Dr. Banner. Suddenly, a voice called his old name right beside his ear. Bruce Banner jolted upright, startled, and saw 2 people, myself and Nightcrawler, standing in the room out of nowhere. He immediately stood up and said, "You're here to take me in?" No. Take it easy, Doctor." I noticed the veins on Bruce Banner's neck beginning to pulse green, and quickly reached out with my psychic power to calm his mind, suppressing his anger before it could boil over. "Stay calm, Dr. Banner. Look at the person next to me. He's a mutant, a member of a race that's also been hunted and oppressed. Do you really think I'd come here to hurt you? We're kindred spirits." "Doctor, take a deep breath. Calm down, all right? Just breathe." In the slums of Rio de Janeiro, Banner glanced at Nightcrawler beside me, blue-skinned with a tail and a strange aura. It would be hard for anyone to believe he wasn't a mutant. Remembering how mutants were treated in America, Banner gradually relaxed. "Sorry, you know my situation. I've been hunted by the military for years. When I saw you both, I just assumed. I don't even know who you are or why you're here." Once I saw that Banner had calmed down, I walked over and sat at his rickety little table, taking in our surroundings. "Dr. Bruce Banner, seeing you living like this, it really makes one sigh with regret. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Song Chow, founder of Umbrella Corporation. You may call me Song. I am here to invite you, Dr. Banner, to become the official head of research for my company, and I will provide you with a state-of-the-art laboratory." Banner's eyes narrowed. "A laboratory? Are you planning to lock me up for research?" A faint tinge of green flickered in his expression. No, please. "Calm down," Song Chow hastened to reassure him. Clearly, Banner was extremely on edge. Just hearing the word experiment was enough to trigger his anger. "Dr. Banner, please relax. That's it. Just breathe. To tell the truth, Dr. Banner, the reason I'm here to invite you is that I value your 7 doctoral degrees." "Not the Hulk?" Banner calmed himself, studying the Asian man before him. "Umbrella? Isn't that a security company?" "No. The security firm is merely my way of announcing myself to the world. The real Umbrella Corporation will launch in 20 days. So you were the one who rescued those mutant children, the one whose face was never caught on camera." "Oh, I didn't expect you'd keep up with international news, even in a place like this, Dr. Banner." Banner glanced at the black and white television, a bitter smile on his lips. "Yes, places like this, environments like this. This is where I've spent most of my recent years. It will get better," Song Chow said gently. Banner straightened, focusing on Song Chow. "So, it seems you're allied with Magneto. Were you, and he just putting on a show that day?" Song Chow shook his head. "No, it wasn't an act. The rescue was real. That company was torturing and dissecting mutants. I just used a real event to make a name for my company. As for Eric, Magneto, or rather the entire mutant race, they now serve under my banner, both Eric's Brotherhood and Charles Xavier's school." Banner's eyes widened in shock. After a moment, he said, "So you really aren't here to capture me for research? With the entire mutant race at your command, you certainly don't need the Hulk as a weapon." Song Chow nodded. "Dr. Banner, it's your intellect I need, not the Hulk. No matter how powerful he is, a force that only knows destruction, without reason or restraint, is of no interest to me. I need your brilliance to help my company develop things that will benefit humanity. And since you know of Umbrella, you must keep an eye on American news. You're no doubt aware that the mutant race has long been persecuted by research organizations, government agencies, and the military. Many have been dissected or experimented on. I've shown plenty of those images in the news myself. As for you, Dr. Bruce Banner, you were once a brilliant scientist with a promising future and a girlfriend by your side. But now, you've become a monster. You're being hunted by the military and society offers you no sympathy. Only fear and loathing. Your situation is no different from that of the mutants. So, join us. We need to fight for ourselves and strive for a new future, Dr. Banner. Banner thought for a moment, then shook his head. I can't accept your offer. I'm being chased. By the military. Ross will never let me go. Besides, I can't control myself. If I lose control, a lot of people could die. If I go to your company, I don't want to cause innocent casualties, nor do I want to bring unnecessary property damage to your business. Song Chao shook his head. No, Dr. Banner. First, I'm not afraid of the military. Even Magneto could assassinate the president. If I get angry enough, I could wipe out the White House myself. Banner's eyes widened, thinking he was dealing with a terrorist. Don't worry, Doctor, I'm just making a point. Second, to avoid trouble, we can return quietly. No one will even notice. It just means you'll have to put up with some inconvenience, Banner. You'll need to stay in the company's underground laboratory. You won't be able to go out like a normal person. No strolls, no dates, no dinners out. You'll probably live and work in the lab, but we'll arrange a top-tier bedroom for you. And the company hires professional chefs with excellent pay to take care of your meals. Song Chao glanced around and continued, honestly, while you'd lose some freedom, it's still better than your current situation. You're a genius with 7 PhDs. Yet now you're eating cheap bread and living in a place that's barely better than a dump. Your genius is no less than that Playboy Stark. Do you really want to keep hiding working dead-end jobs, eating food fit for beggars? Banner was tempted. He hesitated, a trace of longing on his face. To be honest, who could accept this? Once he had a bright future as a world-class scientist, and now, just look at what he's eating, where he's living, and what work he's doing, competing with vagrants for scraps. Seeing Banner's reaction, Song Chao pressed on, maybe once you learn to control your emotions, you could even see your girlfriend again. After all this time, don't you want to see her? Banner responded softly, Betty. Yes, your girlfriend. Don't you want to see her? Besides, our company has several world-class scientists, and in the future, there will be more. Not only could you exchange ideas with others at the top of their fields, but who knows? Maybe someone will find a way to cure you of the Hulk. Banner fell silent for a while, then said, but I'm truly afraid of becoming a Hulk. Song Chao knew it was about time. Dr. Banner, don't worry if you're truly afraid. Then I suggest you stay in the lab for now. Throw yourself into your research and avoid going out or contacting outsiders as much as possible. Try to keep external disturbances to a minimum to prevent the Hulk from emerging. My company's opening is in 20 days. For now, come back with me to the X Academy. Charles is a gentle and kind old man. You must have heard his name. Spend these 20 days learning from him how to control your mind. What do you think, Banner? This environment isn't suitable for a genius like you. Banner looked around, his face clouded with gloom. All right, I've heard of Professor X long ago, and I know he's always worked for peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants. I'll go talk to Professor X and see if it works out. If it does, I'll just live and work in a lab from now on. Song Chao reached out his hand with a smile. Welcome, Doctor. Banner shook his hand, sighing. Thank you. Do you have anything you need to pack, Doctor? No. As you can see, Banner glanced down at his cheap, worn clothes and spoke with a hint of bitterness. Song Chao chuckled and gave Banner's shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't worry, Doctor. It's all behind you now. Wagner, let's go. Doctor, stay calm and don't panic in a moment. Nightcrawler walked over and took hold of both Song Chao's and Banner's arms. In a rush of movement, the next second, they were suddenly inside a taxi. Banner looked around in surprise. What? Song Chao shook his head. Easy. Doctor, nothing's wrong. Just a little trick to get you back discreetly. Stay calm. Banner nodded in understanding. Helen Zhao aboard a private jet flying from Brazil to New York. They can't see us. Bruce Banner watched as other passengers moved about the plane, seemingly oblivious to the three of them sitting in this corner, and asked curiously. Song Chao sipped his wine. Doctor, this is a fine vintage. Try it and tell me what you think. He nodded and continued. Just a small trick to filter us out from ordinary people's perception. I'm sure a genius like you understands the principle. Technology can't quite manage it yet, but I believe it will someday. Banner nodded. I get the principle. Technology can't do it right now. But your abilities are truly impressive. It's nothing much. Just a precaution, Doctor. I wouldn't want you barely a few days at the company before Ross sends the military after us. I'm not afraid of him, but I do worry about the Hulk showing up. If that happens, the company wouldn't be the only thing at risk, Song Chao explained. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be landing at New York's JFK International Airport in 10 minutes, came the announcement. 10 minutes later. Wagner, let's go. Banner once again appreciated the benefits of teleportation. To be honest, opportunities like this are rare. I'm very curious about the principles behind teleportation. Doctor, that's something you'll have to study on your own, slowly. Song Chao replied with a smile. As the car drove into the underground parking lot of the fixed building, Banner seemed about to say something. Song Chao waved his hand. Dr. Banner, you have to understand, you're only being hunted by the military, but we mutants are watched by every intelligence agency, every major corporation, and more. They're always keeping an eye on us. We have to be cautious always. Banner nodded at these words. Yes. After these years on the run, I've come to understand the situation of mutants much better. I can truly empathize with you now. Song Chao burst out laughing and clapped Banner on the shoulder. That's why understanding is so important. Let's work together, Doctor. By the time the car pulled up at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, it was already past 3 in the morning. Seeing Professor Xavier, Jean, and Ororo waiting at the entrance, Song Chao hurried out of the car. Professor, why aren't you resting? Charles smiled kindly. You've worked so hard, my boy. Waiting a little while is nothing for us. He turned to Banner, Dr. Bruce Banner. Hello, I'm Charles Francis Xavier. Welcome, my child. This is Jean Grey, and this is Storm Ororo. Banner stepped forward shyly, his voice a little hesitant. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please just call me Banner. I've heard of your reputation for a long time, Professor. I'm sorry to trouble everyone this time. Song Chao laughed heartily and patted Banner's shoulder. Relax, Banner. You're home now, you're safe. Go have a chat with Charles. Your eco, you push Charles and Nightcrawler. You go get some rest. He turned to Jean and Ororo. Ladies, why don't you come rest with me? Laughing boisterously, he put his arms around them and led them toward the rooms. Behind them, Bruce Banner's eyes went wide with surprise. What? He stammered. Charles could only shake his head helplessly. He's always been strong-willed ever since he was young. His way of thinking is very different from most people. When it comes to the younger generation's relationships, I'm just an old man. I can't interfere too much. Please forgive him, Banner. Banner quickly shook his head. No, I'm just surprised, really surprised. Well, how should I put it? It's a bit unusual. Honestly, I don't even know what to say. Charles just smiled. Come on, my boy, let me take you to your room so you can rest. We'll have a proper talk tomorrow. Banner sighed with gratitude. Thank you. Meanwhile, Song Chao launched into his Heavenly Emperor mode, fighting from the southern gate of heaven all the way to the throne room, battling on until dawn. Suddenly, there was a sharp smack. Ow! Who hit me? Song Chao exclaimed, snapping awake. He saw Ororo standing by the bed. He quickly sat up. What's the matter, darling? It's already lunchtime, and you're still sleeping. The children are all laughing at you. Get up quickly. Ororo shot Song an exasperated look. Right, I'm getting up right now. Song Chao had no choice but to surrender, knowing that Ororo and Jean were both rather shy. He quickly got out of bed as he made his way to the dining room. He hadn't even sat down before Wanda spotted him and pulled a face. You lazybones. Sleeping until lunchtime. Pietro, quick to seize the moment, chimed in with a teasing tone. Who knows what you were up to last night? He shot a sly glance at their teacher, but didn't dare say more. Song Chao fired right back. You kids are getting bold. Ororo, make sure you give Pietro extra training from now on. We can't let his talents go to waste, or I'll have a hard time explaining to Magneto. He pinched Wanda's cheek playfully. You too. Double the training for you. Having dispatched the two troublemakers, he walked over to Banner. How did you sleep last night, Banner? Banner quickly set down his utensils. Thank you. The school is wonderful. I haven't slept this soundly in a very long time. Song Chao smiled and gave Banner's shoulder a reassuring pat. Relax and enjoy your breakfast. Before the company opened, spend some time talking with Charles. He sat down and, after a moment's thought, said, Dr. Banner, I have a theory about the Hulk. Banner looked up curiously. What kind of theory? I think the Hulk might be your second personality. Or perhaps you've heard of the concept of the soul? Maybe you and the Hulk are a dual soul entity. One body, two souls. The Hulk's soul is like that of a newborn still developing, which is why he isn't very intelligent yet. You need to calm yourself and try to communicate with him. Over time, as he grows, his intelligence should slowly increase. Anyway, that's how I see it. You and Charles can discuss it further. He looked at them both. Bruce Banner fell silent, eating his meal thoughtfully. Charles nodded. I'll spend time talking with Banner. It's a complicated issue, and we need to ensure things proceed peacefully. Song Chao knew how much the Hulk had tormented Banner, so he understood why Banner might have trouble accepting any of this so soon. He nodded sympathetically. There's no rush, Dr. Banner. Take your time. You're safe now. You have the entire mutant community standing behind you. You've got plenty of time. So don't feel pressured. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, Banner. said moved. All right, let's eat in peace, Charles said gently. Okay. Wait, seeing Dr. Banner just reminded me of someone, Helen Cho, and her regeneration cradle technology. Suddenly Song Chao thought of Dr. Helen Cho, the Korean scientist from Ultron's story. Dr. Banner, do you know her? Banner considered it. I think I've read her papers before, but as you know, I've been on the run for years. Most people have forgotten about me by now, all right. Let's just eat for now. Song Chao thought for a moment and decided he'd better call Emma later. She was a real talent, and the regenerative cradle technology was far too valuable. Ultron even went out of its way to control this female scientist just to get a body. Hurry up and eat. Jean, noticing how much Song Chao had on his plate, quickly put a piece of steak on his plate and urged him on. This tastes amazing, Jean. You really do spoil me, Song Chao joked. Not even eating can keep you from running your mouth. Ororo rolled her eyes, but still picked up some roast meat and placed it on his plate as, well, it's not every day a beauty treats me so well. Delicious, Song Chao said with a smug grin, showing off in front of Banner. Banner, speechless, simply bowed his head and pretended not to notice, missing his girlfriend Betty all the more. After lunch, Dr. Doom didn't disturb Charles and Banner's conversation. Seeing Jean and Ororo busy preparing their lessons, Song Chao had no choice but to step outside alone, lying back on the grass to rest. He shooed away the wandering Maximoff siblings, who came by to pester him, pulled out his phone, and scrolled through the news. TSK. The Fantastic Four are really blowing up lately, always making headlines for their heroic deeds. They're world-famous superheroes now. No wonder they're so popular with all those talk show appearances. Their stage presence is impressive, Song Chao mused as he watched the news about the Fantastic Four's rising fame, shaking his head in admiration. Then he remembered Mr. Fantastic still had pending company orders to fill. He'd have to hurry them up, and there was also the issue with Helen Zhao, but maybe it was time to meet Emma in person to discuss it. With that in mind, he called out, Eureka, prepare the car. Upon arriving at the rented office building, Emma looked up in surprise as Song Chao entered. What brings you here? I miss you, of course, so I came to see you, he teased with a light-hearted smile. Is that so? You're such a flirt, you think I'd actually believe that? Emma shook her head, exasperated. Song Chao settled on a sofa. Just some small matters. I saw on the news today. The Fantastic Four are all over the talk shows. These days, by the way, has Reed been paid yet for developing that weak AI and supercomputer? Emma replied, the payment was settled long ago. Should I remind them again? Of course, look how much free time they have. Since we've paid, let's not be polite. Tell them to deliver the goods as soon as possible. As for Reed, I'm not interested in recruiting him anymore. He's a lost cause. All right, I'll push them to deliver quickly. Anything else? There's a Korean-American scientist named Helen Zhao. Do some research. See if we can bring her into the company. Her work is quite promising, with a bright future. I'll look into it right away. By the way, how's Doom Enterprises doing these days? It seems that lately Wall Street has been pulling out its investments. Ever since Dr. Doom and the Fantastic Four had that accident with their spaceship, Doom Industries' stock has been plummeting. It's almost bankrupt. These days, Dr. Doom is going around everywhere trying to secure new investors. But from what I've seen in the news, things aren't going well. I'd wager it won't be long before we see headlines announcing the company's bankruptcy, Emma said, after thinking for a moment. Do you have any detailed information? Yes, let me take a look. Here you go. Song Chao examined the documents, pondering for a moment. Get in touch with Dr. Victor Von Doom for me. I'll wait for him here. Emma raised her eyebrows at that. What's this? Are you interested in working with him? Trying to draw him in. Song Chao shook his head. No, I don't have any concrete plans for him at the moment. We may not even be on the same path. Who knows what the future holds? Things are still unclear. From what I've seen of his company's assets, their value has nearly hit rock bottom. It wouldn't take much to buy them out and turn things around. And who knows, maybe he'll become an ally to our company down the line. Emma nodded. I'll reach out to him now. At that moment, Victor Von Doom was sitting in his office at Doom Industries, nursing a drink. Stubble shadowed his unshaven face, his clothes were disheveled, and the air around him was heavy with defeat. He thought back to his recent string of setbacks and cursed under his breath. Damn those Wall Street vampires. Begging me for favors before, now they won't even give me the time of day. He recalled how his fellow Columbia University alumni had all turned their backs on him, refusing to help save his company, and the anger welled up his chest again. Damn you, Reed. Look what you've done to me. Just then the phone rang sharply. Hello. Victor Von Doom speaking. Yes, this is he. Umbrella Corporation? All right, no problem. I'll come over right away. Hanging up, Doom sprang to his feet. quickly straightening himself out as he hurried to leave. Meanwhile, Song Chao's thoughts drifted to the Doctor Doom from the movies. The ones in the comics were too unhinged to even consider. He couldn't help but be grateful for having crossed over into the world of the films. Victor Von Doom was still a genius scientist, though perhaps not quite Reed's equal. The two had always been rivals at university, not just in academics, but in matters of the heart well, especially when it came to Susan Storm of the Fantastic Four. Even after Susan broke up with Reed, she and Doom never truly got together. Their ambiguous relationship kept Doom perpetually on edge. Still, when it came to business acumen, Doom had the upper hand over Reed. He'd built his own company from the ground up. Ironically, it was his decision to fund Reed's space experiment for Susan's sake that spelled his own downfall. Now, he was on the verge of bankruptcy, a textbook case of losing both love and fortune. Song Chao sighed at the thought. Oh, by the way, Emma, how's Dr. Killian's advanced technology company? Is it open for acquisition? They're still negotiating funding at the moment. Dr. Killian has refused any buyout offers. He'll only accept investments. How much of a stake is he willing to give up? Between 10 and 30%. That's acceptable. Right now, Vanguard Technologies probably isn't valued very highly, is it? Not particularly. With about $1 billion, the capital injection should be sufficient. That will do. 30% equity should be enough. What about Dr. Maya Hansen? She still refused Dr. Hansen. Then let's leave it at that for now. Let her stay where she is. Remember to keep a close eye on Vanguard Technologies' research outcomes. Their serum is actually quite impressive. I'll have Eric bring over some additional funds later. The conversation ended there. There was a clear chime at the door. Come in, hello. Victor Von Doom. Hello, I'm Emma Grace Frost, CEO of the company. This is the company's founder, Song Chao. You can just call him Song, Emma said, gesturing toward Song Chao. Doom quickly stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Song. Thank you. Song Chao shook his hand, deliberately offering praise. No need to be so formal, Dr. Doom. I've read your story. It's truly an inspiring tale of perseverance. A person's humble beginnings don't determine their future. You're remarkable, and that's exactly why I want to support you. Doom's face lit up with emotion, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. To be honest, lately, ever since the space experiment failed, I've been running into closed doors everywhere. The company's shares are on the verge of crashing. Many old acquaintances, friends, classmates, those who once greeted me with smiles, have all refused to lend a hand. Song Chao nodded in understanding. That's the way of the world. People are quick to share in prosperity, but few will stand with you in hardship. He studied the man before him, who seemed to have lost the aura of an elite talent. Besides, I can sense something else about your physical condition. There's a power simmering within you. It seems you, like the Fantastic Four, have acquired a special ability. Doom looked at him in shock, surprised that this man had uncovered his secret upon their very first meeting. This company, which had made such waves, was clearly not to be underestimated. Since you've noticed, I suppose there's no point in hiding it. Yes, my body has mutated as well. So far, I haven't found a cure. No, why would you want to cure it? Just like our mutant kind, these are gifts from the heavens. Why reject what sets you apart, Dr. Doom? Song Chao shook his head in gentle disagreement. Have a seat, Doctor. Gaining superpowers isn't a bad thing. Not everyone will be able to threaten your safety anymore. And besides, having powers doesn't prevent you from pursuing research or building your company. Perhaps you're looking at this all wrong. Look at me. Look at my company. In just a few days, we'll be officially launching. Doctor, I hope you'll find inspiration then. The promise of investment hung in the air as Dr. Doom hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Seeing the look on his face, Song Chao called out, Emma, bring us 2 drinks. Mr. Doom needs to unwind. He handed a glass to Doom. Here you go, Doctor. Have a drink, Doom. Are you afraid? I sense a destructive force within you, he continued. At these words, Victor Von Doom fell silent for a moment. He took off his coat, unfastened his cuffs, and revealed the metallic sheen that sometimes showed through the skin of his arm. The mottled patches would be enough to frighten any child. Wow. So this is your mutant ability, Song Chao remarked with genuine amazement. There's nothing to worry about, Doctor. Look at Ben from the Fantastic Four. He turned into the Thing, and he's still living just fine. In fact, he's a huge sensation in America with fans everywhere. Victor Von Doom was quiet for a moment before he said, I feel a desire to destroy everything. Oh, Doom, you don't need to worry. That's a normal feeling. Power itself isn't good or evil. It all depends on your heart. I've looked into your history with the Fantastic Four. I know a bit about the Tangled. Emotions between you, Reed, and Susan, and how they've driven you to the brink of bankruptcy. Meanwhile, they're all the rage in America, hailed as superheroes, raking in fame and fortune. If it were me, I'd be just as upset. The people who ruined your life are showered in praise, while you're left on the verge of ruin. Even your body transformed. Of course you'd feel furious and want revenge, but that's not the fault of your powers. It's what's in your heart, Doom. That's why you need to learn to control your strength. As your soon-to-be ally and business partner, we mutants will support you, whether it's in business or anything else, Song Chao said with conviction. Victor Von Doom looked at the man before him. Even though he couldn't sense any power from Song Chao, the offhand words revealed that this man could see right through him. He felt as if he had no secrets in front of Song Chao, and deep down, he knew this man was powerful, far beyond his comprehension in the past. I paid no attention to mutant affairs and knew little about them. But after today's events, and your help, I, Victor Von Doom, will stand with mutants from now on, Mr. Song, Doom declared with determination. Song Chao burst into hearty laughter. Then let me welcome you, my friend. Mutants welcome all allies if you ever need anything. You know where to find us, I will, Doom replied. Will 3 billion be enough for you, Doctor? If not, I can give you more. Doom shook his head and refused. That's more than enough. Too much, in fact. Doom Industries is down to only 4 or 5 billion in assets, with 3 billion. You'll own 60 to 70% of the company's shares. No, Doctor, don't worry. I have no intention of taking over your company. Here's 3 billion. You will buy out all the other shareholders and let Umbrella hold 49% of the shares. You'll keep 51% and maintain control. If you need more funds, we can add to the investment. Our stake will always remain at 49%. I'm investing in you as a person, Doom, not in seizing your company, Song Chao said, fixing his gaze on Doom. Victor Von Doom's face lit up with emotion as he replied. Thank you, truly. Thank you. I'll move quickly to remove the other members of the board. The company is on the verge of bankruptcy, and they're all eager to pull out anyway. It shouldn't be hard to arrange. Good. If anything comes up, get in touch with Emma anytime. She'll have your back. Victor Von Doom rose to his feet. Then I'll take my leave. Thank you again. Song Chao stood as well. No need for thanks, Doctor. Whatever the past was for mutant kind, things are different now. And I'm the one calling the shots. That's why we mutants need people like you. People who understand. Gratitude. We've had enough of discrimination and persecution. You're willing to stand firmly on the side of mutants. And I'm very pleased with this meeting, Doom. One more thing, he added. Take a good look at the power within yourself. As your partner, let me give you this heartfelt reminder. The future belongs to those with extraordinary abilities. Doom's expression shifted to one of shock. He hadn't realized that Song Chao now led the mutants. Thinking of Magneto and Professor X, he found the young man before him astonishing. At first, Doom had assumed this was just a figurehead put forward by the mutants, but to have won over both of those titans, it was clear there had been a major transformation among mutant kind. This young man's true strength was far greater than it appeared. After all, Magneto was notorious on wanted lists worldwide. Just imagining the hidden depths of this young Asian man was enough to send a chill down his spine. With a solemn nod, Doom said, My partner, your word are taken to heart. I won't suppress my powers any longer. I'll do my utmost to develop them. But if there comes a day when I take action against the Fantastic Four, I hope you'll lend me a hand. Song Chao nodded. That's a small matter, but Doom, let me remind you, this is a modern world, and the internet is everywhere. Be smart in what you do. I don't want to see headlines about you waging war on the Fantastic Four. You'd come across as the villain, and that would put us in a difficult spot. You get what I mean, Doctor? Dr. Doom nodded. I understand, Mr. Song. I'll stay one step ahead and make sure to cast myself as the victim before striking. Song Chao smiled, giving Doom a friendly pat on the shoulder. I knew you were a genius. I enjoy dealing with people who know how to think, Doctor. Then I wish you a smooth journey, Doctor. Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Song. Just call me Song, my friend, all right, Song? And you can just call me Doom. Goodbye. After seeing Victor Von Doom off, Song Chao stretched out lazily and sprawled on the sofa, quite satisfied with how the meeting had gone. You seem very pleased, Emma remarked. Noticing the look on Song Chao's face, Song Chao grinned. Yes, Emma, at first I just saw it as an investment, but Victor Von Doom turned out to be a fascinating person. In this world, people who understand gratitude are becoming rare. It looks like we've gained not only a business partner, but also some important support on the mutant issue, Emma observed. Oh, you think so highly of him? I do. I can sense that destructive power inside him. It's strong and growing as long as he can master it, and not let it master him. He'll be a formidable force in the future. It's just a shame that the powers of the Fantastic Four can't be used for my own purposes, Song Chao said with a touch of greed. Then all we can do is hope she manages to control that power, Emma replied with a shake of her head. Yes, Song Chao agreed. By the way, how's the transition with Oscorp going? It's done. The contract for 20% of the shares has already been signed. Good. That means the company is basically set up in the next couple of days. Work with Victor Von Doom to wrap up the acquisition of Doom Industries. As for Killian's advanced idea mechanics, offer more money and get it done. Don't drag things out. After giving his instructions, Song Chao stood up and walked to the window, looking across the street at Stark Tower. The wind is picking up. Weather forecast. Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen, Umbrella Corporation, Mr. Song. How do you find the renovations? Are you satisfied? Kingpin accompanied Song Chao in front of the building, smiling as he spoke. Song Chao glanced at the man before him. He looked heavy-set, but in truth, over 90% of his bulk was solid muscle. Wilson, it seems you really put in some effort this time. You finished 6 days ahead of schedule. Impressive. I like smart partners as long as you're satisfied, Mr. Song. Let's go inside and take a look, Kingpin replied with a sycophantic smile. Let's go in and have a look. Song Chao mainly inspected the offices and the underground laboratory. Not bad. The security is excellent. I'm very pleased, Wilson. You've earned my friendship, Song Chao praised. It looks like the company can open right on schedule in 6 days. Standing inside the laboratory, Song Chao pulled out his phone. Emma, the renovations are complete. Start the move. Frank, the place is ready. Bring your team over. Now, Logan, bring John and the other mutant brothers to the company. Everything's ready. Get set for deployment, Mr. Song. Since you're busy, I'll take my leave for now. The office furniture will be delivered later by the workers, Kingpin said, nodding politely as he prepared to go. He handed over a gift as well. Thank you, Wilson. You've really gone to a lot of trouble this time, Song Chao replied with a nod. For the sake of winning your friendship, this money is well spent. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. You're welcome to join us on the opening day. I'll be there. Goodbye. Take care. Song Chao watched as Kingpin and his entourage walked out, sighing inwardly at how adept the big man was at handling relationships. The cost of the building, the residences, and all the renovations was well into the hundreds of millions, but Song Chao liked generous people like him. Half an hour later, in the company's conference room, Song Chao surveyed the group before him. Today is the company's first unofficial meeting, so let me give you a proper introduction. He gestured to Emma. This is Emma Grace Frost, our future head and chief CEO. From now on, she'll be in charge of day-to-day operations. So I hope you'll all cooperate fully with her. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Pointing to Frank, he continued, this is Frank Castle, known as the Punisher. He'll serve as our head of security. He's a master of all firearms and tactics, and he'll be leading a team of retired special forces as our company's first line of external defense. And here's Logan the Wolverine, whom I'm sure you've all heard of. He'll be in charge of lab security, ensuring our laboratories are well protected. Johnny, the Human Torch, will be his deputy. Song Chao nodded at Logan, then turned to encourage Johnny. Johnny, I trust you'll live up to your responsibilities. Seeing that everyone had been introduced, Song Chao stood up and addressed the room. I won't be stationed here at the company on a daily basis. Emma will be in charge, and I expect you all to work well together. With that, he walked over to Frank. Frank, you're in charge of the first line of defense for the company, and there are a few things I want you to remember. I can be generous, but I can also be petty. I can be gentle, but I can be ruthless. The newly built villas near the company will be given to your team. One for each member. I pay the highest salaries in America, and the benefits and insurance I offer are second to none. But if I ever find out that anyone is disloyal, no matter if they were coerced or tempted, I'll make them realize that sometimes death can be a mercy. Their actions won't just affect themselves, but also their families, loved ones, and friends. Do you understand what I mean, Frank? Song Chao's gaze was sharp and unyielding as he stared at the Punisher. At this moment, Emma, Uncle Wolf, and John were all narrowing their eyes, staring intently. Frank could feel the tension in the air, leaving him a little short of breath. He understood this was the final warning. If anything happened to his subordinates, everyone connected to him, his family, friends, and associates, would face harsh retaliation from the people before him. Although he regretted ever getting involved, he knew it was too late to turn back. The only thing he could do was to conduct a thorough investigation of any newcomers to prevent any tragedy from unfolding. I understand, boss. I'll launch a strict investigation. If there's anyone betraying us, I'll deal with them myself. I'll make sure that not only they but their entire circle pay the price. I'll make sure the message gets across. Relax, Frank, the boss said calmly. I've already given them the highest compensation in all of America. I have no doubts about you. If they choose to stray, that's their own decision. Just stay vigilant. That's all you need to do. All right, everyone, he continued. Tonight the company's going out for dinner together. There's not much in the office right now, but tomorrow the lab and everything else will be moved in. That's when your real work begins. With that, he led the way outside. That evening at XX Chinese restaurant, the entire venue had been reserved. Professor Connors, I've heard so much about you. Welcome to Umbrella, Song Chao said, shaking hands with Connors, who was missing an arm. Hello, boss. I wanted to meet you for a long time. It's an honor to join this family. Generous, giving me the highest level of authority. You know, that's the greatest satisfaction a researcher could ask for, Professor Connors replied, brimming with excitement. Back at Oscorp, he had often been held back by the higher-ups. That's right. The boss is very generous. I'm honored to be here. As well, Otto, Gunther, Octavius. Dr. Otto quickly chimed in from the side. Dr. Otto, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're both geniuses, and Umbrella is fortunate to have you on board. If you need anything, just let him know. We won't rush you. Whatever funds or personnel you require, we'll provide them, Song Chao said, deliberately praising the two. A young Asian woman in her 20s stepped forward. Hello, boss. Helen Zhao. It's great to meet you, Dr. Zhao. Your research in regenerative medicine holds tremendous promise. Welcome to Umbrella, Song Chao replied warmly. Let me introduce you all to Dr. Hank, a true genius in genetics and robotics with many talents. Seeing Hank's shine as Song Chao took the initiative to introduce him. Once everyone had mingled and seemed more at ease, he continued, besides you four brilliant scientists, there's one more doctor in the company, but you'll have to wait until tomorrow after the lab equipment arrives to meet him. I hope you won't be too surprised. He's a polymath, every bit as talented as that playboy Tony Stark. He watched their faces light up with astonishment. He smiled and said, get to know each other, everyone. I'll excuse myself. He walked over to Frank. Frank, you don't look well. Is something wrong? Frank's face was clouded with gloom. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. Boss, 3 members of my special operations team disappeared just now. I'm very disappointed. I'm not sure if there are still people with ill intentions left in the team. Song Chao gave a careless laugh. Frank, it's perfectly normal for our company to be watched. You know the situation mutants are in. If they left, so be it. At least if something happens in the future, there'll be fewer casualties. 3 people leaving means at least dozens fewer close relations to worry about. That's not a bad thing. You should look at it that way, huh? Frank nodded. I'll be more vigilant. The Punisher isn't just about killing. I'll make sure the company stays safe. I trust you, Frank. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. With that, he turned and called out to the others. The wind began to rise at Xavier's School for Gifted. Youngsters on the lawn. It was 3 days after their last gathering. Song, why are you so lazy? Lying here all day. You've turned into a couch potato. Wanda, the younger sister, sat down beside Song Chao, looking helplessly at him as he lay on the grass, eyes closed, feigning sleep. Song Chao muttered, I'm cultivating. You know, seeing he wouldn't even open his eyes to look at her, Wanda puffed up her cheeks in frustration. Excuses, excuses. You're just lazy, always lying here, soaking up the sun. Nearby, Pietro, who'd been sneaking glances over, saw Wanda's indignant expression and couldn't resist joining in a tease. He hurried over. Hey boy, my training is just different from yours. Kids these days so narrow-minded, Song Chao retorted without even opening his eyes. That's enough, you two, Wanda sighed. Exasperated as her brother Pietro and Song Chao launched into their usual round of banter. Song, are you really cultivating? Wanda asked. Yes, if you don't believe me. You can ask Jean, Song Chao replied. Humph, Ms. Gray is just covering for you. Pietro muttered under his breath, not daring to say it aloud for fear of being overheard. Hearing this, Wanda leaned in close to Song Chao's ear and whispered, what exactly is going on between Eugene and Ms. Ororo? Song Chao caught a whiff of her alluring scent and shifted uncomfortably. Little girl, don't go poking your nose in a grown-up business. I'm not a little girl anymore, Wanda retorted indignantly, puffing out her chest. Song Chao's eyes flew open, and he looked at her. Certainly. She was even more developed than Ororo. No, you're not a little girl anymore, almost. Ripe for picking. Don't worry, Big Brother will take care of that soon enough. Before he could finish, Pietro exclaimed, Hey, Song, You're asking for trouble now. Song Chao barely had time to react before he was under attack. He jumped to his feet, ready to chase after Pietro and give the boy a lesson he'd remember. Pietro had long been annoyed by Song Chao flirting with his sister Wanda. Seeing Song Chao's eyes practically glued to Wanda's chest while spouting those lines, Pietro didn't hesitate. He strode up and landed a kick on Song Chao, then hurried off. Wanda watched the two of them horsing around, her cheeks flushed and her gaze unfocused, lost in her own thoughts. Who knew what was running through the young woman's mind? After tussling with Pietro for a bit, Song Chao strolled back and flopped down again, pretending to nap. Wanda quietly sat beside him, absorbed in her phone. "Hey, there's news about your company," Wanda exclaimed in surprise. "Relax," Song Chao replied without opening his eyes. "It's about time. The winds are about to change." CNN reporting on May 17th. Umbrella, once a sensational company, officially announced today that it has acquired 20% of the Osborne Group's shares. ABC brings you this update. From what we know, Umbrella is a security firm. How could it acquire shares in Osborne, which is a completely different type of business? SBC reporting on May 17th. Umbrella Security will officially open for business in 3 days, on May 20th. Our investigation shows that the once famous security company is now a wholly owned subsidiary of Umbrella. According to reports, the amount involved in this acquisition has not been disclosed, and it remains unclear how much Umbrella spent to secure its stake in Osborne. Norman Osborn, chairman of the Osborne Group, has expressed his satisfaction with Umbrella's acquisition. The Osborne Group and Umbrella will form a long-term partnership. Stay tuned for updates. The phone rang with a sharp trill. "Hello, Chief? Agent Natasha. I need an explanation. Chief, I have no idea what's going on. I haven't received any notice. No one told us about the company's opening. And no one informed us to move to the new office. Have you been exposed?" "I don't know. I've only met Song twice and never at the company. I honestly can't say if my cover's blown. Damn it all, I'll call around and find out. If your cover's intact, keep laying low." Natasha stared at the dead phone line, feeling deeply frustrated. She couldn't make heads or tails of what was happening. The company HQ was suddenly opening, and here she was holed up in this rented room, with no word from anybody. She was completely in the dark. After a moment's thought, she picked up her phone. "Hello? Who is this?" Natasha was exasperated. Who answered the phone like that? "Boss, this is Natalie. I just saw the news. The Umbrella headquarters is opening, but our security company hasn't received any notification." Only then did Song Chao remember the agent from SHLD. He'd completely forgotten about her. Should he blow her cover and kick her out, or let her stay? "Oh," he replied, "Hi, look at me. I've been so swamped that I completely forgot. Sorry about that. Someone will get in touch with you soon. That's all for now." With that, he hung up the phone without another word, but decided to keep it anyway. After all, Song wouldn't be in the company much longer, and with so many SHLD agents around, if he left, the others might not be able to hold things together. What a headache. He called Emma over and spoke to her in person. "Emma, here's a number for you. 2 of the front desk staff from our old security company. Well, you know who I mean. Those 2 agents, right? Why are we keeping them around? I deliberately didn't notify them. I'm about to be away for a while. This agency is enormous. Hundreds of thousands of agents. If we make things too obvious, we'll just attract more spies. Who knows what other tricks they might pull to get their way. Let's just leave things as they are until I'm back. For now, keep them steady. After all, it's better to know who they are than to be caught off guard by unknown threats." "All right, I'll take care of it." Time passed. CNN reporting on May 18th. Umbrella makes another decisive move, ousting the Doom Corporation's Board of Directors. ABC brings you this report. Umbrella has spent $3 billion to acquire 49% of Doom Group's shares. Reportedly, following a recent experimental accident, the company's stock price is close to hitting rock bottom. SBC, May 18th. Doom Group's CEO Victor Von Doom has issued a statement thanking Umbrella for their support in stabilizing the company's stock. He announced that a strategic partnership will be formed between Doom Group and Umbrella. Wall Street analysts claim that Umbrella's maneuver is nothing but showmanship. Stay tuned for further developments. Mother, Natasha, as a top agent, I have to say, you've really let me down this time. We know nothing at all. Natasha felt utterly exasperated at a total loss about what was happening in this world. CNN, May 19th. Umbrella continues its aggressive expansion. With just 1 day left before tomorrow's grand opening, they have acquired 30% of Pioneer Technology. ABC, May 19th. according to investigations. Umbrella spent $1.3 billion to acquire 30% of Pioneer Technology. As a company with an uncertain future, what is it about Pioneer that makes it worth? Umbrella's investment? SBC reports. Pioneer Technology CEO Mr. Killian has issued a statement expressing his gratitude for Umbrella's investment and confidence in the company's future. He assured that Pioneer Technology will not disappoint and invited everyone to look forward to Umbrella's opening tomorrow. Prelude night falls over the Triskelion in Washington, D.C. Damn it, a one-eyed, dark-skinned man sat in his office, cursing under his breath. After venting his frustration, he turned to the man and woman standing before him. Coulson, how much longer until Natasha gets here? Director, Natasha has been on her way for half an hour. She'll be here soon. We sent a plane to pick her up, Phil Coulson said, glancing at his watch to check the time. A crisp knock sounded at the door. Come in. Natasha stepped into the office. An hour earlier, she had received a call instructing her to report immediately to SHIELD headquarters. A plane had been dispatched for her specifically. Director, Agent Natasha, I'm very disappointed with how you handled this mission. Nick Fury said, his single eye fixed on her, his expression as dark as thunder. As our top agent, your performance this time was a complete mess. Do you have anything to say for yourself? No, sir, I honestly don't know how things got so out of hand, Natasha replied, her tone resigned. Then tell us exactly what happened. The reason I called you back is so we could analyze the situation together. Coulson and Hill are both here. Say whatever comes to mind, Fury said, giving Natasha a searching look. Knowing she wasn't entirely to blame, Natasha looked at the people in front of her and sighed helplessly. I really don't know where to begin. When I got the notice that Song was selling his property in Chinatown, I went to buy it. We had a meal together. I was trying to keep him interested, but after that, nothing much happened. Then a few days later, he suddenly set up a security company. You're all aware of that. The agency arranged for Sharon Carter and me to apply for jobs there. That so-called company was just the two of us working as receptionists. As for Song, he never showed up at the office. I tried calling him once to set up a meeting, but he turned me down. After that, I couldn't reach him, and he never came in. It wasn't until the news broke 2 days ago that I found out the Umbrella headquarters had opened. Our little shell company, though, never received any notification. When I called Song, he just said he'd forgotten. Then Emma, the White Queen from the Hellfire Club and the company CEO, called to inform us that the headquarters was relocating. They've been sorting things out at the new site these past 2 days, so there's still no new information to report. I haven't been able to get into the lab yet. All I know is that there are several top scientists working there, including one poached from the Osborn Group. I've also seen a lot of mutants around the company, Wolverine from the Xavier Institute, and some who look like members of Magneto's Brotherhood. That's it. That's everything I know for now, Natasha said, thinking for a moment, then nodding. Nick Fury nodded as well. What do you two think? He asked, looking at Hill and Coulson. Coulson frowned in thought. Director, I suspect the person who rescued those mutant children earlier might have been this Song. And judging by his recent moves, I don't think any of this is simple. I suspect Magneto and Professor X may have joined forces. Hill nodded in agreement. From what I understand, Magneto appeared at Xavier School before offering a $1 billion contract to the Umbrella Security Company. It's quite possible they orchestrated this together. As for whether Song is the frontman, they jointly pushed forward. We don't have enough information yet. We'll need to keep following up. Fury nodded. Then keep digging and put more people on it. Natasha, you stay undercover. Sorry to ask you to rush back overnight, but it can't be helped. Stark Industries. Tony, I want you to come with me to Umbrella's opening ceremony tomorrow. Obadiah Stane said, kindly, looking at Tony. What's there to go for? You and Pepper can handle it. I'd rather stay in the lab, Tony replied, sprawled on the sofa. Sounding indifferent, this Umbrella company has been making a lot of waves lately. We need to see what's really going on. Tony, this is your company too. Can you please take it a bit more seriously? Obadiah scolded, his tone a mix of frustration and concern. Okay, fine, I'll go. Just stop nagging me like a mother hen, Tony said, exasperated. He turned and hurried away. Obadiah watched Tony's back as he left, his eyes glinting with thought. Hammer Industries, Tesla Group, the military, and many others. All were discussing Umbrella tonight. Xavier's school. Bruce Banner stared at Song Chow in astonishment. Song, you've really become the center of attention this time. Song Chow shook his head, exasperated. Dr. Banner, it's nothing. You have to remember, anything money can solve is a small matter, he said, putting on airs. Banner felt a heavy blow and looked at Song speechless. All right, I guess I just don't understand the world of the wealthy. You don't need to banner. Your talent lies in research and invention. That's your stage. As for money matters, I'll just reluctantly handle them for you. Song replied, feigning reluctance. With a playful clap, Jean watched Song's performance with amusement. Can't you just talk properly? Ororo covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Banner was thoroughly defeated and dared not say another word. Charles looked on kindly at the scene before him. Dr. Banner, how have your conversations with the professor been these past few days? Very well. In the past, a shock would have turned me into the Hulk, but things are much better now, Banner answered, his face full of joy. Then the day after tomorrow, move into the company lab. That'll be your domain. Give full play to your passions. We don't interfere with what you scientists work on. Just promise you won't touch anything uncontrollable like those gamma rays from before. I won't. I've learned my lesson. There'll be a lot of people at the opening tomorrow and plenty of spies, so I'll have to ask you to wait until the day after tomorrow and move in. No problem. I understand. Dr. Banner, have you thought about reaching out to your girlfriend these past few days? Banner's face grew somber as he heard this. I've thought about it, but I'm afraid I don't really know what to do. Patting Banner on the shoulder, Song Chao looked in his eyes and said, Don't worry. It'll get better. I'll come up with a plan for you. Your girlfriend, General Ross's daughter, Miss Betty. I've already managed to get her phone number, but for now it's too risky to contact her. We'll have to wait when you go to the company the day after tomorrow. I hope you'll get along well with the other scientists there. They're all top talents in there. Fields, you can work together and figure out a way to mask your location, so no one can track where you are. Only then can I let you stay in touch with your girlfriend as often as you want. Do you understand what I mean, Banner? I do. I'm sure General Ross has been monitoring Betty's phone. Only if he can't trace the source of the call can I contact her safely. I'll discuss it with the team at the company. It shouldn't be too difficult for us. I already have some ideas, Banner thought for a moment, then nodded with renewed excitement. Hey, I know you're a genius. I believe you can do it. And by the way, try to look into any promising projects while you're at it. The company is counting on us to make a difference for all of humanity. The transformation of mutants begins here. Song Chao encouraged him warmly. Don't worry, I will, Banner replied with a nod. Song Chao was not one to take things lightly, and when he was angry, the consequences could be severe. At X Academy, Song Chao watched Bruce Banner, who was full of hope for his new life. After considering for a moment, he decided that some things were better said up front. He got up and poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Bruce Banner. Dr. Banner, since we're now united on the same front as partners, there are a few things I'd like to make clear from the start. There's an old saying among us Chinese. Better to be frank first and courteous later. Bruce Banner looked up at Song Chao, sensing the gravity of the moment. He set down his glass and said solemnly, Go ahead, Song. I'm listening. Song Chao nodded. Dr. Banner, during your time at the Academy, you've probably seen some classified files. Records of mutants we rescued from military and corporate hands, documents detailing the persecution, the forced separation, and the experiments conducted on them. You must realize that what mutants have endured is far worse than what you or the public ever knew. Far more tragic. When Banner nodded in understanding, Song Chao continued. As for the previous 2 leaders of the mutants, Eric, with his unyielding stance, and Professor Charles Xavier, who always sought reconciliation, I was never satisfied with either approach. I have my own vision. Although Eric and Charles now stand behind me, when I first decided to forge my own path, when I set out to find a new path for mutants, I never expected them to support me. So even today, with them standing behind me, giving their all, it doesn't change the way I do things. At this point, Song Chao glanced at Charles. Charles listened quietly at his side, his silence unwavering. I have my own way of doing things, Dr. Banner. He continued, turning his gaze to Banner. So what I want you to understand is this. Even leaders among mutants like Charles and Eric can't sway my decisions, let alone anyone else. If, one day, Dr. Bruce Banner, your views diverge from mine, I hope you'll be open and honest with me ahead of time. If you make decisions in secret and let things take a turn I cannot accept, then I have just one thing to say to you. He spoke every word with deliberate clarity. I will be furious, and the consequences will be severe. These are consequences so grave, Dr. Banner, that you deeply regret it. They are simply more than you can bear. Bruce Banner listened intently, his gaze meeting the man's eyes. In that moment, he found them unreadable, so deep and fathomless that an involuntary chill ran through him. He fell silent for a moment, carefully weighing Song Chao's words. I think I understand your meaning. Over these past days at the Academy, I've heard a bit about you. Perhaps my impression is that you're decisive, ruthless even. When you act, you leave nothing unfinished. I heard from Charles about what happened with General Stryker. You destroyed the entire base, even taking down soldiers who probably had no idea what was going on, only following orders. None were spared, so I'm guessing you want me to stand with the mutants from now on, to hold the line no matter what happens. If I disagree with how you handle things, I can voice my opinion, but I can't go behind your back to change anything. Is that what you mean? Seeing Song Chao nod, Banner hesitated before continuing. But if I do have objections, and you don't agree with me, I'd like to reserve the right to bow out. I'd rather stay in the lab and work on my research in those circumstances. He finished, locking eyes with Song Chao. Suddenly Song Chao laughed. Oh, Dr. Bruce Banner, don't be so tense. I agree with what you said, so you don't need to look at me like that. I'm not a stubborn dictator, even if I sometimes act like one. If there really comes a day when you're dissatisfied with one of my decisions, by all means speak your mind. If I disagree, then you're free to remain in the lab and pursue your research. I won't force anyone, but one condition. You mustn't leak anything to the outside, nor contact outsiders in secret. Otherwise, I will be furious, and the consequences will be severe. Banner thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, I agree to this arrangement. Honestly, besides missing Betty, I can't think of anything else that would make me want to go against you, so I accept. Song Chao reached out his hand with a smile. Dr. Banner, let me officially welcome you to Umbrella as your future boss. I can promise you this. Umbrella will do everything possible to help you reunite with your girlfriend as soon as possible. Bruce Banner extended his hand and shook Song Chao's. Thank you. Only after Song Chao finished speaking did Charles will himself over and address Banner. My boy, I hope you won't mind. Ever since Song arrived at the academy, he's always had strong opinions. As for Eric and myself, we've been striving for the future of our kind since we were young. Though our methods have always differed, our goal has been the same, sadly. Even after walking separate paths, all these years, our people's situation remains unchanged. I'm disappointed in myself most of all. That's why, though, I may not agree with Song's approach. When the day came that he brought Eric back to the school, and I saw the change in Eric as we talked, I was truly shocked. Perhaps it's time for me to step into the background. So now, I simply watch in silence, observing what Song does and what changes he might bring for mutants. So far, everything seems to be moving in a positive direction. That's why no matter what, I think I won't interfere. I'll just watch quietly and support him from afar. So my boy, forgive me for not stopping Song from speaking so harshly just now. No, Banner quickly waved off Charles's apology. It's all right, Charles, really, I don't mind, Song Chao observed, listening to Charles's heartfelt words. Charles, don't worry. There's no need for concern. I'm not a Nazi. I have no intention of destroying the Earth. I just want to change the fate of mutants. Humans and mutants can never truly be separated. I'm well aware of that. So, I have no desire to wipe out humanity, nor do I want mutants to rule over humans as kings. All I want is for both sides to coexist peacefully, but even this modest wish meets with plenty of opposition, especially from those in power. So I'll make them understand. No matter what position they hold, no matter how many guards surround them, their lives can become fragile because of the choices they make. If anyone dares to stand in my way, I'll pave my path forward with their blood and build my throne from their bones. The chilling words hung heavy in the air, making it feel as though time itself had stopped. Charles let out a long, complicated sigh, his expression unreadable. My boy, I don't know what to say. I know I can't change your mind. All I can do is hope the future will be bright. Rest easy, Charles. The Earth is vast, and humanity is plentiful. Out of the billions of people, those who actually want to stand in the way of mutants are at most a few tens of millions, maybe 100 million at best. Ha! Bruce Banner looked at Song Chao's smile and felt a chill, but he also found the logic somewhat convincing. After all, in this society, the overwhelming majority are just ordinary people, and yet they are ruled by a tiny fraction. He fell silent, pondering quietly. Sensing the tension in the air, Jean walked over and took Song Chao by the hand, leading him out. Come on, tomorrow's the company opening. You're the host, so we need to get you ready in advance. Ororo followed them out as well. The room lapsed into silence. Opening day, early morning of the 20th at Xavier's school, Song Chao was roused from bed by Jean and Ororo to get dressed and groomed. One moment he was in a suit, the next in a tailcoat. He felt utterly tormented. It was just too much trouble. Hey, I think you two have done enough, haven't you? Is it really necessary to keep changing outfits? I think they all look fine. Song Chao interrupted Jean and Ororo's excitement and exasperation if they didn't make up their minds soon. Who knew how long this would drag on? It's just a company opening, nothing more. Sure, we've invited a lot of people, but there's no need to go overboard. Besides, you men look good in anything, he added. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was met with two glaring looks. Jean laughed and gave Song Chao a playful tap. What do you know? Today's a gathering of distinguished guests. You're the company's boss. You can't lose face. People from all walks of life will be there, maybe even representatives from major corporations. You can't let them look down on you. You're not just representing yourself. All right, I get it, but I think this outfit is fine. Song Chao surrendered, not wanting to argue further. Sometimes there's just no winning with women. He looked at the fitted black suit he was wearing and wisely stopped protesting. Ororo circled around him, tapping her chin. Yes, it's good. Shows off your figure. And you won't look too young. Great minds think alike. Song Chao grinned and leaned in a kiss. Ororo on the corner of her lips, only to be met with a look of mock annoyance. He chuckled sheepishly. Jean studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right, this will do. Now let's get your hair done. Oh, come on. I'm not a woman. Just a quick fix will do. Don't turn me into some celebrity, Song Chao complained as he followed behind. After all the fuss, it was nearly noon before Song Chao could finally breathe easy, standing by the car. He looked at the people seeing him off. Charles, Jean, Ororo. Are you really not coming with me? Charles shook his head. Go on, child. I'll stay here and look after the school. Jean shook her head as well. Ororo and I are better off teaching here at the school. After all, we don't work at the company. Hey, even though you two aren't usually around the office on a day like this, shouldn't you be my dates? Song Chao teased, grinning. You can't show up to an event like this without a date. You know, haha. Ororo rolled her eyes at him and nudged Song Chao toward the car. Hurry up and get going. Enough with the jokes. With Emma here, you're hardly lacking for company. Jean and I won't steal her spotlight. Don't think we don't know what's going on between you two. Song Chao quickly slipped in a car, trying to save face. Offhandedly, he tossed back. We're just talking, really, it's nothing. Then he turned to Death and gave a quick order. Eureka, drive us out of here. As the car pulled away, Jean and Ororo exchanged a glance, their expressions tinged with a bittersweet frustration. Charles noticed and realized it fell to him to smooth things over for Song. Children's Song's heart is with you. There's no need to worry. No one can take that from you. Just be at ease. Jean managed a graceful smile at his words. Ororo, on the other hand, replied, Charles, are you playing nanny now? We're fine. We knew from the start this guy's a playboy. When he first came to the school, he was already flirting with Jean, and he didn't spare me either. Since we chose him, we've long since accepted all this. Silence fell between them for a moment. When Song Chao arrived at the office building, he saw Emma waiting at the entrance with Logan and Frank already by her side. He got out and gave Emma a quick hug. Hey, my dear Emma, what brings you to meet me at the door? Emma shot him a knowing look and straightened his collar. You look good today. Clearly not your own choice. You're the company founder. Today's our official opening. So of course I have to set an example, put on the right show for outsiders. Charles noticed and realized it fell to him to smooth things over for Song. Children's Song's heart is with you. There's no need to worry. No one can take that from you. Just be at ease. Jean managed a graceful smile at his words. Ororo, on the other hand, replied, Charles, are you playing nanny now? We're fine. We knew from the start this guy's a playboy. When he first came to the school, he was already flirting with Jean, and he didn't spare me either. Since we chose him, we've long since accepted all this. Silence fell between them for a moment. When Song Chao arrived at the office building, he saw Emma waiting at the entrance with Logan and Frank already by her side. He got out and gave Emma a quick hug. Hey, my dear Emma, what brings you to meet me at the door? Emma shot him a knowing look and straightened his collar. You look good today. Clearly not your own choice. You're the company founder. Today's our official opening. So of course I have to set an example, put on the right show for outsiders. Haven't you noticed all the media that's already gathered? She gestured around them. Song Chao glanced about and saw that indeed a crowd of journalists had arrived early. It made sense. This was the world's most developed city, with Wall Street right here. No escaping the press in a place like this. He shrugged. Let's head up. We can talk inside. As they walked, he asked Uncle Wolf, how are you finding things, this kind of environment? Are you getting used to it? Logan shrugged indifferently. Hey, kid, I've lived for more than 100 years. There's no place I haven't been. Song Chao laughed. I'll take your word for your age, Logan, but I'm not so sure you've ever worked in an office like this. Logan couldn't be bothered to respond. You're the boss now. At least act the part and quit the banter. All right, Uncle Wolf. I hope a wild spirit like you can adapt to this place. Then Song Chao turned to the Punisher. Frank, how about you? Frank spoke in a serious tone. Boss, everything is under control. Security has been fully arranged. You know my background. Switching from soldier to security is a piece of cake. Yes, of course I trust you, the legendary Punisher. Anyone who underestimated you has already met their end, Song Chao said, giving Frank a firm pat on the shoulder. Frank shrugged with a wry smile. That's right, the famous Punisher now works for someone else, serving as head of security. That means boss. You must be even more formidable. Wow, I didn't expect Frank to crack a joke. Before Song Chao could respond, Logan chimed in playfully, clearly impressed by Frank's usual straight-laced demeanor, seeing how well you all get along. I'm confident there won't be any security issues at the company. Song Chao relaxed, taking the scene. Let's drop by the lab while we're at it. Oh, Emma, I hope you can tell me that Reed's order has finally been installed in the lab. Otherwise, I'll have to pay the Fantastic for a little visit. Emma nodded. It was delivered just yesterday. Right now, everything is set up in the lab. Looks like Reed's gotten a bit big-head with all that Fantastic Four fame. Imagine taking an entire month to handle something so simple. They must be spending more time on TV shows than at work, Song Chao scoffed, who knows? But the Fantastic Four really are America's darlings these days. Their popularity is through the roof, Emma said, shaking her head. Chuckling, Song Chao reached the lab entrance and saw Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, standing guard with his team. Boss, you're here, Johnny called out, his face lighting up with excitement before Song Chao could say a word. Johnny, how's it going? Song Chao asked, giving his first recruit a reassuring pat on the shoulder. No problems at all. I've learned a lot from Frank lately. I'll keep the lab safe, but I do wonder when I'll get to fight alongside you again, Johnny replied, his voice full of anticipation. Don't worry, your time will come. The company's just getting started, but there will be plenty of battles ahead. And we'll need you. For now, your job is to protect the lab, keep training hard, and stay sharp. I don't want you falling behind when the real fight comes. You can count on me, boss. Song Chao could only affirm Johnny's dedication, though he knew deep down that Johnny's potential wouldn't be enough when it came to facing threats from the wider universe. By the way, don't put all your faith in the security technology when it comes to people coming and going from the lab. There are plenty of things in this world that can slip past machines. Here's an idea. Ask each lab employee a question when they leave at night, and make sure they know the answer before they come back the next morning. You know what I mean? Well, boss, you're really cunning. I get it now, huh? The grand opening Part 2 Umbrella Underground Laboratory. Hey, how did you come up with such an idea? Logan asked, curiosity lighting up his face. Song Chao shrugged. Uncle Wolf, reading more books is always a good thing. Otherwise, what's the point of living for over 100 years if you don't? There's everything you could ever want in books. Logan's expression darkened at that. If he'd known he'd get teased, he never would have asked. Looks like he'd better buy a few more books to read when he got home. But just thinking about reading made his head ache. He really didn't enjoy it at all. If he'd liked reading after living for over a century, he'd have had a wall full of diplomas by now. Sigh. Yet he didn't want to be mocked by this kid either. He just didn't know what to do. Song Chao chuckled inwardly. Could I really tell you I got this idea from watching Mystique Raven in the X-Men movies stealing files from other companies? Or that all of this comes from the spy movies and novels I read in my past life? Uncle Wolf, just keep experiencing the pain of being outwitted by my higher dimensional intelligence. It was Song Chao's first time touring his own company's laboratory, and he had to admit it looked impressive. Emma walked beside him, giving a running introduction as they strolled along. At present, we have 3 underground levels. The first floor has been converted into a conventional laboratory. In the future, any talented university students we recruit, or experienced scientists, will all start on this level. If their projects show promise, they'll be assigned to the second floor as needed, and each level is guarded by our mutant brothers. As she spoke, Emma led Song Chao toward the elevator, preparing to take him down to the second level. Song Chao noticed that both the elevator area and the nearby stairs were guarded by specially assigned mutants. He nodded, quite satisfied with these security arrangements. He took the opportunity to chat with one of the mutant guards, offering some words of encouragement to boost morale, winning hearts and minds in the process. Inside the elevator, Emma continued her explanation. The second level serves as the company's core laboratory right now. We've refitted the entire floor into 6 world-class labs. Dr. Hank, Dr. Connors, Dr. Helen Zhao, and Dr. Otto are all working here. As for the third level, it's already been remodeled, just as you requested. Lab space, bedrooms, testing equipment, living quarters, everything's in place. I just can't help but wonder, who are you planning to have move into the third level? She looked at Song Chao with curiosity. You'll find out tomorrow, Song Chao replied with a sly grin. But aside from the 4 doctors, no one else is allowed on the third level. If any unauthorized person is found there, our brothers are deal with it, quietly, without a trace. Once they stepped out of the elevator, Song Chao saw 4 security guards stationed outside, and at the far end of each corridor, another stood watch. Every lab door had its own guard as well. He was even more pleased. Clearly, Logan and Frank had put a lot of thought into security. Everything was tight and professional. Come on, let's go see if the doctors are happy with their new accommodations. Just as Song Chao finished speaking to Emma, he noticed the doctors he'd been discussing had already started walking toward him. A chorus of 4 voices greeted him with, "Boss." He responded warmly, "Hi, there's no need to be so formal, doctors. I just wanted to check if you're satisfied with the environment here." As he spoke, Song Chao extended his hand to each of them for a handshake, his tone gentle and considerate. Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius was the first to speak up. "Boss, this place is excellent. The few of us were just discussing it. Your supercomputer operates at phenomenal speeds, absolutely world-class. And with the assistance of artificial intelligence, it has multiplied our research efficiency several times over. It's simply perfect. I don't even know how to thank you for providing such an ideal environment for our work. Praise be to God." His voice carried the fervor of a true research fanatic. Song Chao waved off the thanks. "No need to thank me, Dr. Otto. Our company has invited top talent from every field, so of course, we must provide you with the very best laboratories." "That's only right." Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius smiled at this. "Boss, since this is your first time here, let me show you around. This first lab is mine," he said, leading Song Chao inside as he introduced the space. "At the moment, I'm focused on nuclear energy and atomic physics." Song Chao nodded as he listened, then asked, "The specifics are your area of expertise. But doctor, why doesn't your lab have any assistants?" He glanced around at the empty lab, filled only with equipment, his curiosity clear. Otto chuckled at the question. "Boss, I work best alone. Assistants are of no use to me. Look at this." As he spoke, he walked over and opened a door, revealing 4 steel mechanical arms. Song Chao's eyes narrowed as he recognized them. These must be the octopus-like arms from the Spider-Man films belonging to Dr. Octopus. Otto Gunther Octavius had been born in Schenectady, New York, into a troubled family. His father, a factory worker, was prone to violence and alcohol, and would often beat his wife and son without reason. Although Otto was still young, he swore he would never become like his father. This determination drove him to study hard, not just to become successful himself, but to save his mother as well. He went on to major in physical sciences, eventually becoming an outstanding nuclear physicist specializing in atomic energy. Always at the top of his class, Otto grew to disdain the idea of having assistants, believing he could handle everything on his own. Later, he invented mechanical arms, each capable of lifting 8 tons with ease, easy to operate, completely resistant to radiation, extraordinarily powerful, and with unmatched precision. These qualities enabled him to accomplish one astonishing experiment after another, developing countless new theories and earning worldwide fame. During one experiment, a pipeline rupture caused a radiation leak, resulting in a massive explosion. Otto survived by sheer luck, but the chip implanted at the back of his head was damaged. The neural interface went haywire, causing him to lose his grip on reality, and the 4 mechanical arms fused with his body. Furthermore, the radiation altered the structure of his brain tissue. With 4 extra arms, Otto's brain began to rewire his nervous system on its own, optimizing his body for this new reality. The mechanical arms now moved in perfect harmony with his thoughts. Thus, the brilliant scientist Otto was transformed into a terrifying criminal. The birth of Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus' first appearance was an overwhelming success. In the movie, he easily overpowered Spider-Man in their initial encounter. Thinking of this, Song Chao squinted habitually, considered for a moment, then said, "Dr. Otto, could you show us what this can do?" "Of course, boss," Otto replied, stepping forward and putting on the apparatus. He pointed to the chip at the back of his head and explained, "Boss, using this chip's neural perception interface, I can control all 4 mechanical arms with complete precision. Each one is strong enough to lift several tons, so I don't need an assistant." As Otto demonstrated, the mechanical arms waved and gestured energetically, his pride evident in his voice. Hearing this, Song Chao moved closer and grabbed one of the arms, feeling its immense power. Impressive, it really can lift several tons. Just this invention alone, freeing you from needing an assistant, is remarkable. But it could be used for much more than just lab work. Think of industries that require heavy manual labor, factories, logistics, and so on. Otto replied, "Boss, I'll leave that arrangement to you. But I won't be pursuing further research in that direction. I have my own." Before he could finish, Song Chao interrupted. "Doctor, you don't need to worry about such trivial matters. Let's assign it to the first-floor researchers. We can't afford to waste your talent on such things." But Song Chao looked thoughtfully at Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius and said, "By the way, Dr. Otto, I have a question. Why is the chip placed at the back of your head? If it gets damaged, couldn't that harm your brain?" "Boss, the back of the brain is where the most complex and abundant nerves are located. Placing the chip there allows the neural interface to command the mechanical arms more quickly and efficiently," Otto replied, unconcerned. "This chip was specially developed. I made sure to reinforce it with protective materials. It can withstand significant impact." Song Chao looked at Dr. Otto, whose eyes brimmed with confidence, and thought to himself, "You were just this confident in your past life, and that was your downfall." He shook his head and said, "Dr. Otto, you're a true expert in your field. But as you yourself said, the brain is the most complex part of the human body. That means even the slightest risk is unacceptable. For a top scientist like you, relocating the chip from the back of your head to another part of your body shouldn't pose any real difficulty. Even if you say the materials are specially reinforced, what if something unexpected happens and it gets damaged? It's not the everyday dangers we fear, but the 1 in 1,000 mishaps. Doctor, as your boss, I don't want any of you taking unnecessary risks. That's why when you all joined the company, I promised I'd never rush you. No matter what experiment you're working on, your own safety always comes first. Do you understand, Doctor?" Otto Gunther Octavius fell silent for a moment after hearing this. "Thank you for your concern, boss. I understand. I let my pride get the better of me this time. You're right. Moving the implant is trivial, and I shouldn't let overconfidence blind me to possible risks, no matter how small." Professor Connors, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "I made the same mistake myself. Back when I was at Oscorp, the higher-ups kept pushing me, pressuring me to move faster. I was so desperate. I even considered using myself as a test subject. Fortunately, you brought me into this company just in time. Otherwise, I might not even know if I was alive or dead by now." "Boss, the next lab we're visiting is mine, the regenerative biology lab." He gestured for everyone to follow. "Dr. Connors, how are your research results coming along?" "No problems with the Phase 1 product?" Song Chao asked. Connors nodded. "Just as you requested, boss, we streamlined the product and are rolling out in phases. The first phase, hemostatic spray, is complete. It heals minor wounds very quickly and should be popular. As for limb regeneration, that technology is steadily improving. I estimate we're only 6 months to a year away from finished product. I actually have hoped my lost arm might grow back thanks to the complete spider serum data you provided that let me correct the errors in my decay formula. If I were still at Oscorp stuck with my old flawed formula, I'd probably have tried it on myself by now. And who knows, maybe I'd have turned into a monster." Connors explained all this with a mix of pride and relief. Listening, Song Chao glanced at Dr. Connors beside him. "Looks like this guy does have some self-awareness," he thought. "Still, both you and Dr. Otto were villains in your past lives, weren't you?" Dr. Connors, whose original name was Kurt Connors, had once been a talented military doctor in his youth. During the Vietnam War, he was drafted and sent to the front lines to perform surgery on wounded soldiers. One day, the base was attacked by enemy forces, and in a massive explosion, Connors' right hand was irreparably injured. In order to save his life, he chose amputation and was sent back to the United States to recover. From then on, Kurt devoted himself to laboratory experiments at the university. He gave up surgery and threw himself into the study of reptilian regeneration systems and various aspects of reptile biology to restore his own lost arm, and with the hope of creating regenerative limbs for humans in medicine. Professor Kurt Connors became obsessed with transferring the genetic traits that allow lizards to grow back their tails into humans. His research soon attracted the attention of Norman Osborn, and eventually he joined the Osborn Corporation. He had once been a laboratory colleague and close friend of Peter Parker's parents, working under Norman Osborn, who would later become the Green Goblin. Focused on cross-species genetics to enable human limb regeneration, Kurt's personal ideal was to build a world without weakness. Later, under pressure and threats from Norman Osborn's subordinates, Professor Connors used himself as a test subject. He successfully regrew his lost right arm, but tragically, he mutated into a monstrous lizard, his human mind gradually slipping away. The first time he transformed into the lizard, chaos erupted on a bridge. When the lizard first encountered Spider-Man, after reverting to his human form, the lizard hid in the sewers to continue his research, enhancing his physical abilities and plotting new schemes. In the ensuing battle in the sewers, the lizard discovered Spider-Man's true identity. He then went to Spider-Man's high school to cause havoc, but was ultimately lured away by Spider-Man. The lizard attempted to turn everyone in New York into lizard people. Spider-Man learned of this plot, and with the help of his high school girlfriend Gwen Stacy and her father, the police chief, managed to foil the scheme. In the end, the lizard regained both his human form and his humanity, and was taken into custody. Thinking about all this, Song Chao suddenly felt a surge of satisfaction. He had saved 2 supervillains, redeemed 2 brilliant scientists, and rescued countless ordinary people who might have perished in the chaos caused by the villains. Even though they would never know, Song couldn't help but feel a deep sense of accomplishment, quietly delighting in his own heart. "Excellent, Doctor. I'm very pleased with your progress. But I must remind you, and all of you, it was I who personally selected each of you to join this company. I have the utmost confidence in your expertise, which is why you are now one of the company's most valuable assets. Your lives no longer belong to you alone, so doctors, I ask that you take good care of yourselves during your research. Time is not an issue. No one will rush you. Any funding you require in the future will be provided. As I have promised, you can proceed with your research at your own pace. And every experiment must be thoroughly tested until it is completely safe." Seeing that the doctors all nodded in agreement, he turned to Emma and said, "Emma, remember to get in touch with the New York Police Department. Make a donation to support them with some funds and police vehicles. Good relations with the police will help if the company ever needs their assistance in the future. Also, consider providing funding to some prisons where there are inmates on death row if our labs ever need human trials. We can acquire participants legally through these channels. We must never let our doctors risk their own lives for experiments. They're the company's most valuable asset." "Understood. I know what to do," Emma replied promptly. "Let's go. Time to check out the next lab." "Who's in charge there?" Song Chao asked as he walked on. Dr. Helen Zhao stepped forward. "Boss, that's my project. The rebirth cradle technology. The experiments haven't started yet. Previously, I only published papers on the topic and never had an opportunity to actually do hands-on research. So," seeing the embarrassment on her face, Song Chao smiled. Others might not understand, but as someone who had watched Avengers, Age of Ultron, there was no way he would underestimate this Asian woman. Not to mention, she was actually quite attractive. Though admittedly not his type, he recalled how in the movie she'd been interested in Thor. Thinking of Dr. Zhao's tastes, much like Jane Foster's for long-haired, brawny, and rather single-minded heroes like Thor, or rather the hammer god whose intellect was often questionable. He shuddered inwardly. Best not to cross a woman with such unique preferences. Song Chao looked at Dr. Helen Zhao and said, "Dr. Zhao, the reason I went out of my way to recruit you is because I believe in your abilities. There's no need for you to feel this way. Just focus on your research. The future belongs to nanotechnology, and your project has vast potential. Although your work may seem a bit similar to Professor Connors at first, your focus is different. We have plenty of time. Umbrella won't rush you or any of the other doctors. All you need to do is devote yourself to your work." He remembered that even Ultron had gone out of its way to control this woman and grant her the means to create a body. Her rebirth cradle technology was not to be underestimated. Turning to the other research assistants, he said, "Everyone, get back to your own work. There's no need for everyone to tag along. Let's go." Next up is Hank's lab. With the 4 doctors, Emma, Logan, and Frank, Song Chao enter the next laboratory. Beast. Hank gave a sheepish smile. "Hey, Song, boss, you know how it is. My research is all over the place. I haven't really settled on a single direction, yet haven't found my focus." Song Chao burst out laughing and clapped Hank on the shoulder. "My friend, don't worry. I know all about your genius. You built a stealth jet on your own, and your genetics research is world-class. Your versatility means I don't need to set any specific requirements. Just do what you do best." Song Chao deliberately made things clear, actually to introduce Hank to Professors Connors and the others, so they wouldn't underestimate him. As expected, upon hearing this, Connors and his colleagues' expressions turned serious. So this shy man was actually so incredible. He could build stealth aircraft on his own, and, according to the boss, he was an expert in genetics as well as other fields. It seemed they should make a point to learn from him in the future. Song Chao turned to face everyone. All right, now that there are no outsiders here, there's something I need to say to you in advance. At these words, everyone straightened up, realizing Song had purposely sent their lab assistant away. Just now, clearly, he had confidential information to share. As you all know, there are 3 levels underground here. The 3rd level laboratory can only be accessed by a select few of you, are not to share any information from there with others. Not even your most trusted assistants, not even your family members. Absolute secrecy is required. At this, a look of confusion passed over the group. Song Chao raised his hand to stop them. Hear me out. Hank is my fellow mutant brother. He's exceptionally talented. If there's any aspect of your research where you need help, you can turn to him. He glanced around at the group of doctors, but rest assured, the research outcomes will belong to you. Even when it comes time to publish papers, the credit and authorship will be yours. There's no need to worry. Hank is my brother, so I can assign him to help advance your work. After all, with another genius doctor on your team, I believe the exchange of ideas will spark new inspiration. That's the first point. Secondly, tomorrow, someone unexpected will be coming to the 3rd level lab. All I can say is, this person is even more knowledgeable and accomplished than Hank. Who is he? Dr. Bruce Banner. The Hulk. A chorus of exclamations broke out. Damn, a product of the military. That monster, Dr. Bruce Banner. That name sounds so familiar. I remember now, the genius with 7 PhDs. A mind on par with Reed Richards and Tony Stark. My God, the company actually managed to bring him in. But wasn't he being hunted by the military? He's been missing for years. No wonder no one else is allowed into the 3rd level. But if he transforms into the Hulk, then, as everyone erupted into discussion, Song Chao waited patiently for them to finish before continuing. There's no need to worry. Doctors, Dr. Banner is managing things very well now. He won't transform into the Hulk so easily. I've strictly forbidden anyone else from entering, and even you, the ones who are allowed in, must not divulge any information about him. This is all to prevent any leaks that could alert the military to his presence. Dr. Banner has agreed to live and work exclusively on the 3rd floor. We've already prepared the entire area for him. Not just a laboratory, but also a fully equipped living quarters and a recreation room. While this might feel like a restriction to you, you're all at least somewhat aware of the trouble Dr. Banner has faced these past years. Even if you don't know all the details, you've probably caught the news, so this arrangement is actually Dr. Banner's own choice. Compared to being hunted by the military and forced to hide constantly, this is a much better life for him. The reason I'm telling you all this in advance is twofold. First, I want you to be prepared for when Banner arrives tomorrow. I hope you'll get along well, since you'll all be colleagues from now on. Second, you must pay close attention to confidentiality. If any news leaks out and the military storms in, it could enrage Banner and trigger his transformation into the Hulk. Not only would our company suffer property losses, but countless civilians in New York could be caught in the disaster. Third, Dr. Banner's knowledge and expertise are beyond question. If you ever need help with anything, feel free to visit him on the 3rd floor. I've already spoken with him about this. That will be all for now. Oh, Dr. Connors, after the ribbon cutting ceremony, you'll attend the press conference to announce that the hemostatic spray is about to launch on the market. Dr. Connors nodded, his expression full of excitement. Emma, how are things going with the contract manufacturers? No problems. The contract have all been signed. Song Chao nodded with satisfaction, but after a moment's thought offered a reminder. We can't keep relying on outside factories forever. We need our own manufacturing facilities. We'll be facing a lot of big corporate rivals in the future, and our connections are limited. It would be too easy for someone to disrupt us from the supply chain. We should consider acquiring more factories as a precaution. If funds are tight, talk to Eric. Emma nodded in response. I understand. That was an oversight on my part. It's all right. Corporate operations are different from what you're used to. You just need to adjust your mindset a little. I believe you'll do just fine. Today marks our entry into the biopharmaceutical field. Once we announce the launch of the hemostatic spray, the major biotech companies across the U.S. won't hesitate to play dirty. More likely, they'll band together against us. The early days won't be easy, and if we ever step into the arms industry, Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, and even the Osborne Group might target us. Even if Norman Osborn is on good terms with us now, the Osborn board won't pass up a chance to come after us. In the same way, when we step into any industry, we're bound to face resistance from the leading conglomerates in that field. We need to plan ahead and be prepared for any storm. Song Chao looked at the expressions of his companions and sighed as he spoke. Let's go, we should head upstairs first. Seeing everyone's understanding, Song Chao took the lead and walked ahead. Doctors, you may head back to your work. There's no need to accompany us further. As they walked through the corridors, staff members greeted them with a respectful boss. Song Chao responded with a warm smile, nodding to each one. Emma followed closely by his side, quietly introducing each person they passed, who they were, their position in the company, and a brief outline of their previous experience. After a tour of the upper floor to get properly acquainted with the company's operations, Song Chao barely had a chance to take a sip of water when, clang clang, the sound of knocking came from the door. Come in, boss. It's almost time. Representatives from the major companies are on their way. The earliest guests will start arriving in about 10 minutes. All right, I understand. I'll go down right away to greet them. Without further delay, Song Chao set down his water, rose to his feet, and led the group downstairs. On the top floor by the elevator, Song Chao and his entourage waited for the lift. Just then a middle-aged black man passed by. Boss, he greeted. Emma glanced at the man, a hint of curiosity in her eyes as she turned and introduced him as Song Chao. Maxwell Max Dillon, former employee of the Osborn Group's electrical division. Song Chao's attention shifted to the man, and he immediately understood the reason for Emma's peculiar look. This was the very person he'd asked Emma to recruit. To her, Max might have shown some talent in electrical engineering, but otherwise seemed rather unremarkable. She couldn't grasp why Song Chao valued him so highly. But Song Chao recognized him as the third major villain in the company's Spider-Man movies. It almost felt like he'd become addicted to collecting these antagonists, and he was deliberately targeting the most infamous ones from the franchise. Maxwell Max Dillon, later known as Electro, was once a gifted electrical engineer at the Osborn Group. Despite his talent, he struggled to find success, remaining quiet and reserved, not one for words. As a result, he was often bullied at work. Even his design for New York's electrical grid was stolen by his superior, who took both the credit and the rewards. Max was left with nothing but increasing pressure, constantly forced to work overtime, with no extra pay for his troubles. Then on his birthday, he was again ordered to work late. Filled with resentment, he was inspecting company equipment when he accidentally fell into a tank housing genetically altered electric eels. The incident transformed him into Electro. Afterward, Electro went on a rampage in the city. Spider-Man tried to reason with him and was close to succeeding, but at the crucial moment, the police fired on Electro, wounding him. Feeling betrayed, Electro believed Spider-Man had deceived him. Later, the second Green Goblin released Electro in order to obtain Spider-Man's blood. While Electro was absorbing electricity at the New York power station, Spider-Man used the Electro reaction to defeat him. The reason Song Chao valued this man was that he believed Electro's abilities had far more potential than what was shown in the movies. He could absorb limitless electricity, release it, and will transform into pure energy and travel through circuits, and possibly even more. In short, Song Chao saw him as a potential ally, though he hadn't yet figured out how to turn this person into Electro. After all, this man was an honest and timid soul. Song Chao's conscience balked at altering someone without cause, and he couldn't think of a solution for now, so he decided to wait and see Max. I know who you are. The power grid you designed for New York is impressive. Ingenious work. Umbrella would be honored to have you join us, Song Chao said gently to Max Dillon. Electro. Max Dillon's face lit up with excitement. He'd never expected the boss to actually remember him. He was invisible even. At Oscorp, with no friends, the kind of person who would buy himself a tiny cake and celebrate his own birthday alone every year. Tears of joy welled in his eyes as he said, Boss, I can't believe you remember me. I'm truly happy that you do. It's an honor to join Umbrella. Watching the man in front of him, nearly incoherent with excitement, Song Chao stepped forward and patted Max on the shoulder. From now on, Umbrella is your home, Max. Knowing this man would never turn away now, Song Chao recalled Max's past. For someone who had spent half his life as an invisible man with no friends, to be recognized by another meant everything. He'd be willing to give his life in return. During the elevator ride down, Emma kept glancing at Song Chao, puzzled about why he was so certain about this otherwise unremarkable electrician and why he valued Max so highly. Song Chao noticed her gaze but chose not to respond. What was he supposed to say? That he'd seen all this in a movie? He'd sound like a lunatic when the elevator reached the first floor and they were about to step out. A voice greeted them. "Boss, hello. I'm Natalie, the receptionist from security." Before they could exit, Song Chao looked up to see Black Widow Natasha standing at the elevator doors. Clearly waiting for them on purpose, Natasha herself was feeling rather helpless. Nick Fury had just bombarded her with calls, urging her to get a handle on the mutant-run company as soon as possible. What else could she do but brazen it out and tag along? "Oh, Miss Natalie, it's been a while." Song Chao greeted Black Widow. "Boss, have you forgotten about the Umbrella Security Company?" Natasha replied, feigning a wounded expression. Song Chao gave a hearty laugh. My mistake. My apologies, lovely lady Emma. From now on, Natalia will serve as the head of external reception for the security company. But Natalia, we're still short-staffed for now. We have to raise the bar for outside security contracts. Anything under $100 million, we simply don't have the manpower to handle." Song Chao sized up the woman before him. She might be nearing 100 years old, but he was still captivated by her alluring curves, the graceful line of her hips, and her breathtakingly beautiful face. Natasha Romanoff, known to the world as Black Widow, her full name. Natalia Alienovna Romanova, though most simply called her Natalia Romanova. Back in the days of World War II, Stalingrad was a frontline battlefield, reduced to scorched earth and burning, broken buildings everywhere. During a reconnaissance mission, a Soviet soldier named Ivan Petrovich heard cries for help coming from one of the ruined houses. Inside, he found Natasha. From that day forward, Ivan became her friend, her family, even something of a father figure, offering her all the help he could. Born in Stalingrad in 1928, Natasha was trained as a spy from an early age. After undergoing government enhancements, her aging process was drastically slowed, her immune system and resilience strengthened. Coupled with years of rigorous physical and mental training, she became a living weapon, a deadly Black Widow spider. At the age of 10, the leadership gave a personal order. Natasha was handed over to the spy Taras Romanoff to be raised as his daughter, taking on the name Natasha Romanoff. Under her adoptive father's guidance, she mastered countless combat and espionage skills. In a secret facility known as the Red Room, orphan girls were trained to become operatives. They underwent all kinds of training and were genetically altered to maintain youthful appearances. To ensure their loyalty, the organization implanted fictional memories. Natasha, for instance, was given the memories of a ballerina. Over time, she grew into an exceptional agent. After passing a series of brutal selections, Natasha emerged as the Black Widow. She would eventually betray the Red Room, drawn into SHIELD by Nick Fury, and later joined the Avengers. In age, she was only 8 years younger than Captain America. Song Chao felt a tingle of excitement as he thought about Black Widow's dossier. A rose with thorns, a truly lethal beauty. Emma, unable to stand the way Song Chao was practically staring holes into Natasha, coughed pointedly to snap him out of it. Snapped back to reality, Song Chao noticed the curious glances from those around him, the exasperated look from Emma, and the deliberately shy expression Natasha wore, pretending not to care. He said, "Natalia, come with me to welcome our incoming guest." He reached out and gently wrapped his right arm around Natasha's supple waist. For a brief instant, he felt her muscles tense beneath his touch. Then just as quickly, she relaxed. To know that this woman could restrain her instincts as an agent. She truly deserves a reputation as SHIELD's top operative. Caution is ingrained in her very bones, though living like this must be exhausting. Umbrella Corporation, top floor. Elevator lobby. Song Chao stood with the others, waiting for the elevator. At that moment, a middle-aged black man walked by. "Boss," he greeted. Emma glanced at the man, then shot Song Chao a peculiar look before introducing him. Maxwell Max Dillon, former employee of the Osborne Group's electrical division. Hearing this, Song Chao's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man. No wonder Emma's eyes held a strange glint. This was the very person he'd once asked Emma to recruit, yet from Emma's perspective, while Max had some talent for electricity, he seemed otherwise unremarkable. She couldn't understand why Song Chao valued him so highly. Song Chao, it seemed, had developed a habit of collecting Spider-Man's villains. This was the third major antagonist from the movies he'd set his sights on. He was clearly targeting the iconic villains from Spider-Man's world, and he found it all rather amusing. Maxwell Max Dillon, also known as Electro, had once been a gifted electrical engineer at the Osborn Group, despite his brilliance. He struggled in the workplace, quiet and withdrawn. He found it difficult to speak up, and was bullied by his colleagues. Even the New York power grid design he created was stolen by his boss, who claimed both the fame and the profit. Max received nothing and was forced to endure even more unreasonable demands. He was constantly made to work overtime, with no extra pay. On his birthday, Max was once again ordered to work late. Bitter and unwilling, he was inspecting company equipment when he accidentally fell into a tank housing genetically modified electric eels. The accident transformed him into Electro later. As Electro wreaked havoc on the city, Spider-Man tried to talk him down. Just as it seemed he might succeed, the police opened fire, wounding Electro, who then believed Spider-Man had betrayed him. Eventually, the second Green Goblin released Electro in a bid to obtain Spider-Man's blood. During a confrontation at the New York power station, Electro absorbed massive amounts of electricity, but Spider-Man ultimately used a surge to defeat him. Song Chao valued Max, not just for his story, but because he believed the man's abilities had far more potential than what the movies revealed: the power to absorb and emit unlimited electricity, to transform into living current, and perhaps even more. These abilities could make him a formidable ally. The real question was how to bring about Max's transformation into Electro. After all, Max was an honest, rather timid man. Song Chao's conscience wouldn't allow him to forcibly change someone's life without good reason. For now, he could only wait and see what the future might bring. "Max, I know who you are," Song Chao said gently to him. "Your design for the New York power grid is truly impressive, a work of genius. Umbrella is glad to welcome you aboard." Maxwell Max Dillon's face lit up with excitement when he heard those words. He hadn't expected the boss to actually remember him. He was practically invisible in the Osborn Power Department. With hardly any friends, even on his birthdays, he'd buy himself a tiny cake and celebrate alone. Thinking about this, tears of joy shimmered in his eyes. "Boss, I can't believe you remember me. I'm honestly so happy you do. It's truly an honor to join Umbrella." Seeing the man in front of him, so overwhelmed he could barely speak, Song Chao stepped forward and gave Max a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "From now on, Umbrella is your home, Max." Knowing that this man wasn't going anywhere, Song Chao recalled Max's story. To a man who had spent the first half of his life as an invisible nobody, with not a single friend, being acknowledged by someone meant everything. He'd be willing to give his life for that person. As the elevator descended, Emma kept glancing at Song Chao, puzzled by his confidence in this seemingly ordinary electrician and unable to fathom why he valued Max so much. Song Chao noticed her gaze but didn't respond. What was he supposed to say? That he'd seen it all in movie? That would sound utterly ridiculous. The elevator reached the first floor, and just as they were about to step out, "Boss, good afternoon. I'm Natalie, the receptionist from the security company." Before they could exit, a voice greeted them. Looking up, they saw Black Widow Natasha standing at the elevator door, clearly waiting for them on purpose. Natasha had no choice, really, just moments ago. She'd been bombarded with calls from Director Fury, urging her to get a handle on the internal situation of this mutant company as soon as possible. What could she do but shamelessly linger around? "Oh, Miss Natalie, it's been a while," Song Chao said, looking at the Black Widow. "Boss, have you forgotten about the Umbrella Security Company?" Natasha replied, feigning a look of wounded disappointment. Song Chao let out an easy chuckle. "Ah, that's my mistake. Beautiful Lady Emma, from now on, Natalie will be in charge of external reception for the security company. However, Natalie, since we're short-staffed, we'll need to raise the bar for external security contracts. For now, we won't be taking on any jobs under $100 million. Song Chao couldn't help but admire the woman before him. Though she was perhaps nearing 100 years old, her alluring curves, graceful silhouette, and breathtaking features were still enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. Natasha Romanoff, also known as Black Widow, full name Natalia Alienovna Romanova, or simply Natalia Romanova, had a past forged in war amid a landscape of scorched earth and burning, ruined buildings. A soldier named Ivan Petrovich once heard cries for help coming from a shattered house. During his search and rescue, he discovered Natasha. In the days that followed, Ivan became her friend, her family. even a father figure, offering her the greatest help and support she could ever receive. From a young age, she was trained as a secret agent. After undergoing government modifications, her aging process was drastically slowed, her immune system was enhanced, and she became far more resistant to injury. Years of both physical and mental training had already shaped her into a lethal force, much like the deadly Black Widow spider. In a certain secret base, orphan girls were raised to become operatives. These girls endured every kind of training, and gene modification made them appear younger and more beautiful than ordinary people. To ensure their loyalty to the organization, fictitious memories were implanted in their minds. Natasha, for instance, was given memories of being a ballerina. Gradually, she grew into an exceptional spy. After a series of rigorous elections, Natasha proved herself, overcoming all obstacles to earn her title as the Black Widow. Eventually, she betrayed the agency. Nick Fury, the one-eyed director, recruited her in SHIELD, and later she joined the Avengers. Remarkably, she was only 8 years younger than Captain America. Song Chao gazed at Natasha's shapely, alluring figure, unable to resist the intrigue. The image of the Black Widow's dossier flashed through his mind. A rose with thorns, a woman as dangerous as she was enchanting. Ahem. Emma, unable to stand his wolfish stare, coughed pointedly to remind him of himself. Song Chao snapped back to reality. Noticing the curious glances from those around him, Emma's exasperated eye roll and shy expression Natasha deliberately put on. Pretending nothing had happened, he said, "Natalie, come with me to greet our soon-arrived guest." He reached out, wrapping his right arm around Natasha's slender waist, feeling her muscles tense instantly, then relax just as quickly. He knew she had forced herself to suppress her agent's instincts, truly worthy of being SHIELD, ace operative. Caution ran deep through her bones, though living this way had to be exhausting. A quick note. I'm not intentionally delaying updates. Last night, my chapter was blocked. I only discovered the issue after writing until the early hours. I've since submitted a revision for review, but it hasn't been approved yet. There's still plenty of material in reserve, but with Chapter 39 blocked, it's difficult to post any further. I'm at a loss for what to do. I've created a new QQ group for discussion, 105-909-4059. If any fellow readers have insight, please let me know. Thank you. The book is already signed, so you can read without worry. There's plenty of content in reserve, and I'll add more updates as circumstances allow. Feel free to bookmark it. And if you have any thoughts, you're welcome to join the new QQ group 105-909-4059 to discuss the story together. Chapter 6. Grand opening, look who's here. Get the camera ready. That's the CEO of the Osborn Group. Hurry, take a picture. The first guest to arrive is a real VIP. The little boy next to Norman Osborn must be his son, Harry Osborn. Standing in the lobby on the first floor of his company, Song Chao took the opportunity to embrace Natasha, claiming a bit of advantage. He wanted this agent to understand that investigating him would come at a price. Natasha forced herself to swallow her anger, watching as the man before her shamelessly took liberties with her in front of everyone. She resisted the urge to crush his skull between her knees, all the while maintaining a shy, demure expression to play along. In truth, she was seething inside, mentally cursing at the absurdity of the situation. Just then, the clamor of reporters outside reached her ears, a sign that the guests were finally arriving. She couldn't help but breathe a quiet sigh of relief, hearing the noise outside and catching the look of relief on Natasha's face. Song couldn't help but roll his eyes. This woman, her expression really makes you want to give her a piece of your mind. "Come on, let's go greet our guests," he said, striding toward the entrance of the hall. As Natasha followed, she felt a sharp smack on her rear. Unable to hold back her annoyance, she shot Song a glare, but ever the consummate spy, she stepped forward and slipped her arm through his. Truly, this job was not for the faint of heart. "Haha, Mr. Song. Congratulations on the grand opening of your company," came Norman Osborn's voice from a short distance away. "Norman, welcome to Umbrella," Song replied, stepping forward to embrace Norman briefly before letting go. Though he couldn't help but internally grumble about how Westerners were always hugging as a greeting, he knew he had to go with the local customs. Still, he thought to himself, "I'd much rather be hugging a woman." After the embrace, Norman looked down at his son. "Come on, Harry, greet Uncle Song." "Hello, Uncle," Harry piped up. Song looked at the young heir to the Green Goblin. at this age. Harry Osborn was just a boy, barely in his early teens, probably even younger than Wanda and her brother. He ruffled Harry's hair with a smile. "Since you've called me uncle, I'll be looking out for you from now on. Natasha, take Harry inside and get him something to eat," he instructed the Black Widow, keen to send her elsewhere for the time being. Norman nodded in approval. "Go on, Harry. There's no need to stand on ceremony at your Uncle Song's place. Yes, enjoy yourself, eat, and have fun." "Harry," Song added with a laugh. As Natasha led Harry away, Emma stood outside the door with Frank greeting guests as they arrived. Logan stood watch from a corner of the hall, quietly keeping guard. Meanwhile, Norman stepped closer to Song, his smile broadening as he spoke in a low voice. "Song, thank you for providing the serum data." "No need for thanks, Norman. It was a fair trade, and we're partners now. There's no need to dwell on it. Have you made progress with your research?" Norman nodded. "Just about. In less than a month, I'll be able to cure the family's hereditary illness. Harry won't have to suffer through that pain anymore." Song patted Norman's shoulder reassuringly. "Harry calls me uncle now. As my nephew, you don't have to worry about him." Norman's smile grew even more content. After all, today, he'd brought Harry here for precisely this reason. "Oh, by the way, Norman, as your partner, let me give you a word of advice. The closer you get to the finish line, the more you need to keep a steady hand. There's an old saying in China, haste makes waste. So take your time, run the experiments a few more times. After all, a few more months won't make much difference to you." Norman nodded. "You're right, I am a bit too excited. I just can't wait. After all these years, this genetic disease." "Ah, I understand. It's been tormenting you for so long. I get it. If I were in your shoes, I'd be just as eager, Song, to be honest. You don't seem like the typical entrepreneur at all." Hearing this, Song Chao curled his lip. "Norman, I know what you mean, but I'm different from you. When I'm in a good mood, I can play the corporate games, scheming and maneuvering, but when I'm not, I can flip the table anytime I want. Because I'm not like you. I can bestow favors whenever I wish, and I don't fear being taken for granted, since I have the confidence to overturn the whole game. Even if the White House annoys me, they'll have to face the consequences of making me angry. My wrath isn't something just anyone or any corporation can endure." "That's true. With the mutant race under your command, you really do have the power to upend everything. I'm honestly jealous of you," Norman said, his face a picture of envy and resentment as he stared at Song Chao. The look made Song wonder if this old fox hadn't developed a taste for men. After all, in the movies, Norman's wife had been dead for years, and he'd never found a new flame. Nor had he taken a mistress. Could it be? While Song was lost in his wild imaginings, Emma entered with a man and a woman, introducing them to Song Chao. "Boss, this is Aldrich Killian, the president of Advanced Idea Mechanics. And this is Dr. Maya Hansen, their chief scientist. Mr. Killian, Dr. Hansen. This is Mr. Song Chao, the founder of Umbrella." Song took a closer look at the two developers of the extremist virus. Killian, he thought, was a man of considerable talent, but plagued by insecurity. As the creator of the extremist virus and the founder of Advanced Idea Mechanics, Killian had once been a fervent admirer of Tony Stark, only to be dismissed by him. On the verge of suicide, he glimpsed fireworks and, in that moment of despair, conceived his plans for revenge, vowing to pursue his own research. Besides collaborating with Maya Hansen, he recruited Trevor Slattery to play the Mandarin, launching his shadowy campaign for control. He also had the likes of Eric Savon and Ellen Brandt as his lieutenants. Killian's plan was to eliminate President Matthew Ellis and then persuade Vice President Rodriguez to exchange his daughter's missing right leg for the extremist virus, promising her a new life. He fought Tony, but was ultimately killed by Pepper Potts, who had acquired superpowers from the virus, while Slattery and Rodriguez were both arrested. As for Dr. Maya Hansen, she too was a tragic figure. Back in 1999, she'd had a one-night stand with Tony Stark and revealed to him the prototype of what would become the extremist virus. After being abandoned by Tony, she accepted Killian's invitation and decided to work with him to improve the extremist virus. Killian's motivation, in turn, was to take revenge on Tony for humiliating him in the past. Later, when she noticed that Killian was testing the unfinished extremist virus on ordinary people, her scientific integrity and humanitarian conscience compelled her to gently refuse to participate in Killian's approach. As a result, she was expelled from the research team. Upon discovering that her boss was collaborating with the Mandarin, she chose to betray them. Never expecting Killian's cruelty to run so deep, she would reunite with Tony, and was rescued by Pepper Potts when their home was attacked and destroyed. Maya confessed her guilt to Pepper, tormented by the disaster she had brought upon the two of them. But it was too late. Soon after, Pepper was captured by Killian, who had followed them, and he killed a motel worker who had come to deliver their meal. To protect Pepper's life, Maya was forced to feign loyalty to Killian. When she faced Stark, Tony instantly saw through Maya Hansen's hesitation and the compassion in her eyes. He persuaded her to change her mind, abandon Killian's plan, and use a vial of the potent virus, threatening the consequences her death would bring if Killian pushed her too far. But by then, Killian was blinded by greed and hatred for Tony, his ambition growing ever more insatiable. He decided Maya was no longer essential to his plans. Her repeated betrayals and now pleading for his enemy sealed her fate. Without mercy, he drew his gun and shot her. In her final moments, Maya Hansen repented for her actions. Wounded, she managed to transfer the extremist virus data to Tony. With the unstable virus coursing through her, she uttered her last words: "Destroy him, begin again," ending her tragic life in a blaze of glory. At the grand opening of Umbrella, Song Chao welcomed them warmly. "Welcome to Umbrella, Dr. Killian," he said with a smile to the two pitiful guests before him. He mused to himself that perhaps those who invoke pity have only themselves to blame. Or maybe that wasn't quite right, he thought, letting his mind wander. "Mr. Song, you're too kind. We should be the ones thanking you for investing in Pioneer Tech. Now that our two companies are partners, it's only natural we come to support Umbrella's opening," Killian replied calmly. It was hard to imagine that years ago this very man had once waited all night on a rooftop in the bitter wind, just because of an offhand remark from Tony Stark, and had fallen ill because of it. Song Chao then turned to Dr. Maya Hansen. "And welcome to you, Dr. Hansen. I've heard so much about you. In fact, Umbrella once invited you to join us, but I discovered you had already joined Pioneer Tech." He stepped forward and greeted her with a warm embrace. Dr. Maya smiled at his words. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Song, and thank you to Umbrella for your recognition. However, my collaboration with Killian has been quite fruitful, so for now, I have no intention of leaving." As she spoke, she glanced over at Killian. Killian laughed. "Dr. Maya, don't worry, Mr. Killian. I have no intention of poaching your talent," he said with a chuckle. Back when a company was actively seeking out talent, we weren't aware that Dr. Maya had already joined Pioneer Tech, but now that Umbrella holds shares in Pioneer Tech as well, there's really nothing to worry about. I'm simply lamenting that I didn't discover such talent sooner," Song Chao explained with a friendly smile to both of them. After all, there was no need to provoke the creator of the extremist virus for no reason. Killian himself was a rather unstable figure. Ever since Tony Stark humiliated him, he had transformed from a timid, earnest genius into someone far more extreme. Of course, if it came to it, he could be dealt with easily. But there was no sense in turning a business partner into an enemy without cause. That's why Song Chao felt the need to clarify. On the surface, Killian nodded along with a pleasant smile, but inwardly he was cursing up a storm. "Like hell, I believe you," he thought. "Umbrella has been making waves lately. Company profiles are sitting on the desks of every major corporation, finance group, and official agency. As if I believe you're not here to poach talent. Osborne is one of your partners too." And you turned around and snatched up Dr. Connors and Dr. Otto from Osborne Group. "How dare you claim you're not poaching people?" If only Song Chao knew how much abuse Killian was hurling at him in his mind. Meanwhile, Song Chao, seeing Killian nod along, felt quite pleased with himself. "Clearly my reputation is solid," he thought. "Look at that, everyone agrees with me. Even a casual remark gets a chorus of approval." He was secretly delighted, oblivious to the silent curses swirling around him. "Excuse me for a moment, both of you," Song Chao said, noticing a man in a black trench coat entering at the door. "Oh, look who's here. Dr. Victor Von Doom, my friend. Welcome to Umbrella," Song Chao said warmly, stepping forward to greet Dr. Doom with a hug. Doom returned the gesture with a smile. "Song, my friend, no need for such enthusiasm. I own shares in your company. After all, how could I not come to your grand opening?" He replied in a half-joking tone. "Let's not stand on ceremony," Song Chao laughed. Then noticed the leather gloves on Doom's hands and knew that Dr. Doom's transformation was drawing near. Feigning ignorance, he asked, "Wearing gloves, Doom? Things haven't been going well for you lately, have they?" Doom sighed at the comment and held out both hands. "My friend Song, if your company had opened even a week later, I might not have been able to make it. The symptoms have spread to both my hands, and I'm afraid if another week passes, they might show up on my face by then. I don't know if I'll be able to appear in public at all." He patted Doom on the shoulder sympathetically. "My friend, is appearance really that important? In any case, come back here again tomorrow. I'll introduce you to 2 top scientists if you trust me." Dr. Doom fell silent for a moment after hearing this. "All right, Song, I trust you. Just as you once supported my company, we are friends, and I'll be here tomorrow. Come on, cheer up. I wouldn't steer you wrong, Doom," Song Chao reassured him. Time passed slowly after the initial arrival of a few partner businesses. The rest were mostly unfamiliar faces, and Song Chao could only respond to them automatically and without much feeling. It wasn't until Emma arrived, bringing with her a man who walked with a stiff, deliberate gait, that the mood changed. "Gentlemen, this is Mr. Song Chao, the founder of Umbrella, and these 2 are Mr. Smith, Commissioner of the New York Police Department, and Mr. George Stacy, Deputy Commissioner." Song Chao extended his hand. "Welcome, Commissioners. It's an honor to have you at Umbrella." "Thank you, Mr. Song. We're mainly here today to express our gratitude for Umbrella's generous donation to the police department, both in funds and new patrol cars." Commissioner Smith quickly stepped forward, warmly shaking Song Chao's hand. Song Chao, weary of this capitalist custom, where a donor is treated like a savior, continued to play along. "I hope the streets of New York will become ever safer. It's really nothing, and if there's ever a need in the future, Umbrella will continue to support the NYPD." Beside him, Deputy Commissioner Stacy also stepped forward, gripping Song Chao's hand and offering heartfelt thanks. "We're truly grateful, Mr. Song. Most of our patrol cars have been overdue for replacement for ages, but funds were always tight. Your help means a lot." Song Chao responded politely, all the while sizing up the famous deputy commissioner in front of him. The future father-in-law of Spider-Man, his daughter was Gwen Stacy, Spider-Man's first love. Gwen worked part-time at Oscorp, and it was there that Peter Parker was bitten by a spider and became Spider-Man. Gwen quickly developed feelings for Peter, and Peter, for his part, had no qualms about revealing his secret identity to her. Of course, at this point, Gwen Stacy, Harry Osborn, and Peter Parker were all still just kids, and the main story wouldn't kick off for a few years yet. Still considering he might need help from the NYPD someday, Song Chao put on a spirited face and continued to entertain the 2 officers. "By the way, Directors, Umbrella also has a security subsidiary, but we're still lacking a large-scale military training facility. We need heavy firepower, and a lot of the permits just can't get approved." He glanced at the 2 men's troubled expressions, understanding immediately if you could help smooth things over, this training base could be shared with the NYPD for joint exercises. And once the license is secured, Umbrella will provide a one-time donation of $100 million to your department. In the future, if your officers run into trouble with any difficult characters, our security company can step in and handle it for you. The 2 directors exchanged a look and nodded silently. The NYPD faced more than its share of trouble, but received little love or support. New York was crowded with government agencies and special agents. But as for funding, the police department always got the smallest slice, yet shouldered the heaviest load. Thus the poorest official organization in the city was born. Now here was a wealthy benefactor, bold and decisive in action. Both directors beamed, nodding in agreement. After sending them off, Song Chao braced himself for several more waves of visitors. When it was finally over, he glanced at Emma and asked, "What was up with that company just now?" The way they spoke was so sarcastic and sly. Emma leaned in and whispered, "A business rival. Just as you warned, any industry we enter is bound to trigger backlash. That was one of the leading biotech firms. All right, I don't want to hear the details. Just handle it yourself. If things get too troublesome, secretly contact Eric and have him quietly taken care of. Keep it low profile and avoid stirring up public opinion. And even if there's a scandal, make sure we're not connected." Song Chao couldn't be bothered with these corporate games. He simply ordered Emma to deal with it. If it couldn't be resolved in the boardroom, then end it quietly and efficiently. He had no intention of being anyone's punching bag in this life. At the grand opening of Umbrella, inside the lobby, Song Chao rubbed his face, almost numb from smiling. He watched as Emma led yet another visitor his way. With no choice but to keep up appearances, he put on a fresh smile. "Allow me to introduce our founder, Mr. Song Chao. Boss, this is Mr. Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries." "Hello, Mr. Hammer. Welcome to Umbrella," Song Chao said with a smile, extending his hand. But Justin Hammer, president of Hammer Industries, didn't return the gesture. Hands stuffed in his pockets, he replied with a slow, arrogant tone, When I got out of my car, I saw that each building under the umbrella name had its own sign. Biotech Security Technology Manufacturing. Is Umbrella planning to muscle into the arms industry too? Song Chow's smile faded as he studied the man before him, of medium build, sporting a little mustache, and about the same age as Tony Stark. Justin Hammer. The name was familiar. He'd seen him in the Iron Man movies. Justin Hammer was not only about the same age as Tony Stark, but his company Hammer Industries was also a major rival to Stark Industries. Both companies were weapons manufacturers and key contractors for the U.S. Department of Defense, making them natural competitors. However, Hammer's much-touted ex-wife missile had been utterly outclassed by Tony Stark's Jericho missile, resulting in a crushing defeat and the loss of lucrative contracts. Ever since Hammer had been looking for an opportunity to take his revenge, to further his own ambitions, Hammer helped Ivan Vanko break out of prison and recruited him to his cause. Later, Hammer's company assisted in transforming the armor brought in by James Rhodes, turning it into the War Machine suit. But Hammer's plans backfired when Vanko betrayed him, leading to a fierce battle between Iron Man and War Machine against Whiplash. In the chaos, Hammer was arrested by the police while he was threatening Pepper Potts. Reflecting on all this, it seemed imperative that Emma track down Vanko and his father within the next 2 years. They couldn't afford any mistakes. The Vankos were not just crucial to the arms business, they also held the key to the future of the energy industry. Action had to be taken early to ensure that Stark Industries' future energy division would always lag behind. With these thoughts in mind, his smiling face approached, he slipped an arm around Justin Hammer's shoulder and led him to a quiet corner. To outsiders, it looked like an intimate conversation between friends. But in truth, Song wore a pleasant smile, while his voice was icy cold. His grip tightened, making Hammer's shoulder feel numb and alien. He wanted to cry out, but no sound escaped his lips. Fear rattled in his heart. Meanwhile, in a convoy of cars, a different conversation was taking place. Tony, we're almost there. Remember, you're on Umbrella Corporation's turf now. Watch your tone and try to be civil. Don't go mouthing off at people, Obadiah counseled Tony. Yeah, I hear you, nag. I'm only here to check out this new company that's been making waves. If you hadn't pushed me, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Honestly, aren't Playboy models far more appealing? Tony shook his head in mock exasperation. Obadiah was at a loss for words. Would it kill you to be more careful? You know how sharp your tongue is. I don't expect you to network for the company, but could you at least not pick fights for no reason and bring us trouble? All right, enough already. I get it, Tony replied. Then he turned to his assistant, Pepper Potts. Miss Potts, please get in touch with Playboy magazine and arrange for the next issue's models to spend the night at my villa. Yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away, Pepper replied, nodding dutifully. Unfortunately, Tony had already turned away, missing the struggle, pain, and loneliness flickering in his assistant's eyes. Back at the event, Song Chow was in the midst of teaching Justin Hammer a painful lesson. Mr. Justin Hammer, I have no idea what gives you the confidence to provoke me. Right now, you're making me very unhappy. And when I'm unhappy, that means the entire mutant race is unhappy. Perhaps after you leave Umbrella today, I'll see Hammer Industries' obituary on TV tomorrow. Do you understand what I'm saying? He released Justin Hammer, a smile playing on his lips, though his words were steeped in threat. Finally free to move and speak, Justin Hammer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly explained, Mr. Song, I had no idea Umbrella was a company run by mutants. I just saw your company's name on the building and assumed you were getting into the arms business. Song Chow looked at the prominent CEO standing before him and thought, no wonder in the movies. He's so easily toyed with by Iron Man. He can't even make a decent villain. Honestly, his intelligence is nowhere to be found. If there's such a thing as a useless teammate, this is the guy. He's the typical example of someone who ruins more than he accomplishes. After a moment's thought, Song Chow shook his head and said, as the president of your company, Mr. Justin Hammer, you should be careful with your words and actions, otherwise you might bring disaster upon yourself. And who told you that Umbrella is entering the arms industry? At this, Song Chow shook his head in exasperation. After a pause, he continued, with this kind of liability on hand, it's best to deal with him quickly. Either eliminate him early or steer clear. People like this, with neither caution nor sense, are the very definition of troublemakers. Umbrella has no plans to enter the arms industry at present. Even if we do in the future, we won't be competing with Hammer Industries. Your company focuses on mid to low-end weaponry and contract manufacturing. You're no match for Stark. industries when it comes to high-end arms. If Umbrella ever gets into the weapons business, our target will be Stark Industries. We have no interest in low or mid-tier arms. He let out a derisive laugh. Don't take it the wrong way, Mr. Justin Hammer, but you know your own company situation. Justin Hammer's face turned sour. You genuinely have no interest in mid or low-end arms? Song Chao nodded without expression. That's right, at the moment, our companies aren't even competitors. Even if we enter the arms industry in the future, we'll be playing at the high end, aiming at the Stark Group. By then, we might even need Hammer Industries to handle some manufacturing for us. So, regardless of what you're thinking right now, there's no overlap between our companies. Even if there is in the future, it'll be cooperation, not competition. As for your company's main products, we're simply not interested. So, Mr. Justin Hammer, let me make myself perfectly clear today. If you provoke me again for no reason, I can tell you with absolute certainty, when I saw him get angry, the consequences are serious. If I say you won't live to see the morning, you won't make it past midnight. Do you understand? Song Chao's eyes were cold and sharp as he delivered his threat, exuding an aura that pressed down on the other man like a death sentence. Justin Hammer was trembling all over, feeling the chilling pressure of impending doom. He realized that the man before him wasn't just a business rival. He was someone who played by no rules and never bothered with fair play. At the drop of a hat, he talked about life and death, and Hammer felt like he'd just stepped in something he couldn't scrape off. All he'd wanted was to show off a little. How had he ended up provoking someone like this? He quickly forced a smile on Mr. Song. It was my mistake. I drank too much fake wine at lunch. Umbrella is always welcome to use Hammer Industries for any future manufacturing. Song Chao could only nod in resignation. The man in front of him was the quintessential Wall Street businessman. Flexible, able to swallow his pride. All smiles and bows. A true opportunist. Suddenly a mocking voice rang out by Song Chao's ear. Wow, isn't this Justin Hammer from Hammer Industries? Why are you sweating buckets? Tiska, don't tell me you've got kidney trouble. Tony chimed in, well, it's still better than someone who can only throw money at Playboy models and still gets rejected. Too bad those ladies turn around and sell out a certain someone so quickly. Seeing who had arrived, Justin Hammer immediately fired back, unleashing all his firepower. And you actually believe what your one-night stands say? No wonder you named your missile ex-wife. That's still better than being a quick shot Tony boy, godson of Obadiah. Ha! Tony Stark was gearing up for a comeback when a stern voice interrupted him from behind. Tony! Obadiah stepped up, putting a stop to the exchange. Song Chao now saw clearly who had arrived. The future Iron Man, Tony Stark, Ironmonger, Obadiah Stane, and their assistant, Miss Pepper Potts, at that moment. Emma stepped forward to smooth things over and made introductions. Everyone, this is Mr. Song Chao, the founder of Umbrella. This is Mr. Obadiah Stane, chairman of the Stark Group. And these two are Tony Stark and his assistant, Miss Pepper Potts. Song Chao took a step forward. Welcome to Umbrella, everyone. Before he could say anything more, Tony Stark interjected. What kind of welcome is this? I can't even get a drink. Don't you bring in some beautiful women for your company's opening? Is your company really that cheap? Knowing how sharp Iron Man's tongue is in the early days, Song Chao can't be bothered to engage with him. He decides to wait until Tony falls into trouble in Afghanistan. Then he'll see how Song takes the upper hand. It won't be long now. He remembers that 2 years later, when Tony led a team of subordinates and military observers into a desolate area to test his latest invention. They're unexpectedly attacked by terrorists. In the chaos, Tony is hit by shrapnel that lodges near his heart. When he wakes, he finds a strange device embedded in his chest, an apparatus that now keeps him alive. As it turns out, a fellow hostage, Dr. Ensign, used a makeshift electromagnetic magnet from a car battery to prevent the shrapnel from reaching Tony's heart, saving his life. Of course, the terrorist who spared him only did so on the condition that Tony build them an even more powerful weapon. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle, and the clever Tony Stark certainly won't sit around waiting for the end. With Ensign's help, and using the crude equipment and materials provided by the terrorists, Tony secretly constructs a suit of iron armor in the pitch-dark underground base. During the ensuing firefight, Dr. Ensign sacrifices himself to buy Tony time to escape. Though Ensign dies, his actions inspire Tony to change his belief that building weapons can save the world. After his escape, Tony refines his armor and creates a new fusion power source, becoming the true Iron Man. Thinking of this, Song Chao silently resolves that if the chance arises, he'll definitely seize the opportunity to turn the tables. Just then, Obadiah steps forward to intervene. Tony, what happened to the manners I taught you? My apologies, Mr. Song. Tony replies, Song Chow. Smiles, unconcerned. It's all right, Mr. Obadiah Stane. I truly admire how you managed to grow Stark Industries to its current scale, especially with such an heir to deal with. Honestly, it can't have been easy. He throws in a casual jab at someone. In the future storyline of Iron Man, it's Obadiah Stane who orchestrates Tony Stark's kidnapping and, taking advantage of the situation, seizes the highest authority in Stark Industries. Not satisfied with his gains, he even dons the iron armor himself, scheming to become a hero. Obadiah was once Howard Stark's friend and business partner. After Howard's death, he became Tony Stark's mentor to profit from the arms market. He sells weapons to America's enemies and to the very terrorists threatening civilians in the Middle East. To gain complete control of Stark Industries, Obadiah arranges for Tony to be kidnapped and killed by the Ten Rings terrorist organization. But when Obadiah learns how Tony managed to escape from the terrorists, he realizes that the organization had betrayed their original deal. He also obtains the Mark I armor left behind by Tony, which the Ten Rings offer up as part of peace proposal. However, instead of making peace, Obadiah ruthlessly eliminates the Ten Rings. Obadiah began secretly designing his own suit of armor, but his team of scientists couldn't replicate the suit's power source. With no other option, he decided to seize the arc reactor from Tony to power his own armor. Obadiah's goal was to bankrupt Stark Industries and destroy the legacy Tony's father had left behind. Donning his armor, he launched an attack on Pepper Potts and several D agents, and soon after he clashed with Tony, who was wearing the Iron Man suit. Tony fought back by overloading Stark Industries' reactor, causing Obadiah to fall into it, which triggered a massive explosion and brought about his death. Watching the capable Obadiah Stane before him, Song Chow couldn't help but think these things. Noticing Tony Stark beside him, ready to retaliate, Song Chow quickly turned to face Pepper Potts. Lovely lady, welcome to Umbrella, Song Chow said as he stepped forward, hugging Pepper and deliberately lingering in the embrace. Beautiful lady. Could you remind me of your name once more? Pepper Potts, Mr. Song. It's a pleasure to meet you, Pepper replied with a professional smile. Seeing Tony's face darken beside them, Pepper felt a secret thrill and made no move to push Song Chow away. Wow, what a wonderful name. Almost as lovely as the lady herself. Miss Potts, would you care to join me for dinner tonight if you're free? Song Chow pressed on undeterred. At this, Tony Stark could no longer hold back. He stepped forward and pulled Song Chow's arm away from Pepper's waist. All right, that's enough. How long were you planning to hold on? Pepper's already having dinner with me tonight, so you're out of luck, Mr. Song, sorry. Your name is really hard to remember. Song Chow just shrugged, unconcerned. Isn't that a bit discriminatory, Mr. Stark? He said, then turned to Pepper. Miss Potts, may I have your number? I'd really like to get to know you better. Thank you for the compliment. Here's my business card, sir, Pepper said, handing him a card. Personal assistant to Stark. What a waste of your talents. Miss Potts, have you ever considered what it would be like to be the chief executive of Umbrella? I'd be thrilled to welcome you aboard, Song Chow continued unabashed. Pepper was about to refuse when Tony interrupted again, unable to hold back. You're too late. Besides, I don't think your offer is any better. Pepper is my assistant and oversees the entire company. Song Chow just shrugged again. Okay, whatever you say, Miss Potts. It was a pleasure meeting you. The doors of Umbrella are always open to you. If you ever want to join us, you're more than welcome, and I'd love to invite you out for dinner another time. You'll find that every man brings his own kind of enjoyment. I promise you won't be disappointed. For crying out loud, will you give her rest? Why can't you keep your eyes off Pepper? Tony burst out in anger. A fair lady is the desire of every gentleman, Song Chow replied with a grin. Mr. Stark, would you mind showing some respect for women? Song Chow said deliberately, knowing full well he couldn't drive a wedge between them, but still wanting to stir up some trouble. I do respect women, Tony replied, but Song Chow immediately cut him off. Oh, really? Is that how you show respect? Having one-night stands and then kicking them out afterwards? And then making your assistant, Miss Pepper Potts, prepare breakfast and clothes for your overnight guests? Damn it. How do you know about that? Tony's face darkened. Pepper, standing nearby, covered her mouth in shock, staring at Song Chow. She couldn't figure out how he knew all these details so clearly, as if he had seen it happen with his own eyes. Pepper Potts was born in New Haven, Connecticut, and has extensive experience in corporate management and secretarial work. She'd been working at Stark Industries since Howard Stark's days, and After Tony took over, she became even more indispensable. Pepper was utterly devoted to Tony Stark. A beautiful, intelligent, and capable woman, she managed everything in Tony's life. Even so, she often clashed with Tony, their differences sparking frequent arguments. Still, Pepper remained the closest person to Tony. She was the light in his life, picking up the pieces after him, keeping his world in order. Tony was a genius, inventing all manner of things, but in life, he was utterly hopeless. That's why Pepper, little Pepper, had to take care of everything for him, straightening out his chaotic life. Even Tony's one-night stand were arranged by Pepper. She would schedule them, and after a night, she'd prepare breakfast and clothes for the women, then personally see them out. She was practically a mother and a madam rolled into one. Thinking of all this, Song Chao smirked. What was he supposed to do? Tell them he'd seen it all in the movies? If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Tony Stark, the infamous playboy. Your private life is known across America. Is that really news to anyone? Wow, kid, have you even hit puberty yet? Trying to act all grown up and flirt with women? I'm Tony Stark. I've always been hit with the ladies, and Pepper is my assistant, so keep your thoughts to yourself. Tony shot back sarcastically. Oh, is that so? I think those women are just after your money. As for you. Well, Song Chao clicked his tongue. Tony's face grew darker. What's that supposed to mean? You little brat. With your height, you're practically classified as disabled. Tell me, Mr. Stark, are you even 5'7"? Damn it, that's bullshit. I'm 5'8.5". Oh wow, barely out of the disabled category. Is that really something to brag about? I seem to remember quite a few of your Playboy conquests are over 6 feet tall. So tell me, Mr. Stark, when you're with them, do you have to stand on tiptoe just to kiss them? Or do you have to drag over a chair every time? TSK, just imagining that scene. Haha, it wasn't just Song Chao making fun. Standing nearby, Justin Hammer deliberately let out a mocking laugh as well. Ever since Hammer became so, he'd always had it in for Tony, and now seeing Tony getting put in his place, he naturally joined in to ridicule him. Emma and Pepper, standing to the side, lowered their heads, their shoulders shaking. They were holding back laughter too, but forced themselves to keep it in, worried it might look bad. Damn it, Tony muttered, his face turning as dark as iron. He hurried to defend himself. Those ladies all kneel before me. Why would I need a chair? Not only do I not need 1 inch, I actually have to bend down for them. Wow, let's give you a round of applause, Song Chao replied. With money paving the way, you're truly unstoppable. I always wondered how someone with your height and that scrawny build could be so popular. Turns out it's all thanks to your cash. Damn it, who are you calling scrawny, you brat? TSK, just look at yourself. I seriously doubt you could even lift 100 pounds. Don't bother comparing physiques with me. I'd hate for you to lose confidence in yourself forever. You're really overestimating yourself here. Song Chao shook his head, intentionally goading him with a tone of disdain. Then he turned to Pepper. Potts. Miss Potts, I really don't understand. What makes you willing to keep doing this year after year? Well, I don't even know how to describe it. With your talent and experience, you're more than qualified to run a major public company. And your beauty, that's beyond question. I just can't figure it out. But let me say this. The doors of Umbrella will always be open to you. Before Tony could explode, Obadiah quickly stepped in. Mr. Song, today's your company's grand opening. There are so many guests here. You must be busy with all the socializing. We won't take up any more of your time. You go ahead, we can manage on our own. With that, he dragged Tony inside. Justin Hammer, eager to get away from this intimidating man, hurried off as well. Song Chao watched their backs for a moment, his eyes narrowing. Forget it, he thought. They can escape for now, but they won't get away forever. Emma, who had been watching for a while, suddenly spoke up. You don't seem to like Tony Stark very much. You two were already butting heads the moment you met. Doesn't really seem like your style. Hearing this, Song Chao massaged the muscles in his face, stiff from smiling all day. I don't really have any strong feelings about him, good or bad. He's got a sharp tongue, and over the years he's mocked so many people. I'm just giving as good as I get. I'm not his dad. I don't have to indulge him. Song Chao shook his head as he spoke. Iron Man had always been caustic and sharp-tongued, making enemies everywhere he went. In fact, most of the villains in the movies were provoked by his biting remarks. Maybe in his previous life, he still got to snap his fingers in the end and die a hero, earning everyone's sympathy. But this time around, there'd be no chance for that. Meanwhile, off to the side, Tony was still grumbling endlessly to Obadiah. That's enough, Tony. Obadiah snapped, his face clouded with anger. Can't you try being a little more mature? Obadiah, what's wrong with me? Didn't you see that kid making fun of me and even trying to steal my thunder? Tony retorted. You just called him a kid, so you know he's young. Now look at yourself. How old are you? Can't you act a little more mature? Didn't you read the briefing I prepared for you? Pepper, what kind of assistant are you anyway? Obadiah scolded Tony with exasperation, then turned his frustration on Pepper. I've already given Tony the document, sir, Pepper Potts replied, feeling wronged. Tony blinked and shrugged, feigning nonchalance. All right, I admit it. I forgot to look over the documents. Just tell me what I don't know. Obadiah, no point in making things hard for Pepper. Obadiah pointed a finger at Tony, giving him a look of utter helplessness before sighing. Forget it. Since we're on someone else's turf today, I'll let you save some face. But you must have heard about the sensational incident where Umbrella Security spent $1 billion to save a mutant child, right? That was all over the news. Tony fell silent, thinking hard, his face lit up with shock. You mean that kid is the one who did it? The one who intervened but never got caught clearly on camera? Obadiah nodded. According to our investigation, that's almost certainly the case. That event was broadcast live across America, and every major company has studied the footage of the fight closely. So far, we've learned two things. First, this person can fly. Second, his physical strength is terrifying. When he landed, the whole island shook. From what we know, the only thing that comes close to such power is the military's experimental subject from a few years ago, the Hulk. According to our confidential files, only the Hulk, when he fought the military, caused such violent tremors in the ground. Back then, even military missiles couldn't harm him, let alone ordinary firearms. With someone like that, even if we don't make friends with him, there's no need to make an enemy. Can you please be a little more sensible, Mr. Tony Stark? Obadiah looked at Tony, his face full of resignation. Pepper nodded in agreement from his side. Seeing this, Tony could only grumble. Fine, I get it. I just can't stand it when some snot-nosed kid who's barely grown up tries to hit on Pepper. Obadiah and Pepper exchanged helpless smiles, well aware of Tony's temperament. Just then a waiter passed by, and Obadiah could only pick up a glass of wine to ease his frustration. Meanwhile, in Tony Stark's mind, a spark of curiosity about Song Chao's strength was lit. He began to harbor the idea of creating a weapon even more powerful than this mysterious figure. As the grand opening approached, and the guests were all present, the media began to file in. At that moment, the host took the stage to begin the ceremony. Let us welcome Mr. Song Chao, founder of Umbrella Corporation, to the stage for a speech. Where's the applause? Everyone. The sound of enthusiastic clapping filled the room. Song Chao shook his head lightly, adjusted his clothes, and walked up to the stage, standing before the microphone. First of all, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Umbrella. I am Song Chao. I know most of you probably don't know me, so today's ceremony is a chance for us to get acquainted. As for the company's external communications going forward, I'll leave that in more capable hands. As the saying goes, let professionals do what they do best. From now on, all company operations will be entirely overseen by our CEO, Miss Emma Grace Frost. My own role is simply to serve as the company's mascot. So, let's give a warm welcome to Miss Emma Grace Frost. Song Chao gestured toward Emma in the audience, and with that, he stepped off the stage. He was never comfortable with such formal occasions, and since Emma would be handling the company's affairs from here on out, his own role was more of a figurehead. In the audience, Pepper Potts watched as Emma took the stage, a flicker of envy in her eyes. This was once her own dream, something she had worked tirelessly for, and now she possessed the ability to fulfill it. She glanced at the man beside her. If it weren't for him, Pepper Potts would have already become a CEO elsewhere and enjoyed her own moment in the spotlight. Welcome, everyone. I'm Emma, she began, her tone bright and engaging. Wow. I see a lot of journalists with their hands up, hoping to ask some questions, I suppose. Emma glanced at the media section and flashed a graceful smile. Unfortunately, you might be disappointed. There won't be a Q&A session with the press today. All right, I'll keep it brief. As Umbrella is still in its early days, many of our research projects are ongoing, and for confidentiality reasons, we won't be sharing details at this time. Today, we'll only be introducing two projects. The first is one you may already know about, our security services. However, since our team is still small, we are currently only accepting high-level security assignments. The second is Umbrella's very first biotechnology product, our hemostatic spray. And now, let me invite the lead researcher behind this product, Dr. Kurt Connors, to the stage for an introduction. Emma led the applause as Dr. Kurt Connors, who had been waiting at the side, approached the stage, visibly excited. For a scientist, moments like these were the pinnacle of recognition. With his face alight with enthusiasm, he stepped forward. "Thank you all for your applause. I'm Kurt Connors. I'm truly thrilled. As a researcher, seeing our work come to fruition is the result of a collective effort in the lab. And as you can see about my arm," Dr. Connors extended his wounded arm, the one missing both forearm and hand. "The original purpose of my research was to heal my own arm, to make it grow back. I've dedicated more than a decade to this. And this hemostatic spray product before you is the first real fruit of that work. Now let's invite our Umbrella security staff to give a live demonstration," he announced. At that moment, Frank Castle came on stage with a security guard. Without a word, Frank drew a knife and made a quick cut on the guard's hand. A woman in the audience gasped in alarm. Dr. Connors stepped forward, holding a small spray bottle, just enough for 10 uses as suggested by someone with a businessman's shrewdness. He sprayed the guard's wounded palm twice, handed the bottle to a server holding a tray, and took a clean towel to wipe away the blood. 10 seconds had already passed. The audience and media alike craned their necks, eager to see what would happen. As the blood was wiped away, the palm was revealed, perfectly clean, not a single trace of injury. A chorus of amazement rippled through the room. "Wow! Incredible! This is a fantastic product. I have to buy one." Dr. Connors now stood before the microphone and addressed the excited crowd. "Settle down, friends. Our company offers 2 versions of this hemostatic spray. The one we just demonstrated is the Supreme Edition, priced at $6,666. In just 5 seconds, the wound heals and vanishes completely. There's also a budget-friendly version. To ensure everyone can benefit, Umbrella has set a low, fair price of $198. No profit at all, just our way of giving back to society. This version heals wounds in about 10 to 30 seconds, depending on their size. Regardless of the version, there will be no scars left behind. I'm delighted to present this product to you all. Enjoy the rest of your evening." With that, Dr. Connors stepped down from the stage and approached Song Chao. "Boss, I'm heading back to the lab. These social events really aren't my thing." Song Chao smiled. "All right, doctor, do as you please." The evening then shifted to a cocktail and dance party. It was a Western tradition, and since Song Chao ran a business here, he had to go along with local customs. Events like this were all about networking and building connections. Emma held onto Song Chao's arm. The two of them, glasses in hand, mingled through the crowd, chatting with people, potential rivals perhaps, or maybe future partners. Song Chao smiled politely throughout, letting Emma handle most of the conversation. He was there mainly as her support. Obadiah, glass in hand, leaned over to Tony Stark. "Right now, their company doesn't compete with our group's products." "For now, yes," Tony replied. "But who knows about the future? You saw the sign outside their building." Obadiah took a thoughtful sip of his drink, lost in contemplation. "Companies like this are opening every day across America. Is it really worth paying so much attention to?" Tony dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Obadiah shook his head silently, thinking to himself, "Sooner or later, I'll kick you off the board." "Such a reckless spendthrift, Song. You really poached someone from my team?" "I have no idea how I'm going to explain this to the board." Norman Osborn approached Song Chao with a wry smile. Song Chao felt awkward since he had indeed poached someone right when their research was nearing completion too. It was a bit unethical. "Hey Norman, I know I was in the wrong here. When a company is just starting out, it desperately needs talent and reputation. I had no choice. Besides, this all happened before we became friends. By the time we got to know each other, I'd already made my move. Still, I admit it wasn't the right thing to do." Song Chao paused, then offered, "How about I owe you a favor to make up for it?" Norman's eyes brightened, and he nodded with a smile. "All right, since you put it that way, let's call it even." But inside, he was secretly delighted. Norman valued favors from someone like Song. Song Chao understood perfectly. "Norman, you don't need to explain anything. If the board is unhappy, let them leave. Between the two of us, our shares are already close to half the company, aren't they? I can't believe you don't have a couple of loyal supporters on the board. There's no need to be afraid of them. If they quit, you could just buy back their shares, and wouldn't that be even better?" Norman shook his head. "It's not that easy. They're all shrewd old foxes. At most, there'll be some arguing when I get back." The two chatted idly for a moment. Just then, Doom came over, and seeing that Norman had something else to attend to, he excused himself to talk to someone else. "Song, I have to get going," Doom said. "So soon? Why the rush?" Song Chao asked in surprise. "My health doesn't allow me to stay out too long." "You know that," Doom replied with a shake of his head. "All right then, come by the company tomorrow. I'll take you to the lab. You're a brilliant scientist yourself. I'd like you to meet a few of our PhDs and exchange some ideas Song Chao suggested. And even if things go out of control in the end, you could always follow the Fantastic Four's example. No big deal. Maybe you'll become a celebrity too. You could be all over American talk shows, who knows? Doom couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not really cut out for clowning it up on talk shows like. Reed, but you're right. That would be the last resort. Anyway, I'll be there tomorrow. I'm heading out now. Take care. Night fell. Super intelligent machines whirred quietly in the darkened office of the Umbrella Corporation's president. Damn, Song Chao muttered, stretching and rolling his shoulders before collapsing onto the sofa with a groan. Finally done with everything. I smiled so much my face feels frozen. What a hassle. He truly wasn't used to these kinds of social gatherings. Emma came over and began massaging his shoulders. It seems you really don't like places like this. But that's all right. Even if you don't enjoy it, this is just a one-time thing. You usually won't need to attend these events in the future. Song Chao shifted his posture, resting his head on Emma's alluring thigh and taking a deep breath. Ah, nothing smells as wonderful as my Emma. By the way, have the families of our company's PhDs all moved in yet? Emma adjusted her position to make Song Chao more comfortable and replied yes. The doctors have all been very cooperative, and they're quite satisfied with the company's security. Their families have already moved into the villas next to our headquarters. The area is surrounded by our mutant security teams, so you can rest assured about their safety. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. I won't be around much for the next couple of years, so you'll need to make sure they're well protected. Oh, and about the AI system redeveloped. Have you asked Hank to check it? Is there any chance it's got a backdoor? Is that really necessary? Not yet. The company just moved, and everything's been a mess. That honestly hasn't crossed my mind. Emma responded with a hint of confusion, feeling Song Chao might be overly suspicious. Song Chao rolled his eyes and grumbled, "You don't get it. Better safe than sorry. Go call Hank up here. Leave the other doctors out of it. I only truly trust him. All right, if you say so." 5 minutes later, seeing Hank enter, Song Chao stood up. "Hank, I called you here to check the company's AI system. Reed Richards developed it, but I'm not entirely comfortable with that. Could you look it over for any backdoors or hidden permissions? For something like this, you're the only one I trust." Hank nodded, immediately understanding Song Chao's concerns. They were all mutants here. No one put him at ease like their own people could. "I'll give it a try, but this isn't exactly my area of expertise. It might take some time, that's fine. Safety comes first. Take your time and check everything thoroughly. There's no rush, Hank, understand?" Song Chao reassured him, patting him firmly on the shoulder. "Got it. Give me an hour," Hank replied, and immediately began to work in the office. Seeing there was still plenty of time, Song Chao turned to Emma. "Darling, have someone bring us some food and snacks, and let's have 2 bottles of red wine as well. I'm a bit hungry. We'll eat together once Hank's finished. Sure, I'll take care of it." Time slipped by as Song Chao and Emma leisurely sipped wine together. After an hour and a half, Hank finally finished his inspection and let out a long sigh. "Song, I've finally finished checking. Permissions haven't changed, but there is a small backdoor. If someone tampers with the system later, it's possible they could alter who holds primary authority over the AI. What? Damn it, Reed. You son of a bitch. I'll remember this place, that's for sure." Song Chao exploded in anger, leaping to his feet and roaring. Emma was also wearing a look of clear dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Hank hesitated for a moment, then spoke to Song Chao and Emma. "Hey, I'm not sure how to put this, but maybe it's just a little quirk of a genius inventor. I kind of get what Reed means. He doesn't mean any harm. It's just an unconscious habit." Hearing this, Song Chao's expression softened. He thought it over and realized Hank might be right. Just a thoughtless gesture, not something deliberate. He nodded. "All right, let's not worry about it for now. We'll deal with it later. For now, block the backdoor and set me as the primary authorized user." "Okay," Hank replied, fingers flying across the keyboard. "All done." Just then, a mature male voice sounded in the room. "Hello, Master." Song Chao nodded. "Don't call me Master. For now on, just call me Boss. Do you have a name yet?" "Understood, Boss. I don't have a name. Please give me one. Then your name will be Superman." "Thank you, Boss. Superman is at your service." "Good." Superman set Emma Gracefrost, Dr. Henry Phillip, Hank McCoy, codename Wolverine Logan, James Howlett as secondary authorized users. Pull their data from the company records. Understood. Settings complete. Set the following as tertiary authorized users: Dr. Helen Zhao, Dr. Otto Gunther, Octavius, Dr. Curtis Kurt Connors, and Dr. Bruce Banner. Settings complete. Boss, as the primary user, I order you. Only tertiary users and above may access laboratory data. If anyone else tries to access those records without cause, deny the request and immediately notify the secondary users. Understood, boss? Tertiary users may only access the research information for their own projects. They're not permitted to view others' research. If anyone tries, refuse and notify the secondary users as well. Understood, boss. Song Chao thought for a moment, then turned to Hank. Thanks for your hard work, Hank. Come, have something to eat and a glass of wine. After they'd eaten and drunk their fill, Song Chao stood up, patting his side as he rose. That's about it. I should get going. Emma spoke up. Let me walk you out. No need. We're all friends here. No need to stand on ceremony. By the time Song Chao's car pulled up at Xavier's school, it was already deep into the night. The campus was silent, the children likely long since asleep. He stepped out with Yuriko at his side and walked inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Jean Grey and Ororo Monroe standing in the hallway. He realized Jean must have sensed his return, and Ororo had come to wait with her. He hurried over and pulled them both into a hug. Why are you two still up? I told you there was no need to wait for me. Jean shook her head. Let's wait until you're back, then we can all rest together. Come on. Let's go take a shower first. Song Chao understood what the two women were feeling. Soon he would have to leave, and they were reluctant to see him go. He nodded, wrapped his arms around them, and led them to the bedroom. As night fell, the bedroom echoed with wild abandon. Jean and Ororo unleashed all their passion, while Song Chao could only yield to their intensity. He knew they were trying to hold on to him, unwilling to let him disappear for 2 whole years, and so they wanted to drain every ounce of his energy. Only when the first light of dawn peeked over the horizon did the room finally quiet down, leaving only the sound of their quickened breathing, which slowly faded into silence. At noon in the ex-academy cafeteria, Pietro glanced around and noticed that neither Song Chao nor Teacher Jean nor Teacher Ororo had appeared. He immediately understood what was going on. Sidling up to Wanda, he whispered, Sis, take a look around. Jean and Ororo aren't here, are they? Wanda glanced about curiously and confirmed that the 2 teachers were indeed absent. What's going on? Why are you asking? Pietro rolled his eyes in exasperation and kept steering her toward his point. It's obvious. That lecture Song spent the night with Teacher Jean and Teacher Ororo. It's already midday, and they still haven't come out of bed. You should steer clear of that kind of guy. All right. Hearing this, Wanda looked around again, confirming their absence. You should worry about your own studies. Are these things really any of your concern? Her tone was harsh as she bowed her head to resume eating, her expression darkening. Pietro, however, wasn't upset. He chuckled to himself, pleased that his sowing of discord was making progress. As Wanda's older brother, he naturally had to be on guard against anyone who might have designs on his sister. Humph. Wanda's exclamations came from the bedroom. Ouch! You scoundrel! It's already 3 in the afternoon. The kids will definitely laugh at us. This is all your fault. You rascal. The room was in chaos. When Jean and Ororo finally woke up at 3 in the afternoon and saw the time, they were both mortified and flustered, venting their embarrassment on Song Chao. It was all his fault they'd slept in so late. Now the children would surely make fun of them. Song Chao could only grin sheepishly and try to placate them. At last, after much coaxing, he watched as the 2 women hurried through their showers and got dressed. Instead of their usual leisurely half-hour or more, they were ready and out the door in less than 20 minutes. Song Chao could only shake his head helplessly. Since he was up and sleep was out of the question, he took a shower himself and decided to go for a stroll. As he walked down the corridor, he occasionally noticed students pointing and whispering about him, though none dared tease him openly. Song Chao occupied a unique position at X Academy. He wasn't quite a student, since he never attended classes. Nor was he a teacher, as he never actually taught any lessons. No one could quite figure out his status at the school. Yet he was often seen in the principal's office, and his relationship with Teacher Jean and Teacher Ororo was the subject of much speculation. Some even said he'd driven away Teacher Scott in a fit of anger. So the students could only gossip about his private life behind his back. Song walked on with a calm expression. He understood all too well what was going on, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. When he reached the professor's office, before he could even greet him, Charles spoke first. Song, your phone's been off. Song looked surprised. I didn't realize. What's the matter, Charles? Charles shook his head helplessly. Emma called me. She said that Dr. Doom, who you invited, has been waiting at the company for half the day. She tried calling you, but your phone was unreachable, so she had to call me. but there's nothing I could do to get in touch with you. Song's face flushed with embarrassment. He understood Charles's implication. Got it. I'll head to the company right away. I'll take Dr. Banner with me, Charles. All right. Song quickly excused himself and hurried out to find Dr. Banner. This was truly embarrassing. He'd really made a fool of himself this time. But before Song could reach Banner's room, Wanda suddenly appeared and blocked his path. What's wrong, Wanda? You don't look like you've had much rest, Song said, glancing at the girl in front of him. Seeing her troubled expression, he assumed she wasn't feeling well and reached out to gently touch her forehead in concern. Wanda shook her head. I'm fine, it's just... I noticed that you, Professor Jean, and Ms. Ororo weren't at lunch today, so I wanted to ask you, when them, are you? Song frowned slightly. Kids in America really do grow up too fast these days, he thought to himself. He had no idea how to answer her question directly. After a moment's thought, he decided to change the subject. Wanda, how about we go shopping for clothes today? I doubt your father pays much attention to these things, and you probably haven't had a chance to pick out anything new. Come with me to the company first, then afterward we'll go clothes shopping, and I'll treat you to a big meal. How does that sound? Wanda's eyes widened in surprise, then she nodded. Okay, let's go first. We'll find Dr. Bruce Banner and head to the company together. Song knocked on Banner's door. Dr. Banner. Banner opened the door and saw Song. There you're, Song. Yeah, sorry I'm late, Doctor. Let's get going to the company. Gather your things. No need. I packed up a while ago. I'm ready. To leave now. All right, Dr. Banner, let's head out. Bruce Banner followed behind. When he noticed Wanda Maximoff clinging to Song's arm and coming along, he asked in confusion, is she coming too? Song glanced down at Wanda's small hand wrapped around his arm. Yes, Doctor, I'm bringing Wanda along to take care of some things at the company, and then we have other errands to run. All right, meanwhile, Song mentally sent a message to Nightcrawler, telling him to head to the company and wait for them. He then ushered Wanda into the back seat of the car, while Banner quietly took his place in the front. Yuriko head to the back entrance of the company. When the car arrived at the secluded spot behind the company, Song Chao got out with Wanda. Dr. Banner, please wait in the car, he instructed. Banner nodded, understanding the reason without further explanation. With Wanda in tow, Song Chao led her down to the laboratory on the second basement level. There they saw Dr. Doom engaged in conversation with Emma. Hey Doom, forgive me for being late. Song Chao hurried forward to apologize. Dr. Doom noticed Song Chao bringing along a young beauty. A knowing look flashed in his eyes, and he winked at Song Chao. An expression every man would understand. Hey Song, I get it, no problem. I've been here chatting with a few of the other doctors. It's been quite pleasant, he replied, clearly in good spirits. Emma, meanwhile, gave Wanda a careful once-over, but simply shook her head and didn't comment further. Wanda, upon seeing Emma, immediately tensed up and her expression turned hostile. Song Chao shook his head, choosing not to interfere in matters between women. He turned to the blue-skinned Nightcrawler beside him and said, share your memories with him. Wagner, go bring the doctor in. Yes, sir. Nightcrawler nodded obediently. Of everyone at the school, he was most wary of Song Chao. In a blink, he vanished and reappeared a second later with Banner in tow. Emma seemed unfazed by this. But Victor Von Doom was startled. Wow, what a spectacular ability. Absolutely unrivaled, I have to admit, Song, I envy you for having such subordinates. Song Chao chuckled his words. Come on, let's head to the third level. This isn't the best place to talk. He called over the other doctors as well. Together, the group descended to the third basement level. Song Chao took a leisurely stroll around, noting that the laboratory, bedrooms, and entertainment room were all fully equipped. Dr. Banner, how do you find the environment here? He asked. Bruce Banner, looking a bit uncomfortable, replied, I think it's excellent. Thank you. Song Chao knew that since Banner had been on the run, he had become rather reserved. He offered a reassuring smile. Let me introduce everyone. This is Dr. Victor Von Doom, CEO of Doom Industries and our company's partner. He's been having some health issues, and we're hoping everyone can put their heads together to help. And this is Dr. Bruce Banner, a holder of 7 doctoral degrees. He's famously known as the Hulk, the military's most wanted man. At these words, everyone quickly stepped forward to greet him. After all, they were now colleagues, and the boss had already emphasized Banner's importance. They all knew the right thing to do. Victor Von Doom also came forward, looking Banner over. I know you, Dr. Banner, back at Columbia University. I often heard your name and read many of your papers. You're every bit as talented as Reed Richards. No matter what the media says, Song, you've really recruited another gem, he said to Song Chao, full of admiration. Song Chao grinned. Let's all keep this confidential. Dr. Banner is still being pursued by the military. He reminded everyone, seeing everyone nod in agreement. He turned to Doom to continue. Hey Doom, there's no point in being envious. Even if I handed this over to you, you wouldn't dare take it. You can't handle the military's wrath. Hearing this, Doom actually agreed and nodded. That's true. Only you have the guts to stand up to the military and the power to protect Dr. Banner. Song Chao smiled at that. All right, let's not dwell on this. Now you all know each other. Just remember to keep this confidential. You guys should talk with Dr. Doom. See if his physical mutation can be controlled. I won't get involved. Doom, I'll take my leave now. If your research makes progress, just drop by the company anytime. Emma will receive you. Doom glanced over at Wanda, his expression unreadable, then nodded to Song Chao. All right, I know you're busy. Go do your thing. If the research pans out, I won't stand on ceremony. Sounds good, I'm off. And Song Chao knew Doom had misunderstood, but he didn't bother to explain. Besides, Wanda really was his type, and he wasn't about to let her go. So, with those words, he left with Wanda in tow. First kiss, how about this 1-inch song? Wow, stunning. Only you could truly pull off a dress like that. And this one? Not bad, but honestly, you look better than the clothes themselves. What about this one? Yes, you have excellent taste, my dear. Thus began Song Chao's grueling shopping marathon, trailing after the Scarlet Witch through Times Square as she swept every shop. The toughest part was that Wanda insisted on getting his opinion on every single outfit, leaving Song Chao racking his brain for new compliments, desperate to flatter her. By nightfall, Song Chao and Yuriko were laden with bags, arms and shoulders weighed down, the car's trunk crammed full, and they still had to pile things onto the front seats. Thank you, Song. I really love them, Wanda said, clinging to his arm, her face glowing with excitement. Feeling the softness against his arm, Song Chao answered absent-mindedly. As long as you're happy. Are you hungry? May I have the honor of your company for dinner? Beautiful lady? Of course, Wanda replied, grinning from ear to ear. Song Chao had reserved an upscale restaurant. He'd even booked out the entire place. Money made it easy. They enjoyed a romantic candlelit dinner, with Wanda's cheeks flushed as she took in the elegant surroundings and listened to the live piano performance arranged just for them. Do you like it, my dear Miss Wanda? Song Chao asked gently, gazing at her lovely face. Wanda quickly nodded, her eyes shining. Thank you, Song. This is my first time in a setting like this. Before, I'd only seen it on TV, and I always envied girls who could experience something like this. Song Chao reached across the table, took Wanda's small hand in his, and brought it to his lips for a gentle kiss. To make you happy is my greatest honor, my princess. Wanda's face flushed bright red when her hand was kissed. She wanted to pull it back, but couldn't bear to, so she simply lowered her head and pretended to be shy. Song Chao smiled, letting the moment linger, then nodded to the waiter to bring out the dishes. As they ate dinner, he would occasionally crack a joke, making Wanda burst out in laughter. Then, with a mischievous grin, he'd toss in a risque quip, and seeing the Scarlet Witch's cheeks blooming with color, Song Chao felt rather pleased with himself. Later that evening, they strolled hand in hand through the city park, their fingers intertwined. Song, are you leaving soon to begin your training? Wanda suddenly stopped and broke the peaceful silence. Song Chao nodded at her question. Wanda, the world ahead is dangerous. With my current strength, I can't guarantee the safety of mutants. I need to keep getting stronger, so I have to leave for a while. What about me? Wanda lowered her head and fell silent. Stepping closer, Song Chao gently cupped Wanda's head in his hands, lifting her gaze to meet his. Wanda, you know I have a wandering heart. Are you sure about this? Wanda's face reddened even more, and she slowly closed her eyes, letting her silence speak for her. Song Chao, forgetting all about American laws, leaned in and pressed his lips to those of his goddess from a past life. The moment their lips met, it felt like a jolt of electricity. He instinctively pulled her tighter into his arms. Wanda's breathing grew rushed, and she felt like she couldn't catch her breath. Her legs went weak, and she had to cling to his neck just to keep standing. Time melted away as they kissed, and Song Chao's breathing grew ragged. His hands, as if with minds of their own, began to trace along her waist, moving ever closer. Feeling the sensation, Song Chao marveled inwardly. What a moment! But just as things were heating up, Wanda suddenly broke free. I can't breathe, she gasped. Song Chao realized. So she's inexperienced. This was the Scarlet Witch's first kiss, and he was more than satisfied. The benefits of being quick to act were clear as day. He calmed himself, held Wanda close, and whispered sweet nothings in her ear. Knowing he would soon be gone for 2 years, he made sure to lay the groundwork. My dear, when I'm gone, remember to think of me often. But keep up with your training. Your magic is powerful. Don't let it go to waste. Emma buried her head in Song Chao's chest, nodding. Silently, Song Chao didn't mind and continued, You know I'm a flirt. So I intend to win over both Jean and Ororo. But you, there's no way I'd give you up at last. Wanda lifted her head to look at him, wanting to speak but hesitating. Song Chao kissed her again. Don't worry, darling. I'll handle things with Eric. Eugene and Ororo should get along. Promise me that. You're all my treasures, and I won't let go. None of you can escape. This lifetime, you all belong to me. At his words, Wanda rolled her eyes at him, then sighed. Sigh. I really don't know why I fell. For you, you're such a flirt. It drives me crazy. Song Chao chuckled with self-satisfaction. Why worry? Whatever it is, your man will handle it for you. Your man is strong, and he'll only get stronger. No one will dare gossip or criticize in the future. Do you want me to fly you back to school? Feel what it's like to soar through the sky? Sure, I've never flown before. Wanda's expression flickered with excitement. Her worries momentarily forgotten. Children are easily distracted, after all. Seeing her like this, Song Chao felt secretly pleased with himself. Wow, we're so high up. The city looks amazing from here, all sparkling and colorful. He flew through the sky with Wanda in his arms, listening to her shout with delight. She really was just a kid, so young that Song Chao sometimes wondered why he was even going back to school. After all, a man raised in the land of flowers couldn't behave like some foreigner. He still had to consider appearances. In a couple of years, things would be different when they returned. He sent a message to Death Girl, letting her know he was on his way back. Poor Yuriko had been reduced to a mere tool since she started following Song Chao around. He couldn't help but laugh at the thought as they reached the outskirts of the city and the bright lights faded into darkness. Song Chao's mischievous side got the better of him. Hanging in the air, unable to resist, he pressed a kiss to Wanda's lips. She struggled at first, but soon they were drifting through the sky toward the academy, caught up in each other. By the time they landed in the school grounds, half an hour had passed. Wanda's lips were slightly swollen, and Song Chao couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. Smack? And you're still laughing? Wanda hit him playfully. My lips don't even feel like my own anymore. They're all puffy, she grumbled. Song Chao took her blows in stride. Don't worry, just get some sleep, and you'll be fine tomorrow. Think of it as my seal. Now you're officially mine. Understand? He grinned mischievously. Wanda continued to chase after him, and after a bit of playful scuffling, Song Chao wrapped her in his arms. Go get some rest. Remember what I told you. Wait for me, my dear. Hearing this, Wanda's face fell. She didn't want to part with Song Chao, and the two lingered together until Jean arrived. Only then did Wanda cover her lips, cheeks flushed. I'll wait for you. You jerk, she called over her shoulder before dashing off, her face burning red. Song Chao just laughed and turned to put his arm around. Jean, my dear, let's go. Your husband needs you to keep him company tonight. Jean rolled her eyes at him but obediently followed him back to the bedroom. Looks like you'll soon have to call Magneto your father-in-law. You really have no scruples going after someone so young. Humph. Song Chao feigned ignorance and just chuckled. Jean gave him a resigned tap on his thick-skinned shoulder. I always knew you were up to no good with that girl. I suppose it was only a matter of time before you got your way. At least you know to come home at night instead of staying out by. This point, they'd entered the bedroom. Ororo was lying on the bed in her pajamas, reading a book. Hearing Jean's words, she chimed in, everyone knows how much a flirt he is. If he sets his sights on a woman, he'll chase her to the ends of the earth. It was only a matter of time before he got what he wanted. We all saw it coming. All right, ladies, from now on, it'll just be the three of you. My heart isn't that big, you know. If I ever do have anyone else, it'll only be for the sake of the flesh. Nothing more than a fleeting affair. So please stop teasing me about it. Let's not waste any more time. Come here, my darlings, Song said shamelessly. It wasn't until dawn was breaking and the first light crept into the sky that the bedroom finally quieted down. Time slipped by. When Song Chao opened his eyes, he gazed at Jean and Ororo, sleeping beside him. He leaned in gently, giving each of them a soft kiss. He quietly slipped out of bed, took out 2 gift boxes, and placed one by each of their pillows after watching them sleep. For a moment, he quietly turned to leave. He headed to Wanda's room. Seeing Wanda sprawled out in a rather ungraceful, sleeping pose, Song Chao couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, she was still just a child. He sighed softly, then bent down to kiss the corner of Wanda's mouth. When she unconsciously responded with a sleepy kiss, he couldn't resist giving her another peck. He straightened, set another gift box beside her pillow, and carefully studied her face for a moment before tiptoeing out and gently closing the door behind him. Looking at the sky, already tinged with pale light, he knew morning was not far off. Song took a long look at the school grounds, turning in place, quietly taking it all in. He drew a deep breath. It was almost time to leave. With a swift motion, he shot up into the sky, vanishing into the brightening horizon. At that moment, Charles slowly opened his eyes and gazed toward the heavens, lost in thought. Wanda smacked her lips in her sleep, still sprawled out in that unflattering position. Meanwhile, as soon as Song Chao stepped out the door, both Qin and Ororo opened their eyes at the same time. Seeing the other awake, they stared at one another in surprise, then fell into a thoughtful silence. "Let's see what gifts he left us," Qin suggested, breaking the quiet, knowing Ororo was just as reluctant to part as she was. Ororo replied, opening her gift box to find a sapphire necklace inside. "It's beautiful. I suppose that rascal has some heart after all." She glanced at the box by Qin's pillow. "Go on, open yours." Qin gave a helpless smile and opened her own box for Ororo to see. "Wow, a ruby necklace. That guy." She picked it up and slipped it around her neck. "How does it look?" Ororo rolled her eyes but picked up the sapphire necklace, putting it on as well. "How about mine?" she asked. The two women met each other's gaze and burst into laughter. Their laughter gradually faded. Suddenly, Qin spoke. "Dawn's almost here. I won't go back to sleep. I'll get up and prepare my lessons. What about you?" Ororo nodded. "He's gone. How could I possibly sleep now? I'll get up too." By the time they'd washed up and stepped outside, the sun was already rising, painting the world in shades of crimson. Drawn by the beauty of the scene, Qin and Ororo wandered outside, heading for the open field. They looked up at the sky. "I can see him," Ororo said suddenly. "Right now, he's on a straight line between me and the sun." Qin froze, startled by her words. "Yes, he's right there, within our line of sight," as we look toward the sun. She put her arm around Ororo's shoulders. "He'll be back very soon." Ororo nodded. Wrapping her arm around Qin in return, the two of them stood quietly, gazing at the brightening horizon as the light drew closer. Their expressions were difficult to read. It wasn't until the sound of children waking, laughing, and playing echoed across the campus that the two finally came back to themselves. They turned to head back in and prepare for their lessons, only to find Charles standing silently inside the doorway, watching them. "Charles, when did you get here?" "My dears, I've been here for some time," he replied gently. "I didn't want to disturb you. Song has only gone to train. There's no need to worry. His abilities are formidable, and he'll only grow stronger." "Qin, you've fully mastered the Phoenix Force inside you, haven't you? I sense that the psychic restraints I once set have vanished." Qin nodded. "Yes, Professor. Song helped me resolve it. The Phoenix and I are now one, Charles. You don't have to worry anymore." Charles smiled, relief softening his features. "Indeed, what I couldn't solve, Song managed to overcome. That speaks to his strength now. So you don't need to worry about him, my children." Ororo Song is under a lot of pressure, as you both know. For reasons we can't name, he sensed that he'll need to be even stronger in the future to face enemies we don't yet know, but he can already foresee. That's why we all need to grow, to strengthen our powers as mutants. Ororo nodded, then stepped forward and gently turned Charles around ahead. "Back inside. Charles, don't worry about us. We're fine, really. We understand him. Song may be young, but he certainly knows what he's doing. He's got both Qin and me wrapped around his finger. Honestly," she teased with a playful grin, drawing a round of laughter from the group. The three of them kept up the cheerful mood, refusing to let their worries spoil the moment. That was such a good sleep. Wanda stretched, waking with a satisfied sigh. She wasn't expecting to see a gift box appear before her. "What's this?" she wondered aloud. Opening it, she gasped in delight. Wow. Inside was a necklace adorned with a purple gemstone. Wanda thought for a moment. It must have been a gift from Song. She beamed with secret happiness, unable to contain her joy, and quickly put it on. Standing before the mirror, she admired her reflection. Noticing how perfectly the purple gem nestled between her collarbones, Wanda's cheeks grew red, her expression shifting as some thought crossed her mind. After a long pause, she muttered, "That rascal." Glancing at the time, she realized she was almost late for class and hurried to wash up. At lunchtime, Wanda sat alone at the dining table, eating with her head down, too embarrassed to look up. Across from her, Pietro glared, face full of displeasure. Around them, Students whispered quietly, and glances kept darting in Wanda's direction. Wanda knew the reason. Ever since she'd worn the purple gemstone necklace to class that morning, she'd noticed her teacher, Jean Grey, with a red gemstone necklace, and later spotted a blue gemstone necklace resting against Ororo's chest. Her expression grew inexplicably complicated, and then she remembered that Song Chao was no longer at school. She realized these 3 necklaces had been left as mementos for the 3 of them. The thought of Song Chao visiting her early in the morning while she slept and leaving behind the necklace made her excitement fade. During class, she found herself distracted, sometimes clenching her teeth in frustration, other times blushing with embarrassment. Her mood changed as quickly as the shifting masks in a Sichuan opera. By lunchtime, everyone in the school had noticed the 3 matching necklaces they wore, identical except for the color of the gemstones. The news spread like wildfire. Students pointed and whispered, gossiping nonstop. Wanda could only play ostrich, hoping to escape notice, but her brother Pietro, who was 12 minutes older than her, wasn't about to let things slide. Pietro was furious. He had kept a close eye on that Casanova every day, but just one afternoon of distraction yesterday, and now his sister had been swept away. Seeing her wear a purple gemstone necklace today, and realizing Jean and Ororo had the same style in different colors, Pietro's anger exploded. "Tell me, where did you all go yesterday? Did that lecturer give you these necklaces?" "Huh. Miss Jean and Miss Ororo have them too. Are the 3 of you serving one man?" "Arg. I'm going to kill him." "Where is he?" Wanda's face darkened at his words. "You won't find him. He's already left the train. If you want revenge, you'll have to wait 2 years. Yes, I've fallen for him, Pietro. There's nothing you can do, Pietro was so upset he lost his appetite, crossing his arms in a sulk, considering how powerful Song Chao already was, and how eager he was to leave for even more training. Wanda realized there must be formidable enemies ahead. She thought for a moment, "Pietro, don't you know how strong Song is? You want revenge. In 2 years, he'll be even stronger. What are you going to do then? If you want to get even, you better hurry up and get stronger yourself." She deliberately goaded her brother. If Song Chao needed to seize every moment to grow stronger, then Wanda couldn't afford to lag behind either. She had to train hard, and she needed her brother to keep up too. Secretly, little Wanda plotted. She'd make her brother into a bodyguard for the man she liked. If Song Chao ever found out, he'd surely sigh and say, "It's true. Daughters always side with outsiders." Seeing his sister look down on him so obviously, Pietro couldn't stand it. "Fine. Let's see just how strong he is in 2 years. I'll double my training, and I swear he won't even be able to touch the hem of my shirt then." Pietro was confident in his own speed. "Is that so? Well, you'd better try hard. I'm afraid by then, you won't even be a match for one of Song's hands. He'll be able to flatten you with a flick. That would be embarrassing, my dear brother." Wanda continued to turn up the heat. "Just you wait and see." Pietro huffed, then dashed off to train, determined to fight for his sister's honor. No more wasting time. He was going to give it his all. Wanda watched as Pietro's figure vanished into the distance and smiled gently. "Everything is being prepared along the way, Song. I won't let you face this alone." Almost a month was left before Song Chao's imminent departure. Umbrella Corporation, president, our company's first product, a hemostatic spray, has created quite a stir in society. Media coverage has been relentless, and the general public is very satisfied. People from all walks of life appreciate being able to buy such a practical product at an affordable price. They see us as a conscientious company that truly considers the needs of the people. However, our offline distribution hasn't gone smoothly. Many large pharmacy chains have refused to stock our products, and a great number of hospitals have also declined. Our report suggests that major biotech conglomerates have joined forces to block our company. Inside the company's conference hall, department heads took turns delivering their reports. Emma sat at the head of the table, quietly listening to the sales director's update. When the report concluded, Emma thought for a moment before speaking. "You've done well. As for the setbacks, there's no need to worry. Right now, we're not counting on making a huge profit. Our priority is to build our reputation and make sure ordinary Americans know about our products and are satisfied with our company. Your main task is to expand our reach globally and establish worldwide brand recognition, always focusing on customer satisfaction. As for brick-and-mortar distribution, there's no rush. Take your time. Currently, we only have this one product, so there's no need to hurry. We're not short on time, and we're certainly not short on money. Do you understand?" does. Everyone else understand as well? Emma's gaze swept over the department heads, her tone steady and commanding. Everyone looked stunned, then nodded in agreement. None of them had expected that the company wasn't concerned about profits, but instead cared about reputation and the satisfaction of ordinary people. After reflecting for a moment, they all understood the company's intentions and knew how to relay this message to their teams. Emma nodded, pleased. These were all talented people. Once you hinted at your intentions, they caught on quickly. She trusted that they would know what to do. Very good. Also, step up efforts regarding the acquisition of downstream production facilities. Our supply chain must be fully integrated, and additional funds will be provided as needed. After seeing everyone nod in acknowledgement, she continued, you're all dismissed for the next 2 years. This will be the company's operating style. Logan and Frank, please stay behind. Once the others had left, Emma finally spoke again. Logan, Frank, you two are in charge of security. How are things going lately? Logan and Frank exchanged a glance before Frank answered first. President, I'm in charge of external security, following the boss's instructions. I have so far recruited a total of 147 security personnel, all of whom are either retired military or possess special skills. Each one was carefully screened, with their backgrounds rigorously vetted. I can't guarantee absolute loyalty, but I'm quite sure that the vast majority have passed the screening. According to the boss's instructions, we need to bring over all their families and settle them in the surrounding villas. This will help bind their loyalty further and reduce the chances of betrayal. The only problem is things are getting a bit crowded. The villas are nearly full, and there are still many families on their way. He finished speaking and looked at Emma with a troubled expression. Emma nodded. I understand. I'll contact someone to acquire the nearby properties as soon as possible and continue the expansion. However, we won't be building more villas. The villas were originally meant for the company's laboratory PhDs and senior executives, so from now on, we'll build low-rise residential complexes that won't exceed the height of the company's main building. The boss has said before, as long as money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem at all. Frank's eyes widened at her words, and he cursed inwardly at such extravagance. Is that even something a normal person would say? He thought, but he could only remain silent. Logan, on the other hand, chuckled, hey, this kid really is something else. As long as it can be solved with money, it's no big deal. That's true generosity and grand vision. He then turned to Emma and said, there's nothing much happening in my lab. All the PhDs are focused on their work these days. Our security is solid, and I even arrange for random patrols now. And then, there's nothing else to report. Oh, right, he added, those 2 agents in the Security and External Relations Department that Song specially warned us about before, Natalie and Sharon Carter, have been cozying up to our lab security staff quite a lot, trying to fish for information about the lab. Frank nodded in agreement. Our external security team has noticed it too. Unfortunately, those 2 women have no idea they've been on our company's blacklist and under surveillance for a while now. Emma nodded. Just keep them under close watch. Don't alert them or make any sudden moves. Everything else should continue as usual. The company is just getting started, and there will be no shortage of troublesome characters in the future, especially in the lab. Logan, you mustn't let your guard down. Half a year later, at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters on the outskirts of New York. Checkmate, Charles. You've lost. Eric looked at Charles with a cheerful smile as he spoke. Charles studied the chessboard for a moment, then nodded in defeat. Eric, my old friend, I never thought your chess skills would surpass mine. Eric laughed. Charles, I used to let you win. Back then, my mind was never at peace. I was always thinking about the future of mutants, so I lost to you. Now that I've found some inner calm, beating you is a breeze, he boasted without the slightest embarrassment. Charles just smiled and shook his head, not bothering to argue. Seeing you so relaxed makes me happy, my old friend. It also proves that our choices back then were not wrong. Song's plan is truly impressive. Eric nodded. Yes, in the past 6 months, his company has made quite a splash in society. Ordinary people around the world are very pleased. They feel the company truly has the interests of regular folks at heart. The prices are honest and affordable, Charles chimed in, and in these 6 months, they've even helped the New York police twice, rescuing hostages, mutants stepping in to save people. This is a remarkable change. The cooperation between police and mutants has really shifted public perception. Now, people don't take to the streets to protest at the drop of a hat like they used to. Everyone across the globe knows that Umbrella is run by mutants. yet their products are priced for the common people. The situation for mutants has improved dramatically. It's far more effective than all the decades of effort we put in. Honestly, I never dared imagine things could be like this, Charles continued. Eric nodded in agreement. I have to say, I'm satisfied, but the boy himself is nowhere to be found, and yet he's still bossing me around. Just recently, Umbrella's Emma asked me for money twice, and I had to empty out the Brotherhood's coffers to help. I even sold off a bunch of things and went diving for gold mines under the sea. He's really putting this old man through his paces. Charles laughed with a hint of mischief. That just goes to show Magneto is still useful, unlike me. I only have this school. Even if I were to try and sell the school to help him, he wouldn't allow it. But Eric, you're not old at all. You used to have a head full of white hair, but now I see it's turning black in many places. Eric lowered his voice. That's all thanks to Song's arrangements. Their company's labs have a lot of specialists, and right now, they're customizing treatments just for me. For now, it's all about restoring my bodily functions. Once I'm in better shape, they'll prepare a special serum that can return my body to its younger days, and it'll even rival the super soldier strength of Captain America, enhancing my physical power. As for the full extent, Umbrella's doctors haven't said exactly. Song insists on strict confidentiality. So far, only Emma and the doctor know. No one else. Looks like this kid has no intention of letting these old bones of mine get any rest. He finished with an exaggerated, cheerful expression. Charles couldn't stand his old friend's smugness. Song's arranged something for me as well. But my nerves have been troublesome for years. They're still researching, and since there's no absolute certainty, it's all under wraps for now. Eric huffed. I thought it was just me. If that boy wants to be my son-in-law, I'll have to give it some more thought. Charles burst out laughing. Even if you don't approve, there's nothing you can do. He's just popular with the girls, and your daughter won't be able to resist. If I had a daughter, I'd want a son-in-law like that too, so don't get too smug. Their laughter echoed across the campus, drawing curious glances from the children nearby. A convoy of vehicles cruised through Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, forcing pedestrians to step aside. Just one look, and it was clear they weren't to be trifled with. Inside one of the cars, Kingpin glanced at Emma and asked, Miss Emma, have you seen any area around here that pleases you? Emma pondered for a moment, recalling a layout she'd observed while touring Hell's Kitchen earlier that day. The 11th district of Hell's Kitchen is quite good. That street is closest to the business district, and it's not far from Stark Tower. If we build the company's future landmark there, it'll be good for the company's image. But if we put it too deep inside Hell's Kitchen, it might affect our reputation. You've got a point, Kingpin. Wilson Fisk mused, but since it's near the business district, land prices there will be much higher than in the rest of Hell's Kitchen. Also, that territory belongs to the Wolfpack. Plus, there are some private owners in that area. I figure acquiring that land won't be easy, Mr. Wilson. The Wolfpack is hardly a concern for the king of New York's underworld, is it? Emma shook her head. But we're partners. Umbrella will assist you. Once you've calculated the cost for the land, Umbrella will transfer the funds whenever you need. And if you need manpower, just contact our company's two security chiefs, Frank the Punisher and Logan the Wolverine. I believe you've heard of them. Of course, the famous Punisher and Wolverine, Kingpin replied in his deep voice, and Punisher's even been a thorn in my side before. If it hadn't been for Mr. Song, I would have taken care of him long ago. Understood? I'll make arrangements as soon as possible. If I need their help, I'll reach out. I'll make sure to get that land. This was a deal with powerful people, and Kingpin didn't even have to provide the money this time. Just a bit of manpower. Naturally, he would see it done. Besides, when a new building went up, it would surely be built by one of his own construction companies, letting him take a cut of the profits as well. It was an opportunity he was happy to oblige. Night fell over a shabby neighborhood in Chinatown, in the apartment that once belonged to Song Chow. Natasha unlocked the door and walked in with Sharon Carter. She strolled over to the sofa and collapsed onto it, sinking into the cushions with a deep sigh. Sharon glanced at Natasha, sprawled out like a lifeless fish, then made her way to the fridge and peered inside. Natasha, what are we having for dinner? There's nothing left in the house. Natasha didn't even bother to open her eyes. It's up to you. Dear Miss Sharon Carter, I'll defer to your arrangements. Sharon pursed her lips at that. You're just being lazy. I'll go to the market and pick up some groceries. As the sound of Sharon leaving echoed through the apartment, Natasha rolled over on the couch like a salted fish, continuing to lounge in her favorite slothful way. Unfortunately, someone wasn't about to let her laze around in peace. Suddenly the phone rang. Hello, who's this? A voice snapped back. Who's this? Who do you think it is? Miss Natasha Romanoff. Have you forgotten who you are? A furious roar erupted from the other end of the phone. Natasha rolled her eyes and pulled the phone away from her ear, only bringing it back when the noise subsided. "Good evening, Director," she said. "Miss Natasha Romanoff. Did you just hold the phone away and not listen to a word I said?" "No, Director. I've been listening the whole time." Natasha rolled her eyes again, scanning her surroundings, half suspecting that one-eyed snake had installed cameras in her home to keep tabs on her. That was exactly the sort of thing Nick Fury would do. Fury let out a long breath, his voice low and grave. "Natasha, it's been a year. You've been embedded in Umbrella Corporation for a full year now. Do you have any idea how pitifully few reports you've sent back? Do you realize every bit of intel you provided has been nothing but trivial scraps? That's not like the Black Widow's HILD's ace agent. Director, I'm doing my best. There are too many mutants at Umbrella. Their abilities are all over the map, and I can't afford to make any bold moves. And that White Queen Emma, she's no pushover. Umbrella is locked tight in her grip. As for the company's security, it's split into two completely separate divisions. The external security is run by Frank Castle, the Punisher. You know him well, Director. He used to be your colleague. His methods make it nearly impossible for me to get close inside. The lab security is entirely in the hands of the mutants. I haven't had a single real chance there. I've tried getting close, but so far, I've learned nothing useful. Recently, though, I did catch wind of a rumor. Can't say for sure if it's true." "What rumor?" Fury pressed, finally hearing something worth his attention. "Bruce Banner. Do you remember that name, Director? Bruce Banner." Fury paused for a few seconds, his enhanced mind sifting through his memories. Dr. Banner, military asset. The Hulk. After the Hulk escaped, he went underground to evade the military. Last I heard, he was hiding out in the slums of Brazil. I had agents watching him closely, but a year ago Banner vanished. My agents searched everywhere, but couldn't track down where he'd disappeared to. Are you saying you have information on him?" "Not confirmed," Natasha replied. "I've only overheard the name mentioned a couple of times at the company. I'm still digging, but it's slow going. My initial suspicion is that Dr. Bruce Banner might be in Umbrella's underground lab. So Banner's been captured by Umbrella, and they're studying him." Fury's voice dropped, thoughtful and cautious. Banner had always been a target of interest, someone he'd hoped might one day join the Avengers. "No, I don't think Dr. Banner was captured and used as a test subject. I believe he's actually working as a scientist at Umbrella." Natasha spoke up, her tone thoughtful. "Director, I've recently gone through Dr. Bruce Banner's file in detail. There's no doubt about his genius. He's not only extraordinarily talented, but also well-versed in 7 different fields. From what I know about Umbrella, most of their top scientists were headhunted from other organizations. So my initial suspicion is that Umbrella has its eye on Banner's abilities. If Song were here to hear this, he would surely remark that Natasha truly lives up to her reputation as SHLD's top agent. Her guesses are always uncannily close to the truth. I see, Natasha. I want you to pursue this with everything you've got. Find Dr. Banner as soon as possible. He's someone SHILD needs as well. The reason I had agents keep an eye on him before was precisely so we could recruit him one day." Nick Fury's voice was low and commanding. "Understood, Director. I'll do my best. The opposition is formidable. What about Song? Any news on him recently?" "Director, Song's currently being kept under lock and key by his girlfriend. I've tried reaching out twice. Once Jean answered, and the other time it was Ororo. Judging from their tone, they're keeping him on a short leash, worried he might be up to no good outside, so they're not letting him leave the campus. Right now, I can't get in touch with him. Director, do we have any intelligence on Xavier's school?" "Ahem. Well, no, not at the moment. With Professor X at the school, our agents can't get anywhere near it." Natasha could only sigh at that. "All right, let's leave it at that for now. I'm hanging up." The line went dead, the monotonous beeping filling the silence. Natasha was left speechless. Meanwhile, at Xavier's school, Jean, Ororo and Wanda were sitting together in the bedroom watching TV. After the incident with the necklace, both Jean and Ororo had come to accept Wanda. Besides, Wanda was so young, still just a child, and neither of them had the heart to blame her. They simply kept in mind planning to settle accounts with Song someday. Over the past year, the bond between the three had grown much stronger, and they were now close friends. "Wanda, your chaos magic is getting more and more impressive these days. You've already surpassed the other students at the school. Even I'm barely able to keep up with you now," Ororo remarked suddenly, her tone half in admiration, half in jest. "Ororo, next year I'm going to beat you for sure." Wanda laughed gleefully, shaking her fists in mock challenge, her face alight with excitement and pride. Ororo rolled her eyes. All right, you win. Looks like you'll be even more help to Song than I am in the future. I really envy your powers. They just keep getting stronger, and your progress is incredible. Hearing this, Jean sighed as well. It's true. If Song hadn't helped me merge the Phoenix Force within me, I wouldn't stand a chance against you in the days to come. Wanda giggled and said Song also told me that my abilities are very strong, and that I could help him in the future. He told me not to slack off, so I have to work even harder. I know I can help him. Jean and Ororo, hearing this, nodded quietly. They understood how genuine this child's feelings were, and they could sense the emotions in the young girl's heart. Curtain rises, Ex-Academy Principal's office. Eric, your hair has turned completely black and so many of the wrinkles on your face have disappeared. You've changed so much since I last saw you half a year ago, my old friend. I'm truly delighted to see you like this, Charles remarked, gazing at his longtime friend Magneto. Eric with heartfelt emotion. My friend, all of this is thanks to Song. In the year and a half since he left, the doctors at his company have never stopped adjusting various supplements for me. The serum is finally ready, but they said we need to wait for Song's return before deciding on the final procedure. Eric replied, excitement lighting up his features. Recovering his youth was, after all, something to be happy about. But Charles, judging by your complexion, you've recovered a great deal as well. Many of your wrinkles are gone too. It looks like the doctors from his company have been making plenty of special medicines for you as well, Eric observed. Charles nodded in agreement. Yes, my old friend, I'm adapting to regaining my youth just like you. Once Song comes back, everything will be in place. We're only waiting for the east wind to blow. He smiled. Recently, I've been making great progress with my Chinese studies. I've even picked up quite a few Eastern idioms and proverbs. Eric tapped his finger at Charles and laughed. No matter how much you study, you'll never be as close to Song as I am. I'm his future father-in-law, after all. Humph, that boy. Pietro has already told me about him, and Wanda. Humph, when he asked me to send my children to the school. I see now he had it all planned. He's a sly one, no doubt about it. Charles looked on half exasperated, half amused, knowing his friend was only boasting. All right, Eric, when I'm young again and able to stand, I'll find a woman, get married, and have a daughter. Then I'll marry her off to Song. How about that? He teased deliberately. Ha! By the time you get married and have a daughter, and she grows up, Song will have settled down long ago when it comes to a man's fickle heart. I know better than you, my friend Charles. So you can forget that idea, Eric retorted with a dismissive snort. Charles couldn't be bothered to argue further and changed the subject. I saw on the news recently that international gold prices are dropping. Is that your doing? Eric could see that Charles was trying to change the subject, so he responded nonchalantly, yes, Umbrella is building its own exclusive tower, aiming to become a landmark in Manhattan. The plan's been in place for half a year now. They bought the land and started construction. It should be finished by next year. Emma came to me for funds, saying Song sent her. Whenever they're short of money, they come to me. I suppose I'm just destined for hard work. First my daughter, now my money. For his sake, I crossed oceans and scoured gold mines, handing everything over to Emma. I suspect the sudden surge in gold supply I brought in even caused a dip in global gold prices. I heard Song once commented that my mutant ability is especially suited for underwater mining. That kid, he really knows how to keep me busy. Charles burst out laughing. Well, your powers are perfect for the job. After all, but I've noticed something recently. With the changes in my body, each time I go salvaging in the sea, my powers have grown much stronger than before. Oh, that's quite a pleasant surprise. Yes, all this information came from materials Emma gave me. Notes that Song wrote himself. He laid out his assessment of my abilities, and I followed his reasoning. It turns out he was spot on. I can do more than just control magnets. My true gift is manipulating the Earth's magnetic field. And in Song's notes, he makes an even bolder guess. If my powers kept evolving, I might one day control every magnetic field in the universe. It's such an audacious idea. It makes me feel old, decades with these abilities, and I never saw as far as a 20-year-old could. Eric, that's a good thing. Don't doubt yourself. The stronger we become, the more we can help Song in the future, so he doesn't have to bear all the pressure alone. You're right. That's why I've been working hard, following the path Song suggested. The progress has been remarkable. If I ever die, I hope it's on the road toward a better future for our kind. My old friend, don't say that. Song is very capable, and this journey of his is all for the future of our people. As his father-in-law, he'd never want you to sacrifice yourself. Didn't you notice he even prepared that serum to restore your youth? So let's not talk about such unlucky things. I'm only expressing my feelings, Charles. Anyway, I should get going. The final funding for the Umbrella building still needs me to make another trip. Otherwise, the company's cash flow will be at risk. My dear friend, thank you for all your hard work. It's nothing, Eric. I still want to thank you. You've done more than I ever could. Oh, come on. It's all for our people's future, Charles. I was only complaining for fun. If I really didn't want to, who could ever boss me around? Eric replied indifferently. Hearing this, Charles fell silent, though he and Magneto held different ideals. He understood his old friend all too well. He knew that, just like himself, Eric was striving for the future of their kind. For a moment, words failed him. Natasha, another half year has gone by, and in all that time, you've only reported on 3 missions, and none of them made any real progress. In the shadows of an old Chinatown building, Natasha Romanoff, better known as the Black Widow, once again found herself subjected to the thunderous roar of director Nick Fury's voice blasting through the phone, with an exasperated roll of her eyes. Natasha had no choice but to pick up the call. Director, I really have done everything I can. I'm starting to suspect that your old colleague Frank Castle, the Punisher, has taught the entire security staff every trick in the book about how to spot a spy. I've nearly been caught several times over the past 6 months. I've managed to make contact with a few people in other departments, but none of them have any information. According to them, they're not authorized to go anywhere near the lab. As for the security staff outside the department, I haven't been able to get close to any of them. Their families all live in the apartment complex next to the company, so they'd never dare think of betraying the company. And the internal lab security are all mutants. I don't even dare approach them. Some of their abilities are impossible to guard against. Director, I honestly don't know what else to try. To make matters worse, because of the company's latest product, Regeneration 1, the scrutiny has only gotten tighter. I can't make a move at all. Poor Natasha felt utterly dejected. To think that she, the top agent of SHIELD, would spend so long on a mission and still come up empty-handed. It was enough to drive her to despair, even making her doubt herself deeply. Unbeknownst to her, it wasn't that Umbrella's security was exceptionally professional, nor that her skills had dulled. She had already been exposed by a certain Mr. Song. Now, every security guard in the company knew exactly who the spy was. If Mr. Song were here, he'd be quietly chuckling to himself. Nick Fury noticed the change in his top agent's tone and realized how much this mission had worn her down. Nothing seemed to be going right. He knew the Black Widow's abilities better than anyone. His ace agent would never falter like this, unless the enemy was just that formidable. It was only fitting, he thought, that the new leader of the mutant race could push even Natasha to her limits. He knew he couldn't let Natasha spiral into self-doubt. The last thing he wanted was for his ace to burn out completely, so he softened his voice, offering comfort. Agent Natasha Romanoff, this isn't your fault. As director, I know you, and I know what mutants are capable of. Their powers are unique and unpredictable, so don't start doubting yourself. If you really don't want to keep going, I can arrange for you to come back. How about taking on a different assignment? Natasha's expression hardened at those words, and she refused firmly. No, director, I have to get through to Umbrella. I will finish this mission. There's no task the Black Widow can't complete. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury wore a sly grin as he replied, Okay, I believe in you, Agent Natasha Romanoff. Whether it's information on Dr. Banner or Subject 1-inch, those are things SHIELD needs. Do your best. If you need any additional support, you can always contact Agent Coulson. Understood, Director. Then get some rest, Agent. Goodbye, Director. Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen, 11th Street. At this moment, near the commercial district, the area was surrounded by layer upon layer of fencing. The main structure of the building had already risen dozens of stories high. Emma was there with Logan, both surveying the future company headquarters under construction. How do you feel about the progress, Miss Emma? Not bad, right? Kingpin stood nearby with Bullseye smiling as he asked. Emma nodded. I'm quite satisfied with the pace. At this rate, we'll probably be able to move in by next year, but if the boss were here, I'm sure he'd find it too slow. Kingpin forced a wry smile. I know Mr. Song is Chinese, and the whole world is in awe of China's current construction speed. We really can't compare. All right, Mr. Wilson, it's actually very good as is. I was only joking. How has your control over Hell's Kitchen been lately? After all, this is where the company will be based. Before, we hadn't decided on the location of the new headquarters, but now that it's set here in Hell's Kitchen, I don't want the area's old reputation affecting the company's public image. Wilson's eyes crinkled into a cheerful smile. Thanks to Umbrella's support, the past 6 months have seen a series of cleanups in Hell's Kitchen. The gangs here used to respect me, but each did as they pleased. Now all the darkness is under my control. Anyone who wouldn't submit has already gone to hell. And with the help of Wolverine and Frank, we even managed to reach agreements with some of the world's most powerful syndicates like the Hand. From now on, all shady dealings will be kept out of sight. Publicly, Hell's Kitchen will leave its old era behind. Miss Emma, rest assured, I won't let anything here tarnish Umbrella's image. Emma nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Wilson, we don't care whether you're black or white, but the boss has said that in the future superheroes will keep popping up everywhere. So you'd better conduct yourself with caution. Who knows, there could be a vigilante superhero from the slums watching you for some dark corner. I don't want anything happening to you that could damage Umbrella's reputation. If that ends up angering the boss, I don't think you could bear the consequences, could you? Our Kingpin of the Underworld? Kingpin's expression grew serious, I understand. I'm well aware of how things work in this capitalist society. That's why I've already started cleaning up my act in New York. From now on, these shady deals will be moved to other cities in America, where other gangs can join in and everyone can profit. As for New York, everything will be pushed underground and hidden away. Let the other gangs fight over the scraps. If anything goes wrong, it won't come back to me, and certainly won't implicate Umbrella. Still, some things can't be shifted overnight. But I'll work as quickly as I can. It's good that you understand, Mr. Wilson. The boss has praised you for your ability to read the situation and make the right choices. That's why Umbrella is willing to lend you a helping hand when possible. Thank you, Mr. Song, for your trust. None of these gangsters are good people. Why did you ask me to help them before anyway? On the way back, sitting in the car, Logan shot Emma a disgruntled look. If Song Chao hadn't told him they had to listen to Emma when Song wasn't around, Logan would never have lifted a finger for these underworld scum. They were all bad news. Logan, you've lived for over 100 years. How can you still be so naive? Do you really think the world is just black or white? If that were true, then why are those government agencies and so-called philanthropists still secretly hunting down mutants? Emma shook her head as she spoke. So what if they're gangsters? Even if you had the power to wipe out Kingpin, do you really think the gangs in New York would just disappear? Do you have any idea how many gangs there are in America? Or how many people are involved? Logan shook his head. I don't know, I just feel like every scumbag taken out is one less to worry about. The number of gang members in America far exceeds the entire mutant population. Never mind the gangs around the world. Do you think you could eliminate them all? Our priority is to keep the company and our people safe. Our mutant race hasn't even had a chance to rise yet. Where will we find the energy to help others? Even the American government turns a blind eye, so why should you make trouble for yourself? Even if you did try to fix things, the first ones to come after you would be the government. There are too many officials at every level who are in bed with the gangs. Most of the profits from the criminal underworld go straight into the pockets of these government people. In America, everyone, from high-ranking officials to celebrities, all the way down to the common people, has been a customer of the drug trade. The business of ladies is incredibly common in America. In many states, drug transactions are legal, and the sex industry operates with government licenses. Guns are everywhere. This rot goes all the way to the bone from top to bottom, and you can't do anything about it. Believe it or not, even if all the gangs disappeared overnight, these industries wouldn't vanish. Who knows? Maybe those officials would even get personally involved themselves. These are all things the boss has told me before. He also said that if you run into some self-righteous do-gooder, just let them know there's a land in the East where drugs and guns are strictly forbidden, where even a young woman can walk the streets alone in the dead of night. But here in America, even an old lady wouldn't dare step outside at midnight. Logan, you need to grow up. Honestly, I have no idea how you managed to make it to over 100 years old. No wonder Song told me to keep an eye on you. Just stick to the lab, leave the rest alone. Emma regarded Logan with scorn and shook her head. Damn it, Logan growled, his face dark with anger. Even when the punk isn't around, he's still mocking me. Fine, I was just asking out of curiosity. Honestly, I don't care who lives or dies, as long as you know Emma shot him a glance. By the way, I heard someone's been spending a lot of time with Dr. Helen Zhao in the lab lately. Care to share what's going on, Logan? What? I have no idea. Really, I'll look into it, but I don't know anything. Logan's weathered face flushed as he shook his head, scrambling to explain. Oh, is that so? Emma grinned mischievously. The boss has been talking about investing in a Hollywood film company, says it'll make it easier to introduce a certain someone to some beautiful actresses. Maybe I should discuss this with Dr. Zhao next time. Damn it, that's all that brat's fault, not mine. Don't go dragging me into this, Logan protested, completely exasperated now that he'd been exposed. And keep your mouth shut about this in the lab. Emma shook her head, deciding not to tease Wolverine any further. She turned to look out the car window. Signs for umbrella lined a roadside, reminding her of the new Regeneration 1 product launched just 2 months ago. Logan lab security checks need to be even stricter. Dr. Connor's limb regeneration breakthrough is a sensation right now. There are hundreds of millions of people worldwide with missing limbs. The poor used to have no hope, while the wealthy could only get a prosthetic. But now, our Regeneration 1 grows limbs back perfectly. The social impact is huge. Umbrella's name is spreading around the globe. I'm afraid more and more people will try to get their hands on it. Should I step in personally? I get it. Since Dr. Connor's Regeneration 1 went to market 2 months ago, our lab security department has caught over 20 groups of spies. We've lost researchers from both the first and second floors to headhunting, and there have even been attempts to smuggle out confidential information to sell. Fortunately, the doctors have all declined those invitations for now. Among us mutants, there's someone who can hear the thoughts of ordinary people, and at present, her power is under control. So there's no need for you to get involved personally just yet. While your abilities could also be used to control people, doing it one by one would be far too troublesome. Logan shook his head and refused. But I've heard the military has their eye on Regeneration 1 and wants to cooperate with our company, Logan added. Emma nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I know what you're thinking, Logan. You don't trust the military. They've been secretly researching mutants for a long time. Still, I intend to work with them, if only to topple a few of the biotech industry's giants. These things are unavoidable. This was all within Song's expectations. We need to leverage the military's influence to achieve our goals. The reach of mutants in the world must be expanded, but it has to happen gradually. Logan sighed, giving a half shrug. All right, I'm just complaining anyway. I know you've got a plan, and it's definitely more thorough than anything I could come up with. He paused, softening his voice. That kid Song. He's been gone 1.5 years. He should be back soon, right? Yes, it's been more than 1 year. He'll be back soon, Emma replied, gazing thoughtfully out the window and murmuring, our journey is about to begin. On the lawn of Xavier's school, Wanda lay on the very spot where Song Chow most liked to rest. She absent-mindedly fingered the amethyst pendant at her chest, staring into the sun. Lost in thought, the warmth of its rays felt almost as if someone was watching over her. A disgruntled sound came from beside her. Pietro Maximoff, ever the overprotective brother, slammed his fist into the grass, leaving a small crater in the earth. Just wait till that bastard comes back. I'll show him what's what. Jolted from her reverie, Wanda rolled her eyes. Pietro, are you looking for trouble? You've just ruined the lawn. Charles will definitely have words with you, she said, her tone dripping with disdain. She shot her brother a scornful look. You can't even beat me now. And you want to teach Song a lesson? My dear brother, you must be dreaming in broad daylight. Pietro was fuming, practically steaming from the ears. Wanda, are you even my sister anymore? I happen to be quite strong now, you know. Wanda sat up, a playful challenge in her eyes. Is that so? Then why don't we spar and see? For ourselves? Humph. I only go easy on you because you're my sister, Pietro retorted, but seeing Wanda's eyebrow arch in challenge, he hurriedly changed the subject. Eric just arrived. Aren't you going to see him? His hair's turned black again, and he looks decades younger, barely a wrinkle left. Wanda stood and brushed herself off, shaking her head. No need. There's nothing special to see. It's just the company's doctors helping him. Thanks to Song. I'll go find Jean and Ororo instead. Pietro raised a hand as if to say something, then thought better of it and fell silent. Wanda still doesn't really like Eric as a father. Well, childhood experiences aren't so easily changed. To be honest, even as her brother, Pietro himself isn't exactly fond of Eric either. He really needs to train harder. He can't even beat his own sister. What if that scoundrel who tricked his sister comes back? Would Quicksilver Pietro just end up getting thrashed? No way, he has to double his efforts. With a determined look, Pietro clenched his fist and gave himself a silent pep talk. Wanda wandered over to the office but found it empty, so she turned and headed toward Jean's bedroom. With a soft knock, she pushed the door open. What are you two doing? She asked, seeing Jean and Ororo lounging on the bed watching TV. Wanda, come on in and sit with us. We're watching the news, Jean said, patting the bed as she saw Wanda. Wanda closed the door and glanced around the room, eventually spotting the bag of chips she'd left behind last time. She grabbed it, slipped off her shoes, and jumped onto the bed, settling herself between Jean and Ororo. Both women ruffled her hair affectionately. On the TV, a poised anchorwoman held a microphone and approached someone waiting in line. This is ABC, April 23rd, 2008, bringing you the news. Hello, may I ask you a few questions? Are you here for a Rebirth 1 appointment? Yes, look at my hand. I lost 2 fingers from work injuries. What do you think about Umbrella, this company run by mutants? There's been a lot of talk lately suggesting their intentions aren't good. That's rubbish. It's all garbage. The rich have never cared if people like us live or die. They have the best healthcare money can buy, but us, with injuries like this, we never had a way to get treated. Now Umbrella's offering this product at a fair price. Finally, people like us can afford real healing. Those politicians, those big corporations, they're upset because Umbrella's cutting into their profits. I'm grateful to Umbrella. I think mutants are our own people. If anyone badmouths them, I'll be the first to protest. Listening to the news, Wanda shook her head. People really are fickle. Jean smiled, gently brushing a chip crumb from the corner of Wanda's mouth. That's the way of the world. That's why Song started the company, to change people's perception of mutants starting at the very bottom. Wanda fell silent at Jean's words. Song's been gone for more than 2 years now. Who knows when he'll come back? Come on, let's not dwell on it. He'll be back soon, Ororo quickly interjected, sensing the mood darken. She grabbed the remote and changed the channel. CNN Entertainment brings you the latest update. Last night, April 22nd, the new superhero who's been making waves this past year, the Dark Knight, clashed once again with Johnny Storm, better known as the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. This was already the 6th time that the new superhero, the Dark Knight, clad head to toe in steel armor and a mask, had clashed with the Fantastic Four. Although they were all superheroes and often helped the citizens of New York, that they didn't get along with each other at all. So far, we haven't been able to find out the reason for their conflict. If any viewers know, please contact us. CNN is willing to pay handsomely for this information. At that moment, Wanda's attention snapped back to the news. Wow, I could claim that reward. I know the answer. Hearing this, Jean and Ororo both turned to look at her. What did you say? Wanda giggled. Slyly, I know who the Dark Knight is. He must be Victor Von Doom, the president of Doom Enterprises. Before Song left, she took me to his company and introduced me to him. She mentioned his body had mutated. Think about it. He's always covered in armor, never shows his face. And Song told me that the Fantastic Four's mutations were caused by a cosmic storm. Victor Von Doom sponsored them and even rented a spaceship to go into space with them for an experiment. The experiment failed Doom. Enterprises nearly went bankrupt, but Song helped Victor by investing in his company and buying a stake, helping him turn things around. So if anyone has a grudge against the Fantastic Four, it must be Victor Von Doom. The Dark Knight is always causing them trouble. I'm certain that the Dark Knight is Victor Von Doom. Oh, I see. That actually makes sense. What a clever child, Jean and Ororo said, smiling at Wanda's proud grin, deliberately praising her. After all, she was still just a kid. Wanda beamed and happily munched on her chips. At the Nelson and Murdoch Law Office in Hell's Kitchen. Hey, Matt. Frank Castle walked in, greeting Matt Murdoch, who wore his signature sunglasses. Frank? Matt asked, puzzled. He could sense that this was his old friend Frank, but he didn't understand why the Punisher had come see him. Ever since Frank joined Umbrella, the two hadn't met for 2 years, even though they both lived in Hell's Kitchen. Man, I know what you're thinking. I just came to check in on you. Besides work, you're the only friend I've got left out here. Frank said, shaking his head with a sigh. How's it going at Umbrella? Matt asked after a brief pause. Not bad at all. I've never experienced anything like it, but feels good. Things get done smoothly. When the company was just starting out, plenty of people tried to make moves against us. I barely had time to check in on you. And honestly, I couldn't risk it. Too many eyes were on us back then. I didn't want to bring any trouble your way, Matt, Frank said as he sat down. So, what brings you here today? Matt asked. It's nothing too serious, the company is. Just starting to expand our operations. And lately, you've probably heard our name mentioned on TV quite a lot. Business is booming, which means trouble is starting to brew. The legal department desperately needs a lot of qualified professionals. When I heard about this, you immediately came to mind. My old friend Frank replied, his voice heavy as he looked at Matt. Matt paused for a moment, then lifted his head to face Frank. Though he couldn't see, he knew exactly where the other man was standing. Tell me, were you involved in the bloody crackdown in Hell's Kitchen? Matt, there are things I can't tell you, not unless you're part of the company. Besides, isn't Hell's Kitchen so much better now? Look at the crime rate. It's safer than most parts of New York, and it's all because our Umbrella Corporation set up shop here in what used to be one of the most notorious neighborhoods in America, a place once synonymous with crime. Filth, drugs, every ugly word you could imagine. I know. It's just that your methods were so brutal, so many people were killed. They were the cancer of society. Without them, This place can finally return to normal. Isn't this what you always dreamed of achieving? I don't need what you think, Matt. I care about what I think. Back then, what could you do besides taking down a couple of street dealers at night? Just look at this place now. Frank stood up, realizing that if he stayed, the argument would only escalate. Their values had clashed too. Many times before. Here's my card. You can come see me at the company anytime. I really hope you'll join us, Matt. I'll leave you to think it over, my friend. Matt clutched the business card in his hand, lost in silent contemplation. Afghanistan, Washington Tri-Wing Building. Coulson, how's the military search going? Any updates? Nick Fury, the one-eyed director, asked as he looked at his trusted agent, Phil Coulson, director. The military hasn't found any trace of Tony Stark for 5 whole days, Coulson replied, shaking his head. Damn it all. A bunch of idiots. How could they let terrorists snatch him right out in the open? Fury erupted in anger. Miss Peggy Carter has already called several times urging us for news. Did your trip to Afghanistan turn up anything? Director, I went to the Middle East and coordinated with all our SHIELD field offices there. Our best estimate is that the Ten Rings organization is behind Tony's kidnapping, Coulson answered. The Ten Rings? Have it. They always operated in the Middle East? Why would they go after Tony? Nick Fury quickly searched his memory for everything he knew about the group. At present, there is no concrete evidence, so we can't make any specific assumptions. However, based on what was left at the scene, it appears that the guns and missiles used in the abduction were all manufactured by Stark Industries. But the Stark Group has not sold any weapons in the Middle East recently, so we're still investigating the source of those weapons. Coulson continued his report. See if you can determine the motive behind the kidnapping, Fury said, nodding as he fell into deep thought, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. All right, Coulson, it's already been 5 days. We can't count on the military any longer, otherwise it'll be difficult to answer to Ms. Peggy Carter, Fury added. I want you to go to Xavier School and find Professor Charles Xavier. Extend an official invitation from SHIELD and ask for his help. We need his mind to search for Tony, Fury said, his tone low and commanding as he looked at Coulson. Coulson, I trust your diplomatic skills. You must persuade Charles to assist us. Yes, Director. I'll make sure to visit Professor Xavier with the utmost sincerity, Coulson replied with a nod. Umbrella Corporation President's Office, Raven. This must be your first time visiting the company. What a rare guest, Emma said, handing a glass of red wine to Mystique. Raven took a sip and replied, That's right, though I've heard plenty about Umbrella in the news these past 2 years. Public opinion about mutants is starting to shift, and you've done a remarkable job. Emma shook her head. I'm just following the boss's plan. I'm merely the executor, but you must have a reason for coming. Tell me. What's on your mind? We finally found news about the Vanko father and son after 2 years of searching, Raven said seriously. You asked us before to track down Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko for the past 2 years. I've led the Brotherhood in a wide-scale search across Siberia. At last, we found Ivan Vanko in a prison. He still has 2 years left on his sentence, and we're currently working on it. Through him, we also located Anton Vanko, who's been living under an assumed name, but he refuses to leave until his son is released. Emma nodded at the news. Very good. As long as we find them before the boss returns, that's all that matters. When Song comes back, I'll have an answer for him. He values this father and son highly. He even made a special point of reminding me, before he left. Oh, he regards them so highly. Raven was clearly surprised. Ivan Vanko landed in prison for arms and drug smuggling, and he's involved with the mob. As for his father, well, he's gravely ill and lives in a slum. Honestly, there doesn't seem to be anything special about this pair. Emma shook her head. That's not something I could possibly know. The boss has his own plans, and so far everything is unfolding exactly as he intended, regardless of Umbrella's situation or the mutants. So, whoever this father and son are, I'm convinced there's something special about them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted I track them down personally. There's even someone in the company's power department right now. Another person the boss specifically asked me to recruit. I've observed that shy, solitary guy for 2 whole years, and I still can't see what makes him unique. But that doesn't shake my conviction. Raven nodded in agreement. Exactly, he always knows things others don't, and he's able to spot talent that everyone else misses. Well, we'll find out when he comes back. Let's leave it at that. I actually came here just to let you know in person, since you value this talent so much, and Umbrella is in the spotlight these days. I was worried about someone eavesdropping, so I didn't dare mention it over the phone. I'll be going now. What? You're leaving? Already? Don't you want to look around the company? No, there's nothing much to see. I'm going to check in on Charles. All right, let me walk you out. Ex-Academy Principal's office, Raven. I'm so glad you came to see me. Charles looked at Raven, his expression complicated. Raven shook her head at his words. Charles, times have changed. From now on, I'll come to the school whenever I feel like it. Don't tell me I'm not welcome. He laughed heartily. Of course, you're always welcome here, anytime. Yes, times really have changed. Back in the day, Eric and I always clashed over our ideals. Whenever we met, it was as enemies. Now things are finally better. SBC News, June 17, 2008, bringing you the latest updates. The nation's #1 genius playboy and heir to Stark Industries, Tony Stark, has now been missing for 5 whole days after being kidnapped by terrorists. The military has yet to locate him. In Stark Industries, stock has already plummeted by 13%. As Raven listened to the news, she turned to Charles, do you think we should short Stark Industries stock and make some pocket money? Raven, are you short on cash? I have plenty here. Charles gave her a surprised look. She laughed. Not really. I was just joking. I've been busy in Siberia lately, and when I got back, I heard from the Brotherhood members that all their funds have been diverted to Umbrella these last 2 years. Raven's laughter softened, knowing Charles still cared about her. He was still the same boy who used to share his food with her in the kitchen all those years ago. America has done so much more for mutants than I ever have. Charles sighed with genuine admiration. Suddenly, there was a sense that 2 official vehicles had arrived outside. Raven, they're government people outside. Could you help me go and receive them? Raven nodded. Government people? I wonder what this is about. Well, all right, I'll go greet them for you. She stood up and headed toward the door. Just as she opened it, she saw Jean approaching. Hey, Jean. Hey, Raven. Long time no see. You're here to visit Charles? Jean looked at Raven inside the office, her voice full of surprise. It's been 2 years since I last saw you. And you've got some nerve asking. I've only been away because of your man's request for the past 2 years. I've been leading the Brotherhood, stuck in that godforsaken, freezing Siberia. Raven complained. You've worked so hard. Raven. Jean stepped forward and hugged Raven apologetically. Were you helping him look for talent? That's right, the Vanko father and son. We spent 2 whole years tracking them down. But we still haven't managed to bring them back. We'll have to wait for your man to come up with a solution. Raven joked. Hey, Raven, Song thinks quite highly of you too, Jean teased with a sly smile. Oh, is that so? Looks like I'll have to compete with you for him. Watch out. I'm not worried at all. Don't you know how much of a flirt that man is? Charles watched helplessly as the 2 chatted by the door, unable to help but interrupt. Raven, let's catch up later, for now. Let's go welcome our guests. Jean, if you're free, you can join us. You 2 can chat all you want after. All right, I almost forgot. There are official visitors at the door. Charles, I'll go now. Raven, reminded of the main task, started to leave. Jean blocked the door. Wait, Charles. Refusing to move, Jean stood in the doorway. Charles was surprised. Jean, what is it? Raven looked at Jean too. Jean noticed some students sneaking peeks their way. She pushed Raven back inside and closed the door behind her. Charles, it's because I sense government people coming that I came to see you. Jean fixed her gaze on Charles. You've read the news these past few days, haven't you? Tony Stark, the Stark Industries heir, America's genius, celebrity, philanthropist, and super rich, was kidnapped by terrorists in Afghanistan and has gone missing. Seeing Charles nod, Jean continued. Charles, do you remember what Song once said? Yes, Song did say something like that. The government's here today? Charles murmured, trying to piece together the connection. An opportunity will arise in 2 years. Is that what you mean, Jean? Yes, Charles, it was only after sensing the government's arrival that I made the connection. Jean nodded. Maybe I'm wrong, but I still felt I had to come to you. I want you to refuse anyone from the government, no matter what they're here for. Charles, Song has been gone for over 2 years now. He could come back at any time. Let's wait for his return before making any decisions. All right? Charles considered her words for a moment, then nodded. Very well, perhaps you're right. Right or wrong, for now, I must stand firmly behind Song. I know what I need to do, Jean. Would you please go and welcome our guests? Of course, seeing Charles agree, Jean nodded and went out to greet the visitors. A moment later, a group of people entered the room. Professor Charles, hello. I'm Agent Phil Coulson from SHLD. Coulson greeted Charles politely as he came in. And hello to you, Miss Raven. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Mr. Coulson. Welcome to Xavier's school, Raven replied, pushing Charles's wheelchair over to Coulson and offering a warm greeting. Professor, our director, Nick Fury, asked me to convey his regards. You're too kind, Professor. I'm here today on behalf of SHILD to ask for your assistance. Oh, what could possibly be troubling SHILD? Tony Stark from Stark Industries has been kidnapped by terrorists in Afghanistan. Neither the military nor SHIELD has been able to locate him because Tony's father had deep connections with We have no choice but to ask for your help, Professor, Coulson explained sincerely, his tone grave. Before Charles could reply, Jean spoke up. Mr. Coulson, the professor would be very willing to help you find Mr. Tony Stark, but unfortunately it's not a good time. The professor's health hasn't been well lately, and he can't use the cerebro amplifier. Coulson looked surprised and studied Charles. Really? Professor, you look much younger than before. Almost 20 years younger, in fact. Charles did look far younger than the last time Coulson had seen him, and Coulson's instincts kicked in ass. He took in every detail. Yes, it's due to some medication. Charles's body has been affected, and his rejuvenation is one of the symptoms. He definitely can't handle cerebro right now. I'm truly sorry we can't help you, Jean said sincerely. I see. Coulson looked at the situation, and with Charles nodding in confirmation, he could only stand up. Well, that's unfortunate timing. I won't trouble you any further, Professor. We'll be on our way. Charles nodded. Jean, would you please see our guests? Out. After the guests had left, Raven watched Charles closely, sizing him up. What's the matter, Raven? Charles asked, gazing at Mystique, puzzled by her searching look. Charles, you really look so much younger, and your demeanor today is different from before, Raven said, eyeing Charles with a peculiar expression. Oh, Raven, it seemed you'd just come back and haven't seen Eric yet. If you had, you wouldn't be so curious about my appearance, Charles replied, shaking his head. Umbrella has been helping Eric and me improve our physical health these past 2 years, preparing us for future serum injections. When that time comes, we'll undergo even greater changes, becoming younger and stronger. As for turning down their request this time, I'm still unsure if it was the right call. Let's wait for Song to return and then decide. Oh, Eric looks younger too. I'll go check for myself. I'm leaving now, Charles. No need to see me off. With that, Raven stood up and vanished, leaving swiftly. Charles could only shake his head helplessly as she left. Washington, Triskelion Building Director. Fury's office. A sharp knock sounded at the door. Come in, Nick Fury called. Coulson pushed the door open, his expression grim as he entered. Director, the mission failed. Professor Charles refused our request. I see. What happened, Coulson? Fury's brow furrowed at the news. The professor claimed he was unwell and couldn't use the cerebro amplifier. Coulson replied in a steady, low voice. I also noticed that most of the wrinkles on Professor Charles's face have disappeared. He looks younger by 10 or 20 years. He might have taken some kind of serum. Whether this conflicts with his telepathic abilities is still unclear. So, it's hard to judge his real reason for declining. For a moment, the only sound in the office was the soft tapping of fingers on the desk. After a pause, Fury spoke. Coulson, do you think it's possible that this man Chow Song is the one behind Professor Charles's refusal? Coulson thought carefully before answering. Director, it's certainly possible. Could it be that he wants us to hire his security company's services? Fury pondered this, then picked up the secure phone and dialed. Natasha, I need information on this Chow Song fellow. What? You don't know? He hasn't shown up at the company at all these past 2 years. Every time you try to reach him, a female teacher from the school answered. All right, got it. Give me the front desk number of the security services company. Yes, Tony Stark is missing, and now Professor X has refused to help. I want to try placing a security order, see what happens. All right, that's all for now. Fury handed the note with the phone number to Coulson. Coulson, go contact Tony's assistant, Pepper. Tell her to get in touch with Umbrella. Yes, Director. Coulson accepted the note. With a nod, Stark Industries' assistant to the CEO's office. Pepper Potts looked up wearily as Coulson entered. Hello, sir. What can I do for you? Hello, Miss Pepper Potts. I'm Agent Phil Coulson. Coulson introduced himself. Our SHLD agency has had a long-standing friendship with Tony's father, Howard Starr, so we're here to help you this time. Oh, thank you. Do you have any news about Tony? Pepper stepped forward, her face lighting up with excitement as she asked. Coulson shook his head. Not yet, ma'am, but please don't worry. We're mobilizing all our resources to search for him. Here, this is a security hotline for Umbrella. You could try placing an order through them. He handed her a slip of paper, speaking in a reassuring tone. Pepper took the note. Umbrella, yes, I know them. I've visited their company before. All right, I'll give them a call. Hello. I'd like to place an order for the rescue of Mr. Tony Stark. How much would it cost? Okay, I understand. I'll wait for your call. Pepper hung up the phone. She looked up at Coulson and shook her head. The receptionist said, they'll need to contact Mr. Song to make a decision. I'll have to wait for their notice. Coulson nodded. Miss Potts will coordinate our efforts. Our agency is doing everything we can to locate him, so please don't worry. I'll take my leave now. If there's any update, contact me immediately. Here's my card. I'm available 24 hours a day. Night fell over Xavier School for gifted youngsters. Inside a bedroom, Jean, Ororo, and Wanda lay on the bed, watching TV. Lately, the three had grown. Very close, sometimes even sharing the same bed at night. That host was such a fool. Just now, Wanda burst out laughing, poking fun at what had just unfolded on the show. She picked up the remote and changed the channel. According to a Wall Street report, Tony Stark has been missing for 15 days now. As a result, Stark Industries stock has plummeted for 15 straight days, down 26% overall. That playboy isn't already dead, is he? Wanda remarked upon hearing the news. Jean shook her head. Who knows? Wanda, anyway, it's already 11 o'clock. Time for bed. Or you'll never get up tomorrow morning. Come on, go to sleep. All right, but I'm staying here tonight. I don't feel like moving, Wanda replied lazily, sprawling across the bed. Ororo scooted closer to Wanda, wrapping an arm around her and teasingly brushing her hand over Wanda's chest. Wow. I'm sleeping here too. Look at you, so young, yet already bigger than me, she joked with a mischievous grin. Watching the two fool around, Jean could only shake her head. In resignation, she turned off the TV and the lights, and once again, the three of them drifted off to sleep together. Moonlight streamed quietly over the campus, and several peaceful hours slipped by. Suddenly, a figure dropped from the sky. I'm back, Song Chao announced, stepping out of the shadows. Just as it was about to crash to the ground, it suddenly defied the laws of physics, pausing abruptly just 20 centimeters above the floor, then drifting down gently without so much as a tremor. He hastily shot off in the direction of Jean's bedroom. After all, he was stark naked, which was hardly a dignified. "Sight, child, you've returned," Charles's voice echoed in Song Chao's mind. Knowing the professor was always watching over the school, Song Chao wasn't surprised. "Professor, let's talk tomorrow." With that, he cut off the telepathic connection. He gently pushed open Jean's door, spreading his telekinetic senses throughout the room to guard against Charles's prying. Though he knew the professor wouldn't actually do such a thing, Song Chao couldn't help but stick to old habits. "Ladies, your husband has returned," he announced with a dramatic flourish before leaping onto the bed. A chorus of startled cries erupted from the three women awakened from their sleep. "You're back," Jean asked in delight. Idiot Ororo greeted him grumpily. "Pervert, why are you naked?" Wanda's voice sounded shy and a little accusatory. All Song Chao could do was burrow tightly into covers. "Hey Wanda, what are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here, you jerk? You come back and immediately go looking for Jean." Wanda pouted in displeasure. "Hey, it's not like I have any clothes. You know I've been training on the sun, and nothing can withstand that kind of heat. I had no choice but to come to Jean's room naked. I didn't know you'd be here too," Song Chao protested, feeling wronged. Wanda huffed, but then softened. "All right, come here, let me take a look at you." Song Chao reached out and pulled Wanda in his arms. "Whoa." Wanda protested, laughing out. "Hey, why are all you pinching me?" Song Chao cried out after receiving a triple attack, forced to beg for mercy. "Wanda, are you sleeping here or going back to your own room?" Song Chao tried to nudge Wanda to leave. Wanda paused, thinking it over, then glanced at Song Chao. Something seemed to cross her mind. "I'll sleep here tonight, Song Chao was helpless. 2 years without intimacy, and now this kid wouldn't cooperate, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Can you blame me? It's been 2 years. I am a man, after all. Surely you can understand." Left with no other choice, Song Chao gave each of the three women a gentle kiss on the lips, savoring the moment as best he could. With Wanda staying, there was no chance of anything more tonight. Eventually, the room quieted down, surrounded by the long-missed presence of his loved ones. A tranquil silence settled over them. Song Chao quietly admired the three sleeping faces beside him, watching over them until dawn crept across the sky. He no longer needed sleep, but old habits die hard. When he sensed the professor was awake, Song Chao slipped quietly from the bed. He made his way to the professor's office and waited in silence, taking in the familiar surroundings that hadn't changed a bit in the 2 years he'd been gone. After a while, the professor entered the room. Song Chao stood up and walked over. "Charles, I'm back. Is everything all right at home?" "Yes, everything's fine. And how are you, child?" Charles nodded happily. Song Chao smiled. "As long as things are good at home." "I'm good too. I feel stronger than ever now, Charles." "That's great. Come sit down, child. Let me tell you about what's happened these past 2 years." As the two of them talked, time slipped by quietly until Jean and Ororo came in through the door. "Wanda, why aren't you in class?" Song Chao looked at Wanda, who followed them in, and asked curiously, "Himph, you're terrible, heartless." Wanda pouted in protest at his words. Jean gave Song Chao a light smack. "Wanda's worked really hard these past 2 years. She's even stronger than Ororo now." Ororo nodded in agreement. "Yes, she's really pushed herself. She's already surpassed me." Come here, Song Chao knew what to do. Otherwise, the little firebrand in front of him was about to explode. He ignored Wanda's protest, used telekinesis to draw her over, and hugged her close. "Behave yourself." Seeing that Wanda was still squirming, Song Chao gave her a gentle smack on the rear. Finally, her face flushed red. She quieted down and lay still in his arms. "Charles, it seems Umbrella has been developing exactly according to my plans these past 2 years. Emma's done an excellent job. I knew I chose the right person back then. Raven has found information on the Vanko father and son. I'll return to the company and handle it myself." Song Chao thought over the situations Charles had described, then spoke. Jean, hearing this, suddenly remembered something and said, "Song, a few days ago someone from SHLD came to the school. They wanted Charles's help to track Tony Stark of Stark Industries." "Oh," Song Chao responded. "Tony Stark. Afghanistan, right?" Jean and Charles exchanged glances. "You really do know. That's right, Tony Stark was in Afghanistan 16 days ago. He was there with a team, along with military observers, testing the latest Jericho missile model in a remote area. Unexpectedly, they were attacked by terrorists. He's been held captive for 16 days, and the news hasn't confirmed if he's alive. Oh, by the way, a few days ago, Miss Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's assistant, called Umbrella. She wanted to place an order for Tony Stark's rescue. I took the call and told her to wait for our reply." Song Chao nodded. "I understand, Jean," he said, leaning back on the sofa with Wanda in his arms, closing his eyes in thought. The others left him undisturbed, keeping quiet. After a while, Song Chao opened his eyes. "Jean, where's my phone?" "Here. I had it ready for you a long time ago. You really are my perfect partner." As soon as he said that, 3 pairs of eyes rolled at him. He pretended not to notice and quickly dialed the phone. "Miss Natalie, contact Miss Pepper Potts and tell her to come to Umbrella at noon today for a face-to-face discussion about rescuing Tony Stark. Make sure to let her know that SHLD must be involved. If either side is missing, the price is too high for anyone to bear. That's all." After hanging up the phone, Song Chao turned to the professor and said, "Professor, I'll be heading to the company in a bit. I'll check on a lab and see how the research you and Eric have been working on is coming along." He then looked at Jean and Ororo, asking, "What about you two? Want to come with me to the company?" "We'll stay here. We still have classes. We'll wait for you to come back," Jean replied first, and Ororo nodded in agreement. Both women were considerate, understanding that Song Chao had just returned and had a lot to take care of, so they politely declined. Wanda, on the other hand, seemed tempted. But seeing Jean and Ororo both refuse, she held herself back and said nothing. Noticing Wanda's reaction, Song Chao smiled and said, "Wanda, why don't you come with me? I'm just making a quick round of the company and we'll be back soon. We'll probably only head out again tonight." Wanda immediately nodded, her excitement barely contained, which drew a round of laughter. Meanwhile, at the Umbrella Corporation's External Security Services Department, Natasha hung up Song Chao's call and headed to the restroom to make a secure phone call. "Director Song has responded. He's requesting that Miss Pepper Potts come to the company along with SHLD representatives." Yes, he emphasized that both parties must be present. Neither can afford the price alone. "Understood. I'll take care of it." After hanging up, Natasha returned to her desk and called Pepper Stark Industries' assistant to pass on a message at SHLD headquarters. After hearing Natasha's update, Nick Fury paused to think, then picked up the phone. "Coulson, Pepper Potts will be contacting you soon. Go with her to Umbrella. If there's anything you can't make a decision on, call me immediately. That's all." At the New York SHIELD branch, Agent Coulson had just finished speaking with the director when his phone rang. It was obvious who was calling. He answered without hesitation. "Hello, this is Coulson." "Yes, Miss Potts, no problem. I'll bring a team to pick you up now. See you soon." He then brought along 2 Level 5 agents and headed out to pick up Pepper for their visit to Umbrella. On the way to the company, Song Chao sat in the back seat, gently ruffling Wanda's hair. "Wanda, I've heard you've been training really hard lately." Wanda shook her head shyly and said, "Not really. You always say I have talent and you're so powerful, but still double down on your training at Soulstar. I couldn't let myself fall behind." Song Chao chuckled softly. "What a good, obedient girl," he said, gently stroking the cheek of the future Scarlet Witch, praising her with warmth and affection. "Let's go." Song Chao stepped out of the car, and reached out a hand to Wanda. I'll take you too. See how the serum the company lab prepared for Eric and the others is coming along. Your brother Pietro has one too. The kid's got talent, but his body just can't keep up. Oh, Pietro gets one too? Wanda got out, wrapping her arm through Song Chao's. What about me? Do I get one? Song Chao burst out laughing. Of course. Anyone close to me won't be left out. There's plenty of time. Just wait and see, boss. Emma approached with Logan and Frank in tow. You're finally back. Oh, Emma. It's been a while. Hey, Logan. Hey, Frank. Song Chao had intended to give Emma a hug, but one arm was firmly claimed by a jealous girl who wouldn't let go. He could only reach out with his free hand to give Emma's shoulder a reassuring pat. You've done a great job. Charles already filled me in on the company's progress over the past 2 years. I'm very pleased. Umbrella is lucky to have you as CEO. Emma shook her head. Boss, I'm just following the plan. Step by step. Everything's according to your instructions. All right, let's skip the formalities. The professor only knows the basics. Why don't you fill me in on the details as we walk? Logan, Frank. You two go ahead and get back to your work. Song Chao shook his head, putting a stop to any more back-and-forth praise. Seated on the sofa in Emma's office, Song Chao quietly listened as she detailed the company's development over the past 2 years. It was about what he expected. Excellent. Emma, let's keep things as they are for now. Nothing to add at the moment. Now, get in touch with the Brotherhood and provide them with funding. I want to see the Wang father and son standing in front of me here at Umbrella within a week at the latest. The company's next step is to break into the energy industry, and the Wangs are key to that. Emma nodded, finally understanding why Song Chao valued the Wang family so much. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. Come on, let's go see the lab, boss. As soon as they entered the first floor of the lab, Song Chao heard a familiar call he hadn't heard in ages. He looked up to see the Human Torch. He stepped forward and gave John a hug. Not bad. You matured a lot, John. John couldn't hide his excitement, grinning ear to ear. It's all thanks to your guidance, boss. Song Chao gave him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Good man. Since you've done so well these past 2 years, I'll have the doctors make a special serum just for you. One that'll give you a physique to rival Captain America's. You'll have women lining up for you. Oh, don't get too excited. Just keep doing your job well. Watching the Human Torch practically bursting with excitement, Song Chao shook his head in amusement, gave him another nod of encouragement, and led the group down to the second basement level. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Song Chao saw the doctors on the second floor, standing at the door with their assistants, waiting for him. Thank you all for your hard work, Song Chao said with a wave of his hand. I've seen and appreciated everything you've done for the company over these past 2 years. I'm announcing that each of you will receive a bonus equivalent to half a year's salary, which will be deposited into your accounts tonight. Long live the boss. The assistants especially burst into applause, their faces full of joy. Song Chao gestured for them to calm down. You all deserve this. All right, the rest of you may head out now. The doctors, please come with me. He led the group down to the 3rd floor. Logan, I mentioned before that I'm planning to set up a film company in Hollywood. I promised to introduce you to a bunch of Hollywood actresses, so what do you think? Song Chao looked at Logan deliberately as they entered the elevator. He'd heard from Emma that there was a rumored affair between Uncle Wolf and Dr. Zhao Hailuan, so he couldn't resist teasing him. Damn it, you rascal, Logan replied, visibly exasperated. You're already up to your old tricks the minute you get back. I never said I needed any of those women. Don't go making things up about me. As he spoke, he glanced surreptitiously at Dr. Zhao Hailuan. All right, Uncle Wolf, I'll stop teasing you. Song Chao chuckled, then turned to Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Doctor, I was just joking, but let me congratulate you both in advance. Logan's a good man, even if he is over 100 years old now, huh? Still, Song Chao couldn't help recalling how, in the movies, Zhao Hailuan was infatuated with Thor. Clearly, she liked rugged men with broad chests. Both Logan, Wolverine, and Thor fit the bill. Muscular and tough, strikingly similar in their own ways. It was no wonder that after spending so much time together, the two would hit it off. It was only a matter of time. Enough already, Logan interjected quickly, shielding Zhao Hailuan as he saw her blush. We're here. Dr. Banner has arrived. Song Chao put an end to his teasing. Dr. Banner, how are you settling in? Banner stepped forward and gave Song Chao a quick hug. Song? Oh, boss, it's great. Here, the environment is wonderful, so much better than life on the run. Now, I could devote myself to my research, and I'm learning to control the Hulk better thanks to all the help from you and the other doctors. Oh, and I've also gone back in touch with Betty, my girlfriend, but General Ross keeps a close watch, so we still can't meet. Still, I'm grateful, Banner went on, unable to hide his excitement. Song Chao simply patted him on the shoulder, listening patiently. The man had been through so much. When Banner finally finished, Song Chao said, "Dr. Banner, your hardships are almost over. It won't be long before you can face the world openly. Trust me. When the time comes, you'll be able to stroll through the streets with your girlfriend in your arms, go out to eat together," he said, watching Banner's face shift between confusion and excitement, his lips twitching as if about to speak. "Don't get too worked up, Doctor. The time isn't right yet, but it's close, so for now, keep things steady." "All right, I understand. I don't mind waiting a few more years. Betty's doing well. And our relationship is solid," Banner replied, nodding enthusiastically, barely able to contain his excitement. "Doctors, let me hear your progress on these serum samples, and also on Charles's neurological issues. How is the research coming along?" Song Chao looked around at the others as he spoke. Before he'd left last time, he'd already instructed them to prepare serums for Charles, Eric, and a few other close companions. But since Charles and Eric were getting on in years, the first priority was to nurse their health back. Mutants are gifted in extraordinary ways, each with their own unique abilities. Unfortunately, unless their powers involved physical resilience, like Wolverine or Sabretooth, most of them were still just ordinary flesh and blood. A single bullet could end their lives with ease. Physically, they were no different from regular humans, not in the slightest. Even giants like Professor X and Magneto, after decades, had grown, aged, and frail, no different from any other elderly folk. How could Song Chao stand by and do nothing, if not eternal life? Then at least he wanted to help them live as long as possible. Just think of Captain America, Black Widow, the Winter Soldier, and director Nick Fury. Their ages were no less than Xavier and Magneto's. Yet look at them, still in their prime, with the vigor of middle age, ready to fight the world's battles not just now, but for years to come. And on the other side, the two leading mutants were already old men, their faces creased with wrinkles, their spirits worn down by age. If that weren't the case, Song Chao would never have so easily taken charge of the entire mutant race. Now, with his own company, top-tier scientists, a complete spider serum, and a partial super soldier serum, how could he not make preparations for his own people ahead of time? Umbrella Corporation Cube, Sublevel 3. Song Chao listened quietly to the doctor's reports, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. You've done a remarkable job. Truly scientists of world-class caliber. I'll have to trouble Dr. Banner, Dr. Connors, and Hank to work a bit harder. Please prepare a custom serum for a few of my close relatives. And while you're at it, make sure each of you gets a dose as well." Seeing Dr. Otto and Dr. Zhao Hailuan about to decline, Song Chao simply waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for further discussion. "Doctors, you need to look further ahead," Song Chao said, his gaze sweeping the room. "Dr. Otto, when you can lift several tons with your bare hands, even if it's not quite as impressive as your mechanical designs, wouldn't it still be a lot more convenient?" Dr. Helen Zhao. "Just look at Logan. He's over 100 years old, but he doesn't look it at all. Since you two are together now, think about it. Decades from now, Logan will still look exactly the same, while your hair will be streaked with white. What will you do then?" Seeing Dr. Helen Zhao's face darken at these words, Song Chao deliberately let out a hearty laugh to provoke her. Dr. Connors quickly tried to ease the tension. "Thank you, boss. I've been longing for this serum for ages, with the complete spider serum you're providing, plus the super soldier serum we've salvaged, and with Dr. Hank and Dr. Banner's expertise in genetics, creating a custom serum for us will be a breeze. Maybe 100 years from now, I'll still look just like this. Thank God. Thank you, boss. I love Umbrella." The other doctors quickly caught on and hurried to express their thanks as well. Song Chao nodded approvingly. "I'm glad you all understand. This is for Umbrella's continued growth. You are all indispensable to the company, our most valuable assets. And I can promise you this, the more you contribute to the company in the future, the more I can extend these custom serums to your loved ones as well." Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, Song Chao decided to throw a little cold water on the mood. "But doctors, there's something I haven't told you before, though Dr. Banner is aware of it." He paused, then continued, "I value you all greatly, but I'm not a forgiving man. If anyone betrays me in the future, no matter if it's because someone threatens your family or out of some misguided sense of morality, I don't care about the reasons. Anyone who betrays me will learn just how angry I can get. And the consequences will be severe. Your families, your friends, everyone close to you will face the harsh retaliation of Umbrella." To make an example, Dr. Banner suddenly interjected. Seeing the puzzled looks from the others, he quickly explained, "That is saying in Chinese, I've had a lot of free time lately, so I learned some Chinese and English. It means kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. It's a metaphor. You punish one person harshly to make everyone else too afraid to act out of. Line, boss, did I explain that idiom correctly? Song Chow nodded in surprise. Dr. Banner, I didn't expect you to have taught yourself the oldest and hardest language in the world. Very impressive. And yes, your explanation is pretty much spot on. Turning to the rest of the group, Song Chow softened his tone. But doctors, there's no need to be nervous. You only need to carry on your research step by step, just as before. I'm merely giving you a heads up. Dr. Banner interjected. I understand what the boss means. During my years on a run, it was because they wanted to capture me for experiments to unravel the secrets in my body and mass-produce soldiers. Not just for power, but for endless wealth too, for money and power. I had no choice but to hide here, yet what the Umbrella Boss offers is even more precious. This is a complete serum. And along with the serums we've developed so far, all I can say is, if word got out, the White House and the military would surely come down hard on us. They might even order a strategic bombing. I think the boss is right. We need to keep this secret. Umbrella isn't a terrorist organization, so there's no need for us to torment ourselves over it. Seeing everyone's expressions relax, they chatted for a while longer to strengthen their camaraderie. Once Song Chow had finished his business and asked Dr. Otto to look into artificial sun research, he quietly slipped away so as not to interrupt their work. When the real business arrived, the visitors were already waiting in the office. Welcome to Umbrella, Miss Pepper Potts, and this gentleman. Agent something or other, Song Chow said as he led Emma into the office, addressing the weary Pepper Potts and Agent Coulson, with a deliberate air of knowing the village chief of the novice village. Agent Phil Coulson, Mr. Song Coulson introduced himself with a pleasant smile, unbothered by the slight. Oh, Agent Coulson, welcome, Song Chow replied with a shake of his head. Please, everyone, have a seat, Mr. Song. I'd like to know what conditions you require for rescuing Tony, Pepper blurted out as soon as she sat down, her anxiety evident. Song Chow understood the depth of her feelings for Tony. He nodded, then decisively held up two fingers. Miss Potts and Agent Coulson. Given that I don't currently know whether Mr. Tony Stark is still alive, here are my terms. First, if Mr. Stark has already perished, I will bring back his body. He saw Pepper's face darken, and she seemed about to speak, but Song Chow raised a hand to stop her. Miss Potts, please allow me to finish. Under the current uncertainty, this is a necessary assumption. So there's no need for alarm. I'll continue. If it's the first scenario, Miss Potts, you won't have to pay any price, but for you, Agent Coulson's HILD will need to provide the Tesseract to Umbrella for research for 15 days under these circumstances. Coulson's face changed instantly. Mr. Song, how do you know about the Tesseract? SHILD doesn't have the Tesseract. Upon hearing this, Song Chow nodded, completely ignoring the other party's words. Secondly, if Mr. Tony Stark is still alive, I will bring him back safely. No one can commit murder in front of me. As long as he lives, he will be safe. No matter who has kidnapped him, no matter where he is now, I will find him and bring him back unharmed. That's the situation, Miss Potts, when Tony Stark returns to you safe and sound. I will require Stark Industries to transfer $2 billion into our company account within a week. Oh no, Mr. Song, I don't have that much money, Pepper said quickly, her face changing with worry. I know you don't, but Stark Industries does, so Miss Potts, this isn't your personal affair. Did you know that when Umbrella rescued a mutant child before, we charged $100 million? Song Chow shook his head. Are you telling me that the heir to Stark Industries, one of America's greatest tycoons, isn't worth 20 times the price of a mutant child? I'll talk it over with the CEO, Pepper replied, struggling to conceal her distress. Song Chow nodded, then turned to Agent Coulson, whose expression had grown grave. Agent Coulson, if the second scenario arises, I'll need SHILD to deliver the Cosmic Cube to Xavier School within a day of Tony Stark's safe return to New York. Umbrella will research it for 6 months, after which you can reclaim it. Coulson hurried to respond. Mr. Song, we truly don't have the Cosmic Cube. It sank into the Pacific with Captain America years ago. Song Chow nodded and stood up, straightening his jacket. Agent Coulson, this isn't a negotiation. You have only 2 options. Accept or refuse. There's no room for bargaining. Whether Stark is saved or not is entirely up to your choices. Miss Potts, both SHILD and Stark Industries must agree to my terms for this security service to go forward. If even one party refuses, Umbrella will decline to help. Emma, please see our guests out. And let me give you a word of advice. The clock is ticking. If Mr. Stark is still alive, every day you delay only multiplies his danger. Pepper Potts and Coulson rose, both on the verge of speaking, but in the end they left in silence. Watching their retreating backs, Song Chao narrowed his eyes, as if everything was unfolding just as he had anticipated. Outside the Stark Industries building, Miss Potts, contact me if there's any news. I'm heading back to HQ to report to the director, Coulson said to Pepper as she stepped out of the car. Agent Coulson, you must agree to this. It's been 16 days already. Tony's been missing for 16 days. Pepper's eyes were red with worry. I will. Let's split up and work quickly. Coulson found it difficult to promise that S.H.I.L.D. wouldn't reveal his possession of the Tesseract. He nodded with effort. Watching Pepper walk into Stark Tower, head to the airport quickly, Coulson ordered his team. He needed to report to headquarters at once. This matter was too grave to discuss over the phone. 3 hours later, after using a S.H.I.L.D. plane, Coulson arrived at the Triskelion in Washington, D.C. Director, that's the situation, Coulson explained to the man before him. Predictably, a string of curses erupted. Nick Fury spat. How the hell does he know about the Tesseract? Launch a full investigation. Scrutinize everyone who had contact with it. We need to find the leak. Someone might have betrayed us. Director, the leak can wait. Right now, we have to decide whether or not to agree to Song's demand. Coulson interjected. What's your opinion, Coulson? Fury fell silent for a moment, then asked, do you think Song truly knows we have the Tesseract, or is he just bluffing? Is there room to negotiate? Coulson paused, then replied, Director, after thinking it over. I realize Song doesn't actually care if we agree or not. When I told him we didn't have the Tesseract, he didn't press the issue. He simply laid out his terms, insisting that both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries must agree at the same time before he would help rescue Tony. After that, he ended the conversation and saw us out. So, Director, after considering everything, I'm certain that we have no room for bargaining. We either accept his terms or refuse. There's no third option. Fury listened, his expression darkening. Damn it. Coulson, did you ask him how he plans to make sure Tony Stark is found? Director Song said he can't guarantee Tony's current condition. He only promises that if Tony is still alive, no matter where he is or who's holding him, he'll bring him back safely. Damn it, hell. Fury rubbed his brow. Ms. Peggy Carter has already given me a final warning. If there's still no word on Tony, she'll come herself, illness or not. Coulson, contact Song and agree to his terms. Have him act immediately. Don't wait for Pepper's response. Approve it together. If Tony's alive, $2 billion is nothing to him. He'll have to pay. Since we're making the move, we need to act fast. Let's hope Tony really is still alive. Or the longer we delay, the greater the danger. Coulson nodded. Understood. But then he remembered something. Director, Mr. Song also stressed as we were leaving that if Tony is still alive, any delay on our part will only put him in greater danger. Damn it, he can actually anticipate what we're thinking. Notify the psychological analysis department and add this to the file. No wonder he's from that country. He really can't be judged by the standards of ordinary superhumans. His mind is truly extraordinary. From now on, we must tighten surveillance and raise his monitoring level, double the Umbrella team's personnel on infiltration. Clearly, relying on Natasha alone won't cut it this time. We all underestimated him. He's like a venomous snake. Quiet until he strikes, but when he does, it's always deadly accurate. Nick Fury's face twisted in anger at these words, but then he began to ponder deeply. All right, I understand. I don't need you to do anything else right now. Just send a plane to pick me up and take me to where Mr. Tony Stark disappeared. Also prepare a detailed map of the surrounding area. That's all. Good, let's do it. When Song Chao and Wanda finished buying some small gifts and had a leisurely lunch, they had just returned to Xavier's Academy when Coulson's call came in. Just as expected, Howard Stark's connections meant S.H.I.L.D. couldn't simply abandon Tony. Especially after 16 days with no progress, they were getting anxious, and it was likely that many people were pressuring S.H.I.L.D. Song Chao had already seen this coming. As for the Tesseract, Song Chao knew it wasn't the right time to ask for it. If he made a move for it now, S.H.I.L.D.'s one-eyed chief would definitely drop Tony's rescue in a heartbeat. That's why Song Chao only requested a 6-month research period. But there would be plenty of chances to get his hands on the Tesseract, that powerful space gem, in the future. The thought of getting up close to one of the Marvel Universe's most formidable artifacts made him wonder if his unique abilities could absorb the power of the Space Stone. If so, he'd be able to crush Captain Marvel without breaking a sweat. And once he got his hands on the other stones, he'd be more than ready to face Thanos. These thoughts churned quietly in Song Chao's mind. "Child, are you sure you don't need my help?" Charles asked gently at that moment. Upon hearing this, Song Chao sat up and shook his head. "Professor, it's not necessary. Using that cerebral amplifier too often is a strain on you. You shouldn't put yourself through that for long periods. My own psychic abilities are strong enough now. I'll find him." "Easily, don't worry, Charles. I know exactly what I'm doing." Charles nodded, understanding that once Song Chao made up his mind, there was no changing it. He could only let it go. "They're here," Song Chao said, sensing the distant hum of a plane. He stood up. "Charles, Ororo, I'll leave things in your hands while I'm gone. I'll be back soon." "Be careful," came two voices of concern. Glancing at Jean and Ororo, Song Chao walked over and gave them each a quick hug and kiss. "Don't worry. This is just a small errand. There's no danger at all. I'll be back in a few hours." "Oh, Agent Coulson, I didn't expect you to come lead the team yourself. You could have sent anyone to take me to the site where Tony disappeared," Song Chao remarked, seated aboard the S.H.L.D. plane, looking at Coulson in surprise. "Mr. Song, the others at the Bureau weren't at ease, so the director sent me here. I'm just a poor errand boy," Coulson said, half joking, half resigned. Song Chao nodded, fully aware that Coulson had been sent to keep an eye on him. He knew all too well what kind of organization S.H.L.D. was. They trusted no one. That's why in his previous life, whenever he read those Marvel fanfictions where Chinese transmigrators would fawn over S.H.L.D., he always felt a wave of irritation. These characters would lose themselves the moment S.H.L.D. tossed him a bone, forgetting who they really were. He still remembered so many plots like this. The transmigrators were clearly powerful, but whenever they encountered the storyline of rescuing Tony Stark, S.H.L.D. would casually dangle a few $100,000, say a few nice words, or send someone like Black Widow or Hill to entice them. Without even shaking hands, those transmigrators would be off, wagging their tails to do the rescue. Looking all too pleased with themselves, it was utterly embarrassing, a complete disgrace to their homeland, a perfect portrait of servility. Every time Song Chao read those chapters, his heart filled with disgust. It was humiliating, losing face even in a foreign land. As if the grass were always greener on the other side. In those stories, many would kneel before S.H.L.D., or Snake S.H.L.D. as some called it, under the pretext of making America greater. During the Battle of New York, when the Chitauri attacked, they would throw themselves into danger, well aware that the White House was about to launch a nuclear missile, yet they'd willingly sacrifice themselves to save New York, acting even more devoted than family. Nick Fury, the one-eyed hawk, trusted no one, not even his closest aides Coulson and Hill, yet those transmigrators, still wearing the face of someone from China, were treated like dogs, endlessly surveilled and suspected by Fury. But as soon as he tossed them a few comforting words, they'd put on a show of loyalty, so nauseating it made Song Chao's stomach turn. Was this really how a person should behave? Better to be a loyal dog, he thought. So having had the fortune to arrive in this world, Song Chao would never let these lowlifes lord over him. If there was no benefit to be gained, nothing to satisfy his appetite, it didn't matter who they sent. None of them would get anywhere, even if they rounded up all the mutants. As long as Jean, the professor, and a few close friends were safe, the fate of the others couldn't threaten him. Instead, it would only push him to unleash his own wrath, to go all out and show just how unstoppable he could be, living up to the proud blood running through his veins. "We're here, down below is where Tony's being held. Here's a map of the surrounding area," Coulson said, handing Song Chao a map. Meanwhile, in the office of Stark Industries CO, Obadiah Stane rubbed his brow and sat down with a grim expression. He'd just managed to send Pepper, that troublesome girl, on her way after her. Relentless nagging, Umbrella, he muttered, recalling what Pepper had just said. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up his phone and dialed a discreet number, informing the other party to be on alert. Someone was going to rescue Tony, in a remote corner of Afghanistan. "Open the hatch, Coulson." Hearing that Coulson had arrived, Song Chao stood up and issued the order. In truth, he couldn't care less about rescuing this so-called child of the Marvel movies, if it weren't for the chance to study the cosmic cube and see if it could absorb the power of the Space Stone. He wouldn't bother with whether Tony Stark lived or died. At present, the Space Stone was the only Infinity Stone on Earth he could easily get close to. The others would have to wait for future opportunities, and there was absolutely no chance right now. That was the only reason he agreed to the deal, just a way to earn a little pocket change for the company. $2 billion was hardly worth his attention, not to mention the skills of Magneto. Even Stark Industries itself was worth several hundred billion. That was why he couldn't help but scoff at the way things played out in the stories from his previous life, always acting as if he'd never seen the world. Granted, in his last life, he was just a nobody scraping by at the bottom of society, but in this life, now that he knew the plot ahead of time, only a transmigrator could be absolutely certain Tony was still alive. Everyone else was anxious and on edge. He could have used this to his advantage and bargained for better terms. But really, anyone who'd seen the movie knew how much Stark Industries was worth. Several hundred billion right now, with plans to pivot to energy and reach $1 trillion in the future. And Nick Fury, he had secret bases all over the globe. Not a single base could be built for just $100 million or so. So why did all those seniors in the stories jump at the chance to rescue Tony for a mere few $100,000 each, maybe $1 million at best, acting like they'd struck it rich? It was ridiculous. Mr. Song, here's the tracking device, Coulson said, handing him a piece of equipment. Song Chow took it, glanced at it, and nodded. I'll keep this. You monitor it at all times. If you see the signal disappear, it means I've destroyed the device. In other words, I've already found Tony and gotten him out safely. You can send a plane to pick us up then. Without waiting for Coulson to reply, Song Chow leapt from the plane and shot off at high speed. He replayed the map in his mind, recalling that according to the movie, the Ten Rings base was hidden in the desert. So Song Chow headed directly for the sands, his psychic power radiating outward to search. It was still afternoon in the United States, which meant it was nearly dawn in the Middle East, the darkest hour before sunrise. Perfect for flying low under cover of darkness. With a clear target, it took him less than half an hour to locate the base. Hovering in midair, he scanned the compound. Not bad. Out here in the waterless desert, a base housing over 100 people was quite a feat at that moment inside the base. In a cramped cell, Tony Stark was greasy, unshaven, and reeking with the stench of sweat and metal as he hammered away at a slab of steel. Clang, clang. Suddenly he stopped, tilting his head to listen. Inson, did you hear gunfire? Tony turned to Inson, the man who had saved his life and was now risking everything to help him build an iron suit. Inson was also a top scientist, a nuclear physics expert, which was why he too had been kidnapped. Did you hear that? Inson asked with a puzzled look, tilting his head to listen. It really did sound like something. Gunfire. Growing ever closer. Someone's coming to rescue you, Tony. I can hear the gunshots getting closer. And there are screams too, Inson said excitedly. His own family had already been killed, and he didn't know anyone important enough to send a rescue party. If help was really on the way, the only possible target was Tony Stark, the billionaire. Is that so? Tony put down his hammer. If it's true, I can finally say goodbye to this disgusting bread that only beggars would eat, take a shower, and savor my favorite cheeseburger again. The sounds outside grew louder. More gunfire, explosions, desperate cries. But after a few brief moments, everything fell silent. Suddenly the cell door was ripped open with brutal force and crashed to the floor. Oh shit. Is that even human strength? Tony jumped back in shock. Inson looked at the Asian man stepping into the cell and nudged Tony. Tony, he whispered, reminding him to pay attention. Song Chow sized up the once arrogant Tony Stark, now looking utterly disheveled. Casually, he pulled out his phone, already prepared for the moment, and snapped 3 quick photos. The click, click, click echoed in the tense air. Satisfied with the results, he admired his perfect blackmail material before tucking the phone away with a grin. Damn it, kid. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Hurry up and delete those photos. Tony recognized who the newcomer was instantly. Someone sent by Umbrella, the organization that had once annoyed him. As a genius, Tony put the pieces together quickly, especially after seeing the phone come out. Sure enough, before he could react, the guy had snapped those shots, and Tony lunged forward, trying to snatch the phone away. Oh, Mr. Tony Stark, is this how you treat the man who just saved your life? Song Chow dodged Tony's hand with ease. Whoa, what's that smell? Mr. Stark, please, don't let your stench rub off on me, okay? Keep your distance. Damn it, kid. I'll give you $10 million if you delete those photos, Tony said, realizing he couldn't grab the phone and resorting to his tried-and-true negotiation tactic. Oh. No, Mr. Stark, you still owe me $20 billion, Song Chow replied, shaking his head. What? $20 billion? How come I've never heard about that? Tony exclaimed in shock. You'll have plenty of time to learn the details later. That's the price for rescuing you, but honestly, let's talk about it after we get out of here. Your smell is making me want to gag. Song Chao made a face of disgust, casually pulled out a tracking device, and crushed it in his hand. Damn it, let's go. I need a shower. I want women. And I need a cheeseburger. Hearing this, Tony brought his nose close to himself and took a sniff, his brows furrowed. And he hurried everyone along. He hadn't noticed it before, but when your life's on the line, who cares about a little smell? Now that he was safe, he couldn't stand it anymore. All along the way, Tony and Ensign saw corpses everywhere. Limbs missing, bodies mangled. Most of them with broken necks, forcing down waves of nausea. They quickened their pace and followed Song Chao out of the base and into the open air. The two of them rushed off to the side and vomited violently, while Song Chao walked away, shaking his head in helplessness. Really haven't seen the world, he muttered to himself. A moment later, once they'd finished and regained their composure, S.H.O.D. plane arrived. Agent Coulson was the first to step off. Mr. Tony Starr, thank goodness you're alive. That's wonderful. Coulson was genuinely overjoyed to see Tony alive and moved as if to hug him. But as soon as he caught a whiff of the stench, he recoiled instantly, his face turning awkward. Damn. Tony's expression darkened yet again. He'd been shunned several times in a row. Let's hurry back. I need a shower. I want women to celebrate. And I want a cheeseburger. Once the plane was airborne, Tony finally settled down. He looked at Song Chao and said, Hey kid, thanks for coming to save me. Even though I could have saved myself, Song Chao just shook his head, understanding what Tony meant about self-rescue, but not bothering to argue. That's not my concern. Umbrella has completed its security contract. So, Agent Coulson, don't forget, you've got a day. That's the agreement. Coulson nodded, knowing there was no backing out now. It wasn't just about Song Chao's own strength. There was also the mutant heavyweight backing him up. S.H.I.L.D. wouldn't risk starting a war with mutants over a mere 6 months. What's going on? You two had a deal? Tony asked. And didn't you say I owed you $2 billion? Are you charging me service fees twice for the same job? Absolutely right. What a genius, Song Chao replied with biting sarcasm. Damn, Tony muttered. New York Airport. Tony, as Tony Stark stepped off the plane. Pepper Potts rushed into his arms, tears streaming down her face, her joy and relief plain to see. In that moment, Tony realized this woman was the most important person in his life. Behind them, Song Chao and the others filed off the plane. Mr. Song, thank you for saving Tony. Pepper, regaining her composure, hurried to thank him. Miss Potts, this was just business. No need for thanks, Song Chao replied, shaking his head. This woman was something else, he thought. Tony Stark hadn't showered in half a month and had been locked in a dungeon. Yet she could still hug him so fondly despite the stench. Must have a strong stomach. Best to keep some distance. Pepper, did this guy extort you for $20 billion before he agreed to the rescue? At this moment, Tony leaned in and asked. Pepper glanced at Song Chao, hesitating. Well, yes. I placed an order with Umbrella. You're really ruthless, kid. Tony sneered when he heard this. $20 billion wasn't a small sum even for him, so naturally he felt a bit annoyed. While Tony Stark, America's top billionaire, heir to the Stark Group. Are you saying your life isn't worth $20 billion? Song Chao exclaimed dramatically. You know, Magneto, Mr. Eric Lyncher, paid $10 billion for Umbrella to rescue a mutant child. If even a child is worth that much, surely Tony Stark's life is worth more. Though this was all an act between Song Chao and Eric, Song Chao feigned ignorance and fired back with sarcasm. So tell me, Mr. Tony Stark, is your life not worth 20 times that of a mutant child? Damn it. Tony's face darkened. Tony. Pepper Potts quickly stepped between them. It's fine. Pepper, I'm just saying $20 billion is nothing, Tony said, catching the anxious look on Pepper's face. Thinking back to the time he'd been away and how much this woman had worried about him, Tony suddenly realized all those women in his past meant nothing. The only one who mattered was right in front of him. He turned to Dr. Eanson and said, Eanson, we're safe now. Buddy, you saved my life. Come back with me, take a good shower, and enjoy life. Stark Industries will take good care of you. Eanson's expression lit up with excitement. Now that he had survived, he finally had hope of avenging his wife and child's deaths. Even though he was from a Middle Eastern country, he knew all about the giant arms dealer that was Stark Industries and the power it wielded, working for them. And having saved Tony's life would give him a real shot at revenge, so he was more than willing. Oh no, Mr. Tony Stark, you don't have the authority to make that decision. Song Chao interrupted Tony. Of course, he knew all about Inson, the doctor who made only a brief appearance in the film before dying. Despite his early death, the movie had established him as a nuclear physicist who played a major role in Tony's arc reactor, saving Tony's life from shrapnel in his heart. The Iron Man suit was also a product of their collaboration. Although they hadn't built it yet this time, thanks to Song Chao's early rescue, the blueprints were all ready and work had already begun. So by rescuing Inson along the way, Song Chao intended to keep him. Umbrella was in dire need of top-level scientists like him. There was no way he'd let Inson go to Stark Industries. Why? Tony frowned, staring at Song Chao. As everyone else turned to look at him, Dr. Inson is my prize. And $2 billion is the price for your rescue, Mr. Tony Stark. If you want Dr. Inson to come to your company, all you need to do is pay the same amount again. Song Chao shook his head as he spoke. Dr. Inson, I trust you don't mind me putting it this way. On behalf of Umbrella Corporation, I welcome you to join us. Your laboratory is already prepared, Song Chao continued, turning to Inson without giving Tony a chance to respond, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Mr. Song, Dr. Inson is not Tony Stark. His life surely can't be valued at the same price as Tony's. Agent Coulson interjected first. SHLD was now closely monitoring Song Chao. Seeing the value Song Chao placed on Dr. Inson, for whatever reason Coulson was determined to undermine him and not let him get what he wanted, so he quickly found an excuse to speak up. At this point, Tony found himself in a difficult position. With no way out, bracing himself, he said, $2 billion it is. I'll pay. Ignoring Pepper, she tugged on the hem of his jacket. Tony insisted. Tony, there's no need for this. Inson had now recovered his composure. I've always loved being in the lab. No matter where it is, since Mr. Song values me. I won't be losing out by joining Umbrella. Tony, there's really no need for you to spend $2 billion on me. Thank you, though. As Song Chao watched the scene unfold, he couldn't help but feel as though he had suddenly become the villain of the piece. Seeing Coulson cut in earlier, Song Chao narrowed his eyes, sensing the agent's ulterior motives. Truly, this was the typical behavior of agents from this country. Agent Coulson, you're right, the price can be halved. $1 billion, Song Chao declared, knowing full well that even $1 billion was a sum the Stark Group would not pay. Even if Tony agreed, wasn't his life at stake, and Obadiah, the old man, would never approve. Song Chao made the offer deliberately, but SHIELD's terms remain unchanged. Your offer requires no real cost, so the deadline stays the same. Understood? $1 billion. Tony began, but was immediately interrupted by Pepper, who leaned in and whispered, Tony, President Obadiah will never agree to this. At her words, Tony fell silent. Inson in turn began to comfort Tony, a twist of fate that seemed almost ironic. Song Chao shook his head. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our business here. Shall we go? The group had no choice but to leave. Before getting into the car, Tony reminded Song Chao to take good care of Inson. Song Chao smiled. Tony, Umbrella values its scientists highly. I'm sure your company knows that, so there's no need to worry. Oh, and don't forget to wire the $2 billion to the company's account within a week, and Agent Coulson, have those items delivered within a day. With that, he paid no heed to their reactions, leading Inson away. On the way, Song Chao briefed Dr. Inson about Umbrella. When they arrived at the company, he took him straight upstairs to Emma's office. Emma, this is Dr. Inson, a nuclear physics expert. We met him during the rescue mission for Tony Stark. From now on, Dr. Inson will be working on the second basement level with a fully equipped lab under his charge. Dr. Inson, this is Miss Emma, our chief CEO at Umbrella. Welcome to Umbrella, Dr. Inson. Emma greeted the man before her warmly, despite his sweat-soaked, refugee-like appearance. Although she didn't know all the details, Song Chao clearly valued him. Emma knew how to act in such cases. So far, every decision Song Chao had made had proven right, and every talent he'd recruited was exceptional. Well, except maybe for that young guy in the electrical department. Over 2 years now, and nothing special about him yet. Thank you, nice to meet you, Miss Emma. Inson replied politely, a bit reserved. All right, no need to be so formal, Dr. Inson, Song Chao said with a smile. Now that you're with Umbrella, you're safe. This is the most secure place in all of America. You'll come to realize that soon enough. For now, let Emma arrange for you to get cleaned up and have a proper meal. There's a private villa next to the company, set aside just for our doctors. Get some rest today, and Emma will fill you in on everything else tomorrow. She'll set up your lab and see to your needs. I'll leave you in Emma's hands for now." With that, Song Chao turned and hurried off. He needed to get back to the school. He knew the women waiting for him would be worried, even if for him, this had all been a simple matter. "You're back." As Song Chao walked into campus, he was met by 3 pairs of beautiful eyes. He quickly strode over and gathered them up in a hug. "I'm back. I told you. Just a small matter. Nothing to worry about, my dears." The marvel of space at Xavier's school. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Everything was still cloaked in quiet, hushed silence. Song Chao silently slipped out of bed, gazing at the peacefully sleeping faces of Jean, Ororo, and Wanda. He smiled softly and stepped out of the room. These days, sleep was a luxury for Song Chao. He was always brimming with energy, never feeling the slightest hint of fatigue. Still, he tried to keep to his old routine, if only for the sake of normalcy. He used to love lazing in bed, sleeping in whenever he could, but now he just didn't want to wander around alone in the middle of the night and risk startling anyone. So, ever since he'd returned, he only pretended to sleep. Getting up as soon as the sky began to lighten, he stood alone on the darkened lawn, facing the direction where the sun would soon rise. He stood there quietly, unmoving, until the sounds of children waking and playing filtered out from the student dormitories behind him. As the energy he absorbed grew stronger and stronger, Song Chao finally opened his eyes from the angle of the sunlight. He guessed it must be around 8 or 9 o'clock by now. Worried about disturbing the students' classes, Song Chao thought it over and decided against going to the professor's office. Instead, he flew straight to the rooftop, lay down, and continued absorbing energy. Although it was nothing compared to being under the sun on Solar Star, every little bit helped, and he had nothing better to do anyway. He stayed there until the day-long deadline he'd given SHLD was almost up. Only then did Song Chao open his eyes and watch the motorcade pulling into the campus grounds. "Damn it, these bastards really know how to cut it close," he muttered. "Well, Agent Coulson, you certainly are punctual," I said one day. "Let me see, not bad. There's still more than 10 minutes left before the deadline." Agent Coulson had just stepped out of the car when he heard Song Chao's teasing voice, though he couldn't see him yet. Following the voice, he spotted Song Chao standing tall on the rooftop, looking down at him. "Hello, Mr. Song. The item wasn't in New York, so it took some time to transport," Coulson explained, patting the box in his hands and glancing up at Song Chao. In truth, this HILD had been using the time to analyze and study the Tesseract, trying to uncover exactly what special abilities it had that could make this man, currently their highest level threat and top surveillance target, demanded as payment. Song Chao descended, extending his hand. "Give it to me. Come back in 6 months, and I won't be inviting you in for tea next time." Coulson handed over the case, watching as Song Chao made no move to open it. "Mr. Song, aren't you going to check what's inside?" "No, there's no need. I trust SHLD wouldn't try to trick me. After all, this is a fair deal." Song Chao shook his head, his tone carrying both trust and an implicit affirmation of SHIELD's integrity. In truth, the moment he touched the case, he had already begun absorbing a unique energy, instantly recognizing it as one of the 6 legendary cosmic stones. That was all the confirmation he needed. Coulson smiled at his words. "Since you have such faith in SHIELD, I hope we'll have a chance to work together again." Song Chao nodded. "Of course. Just remember, different jobs, different rewards." Coulson at Umbrella, we believe that every effort deserves its fair return. Then let's hope for another collaboration in the future. We'll take our leave now. Goodbye, Mr. Song. Pleased with the exchange, Coulson nodded politely and prepared to report. Back to headquarters, Song Chao watched as the convoy drove out of the campus before heading back with the case in hand. Once in his bedroom, he closed the door and opened the case. Instantly, a blue glow flooded the room. "Truly beautiful," Song Chao murmured with admiration, reaching out to grasp the cube-shaped blue crystal. Closing his eyes, he felt surges of powerful energy being drawn into his body, wave after wave. "I can feel the power of space." Utterly captivating. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door, snapping Song Chao out of his trance. Jean stepped in. "Darling, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" Jean rolled her eyes. "It's already dinner time. I haven't seen you all day, so I came to call you for dinner." "What are you even doing?" "You've completely lost track of time." Though she spoke to Song Chao, her gaze was inevitably drawn to the cosmic cube in his hand. "Really? It's evening already? I honestly hadn't noticed." Song Chao sighed. marveling at how captivating things could make one forget the passage of time. Noticing Sheen's look, he lifted his hand. "This is the Cosmic Cube, a reward from SHLD. Would you like to feel it?" Unable to resist, Sheen reached out and cradled the beautiful crystal in her hands. Ah! She felt the Phoenix Force within her surge violently, greedily drawing in the energy from the cube. She couldn't help but cry out, "My dear, are you all right?" Song Chao quickly stepped forward and took the Cosmic Cube from her. I could sense the Phoenix Force within me hungrily yearning for the cube's energy. It felt urgent, almost ravenous, Sheen said, catching her breath and reflecting on the sensation. "Oh, is that so? It seems the Phoenix Force inside you has been running low these years. Let me think." Song Chao paused in thought, recalling the plot surrounding the Phoenix Force. "It should be fine. Go ahead, absorb all you need. Just this once. When it's had its fill, everything will be fine, Sheen. Don't worry." "I'm right here, all right," Sheen replied, trusting Song Chao completely. She nodded without hesitation, took the cube again, and closed her eyes to let the Phoenix Force within her absorb its energy to the fullest. Time slipped by quietly. Seeing that Sheen remained still, Song Chao reached out with his telepathy to alert Charles, Ororo, and Wanda, reassuring them not to worry and to go about their business as usual. Just stay out of his room. As Sheen was with him, hearing his voice in their minds, everyone relaxed and responded in kind. "Charles, it's been 2 days. Sheen and Song still haven't come out. Are you sure they're all right?" Ororo asked the professor, her face full of concern. Wanda stood nearby, watching. In fact, she had encouraged Ororo to bring the question to the professor. Charles shook his head. "Wanda, don't worry. Song is still with her. Honestly, I can't even begin to gauge how powerful he's become. The Cosmic Cube. I've heard of it long ago. It's a super-powered artifact from the Second World War. They must have made some important discovery. Don't be anxious. Let's give it a little more time. I can sense that Sheen's aura is growing ever stronger." Ororo and Wanda could only nod helplessly. Another day passed, and when they sensed Sheen's power sweeping across the entire school, they hurried after Charles to check on her. "Sheen, steady yourself," Charles shouted anxiously, fearing she might lose control as she had before. "Charles, you're all here. There's no need to worry." Song Chao looked at the newcomer and smiled. "Sheen is fine. She's just eaten her fill and needed to let off some steam. That's all." Everyone was taken aback by his words. At this moment, Sheen opened her eyes, handed the Cosmic Cube to Song Chao, and turned to face the newcomers, Charles, Ororo, Wanda. "You're all here. There's no need to worry. Phoenix Force was brought under control with Song's help 2 years ago. We've been one and the same ever since. Just now it absorbed the energy from the cube. It's finally sated. I could feel how repressed it was inside me all these years. I couldn't provide it with energy and kept using it up instead. Like Song said, it's finally had its fill and needed to vent a little. I'm fine now, and I feel much stronger than ever before, Song. My love, I can finally help you from now on. No more fighting alone." As Sheen's face lit up with excitement, Song Chao couldn't help but nod. "Sheen, you're truly powerful now. I believe you can help me in the future, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your man is even stronger. I'm just glad you're all safe, and even stronger than before," Charles said with delight. "Come, let's have a drink today to celebrate." Everyone gathered in the professor's office, enjoying a drink and some light conversation. Suddenly, Song Chao broke the cheerful mood. "Charles, I'm taking the cube to the company for a while, and I'll be staying there for the time being, so you all need to look after the mansion." Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, Song Chao waved his hand. "No need to worry, ladies. I just need our company's scientists to study this energy system. My powers are unique. It's hard to explain, just as Sheen can only absorb the cube's energy by relying on the Phoenix Force, using it as raw material. I have to actually absorb this energy and develop abilities suited to myself. It's complicated, but all you need to do is keep the home safe. No need to ask more, since Song Chao himself wasn't sure how to explain it. He simply decided not to bother. He made his decisions swiftly and decisively. For now, he was the leader of the mutants. Everyone could only offer some reluctant reminders, then watched as Song Chao left, driven away by Lady Death. Black Widow on the move, 300 recommendation votes, 600 favorites. One more chapter, Washington, three-winged building director. We've detected a terrifying energy surge from the X-Mansion. The readings far exceed the energy yield of a nuclear warhead. As soon as Coulson received a report from his team, he hurried to the one-eyed director's office to deliver the news. "Damn it, I knew handing over the cosmic cube to them would only bring trouble, Nick Fury bellowed in fury. Increase surveillance on the X-Mansion, he ordered. Coulson hesitated. Director, that might anger Professor Charles. Nick Fury paused for a moment, considering this. After all, Professor X's mind has long been recognized worldwide as a super-strategic weapon, one that could wipe out most of humanity in the blink of an eye. What's more, Professor Charles is considered a moderate and has a decent relationship with the government. Provoking him without cause would lead to consequences that an agency like theirs, already unwelcomed by the U.S. government, simply couldn't bear. Keep the surveillance discreet. Use multiple satellites for long-term observation. After some thought, Fury took a step back and gave his orders. Understood, Coulson replied with a nod. Suddenly he paused, pressing a finger to the earpiece he wore. After a moment, he looked up and said, Director, our people have discovered that Song is already on the way to the company with the Cosmic Cube. All right, notify Natasha and tell her to find a way to get close to Song as soon as possible. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes, his voice low and commanding. The implication was clear. Natasha was expected to use her charms, even her body, to seduce the target if necessary. Coulson understood perfectly, nodding in response. No problem. I'll contact Natasha right away. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of space, a certain power had sensed the energy of the cube and was beginning to stir. However, their actions were quickly restrained. A strict order was given to thoroughly investigate and keep watch. At that moment, Natasha also received Coulson's call. She immediately understood the meaning behind Nick Fury's directive. Damn it, that bastard Nick Fury. She cursed furiously in her heart, feeling as if she'd just been handed the worst assignment imaginable. Although she, the Black Widow, often used her beauty as a weapon, seducing targets to extract information was nothing new. She usually kept things superficial. A low-cut dress here, a coquettish gesture there, just enough to lure her prey before she struck. But this time was clearly different. She knew that with this particular target, a mere flirtation wouldn't suffice. If she was going to succeed, she'd have to go all in, completely sacrificing herself. And even then, Natasha wasn't confident of success. If she understood Chinese, she might have said she felt like she was going to lose the lady and the troops. A double loss. With a sigh, she hurriedly pulled out a mirror to touch up her makeup, checked her outfit, and tugged her neckline lower to reveal a bit more. Satisfied with her appearance, she turned and headed downstairs. Boss Song Chao had just arrived at the bottom of the company building when Frank hurried over to open the car door. For him, "Oh, Frank, there's no need to be so formal. You know I don't care about those things," Song Chao said, giving Frank's shoulder a friendly pat, a gesture meant to win goodwill. In fact, he was quite pleased with Frank's attentiveness. "It's my duty," Frank replied calmly. After all, he was on Song Chao's payroll, so he knew better than to overstep his bounds. Song Chao just shook his head, saying no more. "All right, Frank, you don't need to worry about me. I'll head it myself. Just prepare a rocking chair for me and have it delivered to the 3rd floor of the lab." Seeing Frank nod in acknowledgement, Song Chao strode inside, Death Girl with the suitcase following close behind. "Boss, it's been a while since we last saw you." A waft of fragrance approached, followed by a pleasant voice. "Miss Natalie." Song Chao looked at the beautiful woman before him, clearly dressed up for the occasion. With most of her chest exposed, he hesitated slightly and asked, "What brings you here?" Hearing this, Natasha thought Song Chao had forgotten her name. She stepped forward with a deliberately aggrieved expression, making her cleavage even more conspicuous. "Boss, have you already forgotten my name? My whole security service team has been left idle by you. In all these years, we've only received 2 assignments, and now I spend my days with nothing to do. I just wander around the company killing time. I can't help but feel guilty about the salary you pay me." "Oh, is that so?" "Still, with a beauty like you around, the company could spend even more just to keep you here. It's well worth it," Song Chao replied offhandedly, though inwardly he was speculating about her real intentions. At this particular time, to show up so carefully made up, clearly trying to tempt him. This must be an order from S.H. IELD, he thought. Perhaps they detected Jean's outburst earlier, and now they're sending her to seduce me for information. Song Chao narrowed his eyes as he pondered. But did they really think he would be so easily swayed? "Humph, Miss Natalie, I'll stop by your office for a visit later. I have some things to handle right now, so I'll see you in a bit." Natasha's face lit up with surprise and delight. "All right, boss, I'll be waiting for you." In truth, She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly on her first try. She quickly followed up, eager to lock in a meeting, a feast delivered right to my door. It'd be a shame not to enjoy it. Song Chao smiled as he made his way toward the lab, secretly pleased with himself. Boss. Upon reaching the second floor, several greetings rang out. Song Chao nodded and continued on to Dr. Otto's laboratory. Doctor, is the artificial sun ready? It's done, boss. Come and have a look. Dr. Otto responded with a smile. This was a trivial matter for him. The technology was mature, and the whole thing could be finished in a day or two. Song Chao walked over and examined the reactor core. He reached out and placed his hand on it. Just as Dr. Otto moved to stop him, he noticed the data on the reactor begin to change. The energy levels were plummeting rapidly. He fell silent, stunned, and watched as in less than 10 minutes the artificial sun's reactor completely powered down and extinguished. Amazing. Boss, this is unbelievable. Dr. Otto was so astonished he could barely form a sentence. Song Chao waved his hand, dismissively, playing it cool. As long as you understand. As for whether we still need the artificial sun project, just follow Emma's instructions for now. I won't be needing it. Yuriko, go and gather the other doctors. Come with me to the third floor, he instructed Deathwoman. Boss, you used to visit only once every couple of years, but lately you've been coming around much more often, Bruce Banner remarked with a hint of surprise as he saw Song Chao and Deathwoman arrive. Dr. Banner, are you blaming me for not visiting you more often? Don't worry. I'll be staying here for a while this time, Song Chao said deliberately, a playful grin in his voice. Wow, living here, huh? Boss, you know I'm with Betty now. I prefer women, Banner replied, playing along with the banter. Get lost. I like women even more than you do, Banner. Stay out of my way, Song Chao teased, turning to the Lady Death. Yuriko, open the case and set it down. Doctors, please come take a look with that. Song Chao wandered off a bit, soon noticing there wasn't a single bottle of liquor in sight. He guessed they were worried Banner might lose control after drinking. Yuriko, go tell Emma to send over some good wine. And cigars, too. Let her know I'll be staying here for a while. Wow, this is gorgeous, said Dr. Zhao Hailuan with admiration. A perfect creation. Just look at these readings. Chimed in several of the nuclear physics experts. Song Chao quietly watched as the doctors grew familiar with their task, waiting until the Lady Death returned with the requested items. Doctors, come have a drink, Dr. Banner. It's been a while since you had one, hasn't it? I hadn't realized before, but I guess Emma was worried you'd turn into the Hulk after a few drinks. My apologies, boss. It's fine. I'm not much of a drinker anyway, so it doesn't matter, Banner replied. Song Chao nodded and raised his glass. Here's to our umbrella, doctors. It's thanks to you all that umbrella can keep thriving. Everyone clinked their glasses together. This object is called a cosmic cube. It isn't mine. The company will have it for 6 months, after which it will be taken away. I'll be staying here during that time, and I'll need your expertise, he continued. I know some of your specialties aren't a perfect fit for this, but I wanted all of you here, Song Chao said, looking at Dr. Zhao Hailuan and Dr. Connors. I want you to feel that both I and Umbrella treat every one of our doctors equally. It doesn't matter if your expertise matches perfectly, or if you can help a lot, or just a little. Seeing the doctors nod in agreement, Song Chao was very pleased with the effect. Umbrella. Sublevel 3 Song Chao looked at the assembled doctors. First, let me be clear. Everything I say here and all the research you do on this object from now on is classified. No one else, no other person, no organization, no government can know any of it, understood? Everyone's expressions grew serious at his words. This thing is called the Cosmic Cube. That's just what SHIELD calls it that. Organization claims to hold Earth's security in its hands, but in reality they're short-sighted, content to rule over their own little pawn, Song Chao said, dismissing SHIELD with a wave of his hand as he introduced the group. Judging by everyone's expressions, it seemed they truly believed him. Song Chao felt a subtle sense of pride. Apparently his words had made an impression over time. At the dawn of the universe, he began, the Big Bang forged 6 singularities, each brimming with limitless energy, and transformed them into the 6 infinity stones. Each stone wields control over a fundamental aspect: space, power, reality, mind, time, and soul. The space stone is blue. The power stone is purple. The reality stone is red. The mind stone is yellow. The time stone is green. And the soul stone is orange. The Tesseract was created as a vessel for the space stone. Over the ages, the stone has passed through the hands of various civilizations, each seeking to fulfill their ambitions. In March 1942, the Red Skull, Schmidt, led Hydra, the Nazi secret science division, to a church in Tonsberg, Norway, where they uncovered the alien artifact known as the Tesseract. His plan was to harness its power to develop devastating weapons. Eventually, it led to a showdown in the cockpit of a plane with Captain America Steve Rogers. Amid the chaos, the energy device was accidentally damaged. The Red Skull vanished into a wormhole, and Captain America, trying to prevent the plane from exploding, plunged into the sea. In 1945, Howard Stark, father of Tony Stark, searched the icy waters of the Arctic. He didn't find Steve, but he did recover the Tesseract and entrusted it to SHALD for safekeeping. What? The Big Bang. Aliens and alien artifacts? Aliens are real? Is this even science anymore? Are we dreaming? As he watched the stunned faces of the scientists and listened to their astonished murmurs, Song couldn't help but feel satisfied with the impact he'd made. "All right, doctors, there's no need for wild speculation," he said, assuming the commanding tone of their boss. "As assets of Umbrella, I can assure you, not only do aliens exist, but the universe is teeming with countless races. Unfortunately, Earth is still fragile, and you can only wait passively for what comes next. I'll let you in on a little secret. Before long, aliens will arrive." Song Chao let slip just enough information to keep the scientists focused on their work and inoculate them against being tempted by other organizations in the future. "Really? Aliens are coming soon? Oh my God. Incredible. Our technology hasn't even taken us beyond Earth." Seeing that his point had landed, Song Chao raised his hand, pressing down to quiet the room. "Calm down. Stay steady. Umbrella is powerful. If aliens do invade, as long as you remain with Umbrella, your safety is all but guaranteed. So there's no need to worry, boss. I've always wanted to ask you, between you and the Hulk, who's stronger?" Bruce Banner asked, hesitating just a little. The others perked up the question. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Song Chao. When it came to the Hulk, ever since Bruce Banner had joined Umbrella and become their colleague, they had all spent time poring over the company's confidential archives. They'd seen footage of the Hulk's battle with the military, knowing that even missiles couldn't phase the Hulk. Everyone had a real sense of just how formidable he was. So when Banner asked his question, the group turned their attention to Song Chao, all eager to know which of these two was truly stronger. Song Chao caught the curious looks on their faces, and with a slight smile and a touch of theatrical flair replied, "Oh, Hulk is still just a child, Dr. Banner." A startled murmur rippled through the group. What did he mean by that? After a moment's thought, realization dawned. It was as if he was saying a child could be easily outmatched by an adult. Was he looking down on the Hulk? Banner, hearing this, could only look at Song Chao in exasperation. Was he really underestimating the Hulk? If the Hulk found out, would he go berserk? "All right," Song Chao continued. "Let me share a bit more so you're not left guessing. The reason I haven't been around the company these past couple of years is because I wasn't on Earth. I've traveled the galaxy, and I once destroyed an uninhabited star several times the size of Earth with my own hands." Seeing the incredulous looks on everyone's faces, Song Chao could only sigh and reveal a little more to boost their confidence. Back when he was training on the Sun, he'd grown curious about the extent of his power, so he'd sought out an uninhabited planet and unleashed his full strength. "Damn. What the? That's insane." Bruce Banner could only give a wry, helpless smile. No wonder Song Chao had said the Hulk was just a child. The Hulk couldn't even fly, and he was limited to causing trouble on Earth. Yet their boss was capable of destroying entire planets. How could anyone compare? "Okay, I won't ask such ridiculous questions again," Banner said with a sigh. "Honestly, what was I thinking?" At that, everyone burst out laughing. The tension in the room evaporated. They'd all seen the Hulk's data and knew how powerful he was, but now, realizing their own boss had gone off to the cosmos and obliterated planets 3 times the size of Earth, it all suddenly felt a little mundane. The thrill was gone. "Get your equipment ready for research," Song Chao instructed. "I'll be sleeping here for a while. Should have a lounge chair delivered soon. I'm heading upstairs for now." With that, Song Chao slipped away, off to check on Black Widow. "Boss, welcome," Natasha greeted as Song Chao arrived with Death Lady in tow. She hurried to meet them at the Security and External Services Department. Suddenly, the room fell silent. In the vast office, Natasha was the only one there. Song Chao could only shake his head in resignation. He knew this was his doing. Emma had probably sequestered the others away for their own protection. After all, this department was full of agents. He had no one to blame but himself. "Miss Natalie, are you the only one here in this department now?" Song Chao asked. Natasha shook her head. No, boss. There's also a kid named Sharon Carter, but she just had something come up today and asked for leave. Oh, I see. I'll just take a look around then. Song Chao nodded knowingly, fully aware that the other party was intentionally sending the agents away. After all, they were all operatives, whoever heard of them needing to request time off. Clearly, Natasha had something planned. He thought for a moment, then turned to Death Girl and said, Eureka! You can go take care of other things for now. There's no need to follow me around the company. Natasha's eyes lit up, then narrowed slyly. She felt things were moving in the direction she'd hoped for, but she also suspected this man wouldn't let her accomplish her mission so easily. As Death Girl left, Song Chao stepped forward and slipped his arm around Natasha's waist. Shall we, Miss Natalie? I've never visited your department before. As he spoke, his hand slowly, almost imperceptibly slid downward. Of course, Natasha replied, casting Song Chao a seductive glance and swaying her hips as she walked. Song Chao read her intentions in an instant. More than 3 hours later, Song Chao swaggered out of the External Security Services Department, strutting with a cocksure air as he made his way toward the underground laboratory. Along the way, every employee who saw him grinned and greeted him. On the 3rd floor, he discovered that a lounge chair had already been delivered. Song Chao tried it out and was quite pleased with it. Boss, Dr. Banner hesitated, pointing at his own neck. Song Chao looked at him, puzzled. What's wrong with your neck, Dr. Banner? He noticed the other scientists were all struggling to hold back their laughter, heads down. Banner glanced around. Dr. Helen Zhao, do you have a mirror? Here you go, Helen Zhao replied with a mischievous smile, sneaking a peek at Song Chao as she handed Banner a small mirror. Banner took it, leaned in, and whispered, Boss, this isn't about my neck. It's yours. With that, he quickly slipped away. Baffled, Song Chao took the mirror and glanced at his own neck. Damn it, that little vixen. Her mischief knows no bounds. He cursed, his voice echoing through the room. At that, everyone burst out laughing, finally letting go of the laughter they'd been bottling up. In Umbrella's underground laboratory, Song Chao stared at several glaring red love bites on his neck. Damn. He cursed repeatedly, mortified. No wonder the scientists had been smirking ever since he walked in. Thinking back on the greetings he'd received along the way, he realized everyone's expressions had been different. From usual, they'd all been laughing at his expense. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. That little minx. Next time, just wait and see. I'll make her beg for mercy. She'll be calling me daddy before I'm done, he muttered vengefully to himself, vowing to properly teach the Black Widow a lesson next time. While Song Chao was plotting his revenge, the Black Widow herself, Natasha, had finally managed to drag herself home. She barely noticed Sharon Carter's astonished look. She simply waved her hand, stumbled toward her bedroom, closed the door, and collapsed onto the bed. Time slipped by quietly, and before anyone noticed, 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. The biggest news these past 2 days was none other than Tony Stark's announcement to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries. Public opinion was in an uproar, with debates raging everywhere, and Stark Industries' stock had been plummeting non-stop. Meanwhile, Song, with his eyes closed in a leisurely manner, was pondering whether he should seize the chance to make some money. In the bustling laboratory 3 floors underground, a group of doctors gazed at Song Chao, who was reclining in a chair with a cosmic cube resting on his chest. They could only give wry smiles, finally unable to hold back as one of them spoke up. Boss, if you keep doing this, all the cube's energy will be absorbed by you. It's seriously affecting our research. Progress has been minimal these past couple of days. Song Chao cracked his eyes open, glanced at the assembled doctors, all looking his way, and shook his head. Doctors, it's not that I'm underestimating you, but you haven't even ventured beyond Earth yet. You can't even build a wormhole, let alone the most basic kind of spaceship. I'm not trying to discourage you. These are just the facts. Many empires in the universe span dozens of planets, and even space pirates travel in ships that can jump through time and space. So I never expected you to come up with anything that surpasses Earth's current capabilities. The reason I brought you here is so that, as you explore and make discoveries, your ideas can help broaden my own abilities. For instance, things like portals, spatial transfer, spatial conversion. Anything that could be useful to me. I need you to provide me with new ways of thinking, reliable theories, or whatever it takes to help me navigate the universe more effectively. Do you understand, doctors? A hush fell over the group as they processed his words. After a moment's reflection, they nodded. It made sense, according to the boss. The cube was created by the Big Bang itself. If that's true, then aliens could already be traveling and looting across the universe. And there was no way Earthlings who hadn't even met extraterrestrials yet could possibly achieve any breakthrough results. Song Chao truly didn't expect any extraordinary research breakthroughs from the doctors. Bringing them in to familiarize themselves with the data was more for their own experience, and perhaps they could develop similar energy weapons in the future. As for anything beyond that, he didn't hold out much hope. He had his own plans for the Space Stone, but the time wasn't right yet, so for now he wouldn't forcibly claim it. For the time being, his main focus was on developing new ways to harness the stone's energy. Song Chao had not forgotten about the ancient 1-inch. The mirror dimension spell was something that for now he could only think to break through brute force. If he could master spatial energy, it would be much easier to counter the ancient one. "Boss," came the sudden voice of the intelligent assistant. "President Emma asked me to inform you. The Vank father and son you requested have arrived at the Umbrella Building. Ms. Raven is escorting them to President Emma's office as we speak. Do we need to bring them to the lab?" Song Chao considered the question. The Vanko's father and son were an uncertain variable for now. It was best not to bring them to the third floor. "Superman, tell Emma that I'm heading up to the office to receive the Vankos," he instructed, rising to his feet. "Boss." Emma greeted Song Chao as he came in, standing up to welcome him. Song Chao nodded. "Proceed," he said, watching as Mystique shifted her appearance, transforming into the striking visage of her cousin. "Raven, it's been a while. You look stunning in this form." He couldn't help but step forward and give her a warm hug. Raven struggled in his embrace, but couldn't break free. "Oh, Song, I heard you've been flirting with Eric's daughter. What's this? Are you trying to win over Eric's woman as well?" Song Chao looked at her helplessly and let her go. "Raven, you really know how to kill a conversation. Weren't you and Eric already over? Or are you telling me that, now that I've restored Eric's youth, you two have rekindled your old romance?" He shook his head, half in exasperation. "Am I just weaving my own web here?" Seeing Song Chao's troubled expression, Raven laughed heartily. "All right, enough banter. Maybe one day, if I split with Eric, I'll come to you. But let's talk business. This is Anton Vanko, and this is his son, Ivan Vanko, the Brotherhood, and I spent 2 years searching that frozen wasteland to finally find them." Song Chao's expression grew serious as he turned to the Vankos. Anton Vanko looked worn to the bone, barely able to stand without Ivan's support. Ivan, with his wild, unkempt hair, appeared at least 20 years older than Tony Stark. Though Song Chao knew the two were actually close in age, in the original timeline, Anton Vanko had sought to profit from the Cosmic Cube, only to be exiled by Howard Stark, Tony's father. After Anton's death, his son Ivan swore to destroy the Stark family and avenge his father. Ivan first relied on the arc reactor technology left by Anton to build his own whiplash armor and ambush Tony on a racetrack. However, his arc reactor was underpowered and he was defeated by Iron Man, landing him in prison. Later, Justin Hammer arranged for Ivan's escape, and they formed an alliance. With Hammer's resources, Ivan secretly fitted the drone armor with control units and crafted an even more formidable whiplash suit, greatly increasing the arc reactor's output. During Hammer's expo, Whiplash remotely controlled the drone army and War Machine to attack Iron Man. When Black Widow stormed Hammer Industries' headquarters, Whiplash managed to escape. Later, he donned the steel whip-armored suit and went to confront Iron Man and War Machine. With its formidable defenses, he overwhelmed the two of them. Iron Man and War Machine fired their arc pulse cannons at each other, unleashing a massive explosion. The blast destroyed Whiplash's armor, reducing it to a heap of scrap. In the end, he triggered a self-destruction along with all the unmanned armored suits. "Welcome, Dr. Anton Vanko, and your son, Dr. Ivan Vanko. I've read your files. I know you're mixed up with the mob these days, selling weapons on the black market. But I also know you used to have a degree in nuclear physics." Song Chao greeted them politely, gazing at the pair of unfortunate souls. Howard Stark made his fortune during World War II by selling arms, and went on to found a renowned Stark Industries. Yet Anton Vanko tried to profit by developing weapons using the Cosmic Cube, only to end up exiled to Siberia by Howard in concert with SHLD in the military. Left there to die. What a double standard, Song thought to himself. "Hello, Mr. Song. It's a pleasure to meet you." Anton Vanko managed, coughing between words, his voice strained. "I've heard great things about the Umbrella Corporation. I'm curious why you went to such lengths to find us and bring us to your company, Mr. Song. What exactly do you want from us?" Ivan Vanko asked. End of today's 3 scheduled chapters. Let's sit down and talk first, Song Chao said, nodding at the father and son before inviting them to take a seat. Dr. Anton Vanko, it's not about what I want from you. The real question is, what are you willing to offer? Song Chao looked at them steadily, his tone deep and earnest. My people look for you because I already know who you are. And since you've heard of Umbrella, you must also know that we are a company for mutants, and what mutants have endured. Are you both aware of this? At that, Ivan Vanko glanced at his father. Since entering, he hadn't spoken a word. Anton Vanko had done all the talking. Anton looked at his son and shook his head. I know about it. Ivan doesn't. He spent all his time struggling to support the family, or else locked up in prison. Not a minute to pay attention to such things, only I bettered for years had the chance to catch snippets of news from an old black and white television. I used to see reports all the time about protests and demonstrations against mutants. But ever since Umbrella appeared, publishing leaked photos of private companies and military bases secretly arresting, experimenting on, and dissecting mutants, public opinion gradually began to shift. For years now, there haven't been any large-scale protests against mutants. Nobody even talks about mutant registration laws anymore. Song Chao clapped his hands. Dr. Anton, you clearly understand what mutants have gone through. It was I who turned the tide for them, and I also know about the injustices you've suffered. You're a genius, too, and that's exactly why I came to you. To see if we can achieve the result I want. He coughed, struggling to get the words out. Cough, cough. You want the technology for the arc reactor, is that it? No, Song Chao shook his head. Umbrella doesn't value technology above all else. We value people. Noticing the look on his face, Song Chao continued. All right, let me give you an example. Dr. Anton, you and Howard Stark were once partners, so you must know about the super soldier serum. When Anton Vanko nodded, Song Chao went on. Have you seen the news about Dr. Connors, the inventor of Umbrella's regenerative medicine? Anton nodded once. Again, since you already know this, let me tell you. Dr. Connors' decay formula once hit a dead end. For years, he made no perfect progress. It wasn't until I brought him to Umbrella, gave him access to the super soldier serum, and provided him with 2 serums, one flawless, one flawed, both based on the decay formula, that he was finally able to develop the regenerative medicine. And the credit? It's his alone. Umbrella never insisted on sharing the authorship. At Umbrella, we cherish talent. For every scientist wholly devoted to the company, we prepare a tailor-made personal body serum, granting each of them physical qualities to rival Captain America himself. The limits of human strength and vitality make research so much easier. What Umbrella values may differ from ordinary companies. We have our own goals, so, Dr. Anton, if it were merely technology we cared about, we wouldn't have brought you and your son here in the first place. I know far more than you imagine. For instance, after you and Howard Stark developed the arc reactor, each of you kept a copy of the technical blueprints. If another company or a government knew about this, they'd have killed you both long ago and just taken the plans. Isn't that right, Dr. Anton? Song Chao looked at the father and son, both of whose faces had changed color, and teased them with a smile. After a moment, Anton Vanko, having collected himself, said with a complicated expression, the fact that you know all this is astonishing. I doubt even that cunning businessman Howard knows I have the blueprints. Ever since I was exiled, I've never shown them, nor have I ever told Ivan about them. He glanced at his son Ivan and patted his shoulder. I've only ever passed all my knowledge on to Ivan. It seems it's my son you value. Although I have the blueprint for the arc reactor, I can't produce a working model. Ivan, what do you think, my son? Since Ivan Vanko entered the room, he hadn't said a word. Now, after a moment of quiet contemplation, he began to converse with Anton Vanko in Russian. Unfortunately, Song Chao couldn't understand a thing. Thankfully, the communicator in his ear crackled to life, and the artificial intelligence Superman translated their words for him. It turned out that the two were only discussing old memories. Nothing more. It seemed Ivan truly didn't know about Anton's past affairs. After a short while, the father and son finished their conversation. Ivan Vanko turned to Song Chao and addressed him, Mr. Song. If I were to join Umbrella Corporation, what would your opinion be on my desire to take revenge against Stark Industries? Song Chao nodded, understanding the man's feelings. If he were in Ivan's place, he'd want revenge too. No one could simply swallow decades of hardship. Anyone would carry such thoughts. That depends on how you plan to take your revenge, Dr. Vanko. First, let me clarify a few things you might not know. In America, mutants are considered to be at the bottom of society. They are discriminated against. And it was only after I took charge that things began to shift, even if just a little. On the other hand, Tony Stark, the heir to Stark Industries, could be called the darling of America. He's hailed as a national genius, a billionaire, a playboy, a philanthropist. It's all about him. His father left Tony Stark an immense network of connections. Back in the day, Howard Stark made a fortune for America during World War II, earning the friendship of both the White House and the military. Otherwise, his arms company wouldn't have become the global giant it is today. Moreover, he helped establish what was then known as the Strategic Scientific Reserve, which has since grown into the organization now called SHIELD, a spy agency with branches in over 100 countries, boasting hundreds of thousands of agents and over 1 million other professionals and researchers. So if you're thinking of taking revenge on Stark Industries, you need to consider your approach carefully. Dr. Vanko, Umbrella can support your ideas within our means, but I don't want you dragging mutants down with you. Starting a war is out of the question. If that happens, the entirety of American public opinion will side with Stark Industries. Ivan Vanko's face darkened as he turned toward his father. Anton Vanko's expression was equally grim, but catching his son's gaze, he nodded solemnly. He's right, Ivan. Everything he said is true. Ivan fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, then finally spoke. Mr. Song, you clearly know far more than we do, and you have your own people to look after, since you've gone to the trouble of rescuing us. You must have your own purpose. Why not lay it all out? What can you offer us, and how can you help me take revenge on Stark Industries? And in return, what will you require from us? Song Chao saw that Ivan had started asking direct questions, so he nodded, handed him a glass of wine, clinked it with his own, and took a sip. Umbrella values talent. Ivan Vanko, that means you're expected to dedicate yourself to the company, with no room for betrayal. Umbrella's punishment for traitors is severe. Keep that in mind. In return, we'll do everything in our power to save your father's life. As for taking revenge on Stark Industries, that's simple. We target their business. Whatever projects they start, we'll launch competing ones. And that's where you come in. A couple of days ago, Tony Stark announced the shutdown of Stark Industries' weapons division. He hasn't said what's next, but I know he's planning to use the arc reactor to push into clean energy projects. Superman Song Chao called out to the AI, pulling up a schematic that had been randomly scanned during the rescue of Tony Stark in Afghanistan. Take a look at this blueprint. Iron Man's armor. It's powered by a miniaturized reactor. Tony Stark developed it in Afghanistan together with our own Dr. Insun. Dr. Ivan Vanko, Umbrella will set up a top-tier laboratory for you, a dedicated space for your clean energy research, and for the Iron Man armor project. If you want to get back at Stark Industries, you'll need to perfect both projects. Once you do, Umbrella will be the first to announce them to the world, and the inventor will be none other than Dr. Ivan Vanko. Song Chao stood up and pointed at Ivan Vanko. Your task is simple. You must beat Tony Stark to the finish line. I am Iron Man. First update. Umbrella President's Office. Ivan Vanko turned to look at his father, thought it over carefully, then stood and shook Song Chao's hand. Boss, as long as Umbrella goes head-to-head with Stark Industries, my life is yours. Whatever you need me to research, I'll do it. Song Chao nodded. Welcome to Umbrella, Dr. Ivan Vanko. Emma, clear out a lab for Ivan on the second basement level. Boss, I'm afraid that won't work, Emma said hesitantly. What's the problem? Boss, there was an empty lab on the second level, but you forgot you brought back Dr. Insun last time. He's using it now. Oh, that's right, I'd forgotten, Song Chao said, recollecting. Damn, this company is still way too small. What's the status on the new headquarters? The main structure is complete, but it'll be at least another 6 months before we can move in, Emma replied after a moment's thought. Song Chao pondered for a moment and realized that keeping everyone in the office building wasn't very safe. Sent out the order. All research staff on the first basement level must evacuate. Clear out the building on the far left side of the company grounds. Those scientists will move there, transfer another group of security personnel from the Brotherhood to strengthen defenses in that area. By tomorrow, I want to see the first basement level completely empty. From now on, only a handful of doctors will have access to that floor. Everyone else, including their assistants, is forbidden from entering. Even for a visit, Superman, boss, the AI Superman responded. Set Dr. Ivan Vanko as a third-tier clearance individual and notified Dr. Connors and Dr. Zhao Hailuan to wait on the second basement level. Ivan, take your father there for a full checkup. Umbrella will do everything possible to help. If our company's resources aren't enough, we'll bring in top medical experts from around the world. Emma prepare a villa in the company's residential area for the Venko family. Song Chao issued his orders swiftly and decisively. "Thank you, boss," Ivan Vanko said, gratefully looking at Song Chao with relief. He was overjoyed at the prospect of saving his father. "But boss, may I make one small request? I'd like to have the bird for my home." Song Chao burst out laughing at this. Just like in the movies, after all. He still wanted his bird, but unlike his defiant demeanor with Justin Hammer on screen, Ivan was much more subdued now, which pleased Song Chao immensely. "Ivan, I've already had all your belongings shipped here. Once your father's examination is finished, you'll find your bird waiting for you at the villa," Song Chao replied with a hearty laugh. The negotiation had gone perfectly, far better than anything he'd seen in the movies, but Song Chao knew all of this depended on the strength he wielded. If he were just an ordinary man like Justin Hammer, the treatment he received might have been very different. He was keenly aware of this, which was why he remained quietly on the third floor of the laboratory, absorbing the energy of the space stone around the clock. Drawing on the scientist's research, he was constantly working to refine his own abilities. And so, time slipped by. Another 10 days went unnoticed. It wasn't until he saw the news announcing that the Stark Group had removed Tony Stark from its board of directors, citing post-war trauma and mental health issues, that Song Chao finally stirred. Stretching his limbs, he made his way to the first basement level to check on Ivan's research progress. "Boss, you're here." Ivan Vanko hurried over to greet him the moment he arrived. "How are things, Dr. Vanko?" Song Chao asked, pleased by Ivan's respectful attitude. In the movies, Ivan barely gave Hammer the time of day. Clearly, Song Chao thought with some pride. He ran a tight ship. "Boss, as you can see, this large-scale arc reactor has already been completed. Considering the company will be relocating in the future, I didn't go for a mega-scale construction. Otherwise, it could easily supply power to all of New York. It's safe, clean, and completely pollution-free." After finishing his introduction, Ivan gestured toward a robotic exosuit. This robot is controlled by the company's AI Superman system, and it's fully operational and ready for mass production at any time. It's powered by a miniaturized version of the arc reactor. As for the human wearable steel armor, that's still in development. There are many technical details that need to be worked out step by step, which is rather complicated. For example, how to rapidly assemble the armor, or how to achieve perfect coordination between the AI and the human operator. Song Chao looked on with satisfaction at these achievements, truly impressed by Ivan's genius. The movies weren't exaggerating. This was indeed someone who could build a reactor in a rundown shack. "I'm very pleased with what you've accomplished, Dr. Ivan. However, for now, Umbrella won't be making the robotic units public. They'll only be used for the company's own defense and that of our facilities. We'll see about the future as things develop. As for the company's energy project, we'll wait until you finish developing the iron armor before announcing our entry into the clean energy sector. We'll definitely beat Tony Stark to the punch. Right now, Tony Stark has just been removed from his company's board of directors, so there's plenty of time. No need to rush. Ivan, have you ever thought about becoming a superhero?" A superhero?" Ivan looked puzzled. "Boss, what exactly do you mean?" "When Tony Stark was kidnapped, the government and Stark Industries both placed urgent orders. I was the one who went in to rescue him. Did you know that?" Ivan nodded. "I heard Dr. Ethan from the company mention it. Boss offered $2 billion plus other conditions." Song Chao nodded as well, not at all concerned about what Ivan might think. Tony Stark was injured and captured by his own company's weapons. He's got shrapnel near his heart, and his life depends on the arc reactor in his chest to keep the fragments at bay. He can't live without that device anymore. He shut down the weapons division and everything he's done, like those blueprint for the iron armor he drew up in that terrorist camp. Makes me think he wants to become a superhero. Once he finishes his iron armor, he'll definitely act on it. Song Chao spoke with conviction, weaving a story for Ivan. After all, how could he reveal that he knew everything from watching the movie? He couldn't help but feel secretly delighted at the thought. If Ivan managed to put on the iron armor first and stepped out as a hero, maybe the title of Iron Man would go to Ivan instead. Just imagining Tony Stark's furious scowl brought a sly smile to Song Chao's heart. "Boss, are you suggesting I finish the research ahead of time and take to the streets as a vigilante, cutting off Tony Stark's path?" Ivan pondered for a moment after hearing this, then nodded and said, "That's a good idea, but I'm not good at dealing with people out there, and if my identity gets exposed, I have a criminal record, boss. I'm afraid I might mess things up." Song Chao considered this and agreed. It was true. Ivan Vank had a history with gangs, smuggled weapons, even dealt drugs, and had been in and out of prison more times than one could count. His body was covered in tattoos from his neck all the way down his feet. No matter how you looked at him, he didn't resemble a superhero at all, if he went out and made a name for himself. The ever-resourceful media would surely dig up all his shady past. John come. Here, thinking of his first follower, Song Chow called over Fireman, his first underling. Since joining, John had always worked as security in the company, guarding the lab. He'd certainly put in the effort. Now is the time to put him to use. Song Chow thought of his loyal follower. He'd have to give the guy some benefits. Without incentives, who would be willing to risk their life in the future? Boss, Fireman John called out, his face brimming with excitement. He hadn't seen much of the boss lately, and they hadn't spoken much in recent years. So when the boss summoned him, he hurried over without a second thought. Song Chow patted Fireman on the shoulder. Pleased with his eager expression, John, repeat after me. I'm Iron Man. I am Iron Man, John echoed without thinking. Hey. Song Chow gave him a light smack. Take it seriously. Say it with power and presence. From now on, you're going to be a superhero, just like the Fantastic Four. You are Iron Man. Understand? Say it again. I am Iron Man. John was startled at first, but then his face lit up. He'd been getting restless working at the company for so long, but he still didn't dare disobey his boss, especially after being straightened out by Song Chow back in school a few times. But now, listening to the boss, he realized, I'm going to be a superhero. The thought of roaming the city every day, fighting crime, being adored by the public, chased by the media, admired by beautiful women. His joy was boundless. Smack. Hey. John yelped, kid, don't drift off if you can't do it. Right? I'll find someone else for the job, Song Chow threatened, half seriously, giving John another knock on the head. My bad, boss. I'll focus, John replied quickly, not daring slack off. He didn't want to lose this chance to make a name for himself. I am Iron Man. Song Chow nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Looks like I'll have to ask Emma to arrange someone to train you specially from now on. When you're facing the media, you have to speak appropriately. No matter what you're like in private, in public you have to embody Umbrella's spirit. Don't embarrass me, got it? Got it, boss, John replied. With a nod, Ivan, what do you think? For now on, this little brother of mine is going to be Iron Man. Starting today, he'll be following you around, and you'll outfit him according to his build. As for the timeline, you know the deal. We can't fall behind a certain someone transforming into a superhero. Second update. Ivan sized up Johnny the fireman and nodded. No problem, boss. He's the one. Song nodded in satisfaction, already planning to make a stop at Natasha's place. He needed to reclaim his dignity and teach that little minx a proper lesson. Suddenly, Johnny's ability came to mind. Ivan, Johnny can shoot fire, so make sure to install a flamethrower in the hands of the Iron Man suit. A mutant ability, is it? Ivan glanced at Johnny upon hearing this. A gift from the heavens, huh? Kid, let's see a demonstration. Johnny nodded. He understood that from now on he had to play along, or his dream of becoming Iron Man would go up in smoke. He quickly flicked his lighter, and with a whoosh, a jet of flame shot out more than 10 meters. Not bad, Johnny. You may not be producing fire from inside yet, but that range is impressive. You must have put in a lot of practice. Song praised the fireman. This was far beyond what he'd seen in the movies. If Johnny could do this effortlessly, he could only imagine how powerful he'd be when he really pushed himself. Johnny scratched his head and chuckled bashfully. All right, you guys get to work? I'm off, Johnny. I'll notify Emma. Every night, when you're resting, someone will come to train you in social etiquette. With that, Song turned to leave, instructing Superman to notify Emma for him. He couldn't be bothered to go himself, and headed toward the External Security Services Department. This time Song was determined. He unleashed the power of Demacia, rampaging through the top, mid, and bottom lanes, conquering every path in sight. For the first time in this world, he seized total victory. After 4 hours of an intense showdown, Natasha finally broke down, her voice hoarse as she pleaded for mercy. Sharon Carter had been listening outside for hours and finally couldn't bear it any longer. She rushed in to help, only to fall into the trap herself. Switching to Darius, the hand of Noxus, Song faced off against the rookie Sharon Carter, the little white rabbit. By the time he strolled out toward the laboratory, 6 hours had passed since he'd entered the department. As a true master of Sunstar cultivation, Song was quite pleased with his own intimidating presence. He swaggered forward with a crab-like gait, brimming with self-satisfaction. Inside Laboratory 3, a group of doctors were deep in heated discussion. They saw Song enter and were about to greet him. But when they recognized his familiar stride, lipstick or not, they knew exactly what he'd been up to. They all fell silent, exchanging knowing glances filled with gossip. Lounging in his rocking chair, Song mused that Iron Man would no longer be Tony Stark. Soon, it would be Fireman Johnny Allardyce. He couldn't help but wonder how dark Tony's expression would turn when he found out. Then his thoughts drifted to Dr. Connors and Dr. Otto. Should he make them all into superheroes too? They could be called Lizard Man and Octopus Man from now on. Song could barely hide his amusement. What an awful name. Nowhere near as catchy as Spider-Man. Thinking of Spider-Man, Song Chao remembered he still had a vial of perfect spider serum. Since he'd already claimed Iron Man for himself, why not find someone to turn into Spider-Man too? With this idea, Song Chao sat up. Pondering seriously, it actually seemed possible. Why wait around for Peter Parker? Dr. Song Chao called out. Raising his head, the scientists all paused, looking his way. I gave you the spider serum a long time ago. Many of you have already studied it. What I want to know is, can you now create a custom batch of perfect spider serum for someone? One that would grant them some of the spider's unique abilities? I want to manufacture a Spider-Man to rival the Fantastic Four Spider-Man. Superhero? Wow, boss, that's a great idea. How do we never think of this before? The doctors broke out in a lively discussion. Song Chao was pleased with the stir his suggestion had caused. And by the way, let me share some news with you all. Umbrella's first superhero is about to be born. His name is Iron Man. What? We're about to have our own superhero. Iron Man? I like the sound of that name. Boss, who is Iron Man? You all know him, Song Chao replied, grinning. It's John, the guy managing mutant security on the first floor. Human Torch John. He's been my right-hand man from the start, so, of course, when it comes to opportunities, my own people get first dibs. He made a point of saying this, spreading the word about his preference for those closest to him. That way, everyone would understand his style. If you're close to him, you're at an advantage. Dr. Connors fell into a thoughtful silence, then looked at Song Chao and said, Boss, I'm afraid you might be disappointed. When Dr. Hank first brought us the spider serum, I only looked into the decay formula. I never studied the serum itself in detail. Hank once told me it might not be possible to perfect it anytime soon. We'll need more time for thorough research. Song Chao nodded, not surprised by the difficulty. After all, Marvel's Black Tech was legendary. Many breakthroughs could only be made by the first generation of geniuses, and those who came after could never quite replicate them. It made sense. As for genetics, Song Chao continued, Dr. Connors, Hank, and Dr. Banner. I'd like the three of you to devote more time to studying the serum. The company also has an incomplete super soldier serum. What I need is a perfect serum to transform the human body, one that far surpasses Captain America. If possible, I want the company to mass-produce superheroes. The scientists, each clear about their own specialties, voiced no objections, and so the matter was settled. Song Chao lay back once more, letting his imagination soar as he dreamed of the future path ahead. Since Iron Man and Spider-Man are going to be created, then what about Lizard Man, Octopus Man, and maybe even the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn? That could also be considered. Of course, all this is just make-believe. Thinking of the Black Widow, who was just now sobbing and wailing, Song Chao felt a sense of accomplishment. After all, he'd already helped Natasha unlock 3 of her energy channels. Otherwise, what would be the point of walking away and pretending not to know her? Song Chao wasn't the type to shirk responsibility after the fact. He recalled that the serum in Natasha's system was incomplete, not as perfect as Captain America's, and it didn't grant any special superpowers on future battlefields. People like her would be nothing more than extras, no matter how glorified they looked in the movies, not to mention Thanos' generals. Even the endless hordes of biological cannon fodder would be too much for those at the peak of human ability like Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the Winter Soldier. How many could they possibly defeat? In the end, it would take the truly powerful heroes to turn the tide, like Thor, who could unleash his fury across the entire battlefield. Song Chao wondered if after improving the spider serum, he could give some to Natasha. Maybe then she could become the Black Spider. While he was still lost in thoughts of Black Widow, he was unaware that at that very moment, Natasha, with her body barely restored by the incomplete serum, had managed to regain a little strength. She struggled to her feet, helped the nearly lifeless Sharon Carter up, and slowly led her out of the company building. It was Frank, the company man, who couldn't bear to see them in such a state. He called over his subordinates and arranged for a car to take them home. Watching the vehicle disappear down the road, Frank sighed to himself. The boss isn't human. He's just too formidable, sigh. I can't even say it out loud. after these past couple of years. I know the boss doesn't take kindly to criticism. Back at Song Chao's old house in Chinatown, Natasha helped Sharon Carter out of the car. Sharon, do you need to go to the hospital? Natasha asked. Sharon Carter only stared blankly and shook her head, falling silent. With no other choice, Natasha supported her back into the house and helped her onto the bed. Both of them collapsed there at the same time, utterly exhausted, with no energy left even for complaints. Every step Natasha had taken had sent a burning pain shooting up her back, but she'd endured on sheer willpower. Now they lay face to face, neither making a sound too. Drained even to curse. It wasn't until the night had fully set and the moon high overhead that Sharon Carter finally broke down and began to sob. Natasha reached out, hugged her gently, and patted her shoulder. She couldn't help but feel her own eyes grow misty. When will days like this ever end? Natasha thought, bitterness rising in her heart. Will we ever make it out alive, Natasha? Sharon Carter spoke for the first time that night. I feel like I'm about to die. Don't think like that, Sharon. It's all over now. Natasha forced herself to swallow her sorrow, comforting this girl who had only just graduated from the academy. But I saw him come to you a second time already. I remember very clearly how you came back the last time, Sharon sobbed, her voice growing louder with each word. We still haven't gotten any useful information. I can't see any hope of completing the mission at the company. Umbrella's laboratory never lets anyone else from the company enter. Only the lab staff and security are allowed. If we have to keep dealing with things like this, I'd rather just die. He's too powerful. He's not even human. Yes, that bastard isn't human at all. All right, get some rest. Once you've recovered, I'll figure something out. We really can't go on like this. Someone's going to get killed, Natasha murmured to herself. Even she, a test subject enhanced by the serum, was reaching her limit. Let alone Sharon, who was just a child. The night slowly slipped by, everything falling into the embrace of darkness. Performance third update, Fisk Tower. Kingpin was deep in conversation with his trusted aide, Bullseye, discussing important matters. Suddenly, a phone rang. A secure line known only to a select few around him. Seeing the caller ID, his expression froze for a moment. Then he quickly answered the call. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Song. It's a pleasure to hear from you, Kingpin replied, his voice instantly becoming ingratiating. No need for formalities, Wilson. We're old friends by now. Umbrella is very satisfied with your performance so far, Song Chao said, listening to Kingpin's voice on the other end with a touch of resignation. It seemed that sheer force really was an effective guarantee. Things just got done. Saving so much pointless trouble. Thank you. It's truly an honor to work with Umbrella. May I ask what instructions you have for me, Mr. Song? Kingpin replied politely. It had been quite a while since he'd seen this big shot. He couldn't afford to be careless. Here's the thing. Umbrella's new office building. I need you to get in touch with every real estate developer construction firm, an interior design company in New York. I want you to cut the construction time down to just 1 month, too. At the very latest, Umbrella has plans and can't wait half a year for a single company to finish. But I can give you full authority over the whole project. Umbrella will provide the funds. You just get everything done. Song Chao thought of Ivan's clean energy project. It would be best to roll it out in the new building, making a bold entry into this industry. Let Stark Industries be the ones picking up the scraps. Originally, the move to the new headquarters wouldn't happen for at least another 6 months. But that simply wouldn't do. In half a year, Tony Stark would likely have already taken down Obadiah, regained control of Stark Industries, and announced his own foray into clean energy. So it was better to move up the timeline and reap multiple benefits. Even if it meant spending a bit more and letting Wilson pick up some of the leftovers. Understood, Mr. Song. I'll get in touch with all the key industries in New York and make sure there are thousands of people working around the clock, 24 hours a day. When Kingpin heard how directly Song Chao spoke, and that he was being given full authority to handle the business negotiations with the same profit, just with a small share cut out, he naturally didn't dare object. He knew he had to hold on tight to this powerful ally. Very well. I trust that you'll be able to have Umbrella relocated within a satisfactory time frame. Wilson, there's one more small matter I need your help with, Song Chao said in a deep voice. Mr. Song, if there's anything else you need, please just say the word. Kingpin responded without hesitation, eager to comply. It's a minor issue, Wilson. Umbrella plans to launch a superhero, and as the king of New York's underworld, I need you to provide information. A month from now, I want Umbrella's superhero to be as famous worldwide as the Fantastic Four. Do you understand? A superhero, Mr. Song. Do you want me to offer up information on some of my own gang so he can target and expose them? Kingpin asked, hesitating. No, Wilson. Umbrella isn't afraid of trouble. So feel free to give us intelligence on your rival organizations instead, but I want detailed reports, and whenever possible, let it be during the day. I want New Yorkers to witness a superhero upholding justice. And I want the media to be able to capture the action from afar, Song Chao replied, with a chuckle, unbothered by the idea of helping Wilson further increase his grip on New York's criminal world. After all, if you want help, you have to offer some benefits in return. The gangs weren't going anywhere in this gun-loving country, so he might as well help someone from his own side gain control. Thank you, Mr. Song, for your support. I understand what needs to be done and will provide detailed information, Kingpin replied, delighted, since he wouldn't have to sacrifice his own men and could strike at his enemies instead. That's settled then. For follow-up details, contact Frank the Punisher, head of Umbrella Security. This superhero spectacle will be overseen by Frank, a tactical genius, as our consultant Song Chao said, ending the call. At that moment, Song Chao was in a first-floor laboratory. Frank, John, and Ivan were all present. Remembering a plot point from a movie, Song Chao had come specifically to remind Ivan to reinforce the suit's reaction and rotation systems for the high-altitude freezing issue. He'd also reached out to Obadiah from Stark Industries and Hammer Industries to purchase some miniature missiles. Ivan, in at most 2 months, once Umbrella moves into the new building, we'll announce our entry into the clean energy sector, definitely ahead of Stark Industries. In these 2 months, you need to accelerate research on the Iron Man suit and its next iterations. The armor must keep evolving and become more sophisticated. In the future, we'll need to incorporate nanotechnology as well. I've also given you the adamantium alloy synthesis technique. Get that into the suit as soon as possible. Iron Man, as Umbrella's first superhero, must keep delivering a powerful public performance. Seeing Ivan nod silently, Song Chao felt reassured. He knew that the more hatred this burly Russian carried in his heart, the greater his capabilities in research would become. Turning to John, Song Chao continued, John, although Umbrella has other superhero projects lined up, you're my very first right-hand man. I hope you can keep pace with the company's growth, and I will support you from behind the scenes, giving you every advantage. Thank you, boss. I won't slack off. I've been ramping up my training lately, both in social skills and in armored combat, John replied eagerly, nodding with enthusiasm. Satisfied with his subordinate's attitude, Song Chao turned to the Punisher. Frank, I'm entrusting my protege to you. Not only do I want you to intensify his training in both hand-to-hand and armor combat, but you must also teach him battlefield strategy and other essential skills. Soon Kingpin will get in touch with you. Work with John to develop tactics. In the next 2 months, I want Iron Man John Allardyce to become as popular as the Fantastic Four. Do you understand? Frank nodded, with things spelled out so clearly. How could he refuse? Besides, the idea of molding a superhero with his own hands intrigue him. No problem, boss. I'll make sure to whip this kid into shape, he said, flashing John a wolfish grin. Poor John shivered at the sight of that smile. Unable to suppress a chill running down his spine, he could already tell the days ahead would be tough. Song Chao nodded, satisfied that everything was in place, and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. Oh, right. Since the technology behind the Iron Man suit might attract the military's attention, even though we've installed various weapons, John, you must avoid using them unless you're in a life-or-death situation. Just rely on your suit's flight capabilities and your fire manipulation skill. Show the world that you're a mutant iron hero, understand? While this will still cause us plenty of trouble, Umbrella can handle and delay any issues that come up. I expect Tony Stark's Iron Man suit to make its debut soon. Wait for my signal. Once I see Tony fly out of his mansion in armor, that's when your plan officially begins. Song Chao said with a sly, chilling tone. John dreamed of his name becoming world famous and adored by beautiful women. Ivan Vanko burned for revenge against Stark Industries, while Frank couldn't help but feel pity for the playboy Tony Stark. Though he didn't know him personally, he'd seen him on the news countless times. How unlucky for Stark to have caught the bosses. His days of glamour were surely numbered. Wow, Jarvis, how are the readings? This is what flying feels like? Amazing. Let's push it. I want to see what the suit can really do at high altitude. After 10 days holed up in his lab, Tony Stark had finally completed his Iron Man suit. Now suited up and soaring higher and higher, he was eager to test the limits of his creation. Song Chao received the news at that very moment. and nodded with satisfaction. In such a short time, and already the steel armor has been created. No wonder he's called a genius. Things were about to get interesting. Frank, how's the intensive training these past dozen days gone? Has the Kingpin's dossier arrived? Quite a lot of it, I see. Very good. Get in touch with him tomorrow during the day. We officially launch the superhero creation program. The time has come. With his instructions given Song, Chow hung up the phone, anticipation welling up inside him for the shockwave that the impending string of superhero appearances would send rippling through the world. Suddenly, he realized there had been plenty of oversights in the earlier chapters. A helpless feeling washed over him. The decision to start publishing had been made in haste, so he'd ended up posting each chapter as soon as it was written with no time for careful review. There might be some typos, and perhaps a few plot inconsistencies here and there, but those were mostly in the first 20 or 30 chapters. As he continued writing, everything began to flow more smoothly. With more chapters stockpiled, he could check things more thoroughly, and typos became rare as writing too had notably improved. All he could do was apologize for the earlier mistakes and ask his readers for their understanding. First update of the day. The next day, Tony Stark piloted his armor to the region of Gulmira in Afghanistan. He struck a heavy blow against terrorist activity there. On his way back, he clashed with the Air Force, shooting down an F-22 Raptor jet. Returning home, he retreated to his lab to fine-tune his suit and watch the news coverage. At a military press conference, a spokesman announced yesterday during a routine training flight, an F-22 Raptor unfortunately crashed. Colonel James Rhodes addressed the reporters. Fortunately, our pilot is safe and sound. As for the unexpected events that took place in Gulmira, Afghanistan, at this time we are unsure of the motives or the identity of those involved. However, we can assure you that the government had no involvement whatsoever. Wow, Rhodey, typical military spin. This kind of statement works anywhere in the world, Tony quipped, watching his friend James Rhodes deliver the official line on the live broadcast. Sir, I believe you should take a look at this news report, came the voice of Jarvis, Tony's intelligent assistant, who automatically switched the television channel. ABC brings you this report. This afternoon, a terrorist incident occurred in Queens. Let's go to the scene for a video replay. The beautiful anchorwoman at the TV station reported with professional dedication. The $50,000 payment she received last night was simply irresistible. She felt compelled to make this Iron Man superhero a worldwide sensation. After all, the client promised triple the reward if it succeeded. Our sources at the station tell us that this is a superhero clad in red and gold armor who intercepted a gang trying to smuggle missiles into New York. Afterward, the NYPD found as many as 16 missiles at the scene. The anchorwoman continued her eloquence, captivating the audience, while the screen displayed Iron Man in full armor, battling fiercely against a hail of gunfire and explosions from the gang. She raised and lowered her voice for emphasis. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, 16 missiles. If they detonated in New York, thousands would have been killed or injured. We truly owe our gratitude to our superhero. But who is he? According to our station's information, he belongs to the group of mutants. He is none other than Iron Man, John Aldis, from now on. New York won't just have the Fantastic Four and the Dark Knight among its superheroes. We now have Iron Man as well with Iron Man. Here, New York will be even safer. Damn it, Tony's face darkened as he cursed under his breath. On the TV, the armor was identical, right down to the paint job he'd hastily chosen before last night's charity gala. How could Tony Stark possibly bear this? Sir, the color of this man's armor is exactly the same as yours, based on the footage. Our data analysis shows a 60% similarity to your own suit's performance. Due to a lack of material, I cannot provide a more accurate assessment at this time. Jarvis, the AI butler, continued his calm, analytical report. Damn it, Jarvis, shut up. I can see it for myself. Tony cut him off, face thunderous, unwilling to hear more of Jarvis's unintentional stings. Change the suit's color. I want it blue. Something close to Captain America's shield, Tony muttered. Iron Man, he whispered to himself, feeling as if that nickname should have been his all along, the sense of loss gnawing at him. Iron Man, Tony Stark, that's what fits. But why do I feel this way? Jarvis, tracked this Iron Man down. I want a full report. Why is his armor so much like mine? Understood, sir. Meanwhile, at Umbrella, Song Chow was celebrating with John after this flawless superhero debut. Time passed. There's really no one else I can turn to. Pepper Potts said to Tony Stark. She picked up the USB drive and turned to leave for the office. ready to steal confidential data from CEO Obadiah. Watching Pepper finally agree to help bring down Obadiah, Tony couldn't help but feel delighted. Unfortunately, good times never last, so you might want to take a look at this news. Jarvis's voice chimed in. This is ABC reporting. Just moments ago, a gang shootout broke out, with many innocent bystanders caught in the chaos. At the crucial moment, our superhero Iron Man appeared once again, saving civilians and taking down the gangsters, rescuing New Yorkers yet again. The beautiful anchorwoman pressed on, eager to earn her $2 million paycheck. She had rehearsed this with the other party long ago. We are honored to have a face-to-face interview with this superhero. Mr. Iron Man, hello. We're so glad you agreed to speak with us today. Hello to all of you as well. No need for formalities. Just call me John. John replied, removing his Iron Man helmet and greeting them with a warm smile. Wow, I never imagined our superhero Iron Man would be so handsome. John, may I call you that? You look quite young, yes. I'm 20 years old. Wow, so young. John, may I ask what you did before becoming a superhero? Sure. When I came of age, I started working as a security guard at Umbrella. Security guard? Isn't that a bit of a waste of your talents? John shook his head. Not at all. You know the situation mutants faced back then. Society oppressed us, and there were people who hunted and detained us. I was lucky just to find a job, so I never felt that being a security guard was beneath me. I see. So John, as a mutant, and considering how difficult things used to be for mutants, why did you suddenly become a superhero to save others? Looking straight into the camera, John's expression grew solemn. Well, let me put it this way. This is why I only stepped forward as a superhero 2 years later. Back then, mutants were hunted and secretly detained by corporations and the government for research. All I could do was get by as a security guard, but in these past 2 years, Umbrella has changed how regular people view mutants. When ordinary people stopped seeing us as enemies, I felt I owed them something in return. Every human being carries the X gene, so mutants and humans can't really be separated. My mutant ability, as John spoke, he stretched out his hand and summoned a burst of flame, drawing a gasp of astonishment from the anchorwoman. To me, this ability is no different from your gift for public speaking as a host, or the skills of a basketball player, or the genius mind of a scientist. It's just another way to express oneself. So when over the past 2 years society finally began to understand mutants, I knew it was time to show what I could do, just like anyone else in their profession. I want to use my abilities for the safety of ordinary people. That's what I should do, because we're all in this together. Wow, John. That was beautifully said. I believe that when people see you acting like this, more and more people around the world will begin to accept mutants. Lastly, is there anything you'd like to say to the audience watching from home? The beautiful anchorwoman posed her final question. Hearing this, John put on his helmet and declared, I am Iron Man. I am willing to risk my life to protect the ordinary people who show kindness to mutants. With that, he soared into the sky. The host watched him go, eyes full of envy. Damn, what a show-off, she muttered. Tony, seeing this unfold, burst out cursing yet again, unaware that no one on Earth loved the spotlight more than himself. Watching the glory that should have been as being snatched away by someone else, seeing the other man fly off in that impressive suit of armor, Tony's heart was a mix of envy, jealousy, and frustration. Umbrella security. Damn it, Ethan's over there. Could it be he leaked the armor technology? That suit was something the two of us developed together. Tony fumed. Besides, the arc reactor technology is exclusive to my company, and I'm the only one capable of creating a miniaturized version. How did they get their hands on it? Ethan couldn't have managed that. Jarvis, get Ethan on the line, Tony ordered. After some small talk over the phone, Tony hung up, his expression growing even darker. Damn it, this can't be right. There's no way anyone else could have developed this technology except me. Ethan didn't know anything. He didn't leak the blueprints, and he was never involved in the research. Umbrella developed it all on their own. That's impossible. How could anyone rival the genius of Tony Stark? What's happening to this world? Why does it suddenly feel so unfamiliar? A few days later, near Stark Industries, night had fallen on the city streets. Inside a van parked by the roadside, a beautiful reporter was touching up her makeup in the mirror. Remembering the last-minute assignment from her sponsor, she had rushed to the spot with her crew. The $800,000 had already been transferred. Even the cameraman and driver each got $100,000. A windfall that had everyone excited, since the person her sponsor mentioned hadn't arrived yet. She quickly pulled out the talking points prepared in advance and began memorizing them, taking her task very seriously. Giant Armored Iron Overlord Bloom Mini. Iron Man. Got it, she repeated to herself, not knowing the whole thing was a setup for a prank. Suddenly, excited shouts came from the distance. A giant and a smaller figure were locked in a fierce battle. It was happening for real. The reporter's eyes widened in shock. Go, go, go. The targets are here. Start rolling. Hello, everyone. This is ABC reporting live. On our way back to the station, our crew stumbled upon a robot battle. Wow, look at that blue suit of armor. It looks just like our superhero Iron Man. Let's call him Tin Man. He's fighting a much larger armored opponent, whom we'll call Iron Overlord. At that moment, in a certain company, an Asian man glanced at the scene and let out a sly, mischievous chuckle, which drew a few furtive glances from the surrounding PhDs. We can see that the Tin Man is no match for the Ironmonger. The road at the scene has already been wrecked, and many vehicles have been destroyed. We don't know about casualties, but I really wish a superhero would show up to stop them. Wow, just as I thought it, here he comes. Our very own Iron Man has arrived. Oh dear, Iron Man's suit seems so much weaker than the Ironmonger's. The Tin Man got completely overpowered just now. I wonder if our Iron Man can save the ordinary people nearby. Wow, Iron Man truly lives up to his name. Even though he's much smaller, the enemy is no match for him. Look at those beautiful dodges. In just a few moves, he's torn off one of Ironmonger's arms and damaged the steel parts on its lower leg. He's utterly defeated the Ironmonger. From the moment he appeared at the end of the fight, barely 2 minutes have passed. We can see Iron Man pulling the man out from inside the Ironmonger. Let's go up and get an interview, go. The beautiful host was practically glowing with excitement. She had thought there would be real danger, but it ended so quickly and easily. She just earned $800,000, delivered a sensational breaking story, and would probably get a bonus when she got back to the company. Tonight was simply perfect. Wow. Let's take a look at who was inside the Ironmonger. It's actually Mr. Obadiah Stane, the CEO of Stark Industries. What a shock. Thank you to our superhero Iron Man for once again saving innocent citizens. And look, our Tin Man is getting back on his feet, and he's none other than Tony Stark himself. What a night full of surprises. Mr. Tin Man, Tony Stark, why were you fighting your own company CEO, Mr. Obadiah Stane? The attractive host watched as Iron Man soared away, then hurried over to interview Tony Stark. Tony had just been knocked to the ground by the Ironmonger. It took him a while to catch his breath, and as he pulled off his helmet for some fresh air, he saw a reporter approaching with her crew. What did you call me, Tin Man? Are you freaking kidding me? Rage flared in Tony's eyes. Tin Man, my ass. What kind of ridiculous nickname is that? Shouldn't I be called Iron Man? That's who I am. Without another word, he blasted off into the sky, not deigning to respond to that woman. She really had no idea how to talk to people. From now on, Stark Industries would refuse any interviews from that station. Decision made. The beautiful host looked awkward as she faced the camera. It seems our Iron Man, Mr. Tony Stark, is feeling a bit uneasy after seeing the Ironmonger, who easily overpowered him earlier, get taken down by Iron Man without much effort. But there's no need for Iron Man to feel bad. After all, your genius lies in invention, not in combat. The difference between you and John a fight is just like the difference between Iron Man and the Ironmonger. Thank you for watching this special news update from ABC. I'm your host signing off. Goodbye. Bingo. Done. In less than an hour, $800,000 in the bag. Perfect. Upon seeing this news in the Triskelion building in Washington, Nick Fury, the one-eyed director, erupted into a fit of shouting. 2 calls went out immediately. Natasha, you have to find out everything about the Iron Man armor as soon as possible. SHILD needs this tech. Give me every detail, understood? Mockingbird, you're up. Infiltrate Stark Industries and uncover everything there's to know about the suit. Meanwhile, in the Umbrella Lab, Song Chao burst out laughing, still clutching the Tesseract. This was a flawless script. Iron Man's fame would spread, even further boosting recognition for the name and laying the groundwork for the company's upcoming superhero lead project. At the same time, it knocked Tony Stark down a peg, saddling him with the nickname Tin Man. Unless he shed his armor, he'd never escape it. Once a nickname catches on, everyone uses it. By tomorrow, every newspaper and radio in America would be calling him that. No matter how rich Tony Stark was, he couldn't change that outcome. Thinking of this, Song Chao pulled out his phone and called Wilson, instructing him to send another $1 million bonus to the beautiful host. Never mind the host's excitement when she suddenly received another $1 million from her generous backer. Song Chao himself was suddenly in trouble. He had just hung up and was about to lie down again with the Tesseract in his arms when he suddenly noticed the surroundings had changed. He now stood in a stark white space, pure and empty on all sides. Standing up, still gripping the Tesseract, he looked around. At that moment, a bald figure slowly appeared. Outsider, you have disrupted the timeline. Iron Man was never meant to be your subordinate. John. Song Chao stared at the person before him, utterly unperturbed. If he didn't have the Tesseract, maybe he'd be a little intimidated. But the one thing this person should never have done was bring him here while he held the cube. Taking in his surroundings, Song Chao realized at once. This was the mirror dimension. He replied, "Oh, is that so? And who are you, God? Does everything need your approval?" The Ancient One frowned at this outsider. He was nothing like the others she'd encountered from different dimensions. Other outsiders, when they saw her, were usually frightened, destroyed with a wave of her hand, or left, clinging to her for mercy, begging to become her disciple. That was the only way to preserve his life. This person regarded him with a calm, indifferent gaze, and her strength came as a real surprise. She hadn't expected that the outsider she'd sensed before. Because of unrest at the border of the temporary hell she had been delayed for 2 years, would have grown so much in that time. Now, she wasn't even certain she could defeat him, and seeing the space stone in his hand, she abandoned any thought of fighting entirely. "I am the Ancient One-Inch Supreme Sorcerer of Kamar Taj. Kamar Taj stands as Earth's guardian, defending it from demonic threats that come from other dimensions." Hearing this, Song Chao nodded. Of course he was aware. "Ancient One, hello. Regardless of whether what you say is true or not, I appreciate your efforts in protecting Earth. However, I'd like to know, don't you think it's a bit rude to bring someone here out of nowhere?" The Ancient One was taken aback. Normally, anyone who met the Supreme Sorcerer would either show reverence or at least be polite. Yet this man was questioning her manners. Still, given his formidable strength, even she had to tolerate it. "I saw changes in the timeline," she said gravely. "Fate shows that Iron Man should be Tony Stark. But now, because of your interference, the timeline has been disrupted. This could have terrifying consequences for the future." She recalled how just after she'd finished dealing with matters at the border of hell, she'd noticed that the future she'd once glimpsed had changed. Alarmed, she checked and discovered that Iron Man was no longer Tony. Tony had somehow become an iron automaton. She rushed here to find the culprit, but regrettably had neglected to examine this person's timeline in advance. Why was his power so great? No matter how she pondered, she couldn't find an answer. She now regretted not using the time stone to peer into his past. Power truly was the foundation of confidence. The Ancient One's original name was Yao. She was Earth's supreme sorcerer, master to both Doctor Strange and Baron Mordo, and lived in seclusion at Kamar Taj in the Himalayas. She had once traveled through the universe and the multiverse, receiving the Eye of Agamotto from the great being Eternity. Later, she defeated a powerful griffin and claimed the Book of the Vishanti, which contained all the world's white magic. From then on, she earned the title of Supreme Sorcerer. Song Chao, of course, knew who she was, recalling all these details as he thought. He nodded, moving about and running his fingers along the mirrored walls, feeling out the principles behind the mirror dimension, a valuable experience delivered right to his doorstep, one he fully intended to study. The Ancient One's expression grew sour. He had only nodded in response to her question and then ignored her, turning instead to investigate the workings of Kamar Taj's magical mirror space. "The nerve! Outsider you," she began, but was immediately interrupted. Song Chao tightened his grip, then released it, turning to face her with a frown. "What did you just call me?" "Outsider. You are an interdimensional trespasser," the Ancient One replied solemnly, looking at the circle of cracks that had just appeared in the mirror dimension behind the other person. He persisted in his argument. Song Chao shook his head, his expression grave as he spoke. "What a narrow-minded way of thinking, outsider. If something exists, it must have its reason. It seems this so-called Supreme Sorcerer isn't all that impressive after all. Your ideas are outdated. Are you trying to force me to stand on the side of Earth's enemies?" He spoke each word deliberately. "If that's what you want, I'll grant your wish, Ancient One. If not, then call me Mr. Song." The Ancient One's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. This man's power was overwhelming. He had just shattered Kamar Taj's strongest and most frequently used spell, the Mirror Dimension. With a mere gesture, to make a move against him without absolute certainty would be reckless. What's more, the Space Stone was in his grasp, There was no way to trap him. This was a tricky dilemma. She could only compromise. She couldn't afford to make such a formidable enemy. Very well, my mistake. Mr. Song, perhaps you're right. If something exists, it must be for a reason. Now that you have arrived on this dimension's Earth, you are one of its people. Song Chao nodded in satisfaction, the space stone in his hand. His strength was not to be underestimated, and he would not let himself be overshadowed. The direction of this conversation had to be under his control. Ancient One, I don't care whether what you say is true or not, nor do I want to know if you're really this planet's guardian. As far as I'm concerned, I only believe in my own strength since I've come to this world. This planet is my home. I have my own principles. No one can dictate what I should or shouldn't do. The timeline you speak of, that's what you see. It has nothing to do with me. It's just like all the countries on Earth now. Each has its own government and system. Do you intend to act like the United States, using your military might to threaten others into doing what you want? That kind of nation makes me sick to my stomach. If that's who you are, then it seems we're destined for a confrontation. The Ancient One was stunned by his words and waved her hand. You misunderstand me, Mr. Song. That's not what I intended. I saw in the timeline that Earth faces a great crisis in the future, and Tony Stark, Iron Man, is a key figure. Stop. Song Chao raised his hand, cutting her off. I can't stand the way you put it. Tony Stark, I know him. Are you saying that if Earth is in danger, I'm just a bystander, that my strength isn't enough, and only someone whose body couldn't even take on a regular soldier can save us? Song Chao understood what she meant. He knew full well about Tony's final snap. He was just making things difficult for her on purpose. No, I can't explain in detail. The future is ever-changing. If I speak of it now, it will alter what's to come. The Ancient One answered with difficulty. Some things simply could not be said, or the future would change on its own. Yet the strength of the person before her made her wary, and she couldn't simply remain silent. After all, if she truly provoked this individual into becoming hostile toward Earth, her troubles would only multiply. Song Chao gave a small nod. I understand your concern, but I would never let a weakling become a savior, he said, lifting up the cosmic cube in his grasp. See this? I imagine you're quite familiar with it. The Ancient One nodded silently, uncertain what he intended to say next. Song Chao looked at her, contemplating whether to ask for her help in obtaining the Infinity Gauntlet from Odin's vault in Asgard. The Ancient One and Odin were likely acquainted, perhaps even on good terms. But just as he was about to speak, Song Chao abruptly held his tongue. What if she joined forces with Odin? He wasn't sure he could handle both of them together. No matter how slim the chance, it wasn't worth the risk, especially since the odds weren't so low. Even just mentioning the Infinity Gauntlet might be enough to unite the Ancient One and Odin against him. Realizing the danger, he quickly changed the subject. Well, your magic space here, he said. Its principles are somewhat similar to those of the cube. I wonder if you might be willing to give me some books on spatial magic, just so I could study the underlying theory. The Ancient One hadn't expected him to set his sights on Kamartaj magical texts. You're not one of us at Kamartaj. We don't simply hand out our books to outsiders. Song Chao shook his head with a wry smile. Come on, really? I'm not asking for treasures or anything, just some theoretical knowledge. Your refusal puts me in a difficult position. Never mind then, just send me back. It seems we're not truly on the same path, and perhaps it's best if we never meet again. Let's each go our separate ways in peace. The Ancient One fell silent, but after a moment's thought, she felt compelled to ask. If they became adversaries, it would spell endless trouble for Earth. Should this man turn against them, the heroes she'd seen in her glimpses of the future might not be able to withstand him. What do you want those books for? You're already immensely powerful. Who on Earth could possibly threaten you? Seeing that she hadn't outright refused him and was instead asking questions, Song Chao knew he'd succeeded. She too feared what he might do if left unchecked. It only affirmed that, in the end, strength was the foundation of everything. I need to keep growing stronger, of course. Learning is essential. There may be no one on Earth who can threaten me, but the universe is vast and dangers abound besides. You've already encountered dimensional demons. Do you really think I won't have to face such threats in the future? The Ancient One was quiet for a long moment before she replied. I can provide you with books to study, but you must promise to defend Earth in the days to come. Song Chao nodded. Agree, this is my home. After all, I'll protect it, but I'll do so in my own way, by my own principles. I'll defend the majority, the greater good. I trust you understand what I mean. The Ancient One nodded. It seems that many people on this planet have caused you displeasure. I hope that fewer lives will be lost, Kamar. Taj is here to protect the Earth, not every single human on it. Over the centuries, I have witnessed too many wars and too much death. I accept your terms. Song Chao extended his hand. All right, then let's celebrate our agreement. From now on, I'll be the one who leads Earth into the universe. You certainly have grand ambitions, but perhaps you should first get through the coming crises. The timeline has already been disrupted by you, so I have to go back and keep an eye on how things unfold. The Ancient One shook her head, grasped his outstretched hand, and looked at the man before her who claimed he would lead Earth to the stars. No problem, my world, my rules. Don't worry. I know well that with great power comes great responsibility. Send me back, please. Song Chao shamelessly borrowed Spider-Man's famous line, putting on a bit of a show and feeling quite satisfied with himself. With great power comes great responsibility. That's truly wise. I believe now that you can protect this planet. All right, I'll send you back now. As for those books, I'll teleport them to you shortly, said the Ancient One, preparing to send him away. Wait a second. Song Chao suddenly thought of something and stopped her. By the way, does Kamar Ta still need students? I'd like to introduce you to a genius. Maybe someone who could take your place one day. What do you think? Oh, a genius, you say? Bring them over someday, and let me have a look, the Ancient One replied, giving Song Chao a thoughtful look. Did this man know something? He even mentioned someone succeeding her. With that, she sent him away. Returning to Kamar Taj, the Ancient One withdrew to her private chamber and opened the eye of Agamotto on her chest. She began to peer into Song Chao's timeline. As expected, so much has changed in such a short time. The Phoenix was supposed to have vanished by now. Yet here is a new Jean Grey merged with the Phoenix Force, Professor X, and Magneto. Mutants who should have died before Earth's coming crisis are now thriving, and will only grow stronger in the future. Let's see what else. That's Dr. Bruce Banner. The Hulk is also on his side. There are so many superheroes with him now. Heroes I never saw in a previous future. No wonder he's so confident in facing what's to come. Seeing this, she shifted her gaze further along Earth's future. The future has truly changed. Tony Stark. Iron Man is gone, replaced by Captain Star-Spangled. Tony Stark. The Avengers replaced by... She stared in shock at the visions unfolding before her. But the more she saw, the more she fell into a contemplative calm, finally closing the eye of Agamotto. He got up and tidied some books on spatial theories, taking them out and setting them aside. After a moment's thought, he selected a few more books on various other foundational theories, preparing a bundle and sending them over to Song Chao. Song Chao lay in the laboratory, and when he saw the stack of books, far more diverse than what he'd requested, he smiled in satisfaction. It seemed Gui truly wished for him to grow even stronger. Pleased with the effort, he picked up a book and began reading as he reclined. He paid no mind to the astonished and curious gazes of the surrounding researchers, who were clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many books. The unrest at the school began to stir. X Academy's underground simulation training facility. At this moment, the X-Men trainee squad was taking a break between training sessions, watching the Iron Man news on television. Wow, John's really making a name for himself now, Pyotr, known as Colossus, said enviously. Kitty, nicknamed Shadowcat, rolled her eyes at him. Jealous, are you? Why don't you go work for Umbrella too? Song would probably turn you into a superhero as well. You be Iron Guy, Pyotr, who knows? The rest of the trainee X-Men burst out laughing. Since mutants were now under Song Chao's jurisdiction, those who in another timeline would have already become full-fledged X-Men were still only trainees and might never become official members at all. The mutant stronghold was steadily shifting its focus toward Umbrella, and X Academy was taking on more and more of a traditional school's atmosphere. Iron Guy, Pyotr. I like the sound of that. Definitely better than Colossus, Pyotr remarked, stroking his chin and muttering a few words with good-humored bluntness, which set off another round of laughter. Pietro, the so-called Quicksilver, scoffed at this. Please, weaklings, none of those nicknames hold a candle to mine. Velocity Hero. For now, Pietro could only train with this group, while his sister Wanda had already outpaced them by a wide margin, leaving him feeling hopelessly left behind. The only satisfaction he found was maintaining his status as the fastest in the room. Velocity Hero? Did you come up with that yourself? Weren't you Quicksilver before? What's with the change? Someone teased, sparking another round of laughter. Rogue, whose real name was Marie, couldn't help but laugh as well. But then she noticed her boyfriend Bobby, the Iceman, frowning and staring intently at the news segment about Iron Man John, not joining in the group's amusement. She understood immediately. Her boyfriend was jealous back in her school days, John. The future Iron Man and Bobby had always butted heads. The two clashed so often that fighting became routine, embodying the classic phrase as incompatible as fire and ice. Even the professors were at a loss with them. Marie moved over, reaching out to take Bobby's hand. "Bobby, are you all right?" Snapping out his thoughts. Bobby forced a smile when he saw her worried expression. "I'm fine, Marie." Really, Mary couldn't put her mind at ease. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Bobby, maybe we should talk to the professor and see what he suggests. The X-Men seem like they barely exist anymore. What do you all think?" She glanced around at the others as she spoke. The first to respond was Clarice Ferguson, the new member codenamed Blink. She nodded and said, "I don't really mind either way. It's up to you all." Clarice had only joined the school in the past couple of years, but thanks to her life experience and the fact that she was already an adult, the professor allowed her to train with the school's junior team. Kurt, known as Nightcrawler, was a quiet presence in the group. Having grown up in a circus, he was shy and often faded into the background, following along with the others in silence. Among them, Kitty Pryde, or Shadowcat, was the wisest. Her natural leadership and ability to strategize had already earned the group's respect. She considered Mary's words carefully before replying. "That sounds like a good idea. I'll go talk to the professor." After all, Song split with him over their philosophical disagreements and took John, who shared his views. But now the professor has compromised and is supporting Umbrella, while the X-Men haven't reformed since Cyclops left. We really should ask him. With that, she stood up. "Wait here. I'll go right now." Kitty said goodbye to her friends and headed for the professor's office. At that very moment, in the professor's office, Professor X, Charles Xavier, was watching the news with Jean Grey, also known as Phoenix, Ororo Monroe, the Storm, and Wanda, who hadn't yet earned her future moniker, the Scarlet Witch. "John's really making a name for himself these days," Ororo remarked as she watched the Iron Man coverage on the news. "Iron Man? That sounds so much better than Pyro. I bet it was Song who came up with that nickname. These past few days, it seems there's an Iron Man headline every other night." Wanda added with a sly smile. "Someone must be paying off the media." Though her words sounded dismissive, her expression betrayed a hint of pride. Charles saw the looks on the young people's faces and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Song has done well over the past couple of years. A lot of people have changed their views on mutants. Eric and I were right. Leaving mutants in his hands was the right call. Jean Grey nodded in agreement. "Professor, this is the way of a new era. You've done a lot, but Charles, I have to say back then you only passively endured the government's control. Now, though, the public narrative is in Umbrella's hands. Times have changed, and you haven't quite kept up." Charles nodded, taking it in stride. After all, they were all on the same side. "Yes, Jean, you're right. Back when the government needed us, we'd send the X-Men to help, but when they didn't, they'd use the media to spread fear about mutants and turn the public against us. Song really is stronger than I ever was. I can't help but admit I'm getting old." The others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment, and about to add more when a sharp knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Kitty Pryde, known as Shadowcat, pushed open the door. Noticing the professors and Wanda present, she greeted them politely. "Kitty child, what brings you here?" Charles asked gently. "Professor, during our training break today, we saw yet another news report about Iron Man. The team's feeling restless since Cyclops, Scott, left. The X-Men haven't been reformed, so I'm here as a representative to ask, what's the plan for us at the school? After all, we've all been adults for 2 years now. We can't just stay here doing nothing, especially seeing how much attention John is getting as Iron Man. It's made everyone eager to do something." Kitty looked earnestly at the professor, reporting the team's feelings. "Yes, you're absolutely right, Kitty." Charles fell silent for a moment, then nodded and turned to Jean and Ororo. "Children, what do you think?" Jean, hearing Scott's name, grew quiet and said nothing. Ororo, on the other hand, didn't hesitate. "Charles, there's nothing complicated here. Since we've already chosen Song as our leader, we should go straight to him with these decisions. He's been guiding mutants in a positive direction. With us here, the school is safe enough as it is. I've been wanting to say this for a while. The X-Men don't need to be reformed. We just need to keep focusing on educating the young mutants. Let Song handle the fighting and danger." Wanda nodded along so vigorously that Ororo couldn't help but reach out and pat her hair, amused. Always so supportive of Song. "He must be truly lucky to have you by his side," she said, her tone affectionate. Charles considered this and nodded in agreement. Ororo's right. With us here, the school will do just fine. From now on, we'll focus on educating mutant children and let Song worry about the rest. He looked at the others. Jean and Ororo, go visit Song at Umbrella and discuss arrangements for the adult students and check in on him. He hasn't been back to the school a long time. I'll go too. Wanda piped up, unable to hide her eagerness when she realized she hadn't been included. Of course, Wanda, you can go too. You've grown incredibly strong. You're ready to graduate, haha. Charles watched Wanda's performance with great satisfaction and let out a hearty laugh. Jean shook her head and said, Professor, you and Ororo should go. I'll stay here at the school. While you're there, you can check on their progress regarding your neurological issues and also ask about the serum. With me here, the school will be just fine. Charles fell silent for a moment after hearing this. He understood that Jean was feeling a bit down after hearing news about Scott. All right, Jean, Scott's a good kid. He'll come around and return sooner or later, so try not to worry. You keep an eye on things here at the school. I'll take the students and make a visit to Umbrella. Now that I think about it, I've never actually been there myself. Professor, do you think all of us trainees should go? Kitty interjected with her question. There's no need for so many people. Today we're just going to tour Umbrella and ask about their arrangements. The rest can stay and help Jean keep the school safe. The four of us will go. Otherwise, we wouldn't all fit in one car. Charles thought for a moment and shook his head in refusal. All right, Kitty nodded in agreement. Wait for me. I need to put on some makeup. Wanda leapt up and dashed away. Eager to freshen up, Ororo smiled helplessly and quietly, followed after her. Seeing this, Charles had no choice but to ask Kitty to wheel him outside to wait. Jean was left alone, sitting quietly, her thoughts a mystery. Umbrella Superhero League second update. Umbrella Laboratory Song Chao stood up, stretching his neck from side to side, preparing to go upstairs to check on Natasha. The Black Widow had just called, saying she needed to discuss something with him. Song Chao could hardly refuse. After all, he wasn't the heartless type. Lately, he'd been reading so much that even though he'd mastered a lot about spatial manipulation, his head felt muddled and dizzy. It seemed he was overusing his brain, proving that even a genius like him still lagged behind those top-level doctors. He hadn't even reached the Security and External Services Department when the AI, Butler Superman, reported that the professor and his group had arrived at the company. There was no helping it. This was important. Glancing at how close he was to the entrance, he turned back and headed downstairs. Charles, what brings you here in person today? Song Chao greeted the professor and his companions warmly, giving Ororo and Wanda a quick kiss on the cheek. There's a matter at the school that needs your advice, Charles explained. At first, I wanted to send others to look into things, but Jean insisted I come and see the company for myself since I've never been. She's staying behind to keep watch over the school. And while you're at it, check if your lab has made any progress with the professor's neurological issue. It's not good for him to be sitting all the time, Ororo added bluntly. There was no need for subtlety among friends. Song Chao understood immediately. Perfect timing. Let me show you around the lab, Charles and Kitty. It's been a while. He greeted Shadowcat Kitty with a friendly nod. Kitty responded with a reserved smile, since Song Chao wasn't well acquainted with him. And Song Chao was known for being an outsider at school, not to mention his ambiguous relationship with the teachers and his reputation for being untouchable. I decided to play it safe and kept my words vague, like a pigeon fluttering away, showing my reluctance without saying it outright. Introducing the newcomer with great enthusiasm, Song Chao said, "This is Dr. Ivan Vanko, a top-tier nuclear physicist I've just recruited." The armor John wears was all crafted by his hands. Once we reached the first floor, Song Chao eagerly introduced Ivan to everyone from the school. Ivan nodded in response, explaining that John was currently testing the new suit's capabilities. Spotting the professor, he greeted him warmly. After all, he'd spent years at the school. Though their philosophies differed, Ivan still respected the old man deeply. He interacted with the group with genuine warmth, showing off the splendor of Iron Man 2. Katie with a sense of pride. This floor is currently the heart of the company. Most of our top scientists are based here, Song Chao continued, giving us a tour floor by floor. Everyone followed Song Chao, eager to see the mysterious Umbrella laboratory that had always seemed so enigmatic to outsiders. Charles, what brings you here? Hank exclaimed as he spotted Charles, rushing over to embrace him. Oh, Hank, my boy. It's been far too long, Charles replied, his face lighting up with emotion. Since joining Umbrella, Hank had only returned home a couple of times over the years, spending nearly all his time in the lab. He had followed Charles since long ago, and their relationship was both that of teacher and friend. Charles had watched him grow up. Doctor's Professor Charles. You all know him well. What's the latest on his neurological diagnostics? How long until we can begin testing with complete safety? Song Chao asked his team of doctors directly, not bothering with formalities. Boss, the preparations have been set for a while. If we weren't currently focused on researching the Tesseract, we could start at any time. This plan has been developed by Dr. Hank, Dr. Bruce, and Dr. Connors, with myself overseeing the procedure. My regenerative cradle technology has made a breakthrough. Dr. Helen Zhao reported, her eyes meeting Song Chao's. Song Chao nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. And what about the serum? At this, the doctors all turned to Bruce Banner, the most accomplished among them in this field. Banner, a bit embarrassed, stepped forward and spoke softly. At present, the serum has been matched with both Charles's and Eric's blood and body samples. This serum is modeled after the super soldier formula, so it can only enhance physical strength, keep the body at its peak, and slow down aging, just as you required, boss. As for the serum that grants special abilities, we're still working on it. It's proven to be a bit of a challenge, and we'll need more time. That's acceptable. I'm very pleased, Song Chao said, content with the progress. Dr. Banner, for now, let's focus on restoring Charles and Eric to their prime. As for the serum that grants special abilities, there's no rush. We can take our time with that. Song Chao said with satisfaction after listening. Professor X and Magneto are already quite old, so, a serum similar to the super soldier serum would suffice for them. Just like what was used for Black Widow, Nick Fury, and the Winter Soldier. The main goal is to slow down aging. If their bodies can be strengthened to the peak of human potential, that would be enough for Song Chao. There's no need for them to gain special powers like those from the Spider Serum. After all, the famed Professor X and Magneto are already formidable in their own right. There's no need to gamble on waiting for a serum that grants special abilities, which might even conflict with their own XG mutations. Besides, even if a perfect Spider Serum could produce a new Spider-Man, could he really compare to these two mutant legends? That would be a joke. Charles, would you like me to begin the procedure now to help you stand again? Song Chao asked for Charles's opinion. Oh, my boy, there's no hurry for now. Let's talk about matters at the school first, Charles replied after a moment's thought. Oh, what's going on at the school? Come on, let's head upstairs to the office. There's nothing to offer. You down here, Song Chao said, puzzled about what could be happening at the school. They went upstairs to Emma's office, where Song Chao invited everyone to sit down. He turned his attention to Charles. Taking a sip of coffee, Charles began, my boy, seeing how your company has gradually changed the world perception of mutants over the past 2 years. I feel that Eric and I were right to support you from the start. That's why. Ever since Scott left, I haven't tried to form a new X-Men team. Although some of the older students at the school, like Ororo and the others, are still training their combat abilities, things have changed. Since you've turned John into the superhero, Iron Man, the kids have been seeing news like this more and more. It stirred up their hearts. Kitty came to me today as their representative to ask about this, so I come to ask you, what plans do you have for these children? You're the leader of mutants now, my boy, and I'm still willing to follow your guidance. Oh, so that's what this is about. Song Chao murmured to himself after hearing Charles's words. The mutants were his people, after all. There was no escaping that. Lately, he'd focused so much on bringing members of the Brotherhood into the company that he'd subconsciously overlooked the students at Xavier's school, thinking about his future vision for Umbrella's own superhero league, one that would completely replace the Avengers. He realized he couldn't just rely on the heroes from the movies. After all, he had mutants at his disposal. In fact, as long as a mutant has even a halfway decent ability, with just a bit of combat and firearms training, they would easily outclass Avengers like Hawkeye, Winter Soldier, Black Widow, and Captain America. Those members who are really just there to make up the numbers. They're only at the peak of human potential. Skilled fighters and expert marksmen, yes, but not a hint of a real superpower among them. The mutant race could create far more heroes. There's so much untapped potential here. Song Chao quietly calculated all this in his mind. When Charles finished speaking, everyone turned their attention toward him, even Emma, curious about Song Chao's intentions in creating the superhero persona Iron Man John. After all, hiring actors and paying for media hype were all things that went through Emma's hands. These matters are minor, Professor. I'd originally planned to wait until the company's new headquarters was finished before sharing this. But since you're all here today, I'll give you a preview, Song Chao said, deliberately giving the impression he had a plan, unwilling to admit he'd nearly forgotten about the X Academy crowd. Superman project the model of future company's new building, and give us a brief introduction," Song Chao commanded. Snapping his fingers for effect, "Yes, boss," the AI butler responded. Instantly, a detailed model of a skyscraper was projected into the center of the room, its many floors clearly visible. "This will be the future Umbrella headquarters, 333 meters tall, with 80 floors above ground. The foundation goes down 32 meters with 6 levels underground. The total height is 365 meters. According to our plan, we'll be moving in within a month," Song Chao said. Rising as the AI finished its introduction, he walked over to the model, gesturing at different sections as he addressed the group. "Charles, the first basement level of the future Umbrella building will serve as a training base for mutants, guarding the 5 experimental lab floors below it. These labs are the heart of Umbrella, as our scientists are the company's greatest asset. The building's main entrance on the first floor will be protected by Frank's squad of retired special forces, our outermost line of security, Charles. I've also reached an agreement with a group that's defended Earth for centuries. Kamartaj, in the future, Umbrella will take on the responsibility of facing any and all threats to Earth. So, I intend to establish the Umbrella Superhero Alliance," he continued, pointing to the uppermost floors of the building model. "These top floors will become the headquarters for the Alliance. The 80th floor will be a tactical command lab, while floors 75 through 79 will house the living quarters, recreation rooms, gyms, and bedrooms for our superhero members." Frostman. Chapter 3 Umbrella Security External Services Division. Natasha checked her makeup in a small mirror, growing increasingly anxious as she waited for someone's arrival. Time was slipping by. They should have been here by now. To prepare for the showdown, Natasha even sent Sharon Carter away. After all, Sharon is still just a fresh graduate. And besides, she's the niece of Ms. Peggy Carter. Such a dangerous task should fall to me, the Black Widow. With a sense of righteousness, Natasha steeled herself, ready to walk into the lion's den. Little did she know that at this moment, someone in the president's office was so busy that he had completely forgotten about this dangerously alluring woman. "Kamar Taj, is it?" Charles murmured to himself after listening to Song Chao's introduction. The others were all visibly excited. The thought of having their own superhero team was thrilling. "Oh, Charles, you know about this group too?" Song Chao caught the professor's words and looked up at him. Charles shook his head. "I've only heard of them, never actually dealt with them. They've intervened from time to time in the past, but now you're in charge of the mutants, kid, so whatever you want to do, we'll support your decision. I want to join this superhero team too." Wanda couldn't hold back any longer. With a swift movement, she darted over and clung affectionately to Song Chao's arm. You're still too young. We'll talk about it later," he replied. "Please?" Wanda's voice was soft and sweet, almost pleading. "Damn it," Song Chao muttered inwardly, refusing to be swayed by her little displays of affection. "Let me think." But Wanda pouted no. "I want to join right now, please." Her tone sent a chill down everyone's spine. Kitty the Shadow Cat was still a student. Completely unprepared for this sort of flirting, her cheeks flushed bright red as she looked down, counting imaginary ants on the floor, though this was hardly the wild outdoors. Ororo finally couldn't take it anymore. She strode over, pulled Wanda aside, and gave her a stern look. Realizing the timing was off and the others were still there, Wanda quickly dropped her act and pretended to behave. She knew that when they were alone, she'd find a way to get what she wanted. Charles watched the young ones bicker and smiled, then changed the subject. "Kid, do you want the mutants to join the superhero alliance?" "No." At the question, Song Chao's expression turned serious, and he shook his head. "Charles, I won't let all the mutants join this organization. This is a crisis for the whole planet. It shouldn't fall entirely on the shoulders of mutants, so whether it's you, Eric, or even Jean and Ororo, I won't let them join. This superhero alliance is still in the planning stages. For now, I've only confirmed John and Dr. Banner, and maybe we can recruit the Dark Knight as well. As for Logan, that'll be up to him. For now, it's all still taking shape. There's no rush. We still have time." With that, Song Chao turned to Emma and continued, "In my vision, Umbrella will serve as the logistics backbone of this alliance, providing funding, intelligence, and equipment to the organization. Emma, as Umbrella's representative, will be in charge of all these logistical matters." Upon hearing this, Emma could only nod in agreement. Though questions lingered in her mind, she knew this was not the right moment to speak up. Noticing Emma's nod and catching the eager look on Wanda's face, Song Chao shook his head gently before continuing. "Wanda, given your magical abilities. Your code name will be Scarlet, which from now on, you'll act as the steward of the Umbrella Superhero League, overseeing and coordinating all affairs, be it missions or leisure activities. Leave the fighting to others. It's best for you to stay put in the Umbrella building and work closely with Emma. Wanda burst out in delighted laughter at his words, unfazed by the prospect of missing out on battle. Hearing she would be the steward made her all the more pleased. Scarlet Witch. Wow, what a gorgeous name. Song, you really have a knack for this. As she spoke, she leaned forward and planted a kiss on Song Chao's cheek. Song Chao could only sigh, wrapping an arm around the witch's slender waist. Behave yourself. We're discussing serious matters. The sorceress could only play the role of a well-behaved child, nestling obediently into his arms. Song Chao glanced at Ororo to gauge her reaction. Seeing nothing amiss, he felt relieved, but after a moment's thought, realized he should be cautious. If she was jealous, but hiding it, that could be trouble. Professor Eric Jean and Ororo will serve as the organization's advisors. Our nuclear option, so to speak. You'll only be called into action if the Earth faces a true crisis. At other times, I'd like to give the others some room to grow. Since the students at the school are eager to prove themselves, I'll make sure they get a chance. When he finished speaking, he noticed Ororo's expression brighten with joy. Song Chao was taken aback. Thank goodness he'd thought of this, or he'd have misread her entirely. So she had been feigning indifference after all. It seemed no matter their age, women never truly outgrow jealousy. He made a mental note. Having many women brings its own complications. If he wasn't careful, domestic strife could erupt at any moment. Song resolved to remain vigilant and to treat everyone as fairly as possible. Charles spoke up. Do you mean to have all the students join this organization? Some of them might not be suitable, Charles. You don't have to tell me that. I know full well, of course, not all of them can join. We'll have to see who's truly fit for the role. An organization can't be made up entirely of frontline fighters. We'll need support personnel to work together with the team. Battles in the future won't be single combat. If we ever face an alien invasion with enemies flooding in from all sides, a handful of heroes won't be enough, Song Chao replied, shaking his head at Charles's concerns. At the moment, everything is just beginning, and it's far too soon to say anything definite. We'll have to take it one step at a time. As for the students at the school, I'm not familiar with most of them yet. I know Iceman Bobby fairly well, and I don't really get along with John. At this point, both Charles and Ororo nodded with a smile, while Kitty looked embarrassed, as if she wanted to say something. Oh, Kitty, don't worry. Song Chao noticed the look on Kitty's face and shook his head gently. Don't overthink it. It's just how young people are. Besides, Bobby and John have opposing powers, water and fire, so it's only natural they don't get along. I won't hold it against them. To be honest, Bobby's abilities are much stronger than John's. I actually told John that back in the day. It's a pity Bobby's beliefs were influenced by you, Professor. At these words, Ororo secretly pinched Song Chao, and Charles, seeing this, chuckled. Oh, my child Ororo, don't worry, I'm not petty. Bobby came to the school when he was very young, so of course he was influenced by me. I understand. That's also why you only took John with you back then, even though you knew Bobby's potential far exceeded John's. Song Chao gently stroked Ororo's hand, giving her a reassuring smile, then nodded at Charles. That's right, Charles. But now that I think about it, maybe I was a bit immature back then and too quick to assume things. Since the students are starting to show their ambitions today, I'll make some arrangements. Bobby, Iceman, has tremendous potential, and it's been a long time since I last saw him. I wonder how much his powers have developed. But as for which mutants are suitable to step out as superheroes and which are better suited for support roles, I don't know many of them well yet, nor am I familiar with the specifics of their abilities. I'll need to study that further before making any decisions. For now, let's settle on Bobby. Although Iceman isn't a great code name, let's change it. Let me think. How about Frost Guardian? Song Chao, with a mischievous glint, gave Bobby a new nickname. That fits a superhero much better. Iceman just doesn't sound right. I'll give it some more thought about the arrangements. Emma, could you bring out some snacks or something? Another mutant hero, first update, X Academy Underground Simulation Training Base of that infuriating song. He picked Bobby and not me. During a break in training, Pietro glared at the ABC channel on the television, voicing his frustration. If it weren't for the fact that Song Chao was going to be his future brother-in-law, and for fear of upsetting his sister Wanda, Pietro would have already given him a piece of his mind. He seethed inwardly, plotting Rogue, whose real name was Marie, glanced at Pietro thoughtfully. As Bobby's girlfriend, she felt she had to help ease the resentment brewing among her teammates. Pietro, didn't Kitty just say when she got back that we all have a chance? It's just that Song isn't familiar with each of our abilities yet, so he picked Bobby, whom he knows better first. Don't be impatient. Shadowcat Kitty nodded as she chimed in playfully. That's right, Pietro. Your sister Wanda is going to be the future chief steward of the Umbrella Superhero League. There's no way you can run from that fate. We'll all have to cozy up to you then, won't we? Ha ha. Everyone burst into hearty laughter at that. Pietro's face flushed with embarrassment. Was he Pietro, the kind of man who relied on his sister's connections? Humph. Don't worry, we're teammates. Once I'm in, I won't forget any of you, he retorted, trying to sound proud, but unable to hide a hint of anticipation. Blink Clarice Ferguson, being a newcomer, asked curiously, this Song you're talking about, what kind of person is he? I've never seen him since I came to the school at her. Question. Everyone fell silent. No one quite knew how to introduce him. He was a tricky character, and the rumors about him were not the kind you'd share openly, especially with someone who might turn out to be a double agent, like Pietro, unaware that his teammates suspected him of being a spy and thus hesitated to discuss Song Chao's gossip. Pietro boldly declared, Humph. What kind of person? He's a lecher, that's what. Listen, Clarice, you'd better keep your distance from him. That guy can't walk straight when he sees a beautiful woman. His eyes practically light up. You should be careful. Blink Clarice Ferguson was momentarily speechless, a streak of exasperation flashing across her face. She looked around at the others, who all pretended not to have heard Pietro's words, silently fixing their attention on the ABC channel. Ever since Kitty had returned 3 days ago, Bobby had gone off for training at Umbrella. Song had left them with just one line. If you want to hear news about Iceman, just keep an eye on the ABC channel. Blink watched everyone's reactions and made a mental note. Song seemed to be quite the mysterious figure, so much so that the team didn't dare talk about it behind his back. Her curiosity was thoroughly piqued. She resolved to find a chance to meet and get to know this enigmatic person in the future. With these thoughts swirling her mind, she turned her eyes to the television, where the ABC female anchor was conducting interviews on the street. Hello, may I ask, could you share your thoughts about our stations? Recent programming, she asked, continuing her 6th interview of the day. Though she kept up her professional smile, inwardly the ABC anchor was anxiously thinking, where's that fire? Why hasn't it happened yet? But once again, I've received a generous donation from my sponsor. Wow, it's another $800,000, just like last time. I've already memorized the script by heart. The Frost Guardian, huh? Another superhero. Oomph. Looks like I've earned another easy $800,000, and I'll get a bonus from the station when I'm back. My sponsor has really been amazing lately. Absolutely fantastic. I adore him. A fire. Where are you? Hurry up and break out already. For the first time, I'm actually hoping for a fire. Praise be to America. May there be fires every day. The beautiful host secretly looked forward to it. Just then the crowd became restless. What's that? Thick smoke. Call the fire department. Quick, there's a fire. The beautiful host was momentarily stunned. Had her prayers finally been heard by the heavens? At last, a fire had broken out. She quickly looked up to find the direction of the incident, then faced the cameraman, steeling herself with a look of concern as she spoke to the camera with resolute dignity. Let's go, let's go. There's a fire. Oh my God. Hurry and see if anyone's trapped inside. When she arrived at the scene, she faced the camera again and said, Dear viewers, we're interrupting our program to bring you urgent news. We've already called the fire department, but as you can see, the flames are intense. We don't yet know if anyone's trapped inside, and I'm worried that the fire trucks might not arrive in time. Fist Tower. Kingpin sat in his chair, watching the ABC Newswoman's broadcast. He nodded in satisfaction. This girl really knew how to play her part. He looked up and asked his trusted aide, Bullseye, how's our man inside the fire? He's been a loyal partner for years. I don't want him actually getting killed for the sake of show. Bullseye. Lester shook his head at that. Boss, don't worry. His public identity is a wealthy accountant with a huge bathtub at home and every safety feature you could think of. We've rehearsed this scene several times over the past 3 days. There's no risk at all. He'll be able to wait safely until the Frost Guardian arrives to rescue him. At this point, Bullseye hesitated, glanced at Kingpin, but ultimately stayed silent. Kingpin nodded, pleased with all the precautions taken for this act. Sensing Bullseye's hesitation, he spoke. Oh, Lester, my dear old friend, do I need to remind you? Keep your curiosity in check. Have you forgotten the lessons of the past? We just need to do our job. Don't ask about the rest, as long as you know that's enough. No matter how curious you get, keep it to yourself. Don't accidentally provoke someone's wrath. You might end up with a fire of your own, and then no one will be able to save you. X Academy Underground Training Facility. Wow, a fire. Bobby's going to show up. Mary, seeing news of the fire, suddenly shouted in excitement. She knew her boyfriend's powers all too well. Whenever there was a fire, of course he'd come to mind. Everyone witnessed this scene, and since they often trained together, they knew Bobby's abilities very well. Seeing the fire and recalling Bobby's powers, as well as the fact they'd all been glued to ABC these past few days, they immediately understood. It was Bobby's time to step into the spotlight. A wave of envy swept through the crowd. In the past, mutants only made the news as outcasts. Now to appear on TV as a hero. What a turnaround at the New York Fire Department. The dispatcher was just about to send out a team when a call from higher up came in. Someone had already been dispatched. The room erupted in confusion. Since when? No team had left the station. The fire chief hung up and stared at the television, thinking to himself with a smirk. Humph, should I tell them I just got $5 million? All I did was establish a community partnership and announce that the Icebound hero had accepted a special advisory role for the department. It's just an honorary title. Who wouldn't find $5 million tempting? As if I'd share any of it with them. It's been 3 minutes since the fire started, but the blaze is only growing worse. There's no sign of, wait, could it be Iron Man? The glamorous anchorwoman continued her live report, only to notice the camera angle had shifted away from her. Following its gaze, she spotted a suit of armor soaring across the sky. At first glance, she thought it was Iron Man. Oh wow, that's not Iron Man. The color's all wrong. Iron Man's suit is red and gold, but this one is pale blue. Is he here to help with the fire? He's flying right in. Could he be a new superhero? Zoom in quick, get a closer shot. Look, everyone! He's blasting cold air from his hands. The fire's being snuffed out in seconds. In just 20 short seconds, he's extinguished a raging inferno. Amazing. Now he's carrying someone out. Go, go, go. Let's get over there and interview our firefighting hero. Pale blue armor, wielding cold to put out the flames. He must be a new superhero. Hurry, let's catch up to him. Watching this unfold, the fire chief snorted to himself. Interview him, huh? Why not come interview me, you little brat? Excuse me, superhero. Can we have a word? The glamorous anchor finally rushed over with her cameraman, eager to get a statement. No, I'm just here at the request of the fire department. If you want details, talk to the fire chief. The figure in the armor didn't lift his visor. A filtered voice sounded, and in the next instant, he turned and shot up into the sky. The anchor stood there stunned. That wasn't how it was supposed to go. The guy just flew off, refusing the interview. Wasn't he supposed to be arranged by the sponsor? Why wouldn't he talk? And there was definitely no scene in the script where she had to interview that slippery fire chief. She could only steady her nerves and face the camera, while this superhero refused our interview. It looks like we'll have to go speak with the chief of the fire department. Just look at him. He's clad in pale blue armor, not unlike Iron Man, except for the color. He's here on a fire rescue mission, and he can even unleash freezing air to put out the flames. I've made my decision. This superhero, who's so similar to Iron Man, will be called Frost Knight. From now on, I'm officially his fan. With another hero who can save people from fires, I feel so lucky as a New Yorker. At last, she managed to finish reciting the content she'd scribbled in her draft, albeit in fits and starts. Even though things went sideways because that guy refused the interview, she had to find a way to smooth things over. Otherwise, if her sponsor got upset, they'd drop her next time. Luckily, her gift of gab hadn't deserted her. The beautiful host breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This book is written from the perspective of a beautiful woman. Readers are invited to join the discussion group. Since no one has come to discuss these things with me, I just write according to my own preferences. Maybe I'm a bit too fond of variety. I love so many different beautiful women in movie storylines, so if any readers find my approach doesn't quite suit them, you're welcome to join QQ Group 105909 for 059 for a chat. Maybe I'll change my writing style to better suit your tastes. Rage. Second update, X Academy Underground Training Base. Wow, that's cool. Bobby, that kid. I'm really jealous. Humph. Sooner or later I'll be on TV in the spotlight. Just like that, said a silver-haired individual, their tone making the relationship clear. The trainees watched the news about Bobby on TV. Their faces a mix of envy and jealousy. Rogue Mary was naturally delighted to see her boyfriend basking in the limelight. Noticing the envious looks from her teammates, she stifled a giggle. feeling secretly pleased but too shy to show it. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of Shadow Cat Kitty frowning, her expression turning odd. Could Kitty be jealous? That didn't seem right. Kitty wasn't the jealous type. Mary thought to herself. Kitty? What's wrong? You don't look very happy. Mary's sudden question caught the others off guard. The room fell silent as everyone turned to look at Kitty's furrowed brow, each wondering what was going on. Kitty was never one to harbor strong jealousy. What could this be about? Kitty saw their faces, and her own expression grew grim. Guys, I think Bobby might be in trouble. Mary exclaimed, her voice anxious. Why, Kitty? Bobby seems to be doing great. What makes you say that? Kitty shook her head. I can't really explain. I just had a feeling that Bobby didn't follow Umbrella's instructions. He hadn't taken off his mask, nor did he accept any interviews. Based on my recent research into Umbrella, I suspect Bobby might have acted on his own. If my intuition is correct, then I imagine Song must be furious. Bobby could be in real trouble this time. At these words, the room fell silent. Mary, her face tense with worry, stared anxiously at the television. She couldn't do anything to help. All she could do was pray. Meanwhile, in the professor's office, Ororo was delighted to see her. Students stepping into the spotlight, but she noticed that both Jean and the professor looked less than pleased. Jean-Charles, what's with those faces? Aren't you happy for the kid? Jean nodded, then shook her head. I am happy, but I'm also worried. I think Bobby's gone and angered Song. I'd better call my dear and ask him to go easy. After all, Bobby's still just a kid. Ororo looked at her surprised. What? Why would Song be angry? Jean didn't answer directly, but turned to the professor and said, Charles, it looks like there really is something wrong with our methods. No wonder Song has never approved of us. Just looking at John and Bobby's performance, the difference is obvious. Charles nodded slowly. It seems I protected the children too much. Just as Song said, they've become hothouse flowers. Without facing wind and rain, they'll never truly grow. Jean, let Song know that whatever decision he makes about this child, he has my support. With that, Charles wheeled himself slowly out of the office. His expression clouded. Ororo, watching all of this, and hearing those words, seemed to understand at last. The joy faded from her face, and she too fell silent. Damn it. Song Chao's anger flared as he saw that Bobby had simply walked away without giving an interview. He stood up abruptly and strode toward the first floor lab. The other researchers, seeing his mood, also kept their silence. Dr. Hank wanted to say something, but as he thought of John's performance and compared it to Bobby's impulsiveness, he opened his mouth, then closed it again. They were all geniuses, and it didn't take much thought for the doctors to realize what Song Chao was doing. This was hype. This was showmanship, the deliberate crafting of superhero. The ins and outs of the scheme were clear to anyone willing to think about it. Down on the underground level, Bobby had just flown in and removed his steel mask. John approached, looking at him. You changed the script? I don't know what Emma had arranged for you, but I'm pretty sure you were supposed to give an interview. Bobby's face turned cold. John, I don't need you telling me what to do. I'm not here to put on a show. Why should I have to give an interview? Just so everyone can call me the Iceman? I saved people. That's newsworthy enough. Before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous force slammed into him from behind. Bobby was suddenly sent flying, crashed to the ground, rolled over several times, then scrambled to his feet, only to see Song Chao standing there with a grim expression, accompanied by Wolverine Logan. Oh, Song, calm down. Don't stoop to a kid's level. He's still young. Don't lay a hand on him. Logan stepped in front of Song Chao, trying to talk him down, with a soothing voice. The moment Logan saw the news and realized Bobby hadn't given an interview, he sensed something was off. This wasn't Song style at all. His heart skipped a beat. He guessed Bobby must have acted on his own, which was bound to enrage Song Chao. Logan hurried down to the first floor to wait, and sure enough, Bobby had barely returned when Song Chao came storming up from 3 floors underground. Hearing what Bobby said, Logan immediately felt disaster looming. Before he could intervene, Song Chao had already sent Bobby flying with a fierce kick. Damn it. You don't need to put on a show. You think you're so great. If you're that powerful, why don't you take all the mutants and be superheroes? Why are you still hiding out in this school, acting like a useless coward? Song Chao, held back by Logan, didn't try to break free. He hurled insults at Bobby, still sprawled on the ground. Bobby's face twisted with embarrassment. He picked himself up, wanted to argue, but at a loss for words. He didn't know Song Chao well, felt out of place in this moment, and dared not say more. He fell silent. Song Chao continued to lash out. Useless. Charles has really raised you all into a bunch of dead weight. I gave you instructions and you dare to change them on your own. Charles has done so many great things for people over the years, helping the government. Where are the reports? Where's the news coverage? John, go up there and spar with this loser. I want to see what kind of confidence lets him talk like that. Song Chao turned to John. John hesitated, glancing at Song Chao. It was the first time he'd seen the boss this furious. Damn it, I told you to get up there and fight him. If you lose, you'll regret it. Did you hear me? Song Chao's anger flared as he caught John's hesitation, pushing John to nod hurriedly and strap on a pair of metal gloves. Come on, Bobby, the boss gave the word, so I won't hold back. Honestly, I've wanted to smash you since we were in school. This time, I'm not pulling my punches. John taunted, flames flickering in his eyes. Bobby didn't dare vent his anger at Song Chao, but when faced with John's provocation, he shed his armor except for the gloves, his face twisted in rage. He shot back, John, the feeling's mutual. I've been itching to take you down for a long time. Come on. I won't hold back either. John's mouth curled into a sneer. Flames erupted from both hands as he charged at Bobby with blazing speed. Bobby responded instantly, both hands releasing twin streams of icy cold, dashing headlong to meet John. After all, the professor had called him an Omega-level mutant. How could someone like John, a mere third or fourth-tier pyro, possibly compare? But fate has always had other plans. As soon as the two drew close, Bobby suddenly lost track of John. The next instant, a sharp pain shot through his stomach. Before he had a chance to retaliate, a fist crashed into his chin, and a heavy kick struck his knee. Bobby collapsed to the ground. His knees giving way, a cold metallic grip seized his neck, and lifted him up. Looking up, he saw John looming above, one hand clutching his throat, the other extended in a taunt. The boss was right about you, John sneered. You really are useless. I wasn't even trying, and you're already down. If this were a fight to the death, you'd be nothing more than a burning corpse by now. A burst of applause echoed through the space. Song Chao walked over, clapping his hands. Well done, John. Seems you haven't let yourself get rusty. John released his grip and let Bobby fall, chuckling. Boss, I've been working hard just like you told me. You can count on that. At that moment, Logan stepped forward, giving John a hearty slap on the shoulder. Not bad, kid. All that training I put you through has paid off, but didn't let Frank down either. If you'd lost, I bet Frank would have jumped at the chance to put you through the ringer. He turned to Bobby, shaking his head with a helpless sigh. Bobby, I really don't know what to say to you. Oh, never mind. That's enough. Logan, Song Chao interjected, his gaze shifting to Logan. Since you're here, take this useless one back to the school and hand him over to the professor. Just tell him I need a replacement. Umbrella has no use for someone like this. I'll be picking a new candidate myself. With that, Song Chao turned and strode away. I won't accept this, came a voice from behind him. Oh, this is your defiance. Just words. Song Chao looked down at Bobby sprawled on the floor, his voice cold and disdainful. Logan, the Wolverine, stood by with a look of resignation. Earlier, Song Chao had wanted him to take Bobby away, but Bobby's protest had prompted Song Chao to let John continue the match. Unfortunately, every round ended the same. Bobby was knocked down within moments, unable to put up any resistance. Their mutant powers canceled each other out, so neither could overpower the other at a distance. But once John got in close, Bobby was helpless, brought down again and again. In just a few minutes, he had already hit the ground over 10 times, utterly defenseless. If Frank were here to witness this, Logan thought to himself, even that poker face of his might finally crack a smile. Song Chao gazed down at Bobby's face, still defiant even as he lay on the ground, and shook his head. If it weren't for Jean's call, he wouldn't have bothered with such a useless person. No wonder in the next life, in the later X-Men movie days of future past, Bobby's powers couldn't even take down a single Sentinel robot. He got his head taken off by one in an instant. True Sentinels are formidable. They can automatically learn and replicate other mutants' abilities and counter them on the spot. But for an Omega-level mutant, once their powers are fully developed, could they really be so weak? If that's the case, how could they possibly be called the pinnacle of mutant kind? Omega level. When an Omega-level mutant's abilities are fully awakened, they possess powers that can rival an entire universe. Some can even traverse the multiverse at will. It's astonishing how little people realize this. Song Chao shook his head, determined to be merciless towards such uselessness. How did Charles even teach you? You're an Omega-level mutant with unique potential among all mutants, even. Charles and Eric are a level below you. What are you dissatisfied about? Sure, Charles and Eric are much older than you. And what about John? He's your age. John's mutant potential is a couple of levels lower than the professor, and Eric far below yours. Yet you can't even beat him now. If that doesn't make you useless, then what does? Incompetent, disobedient. What's the point of someone like you? You're just wasting food. With those words, Song Chao turned and walked away, leaving behind a cold directive. As the most wasteful mutant with the greatest potential in history, I'll give you one chance when you learn to follow instructions and can take down John without effort. I'll let you return to Umbrella. Logan, take him back to school. Logan shook his head, helping Bobby up and patting him on the shoulder. Come on, kid. I'll take you back to school. You really need to think about what you're going to do. You're 20 now, aren't you? At your age, ordinary people are already doing college internships or working if they didn't go to school. It's time you grew up. At this point, John interjected, Uncle Wolf. What does the boss mean? Take me down without effort. Am I really that weak? Didn't I just flatten Bobby without even trying? Logan suddenly slapped John on the back of the head. Behave yourself and work harder from now on, kid. You need to remember your mutant potential doesn't even come close to Bobby's. You might be able to beat him now, but what about in the future? So keep up your training. Go find Frank. Song has already given instructions to set you up with a brand new training program, so you can master more complementary skills to go. With your powers, Song, that bastard really values you. Don't let him down. John's expression grew serious when he heard this. He nodded, glanced at Bobby, and turned to find Frank. The boss had said that Bobby's potential was at the Omega level, although John wasn't clear about the specifics of these rankings, since neither the professors nor the other teachers at school had ever explained them. The boss's words left no room for doubt. It was no wonder Bobby could generate cold on his own while John, despite years of intense training, as the boss demanded, still couldn't produce fire without using special tools. Was this the true difference between mutant potential levels? The boss had said Bobby's potential far surpassed that of the professor, and that John himself was a level or two below the professor. That meant he was several levels beneath Bobby. Clearly, he would have to keep working hard. The boss's place was home to all sorts of remarkable people and was fully equipped with every kind of equipment, especially suits of armor. John realized he'd have to train even harder to master these tools, and have Dr. Ivan continue upgrading his iron armor. There was no way he could let himself fall behind this guy, someone he could still knock down with one hand. Nor could he afford to embarrass the boss. John silently vowed to himself to redouble his efforts. In the X-Academy office, Logan greeted Jean with an awkward smile. Jean, it's been a while. She had once been the object of his affection, but that was now a thing of the past, thanks in no small part to Song, that mischievous kid who was getting more formidable by the day. Fortunately, Logan had found love elsewhere. Hi, Logan. I heard from Song that you've started seeing a doctor. Congratulations. Jean called out to Logan, taking the initiative to greet him, then noticing Bobby standing behind Logan, head bowed since he'd come in, she shook her head gently. Bobby, head down to the underground training facility. We'll be along shortly. Bobby didn't dare look up, nodding quickly and slipping out of the room. He was mortified. This was the most humiliating experience of his life. Rage, helplessness, and defiance churned inside him. His spirits were at their lowest. He didn't know how to face the professor, the school, his teammates, or even his girlfriend Mary. Once Bobby had left, Logan's demeanor turned serious as he addressed the professor about what had happened. Charles, Song asked me to bring Bobby back, and said the school should pick someone new to send over. But he also wanted me to tell you, make sure Bobby gets proper discipline with Omega-level potential. It would be a waste to let him go to ruin. Song said that in the history of mutants, only Jean, with the power of the Phoenix, has ever reached Omega-level abilities. Aside from her, only Bobby has that potential. You and Eric aren't even close. He wants you to be tough with Bobby, to train him hard, both in psychological resilience and in developing his powers. That's what Song said. Charles, the kid still cares a lot about the students here. Logan then gave a detailed account of Song's explosive temper during the incident. Hearing these words, everyone's expression softened, as they all feared that Song might become completely disappointed in the schools, children, and give up on them. After all, every child here was raised by his own hand. Charles nodded, then turned to Wolverine and said, Logan, it's been a long time since you've come back. I'm glad you found someone you love. If only Scott could do the same. Thinking of Scott's continued absence, Charles shook his head and went on, I feel very reassured about Song's work now. We'll go along with the suggestions. I'll make sure to train and mentor Bobby well. Song is right. Bobby's potential is the greatest ever seen among mutants. As he spoke, Charles couldn't help but sound remorseful. This time, John managed to knock him down so easily, without any resistance at all. I suppose I really have been overprotective of the children. Jean nodded gently at his side. Before, in order to prevent the children from comparing themselves to each other or feeling pressured, we never told them the detailed ranking of mutant abilities. We simply didn't expect. She paused, then continued that Bobby, with the full potential of an Omega-level mutant, would actually lose to John, whose abilities are only level 3 or 4. They're the same age, studied together, and used to roughhouse all the time when they were in school. Every match ended in a draw. We should have been alert Charles. Such a huge difference in potential. Yet they were evenly matched, even if it never came to a matter of life and death. As teachers, we should have noticed something was wrong. Unfortunately, we didn't. Who could have imagined that in only a couple of years since John left school, the gap between them would become so great? Ororo spoke up, her voice heavy with regret. I spoiled them too much. They're still so young, and already have to deal with discrimination and oppression from society. I just wanted them to grow up free and happy. Charles shook his head, blaming himself. It's not your fault, any of you, as the headmaster. It's on me for failing to change in time. Maybe Song is right. Perhaps I've been too soft. And that's led to all this Omega-level potential, the pinnacle of mutant power. And yet I've managed to teach him into this. The responsibility is mine alone. He fell into self-reproach, but then someone interjected, breaking the mood with a warm chuckle. All right, everyone, that's enough. No need to turn this into a confessional meeting. Logan took in the scene and quickly intervened. No one here is to blame. Times have changed, that's all. Charles Gino Ororo, there's no need to feel guilty. In the past, the children needed your gentle care, but now it's a new era. And with Song here, we just need to follow his lead. No point dwelling on what's past. Song, that rascal, was deliberately tough on Bobby. He's just frustrated by Bobby not living up to his potential. Bobby has so much promise. It takes a heavy hand to get him to grow fast. Song actually told me privately that among all the mutants, he values Bobby the most. He said Bobby could become a future ally who far surpasses both you, Charles, and Eric. Everyone fell silent at those words. After a moment, Charles finally spoke. Let's not blame ourselves. Everyone. Children from now on. This is Song's era for the mutants. That's something we all agreed on long ago. Let's do as he says. Come on, let's go check on Bobby and talk with the others. I'm sure they're waiting for us. Everyone nodded, stood up, and pushed Charles's wheelchair toward the underground training facility. Meanwhile, in the underground training base, the younger students were startled and bewildered to see Bobby return, looking pale and shaken. Bobby, what happened? Your face, does it hurt? At that moment, Rogue, Mary, rushed over in surprise at seeing her boyfriend back at school. She saw the injury on Bobby's face, reached out as if to touch it, but hesitated, her eyes turning red with worry. Bobby, why are you back? Did something happen? What's wrong with your face? The others had recovered from their shock by now and crowded around, concern in their voices. Did Song, that pervert, do this to you? No one else dared ask outright, but Pietro wasn't afraid of Song at all. With his sister Wanda around, he felt invincible. He spoke up. Bobby looked miserable and shook his head at Mary, his girlfriend. I'm fine, Mary. Don't worry, okay? I just want to rest for a bit. The professors will be here soon. Mary nodded slowly, helping Bobby to a seat. The rest of them fell silent, exchanging uneasy glances. Kitty Pryde gave a subtle shake of her head to the others, signaling them not to press for answers. A heavy silence settled over the room. Professor, Miss Gray, Miss Monroe, Logan, you're here too. It's been a while. Time passed quietly until the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. The students looked up to see the professors arrive and quickly stood to greet them. Sit down, children. Sit down, Charles said warmly, gesturing for everyone to be at ease. Then he turned to Logan. Logan, why don't you explain what happened? I'm sure everyone wants to know why Bobby is back. Everyone turned to look at Logan when they heard this. Bobby kept his head down, sitting in silence. Marie clutched Bobby's hand tightly, her expression anxious as she looked at Logan. Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, Logan could only shrug helplessly and started to explain again. What? John's gotten that strong now? Bobby was always one of the best during our training, and yet John just took him down like it was nothing. As expected, everyone was visibly surprised. Charles shook his head gravely. It seems, my children, that I have truly made some mistakes in your education. At the sound of Charles's voice, the group fell silent. Bobby, I heard you're not convinced. Can you tell me why you feel that way? Bobby, still looking down, was quiet for a moment before raising his head. Professor, I admit I can't beat John right now. What I can't accept is being forced to go along with their arrangements, to put on a show, to perform. I just want to put out fires to save people. I don't want interviews. I don't want to be in the spotlight. Is that all it takes for them to treat me like this? Charles nodded, then shook his head, considering for a moment before speaking gently to the group. Children, do you know that Eric and I once worked together to prevent World War III? The XX missile crisis. Eric and I joined forces to stop it from breaking out. Otherwise, the Third World War would have started decades ago. He paused, watching the amazement on their faces, then continued. Later, Eric and I parted ways because of our different beliefs for decades until Song appeared. Eric fiercely opposed the government and became the world's most wanted terrorist. Meanwhile, I worked with the government, helping them through all kinds of crises, dozens of times, including space missions to rescue their astronauts. Some of you know a little about all this. Some know nothing at all, but it doesn't matter. Just think back to what you've seen and heard in the news over these decades. Has life really gotten any better for mutants? Remembering their own experiences, the group shook their heads. Charles went on. Song has always said I'm weak, that I deceive myself, always compromising and enduring. Mutants have helped the government so many times, but no one celebrates our good deeds. If there's any praise, it's only for a brief moment before the same old narrative returns. Mutants are dangerous. There are still organizations and government agencies out there capturing, dissecting, and experimenting on mutants. These things never stop. At this moment, I want to say to all of you, perhaps I truly can't keep up with the times. I was wrong. This era belongs to Song. Eric and I have long reached a consensus, so we need to change the circumstances of mutants according to Song's vision. These past few years, he's done an excellent job. Even if you haven't left campus, you must have felt the shift in public opinion about mutants just by watching television. Thinking back on the news over the years, everyone nodded silently. Bobby, what happened with you is partly my fault. I failed to guide you properly. No, Professor. This has nothing to do with you. I just don't like putting on a show. Bobby quickly shook his head in protest. Charles raised a hand to gently stop Bobby from saying more. Oh, my child, it is my responsibility. The world is changing, and I failed to keep pace, which meant you children were left behind as well. In the past, my inability to adapt led to decades of futile effort. Even though the X-Men have always fought for society, public opinion about mutants never really changed. At this moment, Jean stepped forward and looked at the young ones. Song once said that in this era, whoever controls the narrative has the power to change things. Charles never realized the importance of public opinion, which is why mutants remained at the very bottom of society for so long. Why was Song able to dramatically change how society views mutants in just a few short years? It was all because of public opinion. Even if the upper echelons of society still watch mutants warily, and some organizations continue to secretly hunt and imprison them, they can only act in the shadows now. These days, it's rare to see anyone openly voicing negative opinions about mutants, and there are no more attempts to push for mutant registration laws. Bobby, this isn't just about putting on a show. This is fighting for the sake of mutants. You shouldn't take matters into your own hands, my child. Charles looked at Bobby, picking up where Jean left off. Bobby, my boy, are you willing to fight for mutants? Are you willing to let go of your preconceptions and rise up again? He extended his hand. My child, I will always be behind you. Your gifts are unparalleled, far beyond Eric's or mine. I have high hopes for you, and I know you won't let us down, will you? Professor? Bobby's eyes reddened as he looked at Charles. Am I really that powerful? I can't even beat John. Yes, right now you can't beat John. Charles nodded, acknowledging the truth. But that's not your fault. It's mine for not guiding you well. Back when Song was at the school, he told me that between you and John, he placed his faith in you. He believed that if your potential were unlocked, you would surpass John. He just wasn't impressed with who you were at the time, which is why he took John with him. That was my failure. There are many things I didn't tell you before, hoping you could grow up happily. For example, the classification of mutant potential levels. Though this system was developed by your teachers and me, and it's not entirely accurate. Given what happened today, I think it's time to explain it to you. The classification of mutant levels in the underground training base of the X Academy. The young members of the X-Men trainee squad instantly perked up at the professor's words. Their eyes were fixed on Charles, filled with anticipation. The specifics of mutant classification had always been a mystery to them. Teachers never discussed it in class, and any students who asked were met with vague or evasive answers. Now, finally, their curiosity would be satisfied. Eagerness filled the young trainees, and they looked at Charles with hopeful eyes. Seeing their expressions, Charles gave a helpless smile. All right, children, don't be so anxious. I said I'd tell you, so I will. The reason I kept silent before was to let you grow up happily under my protection. Unfortunately, shielding you too much has done you a disservice. This system of classifying mutant potential was developed privately by myself and the teachers here at the school. It's only a rough guideline, but it should give you a general idea. We use the abilities of myself and Eric as the highest benchmark. Charles continued his explanation. We divide mutant potential into 5 levels. Eric and I belong to the 5th level, as we were the most powerful mutants in the world at the time this system was created. The lowest level, level 1, refers to mutants whose evolution has failed. They may have significant physical defects, and even if they possess some minor abilities, those powers are extremely weak, often so weak that they can't even defend themselves against ordinary people. This is the entry level for mutants. Second-level mutants have no major physical defects. Their mutation abilities are still not strong, but they might have some unique skills. Sometimes these abilities are so subtle that they themselves may not realize they're mutants. Their strength varies. A level 2 mutant might be able to handle a handful of soldiers, or perhaps just a few. The abilities at this level are quite inconsistent. Level 3 mutants possess powerful abilities and often display physical characteristics that set them apart from ordinary people. The classic examples are Mystique, also known as Raven, and Nightcrawler Kurt Wagner. Others might include Pyro. Oh, he goes by Iron Man John now. And Blink Clarice Ferguson. She's right here with us, Charles said, adding a touch of humor. Everyone turned to look at Blink Clarice Ferguson. Their curiosity piqued. Wow, I didn't expect you to be a level 3 Clarice Ferguson. Yeah, Clarice Ferguson, under everyone's gaze, felt awkward and ducked her head. Her cheeks flushed as she tried to hide. Charles nodded, signaling for the children to settle down, and went on. Now, let's talk about 4th level mutants. Their abilities are exceptionally strong, almost on par with the 5th level that Eric and I represent. The only difference is that when using their powers, they may sometimes lose control, and some of them have minor physical imperfections. The most notable examples are Logan, known as Wolverine, Ororo, the Storm, Hank, the Beast, and Scott, the Cyclops, among others. As soon as they heard this, everyone turned to look at Logan and Ororo. They hadn't expected their ranking to be so high. No wonder they so often got thoroughly schooled by Ororo during training sessions. Logan just shrugged, the ever-cool expression on his face unchanged as he continued to chew a cigar. Ororo shot a stern glance at the children, making the group nervously avert their eyes and pretend not to notice, focusing instead on Charles. Charles nodded and continued. 5th level abilities come with extraordinarily powerful mutant traits, but at this stage, one can perfectly control their own powers, and there are no significant physical defects. For instance, both Eric, Magneto, my old friend, and myself, as well as Ms. Emma Frost, the current president of Umbrella, are all at this level. However, the lines between levels 3, 4, and 5 aren't so clear-cut. Logan, Ororo, and Scott could very well reach the 5th level. Take John, for example. His ranking seems to waver between 3 and 4. Clarice Ferguson, also known as Blink, is similar, and Kitty, our shadow cat. Her powers are hard to pin down too. She might be at level 3, but with further development she could reach level 5, so children, just take this as reference. In the end, it all comes down to your own efforts. Charles encouraged the young ones, his hopes shining in his eyes, careful not to dampen their confidence. Hearing his words, the children relaxed, returning Charles's caring gaze with nods of understanding. Ororo also stood and addressed them. Don't lose heart, children. There's no such thing as strong or weak powers. It's all about how you develop them. Take me, for example. If I'm in a storm with thunder and rain raging around us, my abilities are every bit as powerful as Charles's or Eric's. Jean added her reassurance. Ororo's absolutely right. Just look at Wagner, our Nightcrawler. Everyone's attention turned to Wagner, the group's quiet, almost invisible member, who suddenly felt awkward under their gaze. His tail twitched nervously behind him, prompting a round of soft, amused laughter from the others. Regardless of what level Wagner's abilities fall under, his teleportation, when fully unleashed, is beyond even Eric's control. Even Charles, with Cerebro amplifying his mind, couldn't track him down, let alone anyone else. Wow, Wagner is that powerful. Who would have guessed? He's always just part of the group during training, never standing out. Goodness, I've teased him plenty of times. Looks like I'd better be more careful from now on. That voice must be Lord Pietro. seeing everyone teasing. Blue Devil Wagner grinned sheepishly and joined in the laughter. Charles was pleased to see the team's unity. It seemed unshaken. He nodded in satisfaction. Maybe he should have spoken plainly long ago. Perhaps he'd been too protective of the young ones. With a sigh, he raised his hand to quiet the group's banter, then continued. In the past, this was how we divided our ranks. Eric and I were the highest-level mutants. Until we met Jean, this remarkable child. Even then, her powers were already at the 5th level. Then came that time when the government asked us to undertake a space rescue. We encountered an unforeseen storm, and the astronauts were in grave danger. Jean came into contact with an ancient cosmic energy, something that has existed since the dawn of the universe. The power that settled within her far surpassed what Eric and I could ever possess, so we had to add a new category at the very top. Omega level, a rank that exists to face the universe itself. I used to think only someone with Jean's extraordinary fortune could ever reach Omega level. But to my surprise, in just over a decade, I realized I was wrong. Because of Bobby, his potential completely exceeds Eric's and mine, reaching the Omega threshold. At this, Charles looked over at Bobby. The others turned as well, their expressions shifting, now fixing their gaze on him. The professor's words seemed to suggest. Could it be? Bobby's face looked troubled. He still hadn't recovered from being bested by John, seeing the others' reactions. He turned to Charles and said, "Professor, I honestly don't feel that strong. I can't even beat John." Charles shook his head. "My boy, the reason you can't beat John is because you haven't tapped into your true abilities. Potential is not the same as strength. You have to turn that potential into real power. John has been thoroughly trained by Song. Logan tells me John's combat skills are now nearly world-class. It's not surprising you can't best him. When I first realized your potential, I knew you had a brilliant future. Blame me for being too protective. You haven't developed your abilities nearly as much as you could have. That's why, when you and John fight, your mutant powers just cancel each other out. And it all comes down to hand-to-hand combat. Wolverine, Logan, nodded in agreement. Don't lose heart, Bobby. The professor is right. The Punisher Frank has the highest fighting skill and tactics in the world, and every combat skill you can imagine. Song once said Frank is the pinnacle of what a normal human can be, the very limit of human ability. With someone like him training John, there's no way you can surpass John in hand-to-hand combat at the school, but your strength lies in your unparalleled mutant potential. Song thinks very highly of you. He believes that when the day comes for him to leave Earth, you are the one who can follow him and fight by his side across the universe. As for John, that boy simply isn't capable of it. Song is resigned to this. He's already done his best to train him, but unfortunately John's potential has barely grown after several years. Even now, he still needs external help just to produce a flame, which is why Song put him through extra training in other areas. Logan's words had a nearly magical effect on Bobby's confidence. To suddenly hear that Song valued him so much, even believing that Bobby could one day step beyond Earth and battle among the stars, it made Bobby snap his head up to stare at Logan, eyes wide with disbelief. He's always called me useless, always looked down on me. How could this be? The other kids were equally astonished. They all looked up at Logan, surprised that Song would value Bobby so much. The idea of leaving Earth, it was something none of them had ever considered in their lives. And now they were hearing that someone among them was destined to fight in the universe itself. The shock was overwhelming. Mary, known as Rogue, glanced at her boyfriend's face, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Was this little boyfriend of hers really destined to become so powerful? The universe. Could she ever leave Earth herself? After all, humanity didn't even have spaceships yet. Logan shrugged. That's what Song told me before. Oh, and Charles knows a bit about this too. At this, Bobby turned to look at the professor. Charles met Bobby's hopeful gaze and nodded slowly. Yes, Bobby, my boy. Logan is telling the truth. When Song was still at the school, he told me your potential was extraordinary, far beyond my own. He blamed me for not developing your talents properly, for turning you into what he called a disappointment. That's why he only took John with him back then. He also said that if your potential were fully unlocked, only Jean and Wanda could match you among the mutants. When the three of you reach your peak, you'll possess cosmic-level power. As for Eric and me, we're old now, perhaps in our prime. We could have reached such heights ourselves, but time has weakened our bodies, and we missed our best days. Song truly values you. At the time, I didn't take it seriously, but now I see that I let him down. I really didn't teach you well. And it's left you in a state that makes him angry. Bobby, I need you to rise again. Your mind mustn't stay so narrow. Try to understand Song. He is the new leader of our mutant race. You're meant to follow him. One day he will need you at his side, fighting by his command as he conquers the universe. That is his hope for you. Can you do that, Bobby, my child? Charles gazed at Bobby with gentle, expectant eyes. Bobby met Charles's gaze, wanting to speak, but for a moment, no words came. The others watched Bobby as well, the seconds ticking by slowly. I can do it, Professor. I promise I'll become stronger. Since you all say I have unmatched potential, I guess I never realized it before. Maybe I've gotten too comfortable with the way things are. I don't even know why I dislike interviews, why I shy away from the spotlight. Maybe I'm still immature. Maybe I haven't truly cared about the mutant cause. Maybe a part of me just wants to go back to my parents, back to my brothers. Even though they betrayed me, abandoned me, and cast me out of our home. Maybe, I don't really know what I'm trying to say, but right now, I feel like I can do this. I want to become stronger. I want to follow the new leader of the mutants beyond the Earth. I want to conquer the cosmos. I'll fight for the mutants. I know I can do it. I found my purpose. I am Iceman, and freezing the universe is my destiny. As Bobby spoke, his words tumbled out faster and faster, his emotions growing more intense. His speech a jumble of scattered thoughts. He simply spoke whatever came to mind. The others listened with solemn faces, understanding his struggle. No one interrupted, no one laughed. When he finished, they all broke into applause, cheering him on and giving their encouragement. Oh, Bobby, to freeze the universe. You can do it, my boy, Charles said, watching Bobby straighten up, nodding slowly, deeply gratified. You know, Song once said the very same thing. He told me your powers might one day be able to freeze the entire universe. Hearing you say it yourself, echoing his words, makes me proud. Really, Charles? Is that true? Bobby's excitement slowly settled into determination. He had accepted Song at last. He had found his purpose, to fight for mutants, to follow the leader who had changed their fate forever. He was no longer wary of Song, but resolved to follow him. The revelation that Song had long ago told Charles that Bobby could one day freeze the whole universe left him stunned and thrilled. Song, the leader really said I could freeze the universe. Charles's kind smile helped calm Bobby's racing heart. Yes, my boy, Song said it. He believes that Eugene and Wanda, all three of you have cosmic-level potential far beyond what Eric or I ever reached. So you have to work even harder. And by the way, you could just call him Song. He's not fond of being addressed so formally. It's all right? Bobby nodded. I understand, Charles. From now on, I'll give it my all. Yes, let's all do our best together. He turned to his friends, inviting them to join in as he spoke. While a happy ending for everyone, Charles. It's a pity you don't have any wine here. Otherwise, this would be the perfect time for a few drinks to celebrate, Logan said, visibly delighted by how perfectly the mess had been resolved. Without waiting for Charles to reply, he reached into his clothes with a conspiratorial air and pulled out a small crystal device. Spoken to the crystal, Song, you bastard. Are you satisfied with how things turned out? Oh, I'm very satisfied, Logan. Song Chow's voice came out of the crystal. Charles, Jean, and Ororo were all a little surprised, exchanging helpless glances and shaking their heads. Unbelievable, someone exclaimed. That jerk was eavesdropping. Pietro's voice rang out, bristling with indignation. The rest of the group looked equally stunned, and Bobby's face flushed crimson. Charles, Jean, Ororo, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Well, all right, I'll admit, I don't quite trust you all to handle things. You keep turning promising talents into has-beens. Song Chow's voice continued teasingly. Jerk, would you just zip it? Ororo retorted, her voice bristling with annoyance. All right, I'll stop. Bobby, I'm glad to see you've pulled yourself together, Song said. Thank you. I was probably lost and aimless before, but now I know what I'm fighting for. I'll get stronger and follow in your footsteps. Out in the universe, Bobby replied, his voice filled with resolve. That's what I like to hear. From my Iceman, the new Umbrella headquarters is about to open. The top 6 floors will be dedicated to the Umbrella Superhero League. For operations, training, relaxation, entertainment, and rest soon, you and your current team will move in officially. The others will train as reserve members for now, while you need to grow stronger. And quickly, the time I've set aside for you is running out. In fact, a crisis is about to hit Earth. You don't have much time left. Song's words grew heavy, and a somber stillness settled over the underground base. Everyone took a moment to process this revelation. Was a crisis really about to strike Earth? Bobby's expression steadied completely. I understand, Song. I'll work hard to grow stronger. I trust Charles will guide me. And I believe that in the new company building, you'll help me push my limits even further. I look forward to the chance to help you, all right? That's all for now. Be ready. Logan, feel free to stay at the school and relax for a bit before coming back. I'm at the company. It's safe. So there's no need to return today. Song Chao's voice faded away. Logan shrugged and pocketed the crystal. Don't blame me, Charles. It was Song's idea. You know he's the boss now, and I work for Umbrella. My hands are tied. Charles watched Logan's attempt at self-justification and could only shake his head in resignation. Choosing not to say anything more, Chin resigned, cleaned up Song Chao's mess. Children, you heard him, didn't you? There are crises ahead, and we need to grow stronger. Bobby, especially you. Your talent shines here. Song values you highly. The way he treated you today was deliberate. He hopes this will help you mature. From how things turn out, I'd say his little act worked pretty well, wouldn't you? As she spoke, Chin couldn't help but break into laughter. Bobby's face turned crimson as he lowered his head. The others all laughed at the sight, and for a moment the mood in the room became light and cheerful again. Update and revision notes a quick word of thanks for the support and tips. The new book has been live for 26 days now, with just over 200,000 words published. Almost 8,000 words a day on average. However, my editor tells me I'm updating too quickly, which isn't great for future recommendations. I've been advised to slow down the release schedule. Thinking about it, that makes sense. Even though I still have nearly 200,000 words in reserve, if I keep going at this rate, in another 10 days or so, we'll hit over 300,000 words. By then, it won't be a new book anymore. And since not many people have discovered it yet, it won't stand a chance against the more popular titles. Without the new book recommendations, it'll likely reach even fewer readers. Right now, my job leaves me plenty of free time, so I can easily write at least 6 chapters a day, but I'll follow my editor's advice and reduce the updates to 2 chapters daily. If I see the book gaining more recommendations and favorites, I'll add extra chapters from time to time. When the time is right, I won't hesitate to unleash a burst of updates. 10 or 20 chapters in a row will be no problem, since my backlog only grows with time. If any readers want to share their thoughts or vent a little, feel free to join the QQ group at 105-909 for 059 to chat about the story. I usually write on my computer and keep QQ open, so I rarely check my phone. This group is just for everyone's convenience. Lastly, thank you to reader 2020-3101-457-41550, the first to tip this book. Here's an extra chapter as a token of my gratitude. Scheming for the Avengers Umbrella Laboratory, after finishing his call with X Academy, Song Chao put away the crystal, reclined in his chair, and pondered the future. This world isn't just the cinematic universe of the Avengers. Here, the X-Men are part of the mix, too. The crises ahead won't be limited to those faced by the Avengers in the movies. After all, mutants are incredibly powerful. Even if we don't say they outclass the Avengers by miles, it's fair to say they're at least evenly matched. The collective might of the mutants is simply overwhelming, far surpassing that of the Avengers superhumans in any comparison. The combined effect of these groups is far from a simple sum. It's clear that the crises to come will be as unpredictable as the distant storm stirred by a butterfly's wings in the Amazon. The future is anything but simple. Song Chao brooded over these thoughts, realizing he needed a comprehensive plan. For now, the Umbrella Superhero Alliance has confirmed its first member. Iron Man John, Bobby the Iceman, Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk Logan, better known as Wolverine. And perhaps I should add Victor Von Doom, the Dark Knight. He's a business partner, after all, and when the need arises, I doubt Doom would refuse. He'd likely take my side, with the addition of some powerful mutant from the League's reserve forces and counting the Superhero League's consultants. Professor Charles Xavier, Magneto, Eric, Jean Grey, the Phoenix, Ororo the Storm, and Wanda the Scarlet Witch. That gives us a roster of formidable strength. But who else could join? Thinking back to the Avengers in the movies, who else could be brought over? Let's see. Aside from those human peak heroes whom Song Chao doesn't think much of, Steve Rogers the Captain America, Natasha the Black Widow, Bucky the Winter Soldier, and Clint Barton the Hawkeye. The others, like James Rhodes the War Machine and Sam Wilson the Falcon, are even less impressive, hardly worth mentioning. Frankly, Song Chao doesn't even give these two a second glance in the movies. They're just there to make up the numbers. Bruce Banner has already been recruited. As for Tony Stark, the Iron Man, oh, right. These days he's painted his suit with the stars and stripes, just like the American flag. Occasionally, the news media even call him the star-spangled hero Tony Stark. Well, never mind him, he wouldn't follow Song Chau's lead anyway. Besides, in the movies, he comes across as a dyed-in-the-wool patriot. Don't let his laid-back attitude fool you. Not to mention his comic book persona, but even in the previous Life's films, anyone who watched closely would notice. Tony Stark, just like his father Howard Stark, is a steadfast patriot. The films are full of small details that show this. His father, Howard, was even the founder of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, the precursor to SHIELD. So there's really no hope of bringing him over. And with Ivan Vanko already on board, there's not much need for Tony anyway. Even if Tony Stark, cursed with knowledge, has a higher potential ceiling than Ivan, he's out of the running all the same. Who else is left? There's the God of Thunder from the daycare. Thor. This guy is truly formidable. In the movies, he sweeps through his enemies like a force of nature. Even when he was battered like a stray dog by his sister Hela during Ragnarok, it didn't mean he was weak. Only showed just how powerful Hela was. Just look at the Avengers films. Whenever the team joins forces to face a crisis, Thor is always at the forefront, demolishing foes left and right. Even the Hulk was beaten into hiding by Thanos and didn't dare show his face, and the others weren't even close to matching Thanos' might. Only Thor could stand his ground, exchanging blows back and forth. In fact, if his axe hadn't missed its mark, there wouldn't even have been a fourth Avengers ensemble movie. It seems that when it comes time for the Thor storyline, I'll need to make some plans for this character. The foolish thunder god who, no matter how many times his brother torments him, still loves him as deeply as a first love. Yes, I'll keep him on hold for now. As for Captain Marvel, this lady has a close connection with Nick Fury, the one-eyed director, and she's rarely on Earth anyway, so I'll pass on her. Then there's Spider-Man, Peter Parker. This kid hasn't become a superhero yet. When I think about Norman Osborn's son, Harry, who is still just a little boy, Peter Parker must only be in middle school at this point. It's far too early for him. Maybe my company could even mass-produce that spider serum someday. And even if that doesn't work out, it's no big loss. He's still just a child. His combat abilities aren't that impressive. He's quite the chatterbox, and his values might not necessarily align with mine. He's not indispensable, so I'll pass on him for now. Though thinking about Peter Parker's age, I wonder, is he the Amazing Spider-Man, or is he the Tom Holland version? He's definitely not from the older generation, but with Gwen Stacy, that little girl in the picture, it feels more like the Amazing Spider-Man. Though who can say for certain? The Marvel timeline of my previous life was a tangled mess to begin with. If this really is the Tom Holland version, then there's Aunt May. Oh, right. This point in time is definitely years before when I watched the movies in my last life. Aunt May was so beautiful back then. She charmed a whole group of colleagues and friends around me. If it's this version, she'd be 7 or 8 years younger. Stunning Spider-Man Peter Parker, I've decided to sponsor your internship at Umbrella. Yes, that sounds good. Spider-Man will be on hold for now. The second-generation Ant-Man Scott. Oh, right, there's Ant-Man. Thinking of him, Song Chau remembered the Pym particles he'd asked Emmett to investigate earlier. Speaking of which, by now, his company had already dug up information on the original Ant-Man, Dr. Pym. Not only that, they'd also uncovered details about his daughter, Hope, the future second-generation Wasp. Song Chau had to admit he rather liked this woman. Yes, she had a certain charm about her. Maybe he should make a move before anyone else, otherwise a young, unmarried woman ending up as stepmother to Ant-Man Scott's child. What a shame that would be. Could he really sit by and watch such a thing unfold? No. Rescuing an innocent girl from the fate of becoming a stepmom was surely a deed of boundless merit. Yes, that's it. Song Chau made up his mind. He would save her from such a tragic future. Who else was there? In the Avengers, there was Vibranium, Wakanda, and Black Panther T'Challa. But his country was the richest on Earth, far surpassing Tony Stark, and their technology was decades ahead. There was simply no hope there. If Song Chau ever ended up needing vibranium, he might even have to rob them. On second thought, his fighting strength was about on par with Roger's, so for now he'd leave that aside. The last one would be Dr. Stephen Strange, the future Doctor Strange, who is currently still in surgery at the neighboring hospital. At the moment, he hadn't had his car accident yet. He was still dashing and debonair, living a life of luxury and excess. Song Chau had already observed him from the shadows once, and felt there was no need to pay attention to him for now. By the time he rises to fame and power, who knows where Song Chau himself will be off enjoying life. What else was there? Oh, right, the Guardians of the Galaxy. Right now, none of the future team members even knew each other. They were all off drifting across different corners of the universe. It would still be years before they came together, so there was no need to consider them for now. After tallying things up, Song Chao was struck by how underwhelming the Avengers really were. No matter how many times he counted, there were hardly any that caught his eye. As for Captain Marvel, she was barely ever on Earth. There was no point to thinking about her. It seemed clear. If he could rope in Thor, that big oaf from the nursery, the Avengers would be finished for good. Then Song Chao would have free reign to do as he pleased on Earth. If he could also win over the second-generation Wasp Hope, then he'd be set. Song Chao pondered for a long while, and then thought of several of the company's villainous doctors. On further consideration, he decided against involving them. Their greatest value didn't lie in their fighting strength, but in their research. It wouldn't do to pick up sesame seeds only to drop a watermelon. It simply wasn't worth the loss. Oh, he almost forgot one person. Max Dillon Electro. This guy had been with the company for years, and Song Chao had nearly forgotten about him. It was a pity, really, because Max was so honest and unassuming. Song Chao had hoped fate would eventually steer him into becoming Electro on his own. But to his surprise, the man hadn't changed a bit. Thinking of this, Song Chao found himself in a real dilemma, changing an honest person for no reason at all. Song Chao couldn't bring himself to do it. In the original timeline he had seen, this man's fate was pitiful. He was constantly bullied and oppressed. Even after becoming Electro, he never intended to hurt anyone. Yet he ended up being pushed to the edge by the police and Spider-Man. And when he finally snapped, he still died. Now that Song Chao had saved him from that miserable destiny, the man was doing quite well in the company, even without asking around. Song Chao knew that since he'd had Emma recruit him, no one in the company's electrical department dared to bully him. It seemed Max was enjoying a pleasant life now. Song Chao found himself in a dilemma. Was he really supposed to push Max to become an experimental subject just to gain a powerful ally? If Max volunteered for the experiment, his destiny might change for the worse. He could die in an instant, and there was no guarantee of success. Even if by some miracle, things unfolded just as they did in the movies and Max gained those powers, forcing a perfectly normal person to transform into a monster was hardly justifiable. Besides, whether Max could accept such a dramatic change was another question entirely. And this wasn't the outcome Song Chao wanted. After thinking it over carefully, Song Chao decided to let it go. His conscience was still intact. He couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. It was better for Max to enjoy his life at the company free from oppression, without ever becoming Electro. If fate truly had been rewritten, Song Chao had no desire to play the villain and force Max down the same tragic path. He remembered Song Chao's taste in women. Boss President Emma asked me to remind you that you're scheduled to attend the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing in Washington at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just as Song Chao was scheming to dig up the Avengers, the voice of his AI butler Superman echoed through the room. "Oh, what's this committee? What do they do?" Song Chao asked in surprise, completely at a loss. Boss, according to information found online, the Senate Armed Services Committee is a special Senate committee entrusted with legislative oversight of the nation's military affairs. It is responsible for matters including the Department of Defense, military research and development, nuclear energy, as a matter of national security, military personnel welfare, conscription policies, and other national defense issues. The AI butler Superman was connected to the web, automatically searching for clues and reporting them in real time. So why do they want me there? And who else is going? Song Chao was still confused. He was lazy by nature, rarely left home, and cared little about the government's plans. If anyone dared provoke him, he'd make sure their whole family vanished from the face of the earth. According to the committee's online announcement, Mr. Tony Stark of Stark Industries and Mr. Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries have also been invited. At that, Song Chao immediately understood. Wasn't this the plot from Iron Man 2? The story had already reached this point. Thor couldn't be far behind. The committee must have set its sights on Tony's Iron Man suit, wanting to nationalize it for military use. But in this world, Song Chao unveiled his own suit ahead of time. Even though he didn't equip it with weapons during its public display, he still couldn't escape their attention. Damn, isn't this just taking a bullet for Tony? Tell Emma she can represent me with full authority. Song Chao was still too lazy to bother, so after a moment's thought, he gave instructions to Superman. Understood, boss. But he hadn't expected Emma's voice to ring out so soon. Song, my boss. You'll have to show up in person tomorrow. I don't particularly care about these government organizations either, but the issue has already hit the news. There'll be a ton of media on site tomorrow. As the founder of the company, you really do need to be there in person. And as the CEO, I'll have to attend as well. Song Chao shook his head helplessly. All right, I get it. Dear Emma, I'll be there tomorrow. Be in my office by 6 in the morning, Song. I prepared your outfit, and there's a helicopter waiting on the rooftop. All right. I hear you, but thank you for preparing the clothes. Song Chao glanced down at what he was wearing. She had a point. With so much media around, he couldn't just dress as casually as usual. It's just the way society is. People judge you by appearances all too often. But then he remembered Hope Van Dyne, that chatterbox. He'd have to put off dealing with her for now, even though he'd hoped to take care of it soon. Thinking about it, even though Song Chao had crossed over into this world, his sense of aesthetics was still rooted in his previous life. Bodies might change, but some things are etched into the soul. He might never return to his old world, but he remained steadfastly proud of his heritage as a descendant of an ancient civilization, a true child of the dragon. Take beauty, for example. There's a vast gulf between Eastern and Western standards. In his previous life, few Chinese models gained real international fame. As a Chinese man, Song Chao honestly found some of them a bit hard on the eyes. Of course, that's just a personal opinion and can't speak for everyone. Despite all the hype about international Chinese supermodels, Song Chao just couldn't see their particular appeal, even though Western men seemed to find them stunning. It was tough for him to relate. Take that famous Victoria's Secret show, for instance. So many models strutting down the runway, and Westerners would rave about their beauty. Yet to Song Chao, only a handful could truly be called beautiful, and he couldn't quite figure out what was so attractive about the others. The same thing happened with those 4 media rankings of Asia's most beautiful actresses. So many names on the list. But for Song Chao, most of them were frankly hard to look at. He wouldn't go so far as to call them ugly, but he certainly couldn't understand how they'd be chosen among the most beautiful. Even the famed little Leo and his string of supermodel blonde girlfriends. Song Chao looked through them all and could only say that most were just okay, nowhere near breathtakingly beautiful, at least not by his standards. In his previous life, Song Chao was infatuated with many beautiful actresses. Some of them simply struck his fancy. Those dazzling faces could truly take his breath away. For instance, the legendary Nicole Kidman, once married to Tom Cruise, was an absolute vision of beauty in her youth. Others he admired because of the unforgettable roles they played on screen, which led him to appreciate the stars themselves. Take the once wildly popular Lord of the Rings series, for example. The moment he saw the film, he was utterly captivated. Galadriel, the elven queen ruling over the Golden Wood, was simply enchanting. That admiration quickly extended outside the movie to Kate the Great Blanchett herself. Thinking about this, and about the series in general, Song Chao also remembered his fondness for Arwen Aragorn's elven love interest. But as for Ioannis of King Theoden, he just never understood what people saw in her. Many in his past life praised her beauty, but Song Chao simply couldn't see the appeal. Now in this life, having arrived in the Marvel Universe, Song Chao found it a pity he'd never meet the goddesses of DC. He thought of in Big Mouth Hathaway as Catwoman in the dark-toned Batman, and Gal Leggy but Flat Gadot as Wonder Woman. Who knew if these stars even existed in this world's film industry? Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Then his thoughts drifted on. Monica Bellucci with her sultry Italian allure, Sophie Marceau, the French Rose, Paris Hilton, famous for that notorious tape. In their youth, each was a peerless beauty. Perhaps it was time to make an early trip to Los Angeles and set up a film company, just for fun. One thing was clear. Song Chao's taste remained unwavering. Even in this new life, his aesthetic sensibilities hadn't changed. Where once he could only admire these stars through a screen, now that he had the means, he was determined to take action. He was a man of his word, as the old saying goes. If you see a flower worth picking, pick it now. Don't wait until the branch is bare. Late at night, with the scientists in the lab already fast asleep, Song Chao's mind wandered through these idle thoughts and gradually quieted. He silently reflected on the energy of the cosmic cube pulsing at his chest. There wasn't much time left. Once the 6-month deadline was up, he'd have to return it to S.H.I.L.D. If it weren't for the need to draw out the Mind Scepter, he would never consider handing it over. He worried that if he altered the plot too much, the scepter might never appear on Earth, and he'd have to chase after the mad Titan himself in the depths of space to seize it. That was hardly realistic. The Mad Titan's hide was thick, and Song Chao wasn't even sure he could take him on right now. Most likely he couldn't. He needed to work harder, gather a few more stones, and absorb their energy. After all, the Mad Titan's body was nearly invulnerable, immune to magic, resistant to mind control, leaving brute force as the only option. Though thinking about it, that did sound rather suggestive. The night passed by without him even noticing, for Song's sleep had become a rare occurrence these days. Unless he was with his woman, he hardly ever slept at all anymore. While Emma, you really have an eye for this. The clothes fit perfectly. Song Chao moved around, examining himself as he stretched out his arms for Emma to help him straighten his outfit, all the while showering her with compliments. Don't move. Not bad at all. Emma finished tidying him up with great care, then reached up to adjust his tie. Perfect, all set. Let's go. It starts at 9-inch, and we have to rush to Washington, she said, clearly pleased with her own taste. Emma then took Song Chao's arm and led him towards the rooftop where the helicopter awaited. Frank stood expressionless in front of the helicopter, flanked by 4 men. Boss, he greeted. Song Chao waved a hand. Let's get going, Frank. No need to stand on ceremony. Anyone Frank brought along was bound to be trustworthy, Song Chao thought. He wasn't particularly concerned about having protection, but appearances mattered when out in public. After all, you couldn't have the CEO of a major corporation riding around in a battered old car, dressed in an outfit that cost barely more than $100. That would just be embarrassing, giving others every excuse to look down on him. Especially in the West, people judge strangers first and foremost by their sense of style. If you wore cheap clothes, what could you expect but disdain and contempt? Song Chao had little patience for those cliched, melodramatic stories about dressing down to show off later. Why make trouble for yourself? Who had the time for that kind of self-torture? He never understood those plots. He wasn't short on cash, so even if he didn't care much for fashion, it wasn't as if he lacked people to prepare classy outfits for him. Why insist on dressing in cheap clothes, setting yourself up to be humiliated, only to spring a big reveal and announce yourself as a billionaire? That sort of hackneyed twist was just insulting to the reader's intelligence. Song Chao hadn't come from money in his previous life. He wore cheap clothes that cost a few dozen bucks, even after coming to this world. He wore bargain clothes during his early days at X Academy. It wasn't until he started his company that Wanda and Emma began to gradually buy him high-end suits, watches, and shoes. Frankly, Song Chao couldn't tell much difference between expensive clothes and the cheap stuff, so he just wore whatever was laid out for him. Now the high-end outfits had become his everyday wear. It wasn't as if he'd miss a few $100,000 here or there. He wasn't one of those idiots who insisted on flaunting their wealth by still dressing like paupers, courting public scorn, and then staging a dramatic reversal. Surprise, I'm a super rich tycoon. The thought made him queasy. It was as if those stories assumed the readers were fools. What a farce. Any news on Eric in Africa lately? Song Chao asked, feeling a bit bored as he sat in the helicopter. He couldn't just fly off on his own. After all, it had been a while since he'd seen Magneto, so he asked the question offhandedly. Back then, it was Song Chao who advised Eric to head to Africa. At the moment, there's no need for Magneto to stay here, so he might as well go ahead and pave the way over there. Emma pondered for a moment, then said, right now, Eric is still gathering intelligence. As for Wakanda, just as you mentioned, he hasn't made much progress yet. The last time Eric contacted me, he said he was planning to set up bases in Kenya, Congo, Tanzania, and Zambia, all countries neighboring Wakanda. He wants to see if there's a chance to take advantage of their ongoing conflicts to establish a nation entirely for mutants. He also said he'll keep a close eye on Wakanda, hoping to find the kind of Wakanda you spoke of. Upon hearing the Song Chao could only give a helpless smile. He understood what Emma meant, but there was no way to explain it. Wakanda, in the eyes of the world, was still recognized as one of the poorest countries, tiny, agrarian, and reliant on international aid year after year. If he suddenly claimed that this nation was decades ahead in technology and capable of hiding itself from the world, it was only natural that Emma and Eric would be skeptical. Eric had been there for quite some time, but all he saw were backward agrarian tribes. He hadn't found any signs of the hidden advanced side at all. Still, Eric was nothing if not cautious. Decades of being a cunning leader had made him take Song Chao's words seriously. So even though he'd uncovered nothing, he remained vigilant, keeping watch on Wakanda while also making arrangements in the neighboring countries. All right, pass a message to Eric for me. Tell him to keep an eye on an arms dealer named Ulysses Clow, Song Chao said after thinking for a moment. He needed to give Eric a hint, otherwise the man would be completely in the dark. Tell him this guy once managed to steal vibranium from Wakanda. He knows the way in, if Eric gets close to him. Maybe even recruits him as a lackey. He might come in handy someday, after all. We're not short on money, Song Chao added with a chuckle, recalling a scene from Stephen Chow's Kung Fu. The words slipped out naturally, and he had to admit, it felt pretty cool. Emma rolled her eyes at Song Chao, but could only nod and make a mental note to pass the message along to Eric once things settled down. When they arrived in Washington, 3 cars were already waiting for them. They got in and headed straight for the Senate. To their surprise, someone was waiting at the entrance. Well, who do we have here? Isn't this the star-spangled playboy Tony Stark, who's been partying all over town lately? What brings you here? Song Chao said, exaggerating his tone for effect. Tony, wearing sunglasses and tilting his chin up, glanced at Song Chao with a smirk and replied disdainfully, and here I was wondering which idiot I'd run into. Just wait. Soon enough, your company's armor won't be safe. Let's see if you can still laugh then. Oh, really? Personally, I think the odds of you losing your armor are much higher than mine. After all, your suit is loaded with weapons, while mine is just a tin can. Tony, Song Chao shook his head. Wasn't it obvious by now? Justin Hammer had set his sights on Tony, but as for Mr. Hammer himself, Song Chao would bet that man wouldn't dare stir up trouble with him. The last time I met Song Chao had left him with the impression that if things went sideways, he would send Hammer packing to the next world without a second thought. To Hammer, Song Chao seemed a madman, unpredictable, impossible to reason with. And when it came to mutants, everyone in high society knew just how formidable they were. That's why they went to such great lengths to manipulate and control them. Justin Hammer would never risk going after Song Chao. All he could do was turn his attention to Big Turd. We'll see how this plays out. By the way, I never asked. Where did your company get that suit of armor? Tony asked as they walked. Song Chao shrugged. Oh, that? One of our PhDs just whipped it up in his spare time. Tony couldn't help but grumble at that reply. Once they were inside the Parliament building, Song Chao took a seat next to Stark. The two of them kept bickering back and forth, paying little mind to the proceedings around them. Behind them, Emma and Pepper Potts exchanged glances, shaking their heads with helpless, wry smiles. Mr. Stark, let's return to the previous topic, please, Mr. Stark, if you would, came a voice repeating Tony's name. Tony turned his head and responded offhandedly. I'm here, darling. What's on your mind? The chairman let out a resigned sigh. Would you please focus on what I'm saying? Tony nodded carelessly. Sure, no problem. Go ahead, do you possess a special weapon? The chairman asked. No. You don't? Came a skeptical reply. No. Depends on what you call a weapon. The Star-Spangled Man is a weapon. The devices I invent don't qualify as weapons, Tony replied. Then how would you describe it? Well, it is whatever it is. It's a high-tech prosthesis. That's the best word I can think of. The audience burst out laughing at Tony's remark. It's a weapon. It is a weapon, Mr. Stark. If your priority is the well-being of the people, Tony began. But the chairman cut him off. My priority is to hand the Star-Spangled Man over to the American people. No way. Not a chance, Tony refused immediately. I am the Star-Spangled Man. The armor and I are one. To give you the Star-Spangled Man would be giving you myself. That's forced labor or prostitution, depending on which state you're in. So I'm afraid I can't oblige. The speaker shook his head, then turned to Song Chao and began to ask, well, Mr. Song, what's your opinion? Should Iron Man and Frostman be handed over to the state? Song Chao shook his head. Oh, it seems our honorable senator here has forgotten something. My company's armor is nothing like Tony Stark's. Our suits are just modes of transportation. They have no weapons whatsoever. The fire or frost they emit comes from a user's own mutant abilities. They exist simply to help our people reach disaster sites quickly in emergencies like fires, especially when traffic is jammed. Time is of the essence, so I'm just here out of courtesy. Don't drag me into this. All right, well, I'm no weapons expert myself, so we've brought in someone who is. Let's welcome Mr. Justin Hammer from Hammer Industries, the Department of Defense's primary arms supplier. Seeing how things were going, the senator had no choice but to bring out his backup plan. Song Chao watched the familiar farce unfold with quiet amusement. This senator, or maybe the speaker, was almost certainly a Hydra mole from S.H.I.L.D. He doubted they'd dare try anything underhanded, so he continued to watch. Sure enough, Justin Hammer took the stage and immediately started trading barbs with Tony, both dragged Tony's father, Howard, into the argument. Hammer heaped praise on Howard, calling him the true patriarch of the arms industry, and twisted Tony's invention of a sword into some kind of shield. Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes from the military, also showed up to speak. Guided by the senator, he was made out to be someone who stabbed Tony in the back, but given their strong friendship, there was no real fallout between them. Then came the explosive reveal. A video exposing Hammer Industries' disastrous attempts at building armored suits. The hearing descended into utter chaos. The farce ended with Tony Stark's famous declaration, "I can keep world peace all by myself." Watching the whole spectacle, Song Chao couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He straightened his jacket, stood up, and left with Emma. His formidable reputation was well known among the government's upper echelons, and ordinary people wouldn't dare cross him. Though he didn't get involved in the company's day-to-day affairs, he had once told Emma that if the company ever faced setbacks, she should quietly have mutants deal with the executives of any hostile competitors. As a result, several leading companies in the medical and biotech industries had vanished without a trace. Song Chao's ruthlessness had surely earned him a place on every agency's blacklist. With the power of the mutants on his side, few dared to provoke him. Even Hydra could only work behind the scenes. And now they had no choice but to take aim at Stark. Song Chao had anticipated all of this, so he came today purely for the show. Palladium poisoning at the senator's door. "Hey, Mr. Tony Stark, your speech just now was really impressive. You alone managed to uphold world peace." "Wow, that's something. Nicely done." Song Chao greeted Tony with a smile as he stood at the doorway. "Humph. Right now, all I want is to have some beautiful women around to celebrate, so don't get in my way. I'm not interested in men," Tony replied, raising his chin with a dismissive hum. "All right," Song Chao nodded. "Got it. I like women too. Like your lovely assistant here, for example. But aren't you going to invite a major shareholder like me to your party?" In truth, Song Chao figured Tony must be suffering from palladium poisoning at this point. Well, it'd be foolish not to take advantage of the situation. Even though SHLD would probably back Tony up and he wouldn't actually die, neither Tony nor SHLD knew the full story yet. So Song Chao decided to strike first and get a leg up, making the most of the shares while he could. "What? Major shareholder? Since when?" "Most of Stark Industries' shares are in my hands now. The rest are scattered, and even if you bought them all, you wouldn't have enough to be the major shareholder," Tony said, genuinely surprised, ignoring Song Chao's comment about Pepper. Not yet," Song Chao laughed, "but you're about to die, Tony. When that happens, I'll be the major shareholder of Stark Industries in no time." "Damn it, you bastard. You're the one who's about to die." Tony's face darkened as he cursed Mr. Song. "That kind of personal attack is uncalled for," Pepper Potts chimed in her expression souring, assuming Song Chao was just trying to provoke Tony. Song Chao shook his head, having little opinion about this woman who was obviously infatuated with Tony Stark. "Oh, dear Ms. Potts, I'm simply stating the truth. If you don't believe me, just ask Tony." Pepper's face changed as she turned to Tony. "Tony, what's going on? Are you hiding something from me? Tell me, what does Mr. Song mean by that?" Damn it, Tony's face grew even darker. He couldn't understand how Song Chao knew he was on the brink of death. It was only recently that Tony himself discovered just how much the palladium had poisoned his body. He shook his head. "Pepper, it's nothing. This jerk is just trying to get a rise out of me. Trust me." Pepper looked at Tony, then turned back to Song Chao with a questioning gaze. Seeing how things stood, Song Chao shrugged. "All right, Mr. Tony Stark, believe what you want, but when you die, I'll poach the woman you love and bring her over to my company. And not only that, I'll sleep with her too. That's what you call spending your money and being with your woman. How delightful." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Pepper Potts. "You bastard." Tony exploded, his anger flaring as he saw Song Chao looking at Pepper while speaking like that. He nearly rushed forward to fight, but Pepper desperately held him back. "Mr. Tony Stark," Pepper glared at Tony, her anger plain to see. She couldn't even be bothered to respond to the teasing words Song Chao had just said to her. Tony's safety was far more important. "What's really going on? Are you in danger or not? I need you to tell me the truth. If you don't, I'll resign right now." After a pause, she added firmly, "And I mean, at this time, Tony hesitated at a loss for words. Song Chao, noticing the swarm of reporters closing in, quickly interjected, "Let's get out of here. We can talk back at the office. Reporters are coming, and I hate interviews." A few hours later, inside the Stark Industries CEO's office, Song Chao sat across from Tony Stark and Pepper Potts with Emma by his side. The four of them faced each other around the table. Song Chao glanced around, taking in the surroundings. Impressive place. Soon Umbrella will own a share of this company too, huh? He joked lightly. In true Song Chao had come to Stark Industries with a purpose. He wanted to get his hands on the futuristic city blueprint Tony's father had left behind. The solution to the palladium poisoning was hidden in that very design, using his telepathic abilities. Song Chao quickly memorized the blueprint, planning to have Ivan Vanko study it back at his own company. A small prize, really, and a great way to earn a stake in Stark Industries on the side. Just then Pepper stopped Tony, who looked ready to explode with anger, and turned to Song Chao. Mr. Song, is Tony really in danger? Are you able to save him? And is your condition for that Stark Industries stock? Song Chao clapped his hands together. No wonder you've been Tony's assistant for so many years. Sharp as ever. Anyone who can clean up Tony's messes for over a decade must be smart. He praised Pepper, but couldn't resist taking a jab at Tony. Every time he met Tony, he couldn't help but think of Tony's sharp tone, and felt compelled to respond in kind. Give me a break. You wish I'd rather die than hand over shares to you. Tony shot back instantly. Besides, it's just a small problem. Do you really think something like this could stump America's #1 genius, Tony Stark? Tony, what kind of danger are you really in? Pepper pressed, now certain something was wrong. Her expression was filled with worry. Pepper, I'm fine. I can handle this myself. Really, don't listen to this jerk. He's exaggerating to get his hands on Stark shares. Tony protested, but Pepper remained unconvinced. While America's #1 genius. Did you give yourself the title? Song Chao clapped mockingly. All right then, genius. Why don't you tell Ms. Potts how you plan to cure palladium poisoning? Tony's face darkened. Damn it, what? Palladium poisoning. Tony and Pepper blurted out in unison. Bastard. How on earth did you find out? Tony glared at Song Chao, his expression thunderous. Wow, genius. Did you forget that my company was developing powered armor even before you were? You might not even have as many PhDs as we do. Song Chao shook his head, deliberately trying to deflate Tony's ego. Oh, I could introduce you to our team someday, you and our top scientist. At most, you two are on the same level. And he's not even the brightest mind in our company. We've got another PhD who's even more impressive. Next time you visit, I'll make the introductions. Honestly, when it comes to true geniuses, Mr. Tony Stark, I'd say Reed Richards is #1. He's about on par with Umbrella's smartest scientist. Haha. After his playful taunt, Song Chao didn't give Tony a chance to retort. Sensing the conversation had reached its peak, he stood up, ready to leave with Emma, before things could devolve further. Oh, Mr. Stark, Ms. Potts, I'll leave you two to discuss things at your own pace, if you ever run out of options. Just bring a contract for 20% of Stark Industries, and come see me at Umbrella. With that, he ushered Emma towards the exit, but just as he reached the door, Song Chao turned back with a final remark. Oh, and one more thing, I'm not omnipotent. So if you wait until your palladium poisoning is too advanced before coming to me, there won't be much I can do. Right now, the palladium in your blood is probably around 20%. I wouldn't be surprised if you're already showing symptoms, Ms. Potts. You might want to check for yourself. Goodbye. No need to see us out. Hope you both get a good night's sleep. Really, I do. He left with a laugh as Song Chao departed. He could almost picture Pepper hurriedly checking Tony for signs of illness, causing Happy, the bodyguard who had just come in to deliver a report, to misunderstand the situation and quickly close the door, thinking the two were getting intimate. Feeling assured, Song Chao nodded to himself on the way back to the office. With Pepper Potts involved, there was no way Stark Industries shares would slip through his fingers without SHLD stepping in. Tony would have no way to develop a new element to replace palladium on his own. In his memories, SHLD only got involved after Tony had given up on his company and handed control to Pepper, drowning himself in self-destruction, which caught Nick Fury's attention. That's when they gave Tony some of Howard Stark's old belongings, leading Tony to discover the clues to the new element his father had left behind, but with Song Chao stepping in early and letting Pepper know he could save Tony. Even if Tony was too proud to ask for help and try to transfer the company to Pepper, she wouldn't go along with it. She'd insist he come to Umbrella for help herself, or accept the transfer first, and then bring the shares to Song Chao in exchange for saving Tony's life. After all, last time in Afghanistan, Song Chao had named his price at $20 billion, so Pepper knew pleading alone wouldn't cut it. Either way, the result was almost certain. Those shares would inevitably end up in Song Chao's hands. The New York sanctum for now. It seemed unlikely that Pepper would come knocking, at least not anytime soon. They would have to wait a while longer, until the palladium level in Tony's blood exceeded 50%. By then, it would be the other side that grew anxious. Song Chao thought to himself with a sly chuckle. Emma, you take them back to the company first. I'll go see Charles. I haven't been back there in ages, he said aloud. Ever since Song Chao had brought the Tesseract to the company, he'd barely left the lab. Now that he was finally out, he knew he'd better pay Jean and the others a visit. Otherwise, he could imagine the complaints that would await him for seeing that particular scenario. Song Chao quickly corrected his course and spoke to Emma. All right, I got it, Emma replied, rolling her eyes at him. She knew exactly whom he was going to see and couldn't be bothered to interfere. Song Chao could only feign innocence, grinning sheepishly. Frank, seated in the front, turned and offered, Boss, shall I take a team to escort you over? Oh, Frank, just assign someone to drive me. It's broad daylight. I'd rather not fly and stir up a public spectacle. As for you, stay with Emma. Make sure she's safe at this point. There's no one on Earth who can kill me. Don't worry, Song Chao declined Frank's offer with a wave. The most powerful person on Earth right now was the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Their last encounter had confirmed that even she couldn't do anything to him. Or perhaps she had simply held back when she saw the Tesseract in his hand. Either way, Song Chao wasn't sure who would come out on top in a real fight, but he knew time was on his side. The longer things went on, the stronger he would become, while the bald Ancient One would only draw closer to the end. Thinking of her, Song Chao realized it was time to squeeze the last bit of value out of the Ancient One. On this trip back to the school, he should bring Wanda along and send her to Kamartaj to study magic under the Ancient One. That way, when the Sorcerer Supreme met her destined end, Wanda could take over. As for Doctor Strange, let him keep being a doctor. Or maybe he could serve as Wanda's muscle in the future. Once the Ancient One was gone, it would only be a matter of time before Kamartaj fell into Song Chao's hands. Chaos magic. According to the comics, it was the trademark of a multiversal powerhouse who knew what Wanda would become down the line. Song Chao hesitated. The Marvel timeline was a tangled mess, and he worried that one careless move might endanger those close to him. He decided to take things one step at a time. My boy, welcome home. Charles greeted him warmly upon his sudden return. Charles, this is my home too. No need to stand on ceremony. But why are you still in a wheelchair? Didn't the doctor say after your surgery that you'd be able to walk again with some exercise? Reaching the school, Song Chao felt a wave of nostalgia and laughed heartily. His curiosity piqued as he saw Charles still seated in his chair. Charles nodded. Oh, the doctors are right as always. I can move around freely now. It's just that after so many years in a wheelchair, I've grown used to it. Don't worry about me, my child. That's good to hear. So, when do you plan to start the serum? Injections? As for Eric, I'll have someone personally deliver it to him soon. Song Chao replied with a casual nod. Since everything was fine, there was nothing to worry about. If Charles was used to the wheelchair, let him be. Perhaps it might even help throw off certain organizations, though Song Chao hardly needed that now. It was neither here nor there. Eric, my old friend, he's been tirelessly working for mutants all this time. Compared to him, I feel rather ashamed of myself, Charles said with a hint of melancholy at Eric's mention. Naturally, he knew that Eric had been operating in Africa lately. Over the years, his old friend had traveled far and wide for the mutant cause. Once he led the Brotherhood, now he was helping Song Chao set up a company, providing funding, and even following his advice to move activities to Africa. In comparison, Charles suddenly felt that he hadn't done nearly as much for their people, and guilt weighed on his heart. Song Chao felt helpless. He had to admit it was true, and he didn't know how to comfort him. Though he always considered himself a proud descendant of Yin and Huang. In this new world, he had to rely on the strength of the entire mutant race. To secure their support, he needed to keep them close. He could only pat Charles on the shoulder and say, "Come now, Charles. Mutants are doing better than ever. There will be plenty of times we'll need your help in the future. Don't dwell on it too much." Charles perked up a bit. "My child Ororo is still teaching the children, and Wanda is there too. Jean is in the lab. Why don't you go see her? This old man doesn't need your company." Song Chao understood. "All right, Professor, I'll go check in with her. Let's catch up at dinner." Approaching the entrance to Jean's laboratory, Song Chao paused, captivated by the sight before him. Jean stood there in a fiery red dress, her rich auburn hair cascading down, emanating a mature, alluring elegance. Since merging with the Phoenix Force, her beauty had reached its absolute peak, her appearance now timeless and refined. Song Chao was utterly entranced. He adored this woman. At that moment, Jean felt a sudden flutter in her chest. She looked up abruptly and saw Song Chao standing at the doorway, his gaze fixed on her, brimming with a deep, passionate affection. This man, though undeniably flirtatious, brought her a sense of excitement she couldn't deny. In the quiet moments of the night, she sometimes questioned herself. Was it wrong to fall so deeply for this younger man and leave Scott behind? But seeing the love in his eyes now, she couldn't help but call out, "Darling, you're back, G, my love." Song Chao stepped forward and gathered Qin in his arms, holding her tightly, as if he never wanted to let go. "It's been so long since we've seen each other." "Must be a few months now," he murmured. "I've missed you so much." Staring at the lovely woman before him, he couldn't help himself. He pressed his lips to hers, just as the laboratory door behind them slid shut and locked with a quiet click. Qin wrapped her arms around the little man's neck, returning his kiss with equal passion. Neither of them noticed as their clothes slowly slipped away. "What made you decide to come back today?" Qin asked softly. After getting dressed again, she perched on Song Chao's lap, their foreheads touching, eyes meeting as her fingers traced gentle circles on his chest. "I missed you, so I came to see you," Song Chao replied, unable to resist stealing another kiss from her tempting lips. "I went to Washington today and got dragged into a farce. I'm sure the news will break soon." "Oh, darling," Qin teased, drawing a sharp breath as Song Chao caught her hand. "Don't rile me up anymore. I'm not sure you could handle it. Dinner at the school is about to start, and if you're not careful, the students will have a field day with us. Not that your man here minds, but you might want to check for yourself." Qin shot him a sultry smile. She knew this man was simply too much for her, and she could barely keep up. The last hour or so had been nothing more than an appetizer. She knew him all too well. Slowly, she slid down to her knees before him, casting a glance up at the small man before bowing her head. Song Chao let out a long, shaky breath, running his hands through her deep red hair. His face was lost in bliss as he leaned back in the chair, eyes closed. In his mind, General Darius of Noxus charged into battle, axe swinging, clearing the field. Suddenly, Qin began to cough violently and struggled to rise, but Song Chao's grip was too strong for her to break free. After a moment, she finally managed to sit up, smacking Song Chao in exasperation. "You little rascal, were you trying to choke me?" Song Chao burst into hearty laughter. "Darling, don't let all that beauty go to waste." Qin shot him a glare, straightened herself up, and looped her arm through his. "Come on, it's time for dinner. Let's not give people something to gossip about." In the cafeteria, the news had already spread that Song Chao was back. Ororo spotted the pair walking in together and hurried over, sniffing the air with curiosity. Qin, annoyed, gave Ororo a playful swat. "Oh, you snuck a taste, didn't you, Qin?" Ororo teased, catching the scent and laughing. Qin blushed, pushed Ororo toward a seat, and whispered, "He's yours tonight." Wanda watched the scene unfold, suspicion written all over her face as her eyes darted back and forth, clearly guessing at something. Song Chao sighed and stepped forward, ruffling Wanda's hair. "What are you thinking about?" "Eat up tomorrow. I'm taking you somewhere to learn magic." "Hey, you messed up my hair," Wanda protested, fussing over her appearance. The little beauty was so absorbed in fixing her hair, she completely missed the latter half of his words. Oh, Charles heard and took the initiative to ask, "Where is this place, child?" "Wanda's talent is a bit wasted here at school. We really have nothing magical to teach her." Song Chao sat down beside Wanda and looked at Charles. "Kamartage. That organization has a sanctuary in New York, so I don't have to run all over the place. I'll take Wanda there tomorrow to have a look." Charles nodded. He didn't know anything about magic, but since Song Chao had a way, he was truly happy for Wanda and didn't press for more details. "Let's eat, children." The X-Men reserve abilities. X Academy Underground Training Base. After dinner, Song Chao pushed Charles's wheelchair and, along with Jean, Ororo, and Wanda, made their way to the underground training base to visit their young friends. These people would one day become the reserve force of the Umbrella Superhero League, so it was only natural for Song Chao to check in on them. Among the mutants, thanks to Eric and Charles's deliberate or casual promotion, Song Chao now enjoyed a high reputation. "This team recently welcomed a new member. I don't think you've met them yet," Charles said at the entrance to the base. "Oh, who is it?" Song Chao was genuinely curious. Charles just smiled without giving anything away and pushed open the heavy doors. "Professor, sir, you're here." Song. Their voices overlapped with excitement as they greeted them. At the sound of his name, the young mutants all stared at Song Chao, sizing him up. Back when he was at the school, he'd kept to himself, and they hadn't known him well. Now he'd become a big shot, and the more they heard rumors about him, the more cautious they felt in his presence. Looks like you're quite the popular one, Jean teased, glancing at Song Chao with a smirk. Song Chao burst out laughing, clearly pleased. That just means you have good taste, Jean. She rewarded him with a dramatic roll of her eyes. Charles interjected, let me introduce you, Song. You probably don't know much about them. Back at school, you never paid much attention to these things. Song Chao nodded in agreement. This is Colossus Pyotr. Hearing his name, Pyotr quickly stood up and greeted him. Song, I'm Pyotr. It's great to have you visiting the training base. Song Chao smiled kindly. Things were a bit awkward now, the gap in. Their abilities had grown so wide that their relationships had become distant. Back in school, they hadn't been close, but at least they could exchange a few words. Now that seemed impossible. Still, Song Chao didn't mind. He was only interested in beautiful women, after all, Pyotr's ability. Charles began to explain, but Song Chao cut him off. Oh, Charles, I'm already familiar with Peter's abilities. There's no need for an introduction. And, Peter, there's no need to be so formal. We're not strangers here, so don't act distant. I know your powers well. You possess a remarkable mutation. You can transform all the tissues of your body into a substance resembling steel, granting you superhuman strength and extraordinary durability. This material isn't exactly steel, but something like osmium carbon steel with a hardness second only to adamantium and vibranium. You can maintain your transformed state for extended periods. You're also mature enough to join the Umbrella Superhero League directly. Once the company's new headquarters officially relocates, you can move right in. Welcome aboard, Peter. As Song Chao spoke, he extended his hand. Colossus's abilities are straightforward. And Peter himself isn't like the other kids. His powers are already quite developed. All he needs now is to keep progressing steadily, so a direct invitation made perfect sense. Wait, can I really join now? Peter was stunned, quickly reaching out to shake Song Chao's hand. I didn't expect you to know so much about my abilities. I remember you never really interacted with us at school. Their friends listened with envy. No one expected this. Even Bobby didn't get in so easily. But Peter had just taken a giant leap forward. You really are something? I didn't expect you to know so much about Peter's abilities, Charles said, shaking his head with a smile. Peter's powers are indeed well developed. I'm reassured. This is Shadowcat. Kitty, he continued, seeing that Song Chao hadn't responded yet. Kitty possesses the ability to phase her body into its atomic components, allowing her to pass through any obstacle. In this state, she can temporarily merge with object without any interaction until she's passed through. She can use this ability at any time, even while under attack, and is immune to harm from such things as missiles or quantum weapons. However, she's still vulnerable to mysterious forces. Kitty nodded in acknowledgement after Charles's introduction. Song, we meet again. Song Chao nodded in return. You're impressive, Kitty, but you haven't yet reached the full potential of your powers. Keep pushing forward. I look forward to the day when you'll be able to send someone's consciousness back into their past body. What? That's impossible, Kitty cried out in surprise. I don't have that kind of power. The others gazed at Song Chao in astonishment. Song Chao just shook his head and flashed a mysterious smile. How could he tell them he'd only seen it in the movies and had no idea how to help her develop that ability? All he could do was play it cool and let their imaginations run wild. Well, that part is up to you, Kitty. You have to believe in yourself. If I say you're capable of it, then you are. Keep at it. Charles seemed to recall something at these words and put a stop to the discussion. Katie's song says you have potential in this area. He wouldn't say that without reason, which means you definitely do. Work hard. And the school will do its best to help you develop these abilities. Next is Nightcrawler Wagner. Oh, you're familiar with him? I don't think I need to say much, huh? I know him well, Professor Song Chao said, turning to Nightcrawler. Wagner, continue honing your teleportation. Strive for greater speed, more flexibility, longer distances, the ability to move through sealed spaces, and to carry others with you. Nightcrawler, standing shyly in the corner, nodded. Understood, Mr. Song. Song Chao nodded back. Then spotted Pietro. Professor, this silver-haired kid hardly needs an introduction. Either when the new company headquarters is ready, I'll make sure he gets the training he needs. Damn, Pietro muttered inwardly, catching the look Song Chao gave him, and sensing trouble. He didn't dare say a word, only cursing quietly in his mind. Back when there weren't as many people around, Pietro used to tease Song Chao, even daring to insult him to his face. But as time went on, and they saw each other less, Song Chao's reputation only grew, and Pietro found he no longer had the nerve to face him head-on. Quietly, he thought, Is this bastard plotting revenge on me? Maybe I should tell my sister Wanda about this. Charles nodded. There's no need to say more about Bobby. You've had your eye on him for a long time. And this is his girlfriend, Rogue, Anna Marie. Marie can rapidly alter a person's memories, steal their abilities, or even their life through skin contact. The effect ends as soon as she lets go, but because she can't fully control her powers, she keeps herself completely covered. Song Chao nodded. Sizing up the Rogue from the movies is standing before him. She had a streak of white in her hair and was well developed, her generous chest peeking out from her clothes. Noticing the white gloves on her hands, he stepped forward and offered his hand. Take off your glove, hold my hand. I want to experience your power. Marie hesitated, glancing at Song Chao and then at the professor. After a moment's thought, Charles nodded. Give it a try, Marie. Everyone else stand back. With the professor's approval, Marie did as she was told. Nervously, she reached out and took Song Chao's hand. A surge of tremendous energy flooded into her body, and she couldn't help but cry out. Song Chao felt the energy in his body drain rapidly. He sensed something else try to leave him, something he locked down tight with sheer willpower. Perhaps it was his life force. Thanks to his strong mind and spirit, he managed to keep it in check. A normal person, he guessed, would have their life essence sucked out and die in moments. He raised his hand to stop the others from coming forward, suppressing his own feelings as he carefully tried to sense the other person's ability. Marie, keep absorbing. I want to see where your limits are. It wasn't until Song Chao felt that about 10 to 20% of the energy inside him had drained away that the process stopped on its own. Marie was no longer absorbing. Song Chao let go of her hand, then reached out to grasp her again. But nothing happened. He turned to Bobby. Bobby, come here and try hold her hand. Bobby had been anxious about his girlfriend all along. He didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed Marie's bare fingers. Hey, Song, it's fine. Marie isn't absorbing my energy. Automatically, Marie. Are you all right? Huh. Marie had worried about her boyfriend, but when she realized she wasn't draining his energy, she couldn't help but throw her arms around Bobby and plant a kiss on him. After so long, the thrill of young love returned. She could finally kiss him freely. Hooray! Charles stepped forward. Child, who would have thought that the moment you arrived, you'd solve one of our biggest problems? We never found a perfect solution for Marie's condition. All we could do was make sure nobody touched her. That's a heavy burden for a child. By now, Marie had regained her composure and quickly offered her thanks. Thank you, Song. You're amazing. Thank you, Song. My leader, Bobby, echoed her gratitude. Blink, Clarice Ferguson, Song Chao listened to the young couple's thanks and nodded, then shook his head. Your problem might not be truly solved yet, Marie. Take a moment now. Try to sense the energy inside yourself. See if you can use the energy you absorbed just now as a weapon, or deliberately release it as a special ability. At his words, everyone turned their eyes to Marie. She closed her eyes and focused inward. Gradually, a breeze seemed to stir through the room. Marie's hair floated, and her body began to lift gently off the ground. Suddenly, she let out a cry. She opened her eyes, edged away from the group, and in her gaze, two blue beams of light shot out and streaked toward the training equipment in the base. What? When did Rogue get powers like that? That's awesome. The group was taken aback. Those who trained together with her all began to exclaim. Marie, are you all right? Bobby, seeing his girlfriend's display, wanted to rush over to her, but Song Chao caught his arm and held him back. Bobby turned puzzled, seeing Song Chao shake his head, but he obeyed. This was their leader, after all. Did I do that? Marie returned to herself, gazing at the damage she'd caused in disbelief, covering her mouth in shock. Song Chao nodded and reached out his hand. Come here, Marie. Take my hand. Marie hesitantly stepped forward and grasped his hand. Oh. She realized she was absorbing his energy once more. Just as I thought, Song Chao nodded. Not at all surprised. Don't stop. Keep absorbing. But after a moment, Marie stopped absorbing on her own. Song Chao took in the situation and looked at Bobby. Bobby, you could be affectionate with your girlfriend now, but be careful in the future. After Mary releases her energy, remember not to touch her anymore. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Bobby replied, So Song, you're saying that Mary's energy is full right now, so it's safe to touch her, but once she lets out that energy, she'll automatically absorb anything that comes into contact with her, right? Is there any way to solve this? Song Chao glanced at the group, who all looked equally curious, and shook his head. This is Mary's ability. For now, there's nothing we can do about it. I don't have a good solution, but we'll see what happens in the future. Also, I'm not sure if after Mary absorbs a lot of energy, she might be able to copy some of the other person's abilities. These are things we'll have to discover over time. Don't rush, Bobby. Charles nodded. Bobby, Mary, things are much better now. Maybe we'll find a solution someday. Just remember what Song said. Once the energy starts to escape, you can't touch each other anymore. Mary, remember to wear gloves when that happens, child. You don't want to hurt the one you love, do you? Mary nodded firmly, showing she understood. Now that she could at least briefly touch her beloved, she was already content. Oh, Song, there's one last thing. Let me introduce a new member to you. She just joined the school not long ago. Blink. Clarice Ferguson. Clarice's ability is to twist space and create portals, allowing her to teleport multiple people at once to a location she chooses. Hearing this, Song Chao sized up the newcomer. She had an East Asian appearance. So this is the one who had a fleeting moment in the movie. Truly, at her peak, the queen of the red carpet was stunning, especially with those pointed ears and bright blue eyes. Absolutely enchanting. Seeing Blink immediately brought to mind the queen of the red carpet. And with that, the infamous 800 million fine. Song Chao couldn't help but think of the previous life's entertainment industry's hard-working queen. He felt another wave of commentary coming. Whether people liked or disliked this woman, at the very least Song Chao was annoyed by her constant appearances on the red carpet. Still, he had to admit, she worked incredibly hard. As for her acting skills, whatever people said, she was certainly better than those who only mouthed 1, 2, 3 for in sync with the lines. These days, even green screen acting can make someone a superstar. Ordinary people just can't comprehend this business. The complexities and darkness of the entertainment industry are well known. It's just that when I think about the other party being blacklisted and fined such a hefty amount, even though punishment is necessary since tax evasion must be penalized, I can't help but feel uneasy. So many big-name celebrities have done the same thing. Others can simply pay back what they owe in secret, or at most get slapped with a minor fine of 100,000 or so. Yet this woman faces an 800 million penalty and is blacklisted as well. One woman stands at the front, made an example of for all to see, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Clearly everyone was doing it, but only this woman suffers the harshest fate. Honestly, even Song Chao couldn't stand to watch anymore. If they really have the nerve, they should punish everyone severely. Putting one woman in the spotlight like this, how disgraceful. That world is truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. He thought about how actors could get wildly popular by lazily mouthing lines like 1 inch 2, 3 for in front of a green screen. How cheating scandals don't stop people from appearing on TV as long as they haven't divorced. How refusing to make money for others could get you framed and thrown in jail. Your career blacklisted. The world of the entertainment industry is full of double dealing and backstabbing. And in the end, it's often the victims who have to say goodbye, while those who set them up continue to thrive. He remembered stories of stars being forced to quit for supposedly acting like divas, only for the truth to emerge years later. Too bad time can't be turned back. Those who left never return, while the schemers live on with ease. Thinking of all this, Song Chao could only shake his head. Suddenly he felt two hands pinching his waist, snapping back to reality. Song Chao noticed everyone looking at him. Clarice Ferguson, flustered and blushing, had her head lowered, while Ororo and Wanda stood on either side of him, each with a hand pinching his waist. Song Chao realized he had been lost in thought, absent-mindedly staring at Clarice, which made the others suspicious. The two women were jealous. It was no secret that Song Chao had a notorious reputation, and now he really couldn't escape being seen as a lecher. Hey, I just got distracted thinking about something. Don't get the wrong idea, Song Chao tried to explain, his voice dry. Idiot, with all these women around, you still can't control yourself? Ororo muttered under her breath. Humph, pervert, you just like pretty girls, Wanda added quietly. Thankfully, Jean was calm and understanding, showing the poise of a gracious matriarch, and didn't join the commotion. Trust me, I really wasn't thinking anything like that. I just zoned out. Besides, even if I were interested, I wouldn't do anything in public. Song Chao hurried to reassure the two jealous women. Idiot, I knew you had your eye on her. Not in public? So you want to do something in private, huh? Ororo pinched him again, a little harder. Damn, there's no way to explain myself. Out of this 1 inch, Song Chao gave up completely. Oh, Clarice Ferguson, I understand your abilities now. I think you should keep developing this power. In the future, You might be able to teleport across vast distances, say between the moon and the Earth. You could also channel your energy into small objects like a javelin and throw it at a target to teleport them away. Song Chao looked solemnly at Flicker Clarice Ferguson as he spoke. The others also composed themselves, dropping their teasing. While Clarice blushed deeply and lowered her head, her voice soft and hesitant. Can I really do it? I don't even know how far it is between Earth and the moon. Fortunately, Song Chao's hearing was now so keen he could catch even the faintest sound across the globe, otherwise no ordinary person would have heard her whisper. He nodded her, offering his affirmation and encouragement. Believe in yourself, Clarice Ferguson. You can do it, if your abilities reach even farther perhaps in the future. When Earth ventures into the cosmos, you'll be our teleportation officer. Keep it up. Seeing that she still dare not lift her head, he realized he might have startled the young girl by staring at her earlier. She probably thought Song Chao was some kind of lecher. Well, he couldn't be bothered to explain, so he turned to Charles instead. Professor, these things I just said, before they head to Umbrella, please train them according to these ideas. If their potential is unlocked, it could be invaluable in the future. No problem. My boy, I understand, Charles nodded. Then we'll be going. Now, Song Chao said, nodding as he slipped his arms around his two jealous companions, making a swift exit. Time to go home and smooth things over. After much effort soothing the little witch Wanda, Song Chao turned to Ororo, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he pounced. Little white rabbit, now it's my turn to take care of you. We'll see who conquers whom, Ororo retorted, refusing to back down. Thus the battle began. The Dalmatian hand entered the fray, waging war on Ionia. A devastating blow. Dalmatian justice descended. Prepare yourself, little white rabbit. The Noxian cavalry charged relentlessly. And soon, when Jean joined the fight, Darius began a rampage across the battlefield. As dawn drew near after a night of fierce combat, they finally toppled and destroyed the enemy's nexus. Dalmatian hand had claimed the ultimate victory. Laughter rang out, triumphant and unrestrained, but Jean and Aurora were too exhausted to resist any longer. Collapsing onto the bed and drifting into a deep sleep, Song Chao gently stroked their hair, watching their faces in stillness, while the first rays of light crept over the horizon. 177A, Bleecker Street, X-Academy. Song Chao lay there for a while, until daylight filled the sky. Then without a sound, he slipped out of bed, pressed a gentle kiss to Jean and Aurora's sleeping cheeks, and left the room to join Charles for breakfast. They chatted about recent news until Wanda got up and came looking for them. Oh, Charles, I'm taking Wanda with me now. When Jean and Ororo wake up, please let them know, Song Chao said, glancing back at the professor as he ushered Wanda into the car. All right, my boy, go on. Jean and Ororo won't be upset. Wanda, seize this opportunity and study hard. There's nothing in the school's curriculum to help you with magic, you know? Charles replied kindly, watching Song Chao and Wanda depart. I understand, Professor. Don't worry, Wanda replied quickly with a nod. All the way there, she was buzzing with excitement. It had been ages since she and Song Chao had spent time alone together. She was lively and talkative, her words tumbling out one after another. Song Chao watched her with a gentle, almost indulgent smile. In the blink of an eye, this girl had grown up, he thought. Maybe it's time to find an opportunity to make her truly his. We're here, Wanda. Song Chao got out of the car and extended his hand to her. And where exactly is this? Wanda asked, glancing at the building before her. 177 at Bleecker Street. The sign says it's an antique shop. Darling, she took his hand as she stepped out of the car, her gaze curious as she studied the address and the shop front, surprise evident in her voice. If it were that easy for you to figure out, would it really be part of the world's mysteries? There'd be headlines about it everywhere by now. Have you seen anything like that in the news, silly girl? Song Chao teased, giving Wanda's nose a playful tap. Humph. Wanda wrinkled her nose and let out a small, indignant snort. Come on, let's go in. I'm sure they've already sensed us, Song Chao said, leading Wanda as he pushed open the door and stepped into the antique shop. Meanwhile, word of their actions was racing across the desks of several major organizations. Damn it. Carlson, pull up everything you can find on 177A. Bleecker Street now. In Washington's Triskelion building, Nick Fury, the one-eyed director, had just received Song Chao's update and immediately barked out orders to his subordinate, Phil Coulson. Fury took Song Chao's movements very seriously these days. The man was becoming more dangerous by the day, far surpassing even the old Magneto. Unlike Magneto, who had always been recklessly arrogant and earned himself a terrible reputation, Song Chao was careful and left no loose ends. His own name carried even more weight, but it was the weight of deterrence. In the public, he was a philanthropist of the highest order. With deep pockets and even deeper connections, he held shares in multiple listed companies, and his social network was a tangled web. Even the government was wary of making a move against him. A short while later, Coulson returned. Director, there's nothing out of the ordinary at 177A Bleecker Street. It's just an antique shop. Always has been, as far as our records show. There's never been any indication of anything unusual. Everything checks out as perfectly normal. Exactly, Fury mused, his voice low and thoughtful. Normal is what's strange about it. For him to bring someone, there means something's up. This guy barely shows himself these days, so if he's making a move, we can't afford to let any possibility slip by. I want a thorough investigation. Leave no stone unturned. He paused, then added, send someone in, but subtly. Don't use a rookie. Just a regular customer dropping by will do. Understood, Coulson replied, nodding briskly before reaching out to the New York SHLD office. 10 minutes later, Coulson was back again. What is it, Coulson? Fury asked, frowning as he caught the uncertain look on his agent's face. He knew his people well. Something strange was afoot once more. Director, Coulson said hesitantly. When our people went in, they found it was just an ordinary antique shop. The place isn't very big, and there's no back door, but unfortunately there's no sign of Song. He seems to have simply vanished into thin air. My team also noticed that there were several other groups watching and monitoring the shop, but no one saw anyone else go in or out. Mother, damn it. Assemble a team immediately and keep that antique shop under close surveillance. Nick Fury exploded with anger. I want a full background check on this place. How could something like this happen right under our noses with no information at all? Why haven't we discovered this earlier? Damn it. Coulson felt helpless as well. In a metropolis like New York, SHLD had already mapped out every detail long ago. How could an unfamiliar antique shop just appear out of nowhere? It was a real oversight, which explained his earlier hesitation. I'll gather our people right away and give the orders. If you find any trace of Song, notify me immediately. Yes, Director. Nick Fury watched as Coulson left the room. He muttered to himself, Natasha, my ace agent. The Black Widow. What have you been up to lately? There's been no word from you at all. And then there's Ms. Carter's niece. Could I really have made the wrong call back then? If something really happens, how am I supposed to explain this to Ms. Carter? Unaware of any of this, Song Chao strolled into the antique shop with Wanda by his side. Suddenly, a glowing portal appeared before them, opening into an ancient, elegantly decorated hall. Shaking his head in wonder, Song Chao led the curious Wanda straight into the light. Wanda clung tightly to Song Chao's arm, following him through the portal. As she turned back for another look, the glowing circle had already vanished. It was truly astonishing. She looked around, taking in the grand antique hall. Welcome to the New York sanctum, Mr. Song. And Miss Wanda, the Ancient One, appeared before them, flanked by 3 others, and greeted them warmly. Master Ancient One. That was an impressive spell. Certainly saves a lot of time. Very convenient, Song Chao remarked, his eyes filled with curiosity at the effortless teleportation, so similar to the blink ability. Oh, it's just a simple trick. Nothing much, the Ancient One replied with a gentle smile. But if you're interested, Mr. Song, I'd be happy to teach you. Song Chao shook his head at this. I'll pass. Biting off more than I can chew won't get me far, and I doubt I have any talent for magic anyway. But what about Wanda? Take a look at her. She's the perfect candidate I've brought you for a successor. He casually recommended Wanda. At this stage, Song Chao was following the path of a Superman, combining mutant abilities with the power of the Infinity Stones. Where this would ultimately lead, he hadn't decided yet. He preferred to take things one step at a time. And as for magic, he had neither the time nor much interest to study it, and likely lacked the aptitude as well. So he politely declined without much thought. Wanda looked curiously at the bald man before her. He was speaking with Song Chao as an equal, which meant he must be a major figure himself among all mutants. It was common knowledge that Song Chao now stood at the very top of this world, although few had seen him in action. The ceaseless praise from Magneto, Eric, and Professor X Charles, who both claimed Song Chao far surpassed them and recognized him as the new leader of mutants, meant that no one dared underestimate him anymore. Oh, Wanda Maximoff, is it? I have glimpsed this child along the threads of time, said the Ancient One, showing no particular concern. Song Chao was already immensely powerful and had chosen his own path. It seemed she couldn't recruit him. Still, since he recommended his woman, that would surely benefit Kamar Taj's future. After all, she'd already foreseen her own death. Her time was running short. The Ancient One stepped up to Wanda, extending a hand in a gentle, graceful motion. Ah, the power of chaos magic. What a captivating and formidable energy. So perfect and shrouded in mystery. Wanda Maximoff, your magical potential is truly unparalleled, Mr. Song. I must thank you for recommending such an extraordinary talent to me, as long as you're satisfied. Now, Wanda, you'll follow the Ancient One and study diligently. The crises that threaten Earth's future will need your strength, so don't be mischievous, all right? Song Chao nodded, looking at Wanda with a gentle reminder. Wait. Wanda quickly grabbed his arm, her voice tinged with anxiety. If I stay here, what about you? Are you really leaving me here all alone? Song Chao reached out, gently stroking the young witch's hair to comfort her. Oh, my dear, don't be afraid. I'll come see you whenever you want. But for now, you need peace and quiet. To begin your magical training, don't worry. Once you master the basics, you can come find me anytime. Didn't you see that spell just now? Once you've learned it, with a single gesture, you can step right to my side, no matter where I am. Isn't that right, Ancient One? That's correct, Wanda. There's no need to worry, the Ancient One replied, following Song Chao's lead. Once you've learned the art of teleportation, you'll be able to go anywhere on Earth with a single motion. As she spoke, she drew a glowing portal with a wave of her hand, revealing the iconic Hollywood sign in Los Angeles on the other side. With another flick, a new portal shimmered open, this time showing the Oriental Pearl Tower. Wow, that's Hollywood. This magic is amazing. I want to learn it. Wanda exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she watched the Ancient One effortlessly open a gateway to Los Angeles. It seemed that mastering this skill would make it even easier to keep close to Song Chao. No more worrying about that rascal wandering off and getting into mischief. Song Chao, meanwhile, had no idea that someone was already planning to use teleportation magic as the ultimate strategy to keep a certain someone from straying. He was simply pleased to have cheered her up, blissfully unaware that his escapades in the future might finally catch up with him. Casillas. New York's Sanctum, Mr. Song. Let me introduce you to 3 outstanding sorcerers from Kamar Taj, the Ancient One said politely. Turning to Song Chao, this is Wong. He's actually from the same country as you. Wong studied the man before him. Even the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, treated this guest with such respect. He must be someone extraordinary. Hello, Song. I'm Wong. Song Chao nodded, eyeing the chubby man who looked distinctly Asian. Hello, Wong. My name is Song Chao. Foreigners usually call me Song, but I don't care much for it. You can call me Mr. Song. As for these Asians or Chinese, Song Chao himself wasn't quite sure what to feel. He responded casually, not particularly warm. After all, only those with the same nationality truly felt like kin to him. Once someone left the country and changed citizenship, could they still be considered his own people? This is Master Mordo, my distinguished disciple, the Ancient One continued. Mordo was a middle-aged black man with a stern expression, giving off an air of strictness. Hearing the introduction, he nodded. Welcome, Mr. Song. Song Chao nodded in return. Hello, Master Mordo. What a pitiful man, he thought. Mordo's faith was resolute, and he had always revered the Ancient One as his guiding light. Yet recalling the fate of Baron Mordo, Song Chao couldn't help but feel regret in the end. Unable to accept the truth that the Ancient One drew on dark power to prolong her life, Mordo left in anger and might even have turned to darkness. A sad fate indeed. And this is another of my prized disciples, Master Caecilius, the Ancient One finished. Oh, hearing the name, Song Chao perked up. That was a familiar name. Wasn't this the main antagonist from Doctor Strange? He studied the man before him. At this moment, Caecilius had no dark circles under his eyes, no sign of corruption. He appeared elegant and poised, still a handsome man despite his age. He too was a tragic figure. When Caecilius was young, his son passed away before him. He survived only by leaning on his wife for support. But when she too left him, he found himself utterly alone in the world and abandoned all hope. With nothing left, he drank himself into oblivion, wandering through life in a daze, clinging to a single desire, to see his wife and son once more. It wasn't until Mordo introduced him to the Ancient One that Caecilius discovered his magical potential. For the sake of his wife and son, He threw himself into his studies, advancing at a breathtaking pace, far surpassing even Mordo, the Ancient One's senior disciple. Yet no matter how much magic he learned, he could never find the power he truly sought. All his efforts were in vain. Who was to blame for this? In Caecilius' eyes, all the fault lay with the Ancient One. She knew exactly what he longed for, and had promised to help him escape his pain. For a time, he had believed her completely. After discovering that the Ancient One had deliberately concealed certain magical knowledge, Caecilius confronted her directly. But what difference did it make? The Ancient One simply emphasized, there are some spells even I cannot master. The mysteries of time were not something anyone could dabble in at will, and she forbade his pursuit. Caecilius took note of the Ancient One's library, where there was a private collection that could not be borrowed. Hidden within those pages was the secret of time itself. Perhaps, if he could decipher that book, he would find a way to reunite with his wife and child. Yet that book was strictly off-limits. Caecilius carelessly flipped through a page and stumbled upon a description of a mysterious ritual. This ritual required more than one participant. He became convinced that this was the solution he sought, unaware that the very secret of the Time Stone was explained only a page earlier. An irony that Song Chao couldn't help but sigh over in his thoughts. Caecilius was a powerful sorcerer in his own right and had gathered a number of disciples. These followers shared the same doubts and yearning. Each had pursued the Ancient One for answers, but none had truly found what they sought. Caecilius seized on this discontent, persuading them that the mysterious ritual could grant everyone's deepest desires. He then led this group of rebels to kill the librarian guarding the collection. Caecilius tore out the page describing the ritual and fled in haste. What followed was a chain of events that didn't end until Doctor Strange defeated him, and Caecilius himself was devoured by Dormammu, the Lord of Darkness. As little more than a snack. Hello, Master Caecilius, you don't look well. Today, Song Chao mused to himself as he studied the future villain before him, greeting him with a knowing smile. Hello, Mr. Song. Welcome to the New York Sanctum, Caecilius replied politely. Looking at Song Chao, I'm fine. Perhaps I just didn't rest well. You should really get some rest, Master Caecilius, Song Chao said, deliberately patting him on the shoulder with a look of concern, drawing the Ancient One's attention. Could this outsider see into the future? The Ancient One, having already glimpsed what would befall her prized disciple within the flow of time, refrained from intervening. She neither wished to nor dared to alter the timeline. Yet she still hoped she could change Caecilius' fate. Seeing Song Chao's expression, however, made her ponder. The New York Sanctum is one of the 3 great strongholds Comartage established to protect Earth from dimensional threats. Since you live in New York, Mr. Song, if the Sanctum ever comes under attack, I hope you'll lend us a hand, the Ancient One said, setting her thoughts aside and introducing the Sanctum. Song Chao looked around the Grand Hall after hearing this, then nodded. Since we've already agreed to work together, this is an easy matter. There's no need to worry, Ancient One. Held the Dark Dimension, Dormammu. I'll have to see them for myself sooner or later. As Song Chao spoke, Wong Mordo and Caecilius exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. How does this man know so much? It doesn't seem like the Ancient One told him, does it? Judging by his words, even the Ancient One has to consult with him. Yet we at Comartage had no idea there was someone this powerful. No wonder the Ancient One brought all of us, the core strength of Comartage, to welcome him this time. The Ancient One was taken aback by his words, but quickly shook her head and let the matter go. He's an outsider, and has already grown formidable. With her time drawing to a close, she couldn't risk making a deadly enemy for Comartage without reason. Building ties was what truly mattered now. However he'd come by his knowledge was no longer important. What mattered was his strength. She couldn't guarantee she could defeat him, and as long as he was willing to defend the Earth, that was enough. Mr. Song, the Ancient One began. Though I cannot defeat Dormammu myself, and must rely on the wards of the 3 sanctums to keep him at bay, if you and I joined forces, we might be able to face him head-on. What do you think? She was hopeful that with Song Chao's power, they might even vanquish Dormammu in one stroke, and so she invited him to consider it. Song Chao shook his head and refused her outright. Ancient One, I won't confront Dormammu now. I'm not strong enough to defeat him yet. Seeing her about to speak further, he waved his hand dismissively. You have your way of doing things, just as you're unwilling to tamper with the timeline at will. As he said this, Song Chao glanced meaningfully at Caecilius and Baron Mordo, giving the Ancient One a subtle hint. The Ancient One was startled once more. So this outsider really does know a great deal. Could he even foresee the future? It seems she'd been right not to risk turning him into an enemy last time. I have my own way as well, Song Chao continued. For example, when I was weaker than you, I didn't want to meet you. But now, meeting you makes no difference to me. Dormammu is stronger than me for now, so I won't face him just yet. But sooner or later, I will. In fact, I'm quite interested in the Dark Dimension itself. As he spoke, Song Chao turned to face the Ancient One directly, reaching out to shake her hand. Even if Dormammu never invades Earth, once I'm strong enough, I'll go to the Dark Dimension myself and seek him out. That place, one day, I will utterly absorb and dismantle that broken dimension myself. Ancient One's expression was hard to read. This man's ambition is immense, she thought. Forget it, my time is running out, and I can't afford to meddle and risk getting involved with him. Let him do as he pleases. After all, Dormammu is a threat to Earth itself. If Song Chao wants to stir things up, so be it. All right, Mr. Song. I'll take Wanda back with me now. I promise to teach her well, so you needn't worry. With his woman in Camartage, it seemed that once he was gone, there was no need to worry about Camartage's legacy or falling out with Song Chao. Song Chao nodded, not caring about the expressions of the other disciples. He looked at Wanda, ruffling her hair gently. Go on, my dear. Study hard. The faster you learn, the sooner you'll see me again. I'm counting on you. Wanda looked reluctant, but she nodded and agreed, following the Ancient One through the portal, glancing back at Song Chao with every step. Song Chao nodded in return, then turned and stepped through the shimmering portal that appeared behind him, returning to his antique shop, Betty Ross. Washington, Triskelion, come in, Nick Fury called out as hurried knocking sounded at his office door. He knew it must be urgent. Director, our agents have spotted Song. He just walked out of that antique shop. The target got into a car and left, Phil Coulson reported as he entered. Oh, you sent agents in before and they found no one, but now he walks out of the same shop. Did he vanish? Or is there some kind of basement or a secret space? Nick Fury frowned and thought. Alert the specialist team. I want them at that antique shop tonight. I need to know if there's a hidden room or anything unusual. Understood, Coulson. Understood, Director. Coulson replied with a nod. Song Chao, oblivious and unconcerned about these developments, had already detected several watchful eyes within a few miles the moment he stepped outside. Thanks to his psychic abilities, he even noticed someone watching him through a telescope from the roof of a building several kilometers away, and another observer peering from an office 3 kilometers off. Such surveillance was a trivial matter. Song Chao simply couldn't be bothered. Let's head back, he instructed as he got into the car. He wondered what else he might need to take care of in one go, since he preferred not to go out more than necessary. Since he was already out, he might as well handle everything at once. Much more efficient that way, all right. Dr. Banner, the thought occurred to Song Chao, so he pulled out his phone. Hey, Emma, get me Betty Ross's file. And while you're at it, prepare a lifelong contract with tight confidentiality clauses, yes. Very strict. It's for Dr. Banner. I think it's about time I fulfilled my promise to the good doctor. That's what a true boss should do, right? Good. Send me the address and have someone deliver the contract there. You don't need to go in person. Just send anyone. Doesn't matter who. All right, that's settled. I'm hanging up now. Ding. Song Chao glanced at the text message on his phone and instructed the driver, change the route, head to Culver University. He looked at the phone number in the message and dialed it. Is this Ms. Betty Ross? A pleasant voice answered from the other end. This is Betty Ross. Hello. Who's speaking? Hello, Ms. Ross. Are you at Culver University right now? I'm calling on behalf of the Umbrella Corporation to invite you for a meeting. Would it be convenient to meet in a little while? We're on our way to Culver University as we speak, Song Chao said, directly getting straight to the point. The Umbrella Corporation? You want to invite me? Well, all right, let's talk when we meet. How about the XX Cafe across from Culver University? Will half an hour work for you? Perfect. See you soon, Ms. Ross. Song Chao hung up, lost in thought. At this point in time, he wondered which version of Betty it would be. If it was the one from the Incredible Hulk, that would be great. The leading lady was beautiful Liv Tyler, a true goddess and elven princess. What a shame, though. She was Dr. Banner's girlfriend. If Banner weren't with Umbrella, Song Chao might have given it a shot himself. But as things stood, he'd better not. If she was the version from Ang Lee's film. She was also lovely, though not quite his type. All he could do was wish Banner the best. What else could he do? He also figured that around this time, Betty's father, General Ross, was probably about to create Abomination. Maybe he could find a way to get involved when the time came. Song Chao turned these possibilities over in his mind, looking for any angle he could work. Lost in thought, he soon found himself outside the XX Cafe, the spot he'd arranged to meet Betty Ross. Song Chao stepped out of the car and glanced around the area near. The university was nice. Being a college town, there weren't many people about. Boss, here are the documents. President Emma asked me to bring you. A security guard in a black suit approached and handed Song Chao a contract. Song Chao nodded, took the papers, pushed open the cafe door, and walked inside, his eyes searching for his target. The coffee shop was nearly empty. In a corner booth, he spotted a woman. Yes, she had to be the one, Betty Ross. Song Chao walked over and looked at the woman. Before him, a trace of uncertainty in his voice. In truth, he'd known it was her the moment he saw her. This version of Betty was indeed the elven princess, a goddess's beauty. Her mouth was a bit wide, and her figure wasn't exactly perfect, her frame large, but her face more than made up for it. Song Chao was smitten. Everyone has their tastes, after all. Hello, I'm Betty. You're from Umbrella? Betty had kept a low profile ever since her boyfriend's accident. She didn't follow the news and spent all her time teaching and working in the lab. So she didn't recognize Song Chao. She looked at the Asian man before her, her expression puzzled. After receiving this call, Betty made a point of looking into the Umbrella Corporation and discovered that though the company had only been established for a few years, it was far from simple. It held shares in numerous large, publicly listed companies, yet had never gone public itself. Even as the outside world urged it to do so, Umbrella remained silent. Song Chao nodded and extended his hand. Hello, Ms. Betty. You're truly beautiful. I'm Song Chao, the founder of Umbrella. Betty reached out and shook his hand. Hello, Mr. Song. But I'm not quite sure why you've sought me out. I'm just an ordinary university professor. I don't possess any special talents. Oh, Song Chao chuckled and shook his head. Dear Ms. Betty, being as beautiful as you are is a talent in itself. Betty hadn't expected such a compliment from a man she'd only just met, and she was taken aback. Thank you for your kind words. Well, now that we've exchanged pleasantries, let's get down to business. Song Chao's expression grew serious as he handed her a document. Take a look at this contract before we discuss anything further. Waiter, 2 coffees, please. Betty, what flavor do you like? The cappuccino is fine. Faced with his directness, Betty found it hard to refuse, so she answered. Offhandedly, while glancing over the Umbrella employment and confidentiality contract before her, it was a lifetime employment contract with generous compensation and minimal requirements. Just the usual duties expected of laboratory staff, with no additional strings attached. The terms were exceedingly favorable. Betty was surprised this wasn't the sort of contract a typical company would offer, especially to someone whose research skills she felt weren't exactly top tier. She continued reading. The confidentiality clause was strict, but that was to be expected. After taking it all in, Betty closed the contract and looked up at the man sipping his coffee across from her. Mr. Song, I don't quite understand this contract. How should I put it? Offers excellent. Benefits for very little in return, far exceeding what's normal in the industry. Why is that? I don't think my research abilities are that much better than others. Hearing this, Song Chao set down his coffee. Oh, Betty, you're so beautiful. You absolutely deserve this contract. If you have no objections, just sign it. Betty was confused by his words. Mr. Song, are you trying to court me because I already have a boyfriend? Song Chao shook his head. You mean the boyfriend you haven't seen in years? Betty's expression changed. How do you know that? Have you investigated me? Did Ross send you? Hearing this, Betty assumed he'd been sent by her father, General Ross, to fish for information about her boyfriend, Bruce Banner. Over the past few years, General Ross had never stopped trying, coming up with all kinds of methods to use his own daughter to find out where Banner was. But Betty didn't know where Bruce was either. They hadn't been in touch for years, and she was starting to forget what her boyfriend even looked like. Her heart was almost as calm as still water now. She had even gone on a few blind dates, as her father requested. One of them, also a researcher, had left a decent impression on her. He'd asked her out for a second meeting, and she was still hesitating about whether to accept. Song Chao couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, Betty, relax. I know your father, the famous Thunderbolt General Ross, but it's not that I look down on him. It's just that he's nowhere near giving me orders. Betty fell silent at his words. It seemed he might actually be telling the truth. According to the information she'd managed to dig up, Umbrella was a company associated with mutants, and there were many legends about them online. They rarely appeared in public, though, and it was hard to separate fact from rumor. Still, the file showed that a few years ago, even the infamous world's #1 terrorist Magneto had paid this company to take action. And in recent years, the situation for mutants under their influence had improved a lot. Clearly, this was someone with real power. Mr. Song, don't tell me you're actually interested in me. Thinking of chasing after me, Betty said with a helpless smile after pondering for a while. She really couldn't think of any other reason why he'd seek her out. Song Chao nodded solemnly. That's right, Betty. The moment I saw you, I fell for you, and though your figure isn't exactly perfect, and your frame is a bit large, at that Betty rolled her eyes. Who compliments people like that? All flaws and no merits. Of course she knew what her own figure was like. And your mouth is rather big, too. But I just like this face of yours, Song Chao added with a mischievous grin, pretending not to notice her eye roll. In truth, he was tempted to ignore Dr. Banner and steal Betty away, since she'd been one of his goddesses in a past life. But that was just a thought. Nothing more. Betty shot back at Song Chao. Are you complimenting me or deliberately putting me down? I really can't feel the love here. Reaching out, Song Chao gently lifted her chin, studying her features. Tisk tisk, the more I look, the more beautiful you become. Your eyes are captivating. Your lips enchanting. Betty, a faint blush rose in Betty's cheeks. She pulled away from Song Chao's hand, fingers playing with her hair. Thank you for the compliment, but Mr. Song, I really do have a boyfriend, so? Seeing this, Song Chao burst into hearty laughter, which is exactly why you ought to sign this contract. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Dr. Banner. Sees what you can accept what you've been given. Lost in thought, Song Chao didn't notice when Betty managed to break free from the hand covering her mouth. That was Bruce Banner, wasn't it? Betty asked urgently after shaking herself free. Song Chao nodded. He's in your company. He's in New York? How is that possible? Ross has been hunting him all this time. If he were in New York, there's no way Ross wouldn't have noticed. It's impossible. Song Chao loosened his arm from around her neck, picked up his coffee, and took a leisurely sip before speaking. Oh, my dear, you must understand the world is a vast place. General Ross of the United States is really of little consequence. If I want to protect someone, not just your father. Even the White House itself would have to admit defeat. Hearing this, Betty was stunned. In her mind, America was all-powerful. What Song Chao said was hard to believe, and yet the facts before her left are a loss. But if Banner is in New York, why hasn't he contacted me? Song Chao shook his head. Banner still can't fully control the Hulk inside him. Or, as you call it, the Green Giant. It's like a second personality, but the Hulk is still like a child at heart. You know what that means. If he gets agitated, or if your father finds him, the Hulk will break out and wreak havoc, smashing everything in sight to vent his anger. It doesn't mean harm, but the destruction in New York would be immense. I might not care, but Dr. Banner does. He doesn't want innocent people to suffer, so he's held back from contacting you. At least until I came to see you now. So, you came to find me because you have a way to control the Hulk? Betty asked eagerly. Song Chao shook his head, and Betty's face fell in disappointment. Betty, I still can't control the Hulk, but it doesn't matter anymore. Umbrella no longer fears anything in this world, so if your father dares to provoke the Hulk, I'll simply destroy the White House, erase America from the face of the earth, and replace it with a nation of mutants. What? Betty gasped in disbelief at Song Chao's words, her eyes wide with shock. What do you mean? You could destroy this country? That's impossible. Song Chao took her by the waist and pulled her close. Let's go to your place first. It's too noisy here, and it doesn't matter if people overhear us. Betty struggled but couldn't break free, so she had no choice but to lead him to her house. This man's words were terrifying. He claimed he could casually wipe out the world's most powerful nation. Her mind reeled with shock, and she didn't even have the heart to wonder why he wanted to go to her house. She was consumed with these thoughts. Just how powerful was he really? Song Chao followed Betty to her house outside the campus. The apartment was modest, just 3 ordinary rooms. He couldn't tell if she owned or rented it, for the daughter of General Ross to be living here. Song Chao found it surprising. It hardly seemed fitting for her status. Can you really destroy a whole country? Betty led Song Chao into her room, the question bursting out of her as soon as the door closed. Song Chao nodded indifferently. I could have destroyed them a long time ago, but that would have caused countless innocent casualties. It wasn't until recently that I came into contact with an organization that can help me teleport all those military personnel, along with those idiots in the White House, to a deserted place in an instant. Then all I need to do is gently release a wave of energy, At this point, Song Chao looked at Betty, and a faint gleam, sharp as a laser, seemed to flicker in his eyes. Stretching out toward her, Betty caught sight of his eyes and covered her mouth, stifling a cry of shock. Just like that, Song Chao continued. In a split second, I could wipe out a small island tens or even hundreds of kilometers across, and there would be no collateral deaths as long as they're teleported to an uninhabited area. This country would be left without its military, without its top officials. What do you think of that, Betty? He withdrew the glint from his eyes. Grinning mischievously, fuck, you're a devil. Oh my God. Betty stared at him in disbelief, torn between thinking he was joking and a strange certainty deep down that he was telling the truth. She muttered, dazed and lost in thought. Song Chao burst out laughing, stepping forward and gently cupping her face in his hands. Oh, darling, I'm a good guy. You know, look at Dr. Banner. Poor guy, right? I saved him, gave him hope and a new life. There will be other aliens coming to Earth in the future, and it'll be up to me to hold them off. You ought to praise me. I'm a hero, not a devil, Banner, but you want to wipe out this country. And aliens? You're joking, right? Betty was at a loss. Feeling like she'd heard more shocking things in the last hour than in the past 20 years combined, yet the man standing before her made it impossible to laugh it off as a joke, even if she wanted to. That's right, aliens, Song Chao whispered, drawing closer to her face. But you and the people of Earth don't need to worry. I'll handle everything. Dr. Banner, since you don't care. I won't hold back either. Song Chao had already made up his mind when Betty brought him to this room. Since she offered, he wouldn't be polite. After all, Westerners are used to these things. With a quiet laugh, Song Chao could no longer resist. He pressed his lips to hers, silencing the question she'd wanted to ask. Betty wanted to resist his kiss, but the man was far too strong. She couldn't break free at all. His words still echoed in her mind, stirring up a storm. Aliens destroying the world. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Before she knew it, he had already stripped off her clothes, and by the time Betty came to her senses, it was too late. Song Chao was quite pleased. He hadn't expected that a joke he came up with in a fleeting moment would actually let him regain what he thought he'd lost, allowing him to savor the taste of one of his goddesses. He had already given up, after all. It was a pity he couldn't comprehend the way foreigners think, so all he could do was go along with her wishes, if she didn't care. Then he cared even less. He glanced at the clock. Wow, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He had set out from X Academy at around 8 or 9 in the morning, and only spent half an hour at the New York sanctuary, but time had flown by so quickly. Looking at Betty's sleeping face on the bed, he knew she had exhausted herself, and wouldn't be getting up any time soon. Song Chao couldn't just leave, though. That would hardly be worthy of a true man of Huaxia. He thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone and started searching for restaurants nearby. Not knowing Betty's culinary preferences, he decided to order both Chinese and Western food. Chinese dishes went without saying. And as for Western food, steak pizza, and anything else that came to mind, he ordered them all. Now that he was well off, as the internet saying goes, when you've got money, you can afford to be willful. He didn't mind spending a little extra. He told them to deliver it all in 3 hours. After hanging up, Song Chao climbed back on the bed, lying next to Betty. He caressed her alluring form and passed the time browsing news on his phone. Damn it. Only as night began to fall did Betty finally wake up, stirring softly, feeling the aches all over her body and cursing a certain someone. Song Chao shook his head, speechless, and greeted her. Can you get up? Are you hungry? I ordered dinner. You haven't even had lunch yet. You're not human. No normal person could possibly be so strong, Betty said helplessly, giving Song Chao a look. She got up, braced herself against the wall, and made her way step by step to the bathroom. Foreigners really do think differently, Song Chao mused as he watched Betty's retreating figure. No hysterics, no drama. Half an hour later, Song Chao watched as Betty devoured her food with ravenous intensity. Wow, were you starved in a past life? No one's fighting you for food. You know, take it easy, slow down, and have some water. He handed her a glass. Betty shot Song Chao a glare, having nearly choked. She quickly snatched the offered glass, took a gulp, and then dove right back in, glancing at Song Chao before tearing into a piece of steak with gusto. Song Chao was helpless. What's with that look? Are you imagining the food is me? Does biting it help you vent, darling? That's right, I'm going to bite you to death, Betty said, sinking her teeth into a slice of pizza with particular ferocity. Humph, little minx. In a bit. I'll let you bite me all you want right back in bed, Song Chao teased, hinting suggestively as he eyed her mouth. Betty reached out to smack him, clearly catching his innuendo. With foreigners being so open, she certainly understood. After the meal, they watched some TV and rested for a while. Before long, Song Chao, undeterred by her reluctance, began a new round of conquest in Ionia, with the hands of Demacia once more launching their assault. If there's free food, why not take it? If I'm going to eat, I'll make sure I get my fill. Darius, the hand of Noxus, rampages across the battlefield, unstoppable, showing no mercy even as the enemy pleads for mercy. He ruthlessly maintains his reign of terror, forcing his opponents to kneel and sing songs of surrender forever. Watching his opponent's awkward attempts at mimicry, Song Chao nodded in satisfaction. So, Dr. Banner, you're still a rookie after all. As your boss, let me give you a lesson. You don't have to thank me. As for the goddess's first time, I must say I'm quite pleased with it too, Song Chao thought to himself, secretly delighted. Garen, the might of Demacia, charges from the top lane, while Darius, the hand of Noxus, circles behind to strike from the rear. The enemy is caught off guard both above and below, and the Demacian duo are thoroughly satisfied with their tactics. Dr. Banner, once again, no need to thank me as your boss. I'm just looking out for your future. I won't stand on ceremony. The knight slipped away quietly. Once again, Song Chao got out of bed and found a cigar to light. Glancing at his phone, he saw the time. It was already past 1 in the morning. No wonder his partner was rolling her eyes, too exhausted to even beg for mercy anymore. Ah, Song Chao, your heart is just too soft. You always end up letting the other side surrender early and call it a night. I'm always too soft-hearted, much too soft. Lying awake alone in the darkness, waiting for dawn. The next morning, there was a knock at the door. 3 sharp raps. Betty turned over with a frown, clearly disturbed from her sleep. Seeing this, Song Chao could only get up to answer the door, curious to see who was interrupting Betty's rest. Yes, and you are? Song Chao asked, looking at the elderly white man standing at the door, his hair more than half gray. I'm General Ross, Betty's father, the man replied. General Ross wasn't surprised to see Song Chao open the door. After all, his subordinates had reported that the founder of Umbrella and the new mutant leader had spent the entire night with his daughter, not leaving her room once. Unable to contain his concern, he'd rushed over at first light to see for himself. Oh, the famous Thunderbolt General. Nice to meet you. Please come in and have a seat, Song Chao said knowingly. He figured Ross had someone keeping an eye on his daughter, partly to monitor any contact Bruce Banner might have with her, and partly to ensure her safety. After all, even a fierce tiger won't eat its own cub. The moment he got word, he'd rushed over. Song Chao invited him, and looking for all the world as if this were his own home. General Ross could only suppress his irritation and follow Song Chao inside. Seeing that Betty hadn't appeared yet, he turned to look at Song Chao. Song Chao shrugged. Oh, Betty's exhausted. Let her rest a bit longer. If you have anything to discuss, talk to me first, General Ross. I trust you won't mind. Ross looked at the Asian man before him, silently reflecting on the intelligence he held about this individual. This was someone not to be provoked. Their combat strength was simply overwhelming. Others might not know, but within the military's classified files, there were blurry photos of this man appearing in outer space over half a year ago. He could survive beyond Earth's atmosphere, and his flight speed far exceeded the limits of the fastest missiles on the planet. The Department of Defense had long since locked away this information in strict secrecy. Otherwise, how could Umbrella have grown so unimpeded? It was already clearly established that Umbrella was behind the downfall of several leading biotech firms. What exactly is going on between you and Betty? General Ross, after some thought, realized he could only approach the conversation as a father, not as a general. His rank was useless here. The man before him was the new leader of the mutants, and his power went beyond anything Earth could offer. Best not to provoke him. Hearing the question, Song Chao paused for a moment, carefully choosing his words. Well, we're friends. Betty and I are friends, General Ross. You know very well that Betty and Dr. Banner are still deeply in love. I have no intention of coming between them. As we Chinese say, lovers are destined to become family in the end. Ugh. General Ross's forehead twitched with anger. If not for this man's terrifying strength, he would have pulled out his pistol and shot the shameless scoundrel right then and there. Betty, you call that friends? He demanded, glancing toward the bedroom to make his meaning clear. Song Chao could only give a wry smile at the scene. This wasn't how he'd planned things. He hadn't expected General Ross to show up in person. Well, how should I put it, General Ross? Betty and I, It was love at first sight. There's a lot of passion between us. But Betty still loves Dr. Bruce Banner, so all I can do is wish them happiness. Do you understand what I mean? Mother! General Ross finally lost control. His fury boiling over. He sprang up, drew his pistol, and pointed it at Song Chao, shouting, "You bastard! How dare you sleep with my daughter? I should shoot you right now." Oh, calm down, General. Song Chao quickly raised his hand, trying to defuse the situation. "A pistol can't kill me. If it'll make you feel better, I'll stand right here and let you empty a whole clip." General Ross, hearing this, gradually regained his composure. This man's skin was thicker than armor. Not even bullets could faze him. And now he was volunteering to stand and be shot. No wonder he could say such outrageous things. Betty's already moved on from Bruce Banner. That monster. She's even gone on a few dates. I think she's finally put the past behind her. Now that you're with her, you need to take responsibility for her all the way. Song Chao was taken aback and fell silent, searching for the right words. This was not part of the plan, and there was no way he could agree to it. "General Ross, please have a seat. Let's talk this through. There may be some things you don't know." Betty hadn't forgotten Dr. Bruce Banner, or to be precise, she hadn't forgotten him entirely. As for Dr. Bruce Banner, he was still deeply in love with Betty. "By the way, let me tell you something. Dr. Banner is in my custody. He and Betty will be reunited soon." "What?" General Ross had just taken his seat, but upon hearing this, he shot to his feet with a start. "That monster Bruce is in your hands? Where is he? He's government property. You have no right to keep him. Hand him over." Song Chao shook his head, saying nothing as he looked at General Ross. Ross glared back, and after a tense moment, he managed to compose himself and sat down, fixing his gaze on Song Chao. "Name your terms. Just tell me what you want. As long as you give him to me in the end." Song Chao still shook his head, wagging his finger with an air of disdain. "General Ross, you've finally calmed down, but don't delude yourself. You're not going to get what you want. What's mine can't be taken by force. Don't think I underestimate your military. If you like, you could always call the White House and see how that goes. You bastard." General Ross exploded with rage again. "Are you trying to commit treason?" Song Chao curled his lip. "Oh dear, General Ross, I think you're missing something. I'm Chinese. You know, the blood of the Yellow Emperor flows in my veins. My soul is rooted in an ancient and enduring civilization. But you're an American citizen now. You're standing on American soil." Ross growled. "Oh, yes, that's true. I won't argue, and I'm not here to speak for my forebears. They are who they are, and I am myself. But you can rest assured, even though I don't care much for this country, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't do anything to you." "What's that supposed to mean?" General Ross narrowed his eyes and demanded. Song Chao knew Ross was a patriot and wasn't bothered by his reaction. He simply shook his head. "Who knows? Maybe if someone pushes me too far, I might just erase this country from the face of the earth. Don't doubt for a second that I can." A heavy silence fell. General Ross's face darkened at those words, and he stared at Song Chao, wanting to question whether such power was even possible. But then he recalled classified Pentagon files photographs of Song Chao flying in outer space, and all that he had learned about this man, the new leader of the mutant race, as intelligence from within the mutants had reported. He thought about how Professor X's mind had already been deemed a strategic nuclear weapon by the Defense Department, and how Magneto could control metal, had once lifted an entire stadium into the sky. Those two men both called the person before him leader. With these thoughts swirling his mind, General Ross fell silent. The room lapsed into a deep and wordless quiet, the air heavy and still. Time slipped away soundlessly in that small enclosed space, as if walled in by the weight of unspoken threats. "What exactly are you trying to do? Why would you take in that monster, Bruce?" After a long silence, General Ross finally spoke slowly. "Don't tell me Umbrella is also after the serum in that monster's body." Song Chao looked helplessly at the old man before him. Indeed, he's still fixated on Dr. Banner. No wonder they eventually created that abomination. They're dead set on researching the serum. "No, I have no intention to conduct research. I don't care about that flawed serum. What I value is Dr. Banner's brilliant mind. Before you put him on a wanted list, he held 7 doctoral degrees. A true genius. There might not be a handful of people in the entire world who could rival Bruce Banner's intellect. General Ross, you're letting the big prize slip for the sake of something trivial." At Song Chao's words, General Ross could only sigh in frustration. He couldn't argue. The reason he'd invited Bruce in the first place was because of his genius, and he hadn't stopped his daughter from falling in love with Bruce either. But now it was all too late. The man had become a monster. Still, a trace of unwillingness lingered in Ross's heart. After a moment's thought, he said, "Since you're not interested in the serum, and you refuse to hand over Bruce, then I want him to provide some. Blood, that's not unreasonable, is it?" After all, as he spoke, General Ross glanced meaningfully toward Betty's bedroom, hinting at Song Chao that since he'd spent the night with his daughter, it was only fair to ask for some of Bruce's blood for research. How could the famed Thunderbolt General's daughter be given away for nothing? Song Chao rubbed his forehead, exasperated. This man was truly relentless. He'd never encountered such a situation before. Jean, Ororo, Emma, those women had long since lost their families. Wanda did have a father, but her relationship with Eric was strained, and Eric himself was a fanatic who cared little for his daughter, especially now that she followed a new mutant leader. He'd never bothered to ask about her. Yet now, after spending just one night, he'd found himself confronted at the door by a girlfriend's father. In both his past and present lives, Song Chao had never faced such a predicament. He really had no idea how to deal with it. If it came down to a fight, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. All that strength and nowhere to use it. "Honestly, I don't care about Dr. Bruce Banner's blood," Song Chao said at last. "But to be frank, I doubt you'd get anything useful from it." Seeing General Ross about to argue, Song Chao held up a hand to stop him. "General Ross, don't misunderstand me. My company has several genius researchers far beyond what your team can offer. With Dr. Banner himself on board, their findings show that what's in his blood is not universally applicable. It's a product of chance. I trust their conclusions, and I hope you'll give it some serious thought." General Ross paused, mulling over the matter with clear reluctance. "Give me some blood. I still want to conduct my own research and see for myself." Song Chao was at a loss for words. He glanced at Ross, who kept signaling toward Betty's bedroom. Left with no choice, he nodded. "All right, I agree. I'll give you a vial of blood, so you can see for yourself and put your doubts to rest, but I don't want anyone showing up in my company to bother Dr. Banner. Otherwise, I'll be very upset, and the consequences could be serious. Washington might end up as a giant crater. You understand me?" "General Ross?" Ross, hearing this, was furious and on the verge of exploding. But when he met Song Chao's gaze, he forced himself to hold back, taking a deep breath. "I want to draw the blood myself. I don't trust the samples you provide. Who knows what could be in them?" "I'm sure you understand my concerns," Fine Song Chao replied, his tone resigned. "Honestly, this isn't something I care much about. I'll find a way to persuade Dr. Bruce Banner. You know as well as I do how you've treated him in the past. But you can't interfere with Betty and Dr. Banner being together. That would make it much easier for me to convince Banner to give you a blood sample." "What?" General Ross shot to his feet again. "What's going on between you and Betty? Why are you so eager to shove that monster onto my daughter? I won't allow them to be together. Who knows when that creature might transform and hurt her?" Song Chao was a loss for words. He took out a cigar, offering one to Ross, and racked his brain for the right response. "General Ross, first of all, it's not me pushing them together. The fact is they're still in love with each other. Second is Dr. Bruce Banner's boss. Oh, and by the way, Betty is about to join Umbrella as a researcher too. She's just signed a lifelong contract with my company. I have no reason to sabotage my own employees' happiness. So if you have an issue, don't come to me. Why not talk to your daughter Betty about it?" Finding no better way to reason with Ross, Song Chao could only leave it to Betty to resolve. "I will never agree to that monster being with my daughter." General Ross finished his cigar, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. The room grew hazy and quiet, a heavy silence settling in as both men waited in anticipation for a certain woman to wake up. "Wow, that was such a great sleep. I haven't rested that well in ages." Betty blinked herself awake, still groggy as she sat up and stretched. A sigh of contentment slipped from her lips. She hadn't fully shaken off her drowsiness, but she could feel how comfortable she was. For the first time in years, she'd slept so soundly, so peacefully. After a while, when she had fully come to her senses, Betty looked around the room and remembered last night's utter defeat. She reached out to the cold emptiness beside her and grumbled, "Damn it, this bastard is even more relentless than a stallion." Unable to hold back her complaints about Song Chao, she got up to wash up. Once she was done and stepped out of the bedroom, she was immediately hit by a thick, choking smell of smoke. The whole room was shrouded in a dense white haze, making her cough uncontrollably. Looking at the two men puffing away in front of her, she said, "Are you two trying to burn the house down?" "Ross, what are you doing here?" Song Chao hurried to his feet and opened the window. Smokers usually don't care about these things, but secondhand smoke is another matter altogether, and Song Chao knew that well. So without prompting, he opened the window. With a subtle release of his mental power, a strong gust of wind swept through the room, carrying the smoke out the window. Within 10 seconds, the air was completely clear. There wasn't a trace of smoke left. Ross watched Song Chao's little performance in utter disbelief. Using your superpowers just to clear out smoke? What a waste of talent. If only this kind of ability could be put to use on the battlefield. Betty shot Song Chao a glare too. Was he showing off on purpose? As if she didn't already know how powerful he was. She'd experienced it firsthand last night, the bastard. All right then, Song Chao said, glancing around and then checking the time. It was already noon. Why don't you two have a chat while I order some food? We can have lunch together or go out to eat, whatever you prefer. There was no way he was just going to leave. Running away wasn't Song Chao's style. He'd rather stick around and see how things played out. Ross considered it for a moment. Let's order takeout. No need to go out. It's inconvenient. Upon hearing this, Song Chao took his phone and slipped into the bedroom, closing the door behind him to give father and daughter some privacy. He started dialing to place a takeout order. Betty, just what is going on between you two? General Ross turned to his daughter now that they had some privacy. Betty sat down and shook her head. There's nothing between us. It was purely accidental. Accidental. The two of you, last night, I got the news, waited up all night. And that bastard never left your room. I only came up to knock this morning. And you're telling me nothing happened? Ross was clearly unconvinced. Betty felt helpless. She had no idea how to explain. She'd been caught red-handed, but honestly, she'd only met that bastard for the first time yesterday. She didn't know why she'd ended up in bed with someone she'd just met. And what's more, she found herself addicted to it. She wasn't that kind of person before. Maybe it really had been too many years. And she'd changed? Betty fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Watching. His daughter lost in thought. General Ross pressed her again. Well, say something. What exactly is going on between you two? Dad, I honestly had no idea. Song came to invite me to join Umbrella. And Bruce was with him. I don't know why everything happened between him and me last night. Betty's voice was weary as she tried to explain. Fuck, that bastard. No wonder he wanted to push you toward Bruce, that monster. Turns out he just wanted to sleep with my daughter for free. Absolutely not. And I'll never agree to you being with Bruce, either. General Ross roared in outrage. Dad, I love Bruce, Betty began to say. But Ross cut her off sharply. No. Absolutely not, Betty. Bruce could turn into a monster at any moment. And you're only human. If he transforms, you'll be as good as dead. I can't bear the pain of losing you. Your mother left me long ago. If it weren't for you, I might have followed her already. Do you understand? Dad, I know, but I do love Bruce. Tears welled in Betty's eyes as she stepped forward and embraced General Ross, her voice trembling as she continued. And Song can help Bruce keep the Hulk under control. Ross looked at his daughter, searching her face. Betty, tell me honestly, do you really feel nothing for that bastard Song? You spent the night together. I know you're not that kind of person. Betty fell silent at his words. Dad, I don't know Song. He's a bastard, you're right about that. But he's also, I can't quite explain it. He's got this charm. And especially after last night, I find myself a little obsessed. He's like a drug pulling me into his orbit, and I just can't break free. But Bruce and I, we have years of love between us, Dad. I don't want to give up on Bruce. I still love him. Ross was silent, gazing at his daughter. What was he supposed to do? She wasn't his son, after all. How was he, Thunderbolt Ross, supposed to advise her a mess like this? Was he supposed to just watch his own daughter straddle two boats? Betty, I honestly don't know what to tell you, but Bruce is a monster, and unless that bastard Song can guarantee to stop him from turning, I'd rather you be tangled up with Song than get anywhere near Bruce. Please try to understand an old man's heart. I can't watch my daughter risk her life to be with a monster. Betty, I've already lost your mother. Betty thought of her mother, and how her father had smiled less and less since her mother's passing, becoming the stern thunderbolt General Ross. Things were never like this when her mother was alive. Her words caught in her throat, and she could say no more. General Ross looked at his daughter and simply could not accept the idea of Betty being with Bruce, that monster. He was deeply worried for her safety. After a moment's thought, he raised his voice and shouted, Song, you bastard! Why are you hiding after sleeping with my daughter, Dad? Betty felt utterly embarrassed. How could her father speak like that? Damn it, Song muttered under his breath, annoyed. What was this old man getting at? Hadn't he deliberately given them father and daughter a chance to talk alone? Now, suddenly, he was being accused of hiding away when in fact he'd just been trying to order some takeout. Frustrated, Song flung open the bedroom door and stormed out. "Old man, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Out with it. What do you want from me?" General Ross fixed his gaze on Song. "Just answer me this. Can you absolutely guarantee that Bruce, that monster, will never transform again? If you can't, then I won't ever allow Betty to be with him. You must take full responsibility for my daughter." Betty looked at her father, torn and conflicted, her expression full of things left unsaid. Damn it. Song silently cursed in his heart when he heard this. How could he possibly have that kind of power? There was no way to truly get rid of the Hulk. They had to coexist with Dr. Banner, unless he outright destroyed Banner's body, or somehow made Banner merge into that final combined form from the fourth Avengers movie. But that was impossible, he sighed, then explained General Ross. The Hulk is Dr. Banner's second personality, so the two of them have to coexist. The Hulk's mind is still like a child's, but Betty can calm him down. There's no need to worry. Besides, I can easily keep Hulk in check and guarantee Betty's safety. How about that? No. General Ross was unyielding. This was his daughter's life. How could he take any chances? Unless you can guarantee it 100%. I will never agree. My daughter is all I have left. You must understand, Song. I know you're powerful. The Defense Department has a file on you. I can't do anything to you. But if you insist on putting my daughter in danger, then, as her father, I'll go shoot myself in front of your door, Daddy. Betty was stunned by her father's words. Torn moved, her eyes filling with tears. She rushed forward and threw her arms around him. This father who, ever since her mother died, she'd never truly gotten along with. She never expected he loved her this deeply. Damn it, this old scoundrel is playing dirty, Song thought to himself, cursing Ross inwardly. The man was shameless, saying things like that just to make things difficult for him. If he couldn't beat you physically, he'd disgust you too. Death instead. Wasn't this the same tactic used by so many players in his past life's games? The mighty Thunderbolt General threatening to kill himself on Song's doorstep. He was clearly trying to let the whole world know that Song had slept with his daughter and refused to own up to it. How could he possibly tolerate that? General Ross, what exactly do you want? Song Chao couldn't hold back any longer and asked directly. But before anything else, he felt it necessary to clarify. Let me make this clear first. I'm a bit of a philanderer, and I have several women in my life right now. Don't even think about asking me to give them up, so just tell me, what do you want? Mother. General Ross exploded with anger at those words. You shameless scoundrel. How dare you, with your wandering ways, get involved with my daughter? I don't care what kind of person you are. Just promise me you'll keep my daughter safe. On the surface, Ross seemed furious, but deep down he'd long been aware of Song Chao's reputation. Still, under no circumstances could he let his daughter end up with Bruce, that walking disaster. That's why he insisted on getting in the way and forcing Song Chao to take responsibility. As for his daughter's future, he could slowly arrange some matchmaking for her. Anything was better than letting her be with someone so dangerous. He was absolutely determined to oppose that. Song Chao felt helpless. This was getting nowhere. He could only try to stall. All right, let's leave it at that for now. I promise I'll keep Betty safe. As for the rest, let's just let things take their natural course. Whether Betty chooses to be with Dr. Banner or with me, we'll leave it to fate. Is that fair enough, General? Oh, and the food's here. Let's eat. Seeing how things stood, General Ross could only nod. Fine, let's eat first, but after the meal, I'm coming with you to the company to get the blood sample. Song Chao hesitated. He glanced at General Ross, then at Betty. If he went back with Ross, there'd be no chance to come out again. What would Dr. Banner think of him as a boss? He hadn't even spent enough time with Betty yet. Banner had finally given him this opportunity. He had to make the most of it, to spend as many nights as possible with his goddess. After a moment's thought, Song Chao shook his head at General Ross. General, I haven't convinced Dr. Banner yet. Give me a few days. When the time comes, I'll let you know, and you can come to the company to take the blood sample yourself. I keep my word. You don't need to worry. I won't go back on my promise. General Ross thought it over and could only nod. This scoundrel was trouble enough. No point pushing him further for now. Fine, let's eat. After dinner, Ross stood up, looked at his daughter and the scoundrel, and said, You too? Ah, never mind, I won't ask any more. I'm leaving. In truth, General Ross left early on purpose, hoping to give his daughter and this man a chance to connect. Compared to Bruce, that living time bomb, Ross would rather his daughter be with a womanizer. At least her life wouldn't be at risk. As for her future, he already had plans. He'd introduce her to more young and promising men, see if any of them caught her fancy. Thinking of this, he walked out without another word. Song Chao and Betty had no choice but to stand up and see him to the door. Staring at the closed door, Song Chao let out a dramatic sigh. Phew, I'm exhausted. What a day, he exclaimed with exaggerated expression. Betty smacked Song Chao at his words. What's that supposed to mean? Was chatting with my father really that tiring? Song Chao laughed heartily. I was just kidding, but I guess this counts as meeting the parents, huh? Honestly, that's a first for me. He continued laughing, then stepped forward, trapping Betty against the wall with his arm. Lifting her chin with one hand, he gazed at her face, a face he found increasingly captivating. Oh, my darling, you're all rested now, aren't you? How about letting me indulge myself for a bit? Last night, I really held myself back. A blush crept across Betty's cheeks as she bit her lip. You scoundrel, last night, and now you're at it again. Aren't you ever tired? Seeing Betty's flustered expression, Song Chao felt completely satisfied. He couldn't help but sigh. Dr. Banner really is a decent man, always lost in his research. Just one look at Betty's face told him everything. In the end, Song Chao thought, it's me who really knows how to treat her right. Leaning down, he scooped Betty up into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, in another world, Darius descended with overwhelming force. The enemy trembled in fear, some nearly losing control from terror. But as the iron-blooded general of Noxus, Darius, famed as the Hand of Noxus, could never show mercy. Crippling blows followed. If any tried to escape, chains would yank them back for another round. When his ultimate move was ready, charged with energy, it was only a matter of hours before he would strike again. Always poised for action, ever since Song Chao arrived in this world, he had fought in the great wars of Ionia many times, never once meeting his match. No matter how many foes he faced, his enemies always fell before him. Darius rampaged across the battlefield unrivaled. Truly, a world of superpowers is a place for real men. What a shameless womanizer, Emma muttered in the Umbrella Corporation CEO office. She'd just been informed by security that Song Chao had holed up with Dr. Bruce Banner's girlfriend for 3 days without leaving the house. No wonder she hadn't seen him at the company lately. She'd assumed he'd gone back to Xavier's academy. She was furious. On top of that, she felt a bit sorry for Dr. Banner having to wear such a humiliating green hat. Still, she had to look out for the Playboy's reputation and keep this from Banner. Poor Dr. Banner, Emma whispered a silent prayer for him in her heart. Damn it, that bastard, that two-timing scoundrel. General Ross was getting a report from his subordinates too. Song Chao hadn't left his daughter's house in 3 days. If the guy weren't so powerful, Ross would have had him shot by now. That bastard. He said he needed time to talk sense into Bruce, that freak, but he hasn't shown his face in days. Just hiding out with my daughter. He goes on about how Betty and Bruce are true love, that as their boss he should help them. But it's all lies. Saying one thing and doing another, all Ross could do was hope his daughter could win this man's heart and stay far away from Bruce, that monster. Silently, he offered up a prayer. No matter how much of a philanderer one might be, it's still better than getting involved with that monster Bruce, where your life could be in danger. Spring is in the air, and life feels so comfortable. Song Chao sighed. Thoroughly satisfied, he was finally fulfilling the desires of his previous life, spending time with his goddess, and time seemed to slip by in a flash. For several days, Song Chao hadn't set foot outside the door, indulging himself completely. Secretly pleased, he made up his mind that from now on, whenever he met someone he liked, he would make sure to steal a kiss. He chuckled at the thought. He glanced at Betty lying beside him, and gently stroked her sleeping face before leaning in to kiss her. That's enough, he thought. After several days of reckless indulgence, his desires had been sated. It was time to get serious and take care of business. What he didn't know was that in his quest to fulfill his own cravings, his relentless demands over these few days had created a tremendous emotional upheaval for a woman with no prior experience in these matters. The consequences were already brewing. Someone was about to pay the price. This chicken and mushroom dish is really good. I quite like it, Betty said as she ate her Chinese meal, glancing at Song Chao. After several days of Chinese food, she was starting to get used to it. Are you finally willing to leave the house and take me to see Bruce? She looked curiously at Song Chao, who was dressed smartly for the first time in days, a sure sign that something important was about to happen. Song Chao nodded. Oh, my dear Betty, if I don't go soon, your father might just barge in here again. I'd rather not hear him making threats against me. Betty fell silent, eating her meal, then went off to wash up and get ready. It was time to see Bruce. After all these years, Song Chao waited an eternity. Women, he thought, always take forever when they go out. When Betty finally emerged dressed to the nines, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you look stunning, Betty. I'm starting to envy Dr. Banner." Betty noticed Song Chao's jealous expression and smiled. She stepped over, kissed him, and took his arm. "You rascal, haven't you had enough these last few days? Come on, let's go. It's been years. I wonder how Bruce is doing." Umbrella Laboratory, Dr. Banner. "Look who's here." Bruce Banner was in the middle of an experiment when he suddenly heard Song Chao's voice. His face lit up with excitement, as if he had a premonition. He looked up, and sure enough saw Betty standing there. Ignoring Song Chao entirely, he rushed forward. "My God, Betty, darling, I can't believe it's really you." He pulled Betty into a tight embrace. "Bruce, are you all right?" Betty was just as excited to see Bruce, and the two hugged warmly. Yes, I'm fine. I've missed you so much, more than you can imagine," Bruce said, almost unable to form a coherent sentence. Betty studied Bruce's face carefully. "You've changed, Bruce. In the past, you'd never say things like this. You were always quiet, preferring to show your feelings through actions, too shy to speak words of love." Emil Blonsky. Song Chao watched these two pouring out their hearts to each other and couldn't help but step forward. "Wow, what a touching scene. Lovers reunited after a long separation. Are you about to bare your souls? Will we soon see a tearful embrace and sobbing in each other's arms?" "Oh, boss, you." Dr. Banner's face darkened at those words. Was this man purposely ruining the moment? "Damn it, you jerk. What nonsense are you spouting?" Betty was equally exasperated. Clearly he was here just to stir up trouble, making it hard for her to reconnect with Bruce. Song Chao had no intention of witnessing any intimate reunion between the pair, and deliberately interrupted. He decided to get down to business. "Dr. Banner, I brought Betty back to you. Unfortunately, her father, General Ross, had a condition. I'd agreed to it, but I still need your consent." "What is it, Song? Just tell me. As long as Betty's back by my side, I'll agree to anything," Banner replied crisply, not hesitating for a moment. "Wow, all right then. Looks like I was overthinking," Song Chao said with a wry smile. "Ross still refuses to give up. He's desperate to develop a serum, but since you're under my company's protection, he doesn't dare to use force. So as a compromise, he's asking to personally draw a vial of your blood. And in return, he promises to stop targeting you." "My blood, huh? You really can't let go," Dr. Banner murmured to himself, then thought for a moment. "It's fine, boss. Let him take it. I honestly don't want to transform anymore and hurt innocent people. If this can all end with just a vial of blood." "I agree." Song Chao nodded. "All right. I'll call him and have him come over today. The sooner it's settled, the better. You two can pick up where you left off. I won't interrupt." Heh. With that, and ignoring the dark looks from the pair, Song Chao left the lab, pulled out his phone, and dialed. "General Ross, come to Umbrella now. I imagine you're eager. Oh, and a friendly reminder. If your actions bring any harm to Umbrella, I'll be very displeased. Damn it, that bastard, sleeping with my daughter, and still daring to talk to me like that." Ross cursed under his breath as he looked at the disconnected call. He turned to the guards and barked, "Prepare the car immediately. I'm heading to Umbrella." Umbrella headquarters, ground floor. Song Chao stood by the entrance chatting with Frank, waiting for General Ross to arrive. He had no desire to witness the dramatic reunion between Betty and Dr. Banner. Instead, he'd first gone to see Dr. Ivan to share clues about the new element for him to research. Now he was back in the company's main lobby, waiting in advance for Ross's arrival. "Frank, is your friend Matt still unwilling to join Umbrella's legal department?" Frank shook his head. "Matt has his own ideas. I actually knew the chances of him joining were slim. Matt's principle is never to kill, so I didn't try too hard to persuade him." Hearing this, Song Chao nodded. He knew all about Daredevil Matt Murdock's code of conduct. He never really expected him to join Umbrella anyway. It was just a casual gesture, more to show goodwill to Frank than anything else. After all, for Daredevil and Punisher to be friends, it's a pity they still end up fighting so often. It's simply that they can't stand each other's methods. "Umbrella never forces anyone," Song Chao said. "If we're not a good fit, then so be it. Let's move on from this matter. Oh, by the way, Frank, the new building will be ready for move-in soon. Start planning security and defense in advance. And since the top floor will serve as the base for the Umbrella Superhero League, I hope you can handle training for the team in combat tactics and other areas. I know it'll be a lot, but I'm counting on you." Frank had already heard about this from John. He shook his head and replied, "That's no problem, boss. I can handle it. Superhumans have abilities that make people envious, but honestly, most of them lack basic fighting skills. In this area, I'm confident I can teach them." Song Chao nodded in satisfaction. He could trust the Punisher without question. At the human limit, Frank's skills and combat abilities far surpassed even Captain America when it came to real fighting. "The person I've been waiting for has arrived," Song Chao said as the sound of screeching brakes echoed from outside. No sooner had he spoken than General Ross entered with several soldiers in tow. "Welcome to Umbrella, General Ross," Song Chao said, greeting him politely without moving from his spot. Damn it, Ross cursed inwardly. This bastard says welcome, but doesn't even bother to come forward. Such hypocrisy. "No need for pleasantries," Ross said gruffly. "Let's get this over with. Take me to see Bruce." Song Chao nodded. "All right, let's go." He turned and led General Ross toward the laboratory. The soldiers, following Ross, tried to go along, but Frank stepped in, blocking their path. One soldier, clearly the ringleader, bristled with anger and launched an attack at Frank. "Impressive!" Song Chao exclaimed, clapping his hands as he watched Frank and the soldier exchange blows. Didn't expect someone who could actually go toe-to-toe with Frank. General Ross chuckled at this. He hadn't stopped the soldier on purpose. He wanted to test Umbrella's security firsthand. "That's my top fighter, Emil Blonsky." "Oh, Emil Blonsky. That's a fine name." Song Chao narrowed his eyes at those words and offered a casual compliment. "Emil Blonsky. That's Abomination, isn't it?" "So it's him, after all. No wonder he can stand his ground in that back and forth with Frank. Looks like even if he never fights the Hulk, there's no escaping his fate of becoming a monster. Let's go, General Ross. Don't bother with these minor matters. Let them fool around as they like." Song Chao reckoned these two wouldn't settle things anytime soon. With no weapons, it was just a test of pure hand-to-hand skill. And he had no patience to wait. "Dad, you're here." Betty stepped forward to greet Ross as he arrived. "Hello, General Ross." Dr. Banner considered for a moment before greeting him too. After all, this was his girlfriend's father. He couldn't just pretend not to see him. Even though the man had been hunting him for years, Ross didn't spare Banner a glance. "I'm not here for you. I'm just here to complete the deal with Umbrella. I want you to stay away from my daughter, Monster. I don't ever want to see you transform and hurt her. Do you understand?" "Dad, what are you talking about?" Betty grumbled, tugging at Ross's arm in irritation. "Is everything ready? I want to draw this sample right now. I've got a lot to do," Ross said, unable to reason with Betty and turning to Song Chao instead. Song Chao simply shrugged and handed over the syringe. Ross's face lit up with excitement as he saw the tube filled with green blood. "Oh, Betty, do you see this? This is what a monster looks like. Just look at that color. I'll never agree to you being together unless he can control that transformation." With that, he took the blood sample and strode off. Poor Dr. Banner, hit hard by the exchange, sat unmoving in his chair, his face drained of color. "Bruce, don't let it get to you," Betty comforted her boyfriend, stepping closer. Song Chao shook his head, deciding to stay out of it. He picked up the Tesseract and settled into a rocking chair. Time was running short. The Tesseract's term was nearly up. He'd already wasted a few days. Now he needed to focus on absorbing and researching the spatial energy. He closed his eyes. "What's that jerk doing sleeping in the lab?" Betty frowned at Song Chao's posture and turned to her boyfriend in exasperation. Dr. Banner snapped out of his daze and shook his head. "The boss is cultivating. The Tesseract is constantly emitting gamma rays, and he's absorbing them all. Best not to disturb him. Anxious resolve, Tony Stark, Seaside Mansion, Tony Stark. You have to come with me to Umbrella." Pepper Potts' voice rang out with a furious edge. "Oh, Pepper, give me a break. I'm not going to beg that bastard for help." Tony grumbled helplessly. "We have to go. It's only been a few days, and the palladium in your blood has already increased by more than 10%. You're over 30 now. You're dying, Tony. At this rate, in another 2 weeks, you'll—" Pepper's voice trembled with anger and worry. "I'll figure something out from now on. I'll stop wearing the armor. I'll cooperate with the treatment. Just give me a little more time, all right, Pepper?" Tony pleaded. Ever since he was a child, he'd been praised as a genius by outsiders, and it was almost unthinkable for him to ask for help, especially from someone who had accomplished the same breakthrough in miniaturized arc reactor technology. Pepper was taken aback by the expression on Tony's face. All these years, Tony Stark had always brimmed with confidence, but now he looked utterly helpless. In this moment, Pepper realized that this man was far from the flawless genius the world admired. America's #1 intellect, or whatever they called him. She recalled what Song Chao had said, that there were many geniuses who could rival or even surpass Tony. Pepper's mind grew clouded with doubt, still thinking of all the years she'd cared for him. Her heart softened. "Tony, I'll come by every day to check on you. 15 days, that's the limit. And you have to promise me the levels won't exceed the dangerous threshold." No more than 50 or 60. Promise me. All right, I promise. Tony finally nodded in agreement. This was his deadline. He had to find a solution by then, and he was determined to shock Pepper once more. Tony muttered to himself, steeling his resolve. At a certain military underground base in New York. This is the Hulk's blood, Ross announced, holding up a vial filled with green liquid before the assembled research staff. I'm giving you a chance. If you can't give me a satisfactory result before the sample runs out, then I'll see to it that your entire families are reunited. In the afterlife, understood? The scientist, trembling, nodded hastily and set to work. Emil Blonsky stared at the vial, recalling how he'd fought Frank for over 10 minutes today without a clear victor. The thought left him simmering with frustration. At the Triskelion in Washington, Director General Ross of the military paid a visit to Umbrella Corporation earlier today. Phil Coulson reported to Director Nick Fury, the man with the eye patch. We don't know his exact purpose yet, but our intel shows that 3 days ago Song and General Ross's daughter, Miss Betty, stayed together in the same room for 3 days straight without leaving. Today Song took Betty back to Umbrella, and not long after General Ross showed up as well. He was there for less than 20 minutes before heading back to the military's secret underground base in New York. Mother, this guy's moving more and more frequently now, Nick Fury muttered under his breath. Coulson, what do you make of it? A few days ago at that antique shop, you couldn't find any hidden rooms or anything, yet he somehow vanished inside and then reappeared. Now he's tangled up with General Ross's daughter, prompting Ross himself to visit Umbrella. It feels like all these actions are connected. There must be some purpose behind them. Director, I can't figure it out. I just can't see the meaning behind all these moves. Coulson replied after a moment's thought, shaking his head. Helplessly, forget it. Keep tightening the surveillance. Sooner or later we'll find out, Nick Fury instructed, his gaze following Coulson as he left the room. Absent-mindedly, Fury's fingers traced over a pager in his pocket as he drifted into thought. Meanwhile, in the underground lab of Umbrella Corporation, Song Chow continued his reclusive day-after-day routine. This persistent secrecy left Natasha, who worked in the security department's external affairs, upstairs, increasingly anxious. That bastard is messing with me, stalling and stalling. How many days has it been? He still hasn't shown up for our meeting. Damn him. Natasha Romanoff cursed fiercely in her heart, frustration welling up inside her. Lately, her nerves have been on edge. The never-ending mission showed no sign of resolution. And on top of it all, she'd lost the rookie Sharon Carter. Umbrella was methodical and cautious, leaving Natasha unable to find any flaws in their defenses. The truly confidential areas were all guarded by mutants, making it impossible for her to get close. She'd finally resolved to confront Song Chow directly, but he'd stood her up as SHIELD's top agent. The Black Widow. How could she accept failing her mission after putting so much on the line? The thought gnawed at her. The more she pondered, the more restless she became. There was no point in waiting any longer. Hope was slipping away. Rising to her feet, she straightened her clothes, determination settling in her eyes as she headed downstairs. Sharon Carter had already started handing in her resignation. SHIELD was arranging for her to see a psychologist. She was, after all, still just a kid, far from understanding what being a real agent meant. She'd only seen the glory of her Aunt Peggy Carter, never the dirty work behind the scenes. Losing her idealized first experience had hit her hard. On the first floor, Natasha paused at the entrance to the lab, taking a deep breath before stepping forward. Stop! You don't have clearance to enter the lab. 2 men in black stopped her. I need to see the boss. He called me here. If you want, you can contact him right now. And check, Natasha replied calmly, her composure unwavering. The security guards exchanged glances, noticing how steady she seemed. Could she really be telling the truth? One of them pressed a finger discreetly to his earpiece. President Emma. This is security at the lab entrance. Miss Natalia from External Affairs wants to come in. She says the boss asked her here. How should we handle it? Oh, is that so? Emma's voice came through, tinged with surprise. She was familiar with this spy. What was she up to now? Wait for my instructions, Emma replied. What are you planning, boss? Emma mused quietly. Back in his office, Song Chow was reclining comfortably in a rocking chair when Emma's sudden question startled him. Oh, Emma, what's going on? That's a bit out of the blue. Natalie is waiting at the entrance to the lab, asking to come in and see you. She also claims that you told her to come. I find that rather suspicious, Emma hinted. Oh, her. I never gave such instructions, Song Chao replied thoughtfully. She did ask to meet me a few days ago, but I was busy at the time, and it slipped my mind. Looks like she's grown impatient. After a moment's reflection, he quickly understood the situation. Here's what we'll do, Emma. Let her know she should return to her department. Tell her I'll be over to see her shortly. There was no way a spy would be allowed into the laboratory, as long as she wasn't one of their own. Even if he had once slept with her, Song Chao didn't truly consider her one of his people. It was better to be cautious. He decided he'd just have to make the effort and go meet her himself.